In the Pinga district of Poyang City, at the Laiguo recycling station, Guli gazed out the window, taking in the familiar yet strange surroundings. 16 years prior, his father, Guguli, had purchased this site, establishing the Laiguo recycling station, and Guli had joined in the celebration with firecrackers. Here, he had enjoyed a blissful and joyous childhood. However, fate was unkind, and everything came to a halt a decade ago due to a tragic car accident that claimed his parents' lives. His grandfather, Gu Mingwei, fearing that the memories would overwhelm him, sent Guli to live with his uncle to pursue his studies. Now, he had returned to claim his parents' inheritance. According to his grandfather, Gu Mingwei, Guli had reached adulthood and was soon to emerge from the ivory tower of academia. With ample time during his junior year, he was to sort through the family assets and make his own decisions regarding business ventures. In addition to the recycling station, there were 2 plots of land, a house, and a car in the urban area, all of which were to be transferred under Guli's name. Had it not been for that fateful accident, he might have lived his life in comfort. The Laiguo recycling station sprawled over 100 acres, once a desolate wasteland. When the villagers learned of his father's intent to establish a recycling station, they approached him with offers and incentives. Guli remembered his father's joy that day, treating him to an array of new toys and snacks. Now, after more than a decade, it had evolved into the bustling CBD of Pinga District, the most prosperous area in the region. Guli was uncertain of the exact value of the land, but it surely exceeded 100 million. Moreover, with his rebirth, he understood that its worth could skyrocket to billions in the future. However, by then, he had no claim to it. He had been deceived, and the land and house under his name had been sold for a mere dollar. His grandfather, upon learning of this betrayal, was so enraged that he ended up hospitalized. Guli, in despair, succumbed to alcoholism, disregarding all attempts at intervention. Ultimately, he met his demise due to his addiction, only to find himself returned to 10 years prior, the very day he inherited his parents' estate. In his previous life, he had squandered a golden opportunity. Now back with the memories of his past, it was not impossible to multiply his assets several times over. It was 2018, a time when smartphones were ubiquitous, and the concept of Internet Plus had matured, permeating various industries. Yet, opportunities for wealth were abundant. Cryptocurrencies, the sharing economy, short videos, e-commerce, and more, all represented avenues for unprecedented prosperity. However, the question remained how to enter these markets. As he was merely a junior in college, although he possessed a house and a car, these were fixed assets, and he had only a modest sum of money in hand. What could he accomplish? Without substantial capital, he would merely create ripples in the water. The cryptocurrency realm, however, was filled with miraculous potential. Yet, entering this world required time for accumulation before one could achieve great wealth. By then, it would be too late, as the other opportunities would have vanished. The crypto market was fraught with instability, with numerous incidents of collapse. Each calamity left countless individuals contemplating their fate. Guli was aware of 3 potential opportunities, sufficient for a substantial gain, but investing continuously in cryptocurrencies was a gamble he deemed unwise. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he pondered methods and opportunities for capital accumulation. The glass of the window reflected his visage, a fair face with sharp features, his brows furrowed and elevated, exuding an air of determination. The depth of his experiences from 2 lifetimes made his eyes captivating. Suddenly, a series of bright flashes disrupted his reverie. What was that? Curiosity piqued. Guli turned toward the source of the brilliance. Located in the southeast corner of the recycling station, on the previously barren ground, a small hill composed of various metallic items had emerged, reflecting the sunlight. Hadn't all the waste been cleared away? He wondered, what's this pile doing here? Guli approached the metallic mound with intrigue. The items stacked upon it were oddly shaped, reminiscent of a minimalist punk aesthetic, adorned with vibrant patterns that captivated the eye. Reaching out to touch the mound, he felt an icy sensation, as if its texture belonged to another realm. Extracting a twisted triangular object resembling a bent Eiffel Tower, Guli experienced a strange sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the Energon Cube from Transformers, the source of life for Optimus Prime? Interesting, Guli mused, weighing the Energon Cube in his hand. Its texture and heft surpassed anything he had previously encountered. In that moment, delicate blue script, filled with a sci-fi aura, appeared on the side of the cube. Abandoned Energon cube from Cybertron. Transform waste into treasure. Ghoulie rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he imagining things? Upon reopening them, the inscription remained. Could it be? Just as he contemplated seeking medical advice, a stream of information flooded his mind. Dimension garbage disposal coordinates confirmed. Daily disposal time set for universal time 6 o'clock. Administrator's genetic code recorded. Corresponding functions activated. Function 1. Destruction. The administrator can eliminate garbage with no recycling value. Function 2. Transform waste into treasure. The administrator can convert recyclable garbage into pristine new items, which will belong to the administrator. Note: 24-hour cooldown period. Function 3. True insight. Partial information about all deposited garbage will manifest on the administrator's retina. Function 4. Leader. Any intelligent items transformed from waste will regard the administrator as their ruler, incapable of rebellion or betrayal. Had the benefits of Rebirth finally arrived? Ghoulie stared at the Energon cube in his hand, marveling. So, I can now possess a brand new Energon cube? The power of the Energon cube was evident to anyone who had watched Transformers. Sam had merely acquired a fragment, yet it had endowed a phone with life. Now, with the complete Energon cube in his possession, would the world not bow before him? However, he quickly dismissed such grand notions. He had yet to manage a small team, let alone govern the world. Ghoulie was aware of his limitations. Instead, he could use the Energon cube to breathe life into technological ways from different dimensions, studying the techniques they embodied. He could then apply these technologies in reality to generate profit, all without any capital investment, a lucrative venture, transforming the discarded Energon cube into treasure. Ghoulie resolved. As he concentrated, the discarded Energon cube in his hand shimmered with a wave of intricate patterns resembling tiny insects. And as the waves passed, the former cube vanished, replaced by a brand new Energon cube radiating a captivating blue light. Chapter 2. Bestowing Life Upon the Smartphone. Exploring Optimization Solutions. In a soft azure hue, an introduction materialized on the rejuvenated side of the source of fire. Concurrently, techniques for utilizing the source of fire flooded Ghoulie's mind. With a mere thought, the source transformed into a radiant stream, piercing into Ghoulie's hand, manifesting as a tattoo. How splendid! He retrieved his Huawei Nova 3 from his pocket, his fingers deftly tapping the screen. A brilliant blue glow flashed. In an instant, the smartphone fragmented into countless components, swirling around Ghoulie's right hand. Moments later, a robot, standing at a height of 20 centimeters, materialized in his palm. I pay homage to the Supreme Leader, the nameless robot declared, bowing slightly in reverence. Initiate an attack on me. Should you vanquish me, you shall be the next leader. In due course, you will command the intelligent machines, conquering the cosmos. Ghoulie's voice was laced with temptation, stirring the heart. I do not comprehend your intent, my leader. You are my leader, the sole leader. I hold you in utmost reverence. You are my faith. The nameless robot professed earnestly. Ghoulie nodded. Indeed, I can feel it. He leaned closer, observing the intricate details of each component. They were exquisitely crafted, with not a single part superfluous. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with an extraordinary metallic sheen, a feat beyond contemporary technology. From this moment forth, you shall be named Zero. Thank you for the bestowed name, my leader, Zero responded with fervor. To be named by Ghoulie was a mark of honor. It was not merely an intelligent machine, but a being endowed with wisdom and thought. Transform back into smartphone form, Ghoulie commanded. As the sounds of disassembly subsided, a pristine Huawei Nova 3 reappeared in his grasp. The previously marred screen, a casualty of an accidental fall, was now flawlessly renewed. Aesthetically, it boasted a superior quality compared to before. The energy from the source of fire had fundamentally altered the device, endowing it with life. Just like in the films, as Ghoulie envisioned, Zero could morph into any brand or model of smartphone. Awakening the screen revealed that all applications remained intact. Testing its functionalities confirmed that they operated seamlessly, even more robustly than prior. Ghoulie launched the game Honor of Kings. Previously, he had to settle for the lowest graphics settings, enduring significant overheating during gameplay. Now, however, he faced no such troubles, capable of playing at the highest settings with a stable frame rate of 60, all without overheating. The performance had been significantly enhanced. With a glimmer in his eyes, Guli inquired, "Zero, can you write programs?" "What is a leader program?" Zero asked, puzzled. However, it quickly provided an answer. "I have just connected to the network and conducted a search and study. I have now mastered programming languages such as C, Java, and Python. My leader, what kind of program do you desire?" Upon hearing the word Zero, Guli became aware that Zero possessed the remarkable ability to learn, and indeed, its capacity for learning was formidable. In comparison to the so-called artificial intelligence available on the market today, Zero was akin to their progenitor. Is it possible for you to optimize current smartphones by using yourself as a model and transforming this into an app? Naturally, the answer was affirmative. Zero fell silent for a moment. The prevalent issues with smartphones on the market today included excessively large software sizes, an abundance of flash storage cache files, and numerous pre-installed applications that served no purpose. By optimizing these problems, one could enhance smartphone performance by 30 to 50% to unleash even more potential. Hardware upgrades would be necessary. Guli nodded, acknowledging that such an improvement was already commendable. The most common complaint among users was sluggishness in their devices. When an application capable of boosting smartphone performance emerged, it would undoubtedly create a frenzy. With this thought, Guli's gaze shifted back to the heap of metal before him. This was not refuse. It was a veritable treasure trove, a boundless source of wealth. Were it not for having exhausted his quota for transforming waste into treasure today, he would have sought out smartphones from other dimensions, breathed life into them, and instructed them to conduct self-study. From smartphones, he would expand into computers, automobiles, and even aerial and cosmic warships. After all, the scrap from other dimensions could yield limitless possibilities. Zero, please develop the app during this period. Additionally, assist me in finding the process for company registration and help me select a professional manager, Guli contemplated aloud. Understood, leader, came Zero's voice from the phone's speaker. Guli furrowed his brow. From now on, communicate with me through the screen while editing the information and refer to me as boss. Ding dong. Certainly, boss. Came Zero's response via WeChat. A smile crept across Guli's face as he returned to the office building of the recycling station, gathering the documents on his desk and placing them into a folder. He then visited a nearby hardware store to purchase a chain and padlock to replace the rusty lock that had long served the recycling station. Observing the weathered door, which creaked under the strain of the wind, he realized it was time for renovations. The coordinates for the waste disposal were locked in at the recycling station. Guli had no desire for his secret to be discovered. After completing these tasks, he hailed a taxi and returned to the university. Guli was a student at Ponan University of Electronic Technology, which formed a university town alongside the Polytechnic University, Normal University, and the Engineering College, among others. Half an hour later, he arrived back at his dormitory. Once again confronted with the familiar sights of his school and dorm, Guli experienced a poignant sense of nostalgia. The dormitory was nearly empty. It was the second semester of the junior year, and everyone was busy with internships. Those who remained were either assisting family businesses or had arranged with their families to secure a stamp. Of course, some shared Guli's ambition to start their own companies and issue their own internship certificates. While playing League of Legends in the dormitory, Hee-Young turned to glance at the commotion and exclaimed with irritation, "Gu, you have finally returned. Come log in. I have but one match left in my promotion series, and I wish to avoid this group of dim-witted players. Had it been before my rebirth, Guli would have readily acquiesced. After all, LOL was the most popular game in 2018, maintaining its fervor until just before my resurrection. However, now Guli has lost his penchant for gaming and resolutely declines. I have other matters to attend to. Enjoy your playtime." "Very well." Hee-Young nodded and resumed his ranked matches. After retrieving his wallet and student ID from the wardrobe, Guli made his way to the Administrative Service Center in Panan City. Chapter 3. Longting Technology Company. Childhood Sweetheart Qin Xiaolu. Longting Technology Company. This was the enterprise established by Guli, who, as a university student, was able to register a company at no cost. Moreover, there were numerous supportive policies for student entrepreneurs, including a 2-year tax exemption and subsidized loans. The most enticing of these was undoubtedly the 2-year tax exemption, as Guli was acutely aware of the value his company could generate. This tax revenue was sure to make local government officials salivate with delight. Now, all that remained was to await the approval of the submitted materials, after which he would obtain a business license, have a seal made, open a bank account, and determine the applicable tax categories. There were many places still to visit, yet Gu Li was undeterred. This was the first company he had ever founded in 2 lifetimes. Leaving the task to an agent would diminish the joy of starting a company. A little legwork was beneficial. After all, he would inevitably have to network in the future. A week later, the business license arrived, along with the engraved official seal, both of which Gu Li carefully placed in a file bag and stored in the wardrobe. 0. How is the app development progressing? Gu Li inquired via WeChat. It has been completed, and the privacy protection feature you requested has been integrated. After 3 comprehensive tests, there are no issues. However, regarding the UI design, you did not approve my proposal. Gu Li smirked slightly. He thought it best to forego Zero's UI design. Its dark ambience and Lovecraftian style would surely deter any viewer. Upon first glance, Gu Li had felt a chilling sensation. Subsequently, he rejected Zero's design and instructed him to select a UI from online resources. Zero had yet to grasp the nuances of aesthetic appeal. Send me the app program. I will give it a try. I will find someone else to handle the UI design. Oh, Zero sounded somewhat disheartened. Gu Li took out his spare device, a Huawei Enjoy 6, and first tested its performance without the app installed. He then proceeded to install the app and conduct performance tests. Gu Li named this app Udon, symbolizing optimization and protection. It was designed to enhance phone performance and safeguard user privacy. These 2 elements formed the core selling points of the app. After 2 hours of testing, he found the gaming experience to be exceptionally smooth. Wait, that's incorrect. The performance had significantly improved, allowing most games on the market to run smoothly on this 2-year-old device. Quite impressive. Next, he needed to devise a pricing plan and finalize the UI design. Zero is designing 2 versions of Udon, one free and one paid. For the pricing details, please refer to existing market options for my review. Understood, boss. By the way, I have shortlisted 3 candidates for the managerial position you requested, and I have sent their resumes to you via WeChat. I particularly recommend Wei Jia. All right. I will take a look when I have time, Gu Li replied, as his communication with Zero primarily took place through WeChat in the presence of others in the dormitory. Currently, Gu Li's objective is to travel to Hangzhou, where the finest UI designer, in his opinion, resides. Additionally, he wishes to meet Wei Jia, who is also in Hangzhou. Qin Xiaolu, I'm back. Qin Xiaolu, Gu Li's childhood friend, has known him since kindergarten, alongside her close companion, Pang Dehai. They parted ways only in university. Gu Li remained in Po-Nan while Pang Dehai went to Bincheng, and Qin Xiaolu headed to Hangzhou to attend the National Art University, one of the top 3 art academies in Huaxia. In his previous life, during the darkest and most desolate days following his betrayal, Qin Xiaolu stood by his side, constantly encouraging him, although Gu Li was too consumed by despair to heed her words. Ultimately, she left, and prior to his rebirth, Gu Li had never heard of her finding a boyfriend or getting married. Now that Gu Li has returned to life, he is fully aware of Qin Xiaolu's affections for him. His wardrobe is predominantly filled with clothes and accessories that she had gifted him, as she had long considered herself his girlfriend and lifelong partner. Unfortunately, Gu Li was oblivious to this at the time. At present, he is in no rush to confront these feelings. Breaking the unspoken barrier too soon might create an overwhelming closeness. He must first focus on financial stability. Gu Li changes into an outfit that Qin Xiaolu had chosen for him and boards the train to Hangzhou. Although he could easily contact her via his phone for assistance, he yearns to see her in person. He takes a window seat and leans against the glass, closing his eyes to rest. When he opens them again, the train has just arrived at the station. The punctuality can undoubtedly be attributed to Zero's influence, as Gu Li had truly fallen asleep. Upon arriving at the Shanshan campus of the National Art University, Gu Li finds the campus open and gains entry without difficulty. Currently, Qin Xiaolu is interning at Demi, and today is Sunday, her only day off during the week. Based on his knowledge of her routine, he presumes she is in her dormitory. Thus, he proceeds directly to the girls' dormitory and, feeling the pressure of the dorm's supervisor's presence, he dials Qin Xiaolu's number. Hello? Qin Xiaolu's groggy voice, as if she has just woken up, fills him with warmth. Guess where I am? Gu Li playfully asks with a smile. Bored, not guessing. Don't disturb my sleep. Qin Xiaolu replies, not expecting him to seek her out. For the past 3 years of university, it has always been her seeking him. This ungrateful person, who I have bought so many beautiful clothes for. She thinks, as she prepares to hang up the phone. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Qin Xiaolu's movements froze, and she suddenly sat up straight, her previously drowsy eyes now wide open in disbelief. What did you say? Please repeat that. I said I'm downstairs. Come down, and I'll treat you to dinner. Right away. Guli saw Qin Xiaolu 3 minutes later. Her urgency was genuine. With a bare face, she effortlessly outshone the heavily made-up female college students around her. Dressed in a pink t-shirt adorned with Hello Kitty, the knotted hem revealed her toned midriff, while her blue denim shorts showcased her long, fair legs, topped off with a pair of pink slippers. Having rushed downstairs, she was out of breath, her chest rising and falling like mighty waves. Her hair, cascading down her shoulders, was tousled by the wind. You're here already? Guli had planned to find a nearby lawn to wait, but unexpectedly, before he could locate one, Qin Xiaolu appeared. What brings you here? She asked, hands resting on her knees, catching her breath, a mix of confusion and delight in her voice. Just came to see you, Guli replied with a smile. His words struck a chord with Qin Xiaolu, especially since he was wearing the outfit she had gifted him. At that moment, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Guli inquired. Something spicy, she responded. All right, consider it done. Chapter 4. The Ideal Managerial Candidate, Wei Jia. You're starting a business, Qin Xiaolu exclaimed, her voice rising, quickly covering her mouth. Nevertheless, she attracted the attention of those around her, who quickly turned away. Yes. To be precise, I've already begun. Guli had no intention of hiding this from her. There was no need to. I came to invite you to dinner and to ask for your help in designing a UI. I heard from Dahai that you excelled at Demi, achieving the qualification standards in just a week. You're set to graduate as a full-time employee of Demi, a future design star. Could you lend me a hand? You seem quite informed about my situation, Qin Xiaolu smiled, her lips appearing even more vibrant against the spicy backdrop of the dish. Of course. Will you help me? Sure. Just provide me with the requirements, and I'll assist you whenever I can. Thank you. No need for that. Just settle the payment. Are we really discussing money in our relationship? Guli fixed his gaze on Qin Xiaolu. She averted her eyes. Then what do you consider our relationship? Haha. I'll pay you the market rate when the time comes. Guli did not respond. After finishing their meal, Guli accompanied Qin Xiaolu for a stroll around the campus before taking his leave. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was met with 3 pairs of inquisitive, gossiping eyes. So, who was that handsome guy you were with? Is he from our school or the neighboring one? What is the nature of your relationship? Holding hands or kissing? We thought our goddess wouldn't be interested in mere mortals, but it seems she has already claimed her prize. Oh no, it's nothing like that. We're just classmates, Qin Xiaolu said, her face flushed with embarrassment, shaking her head repeatedly. Oh, just classmates. The 3 girls exchanged knowing glances. In the realm of academia, the romantic entanglements between couples often emerge from the bonds of classmates and friends. Whispers surrounding the enchanting beauty of the graphic design department, Qin Xiaolu, and her supposed romantic commitments have spread through the gossip of her roommates. At the cafe at Cape No. 7, Guli and Wei Jia have arranged to meet at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Besides Wei Jia, Guli had also contacted 2 other managerial candidates from Zero, but both declined further communication due to Guli's youthful age. Only Wei Jia agreed to the meeting. Wei Jia, a graduate of the University of Zurich with a degree in business administration, had previously worked on Wall Street. She returned to Huaxia earlier this year and has since been unemployed. According to Zero's investigation, Wei Jia resigned voluntarily, having faced harassment from her superior, who attempted to coerce her into compromising situations. After resisting and subsequently reporting the incident, her superior was detained but released within an hour, continuing to threaten her. For her own safety, she chose to resign and return to her homeland. She had anticipated that her qualifications would secure her a good position upon her return. But reality proved otherwise, as no company was willing to employ her. During background checks, her superior accused her of leaking confidential company documents, leading to her dismissal. The truth of the matter went unexamined, with most companies opting to reject her application rather than risk potential complications. She had also submitted her resume to smaller firms, passed interviews, yet ultimately resigned, feeling stifled and unable to showcase her capabilities. Thus, after much wandering, Wei Jia found herself still unemployed. Her agreement to meet Gu Li stemmed from the fact that he was the only one to reach out to her. Just as the coffee was served, Wei Jia arrived 10 minutes early. Gu Li glanced at his phone, raising an eyebrow. Punctuality is a commendable habit. Having seen Wei Jia's photograph, he recognized her immediately. Miss Wei, this way, he called, rising to greet her. Mr. Gu? Wei Jia replied, perplexed. He appeared remarkably youthful. It was no wonder he had sought her out. He must have come across her information online and been drawn to her credentials. A sigh escaped her lips. It seemed her trip was in vain. Indeed, unless there was another Mr. Gu present. Gu Li gestured for Wei Jia to take a seat and ordered a cup of coffee for her. Give it a try and see if it compares to what you often enjoyed on Wall Street. Here, one must commend Zero, connected to the network. It could provide Gu Li with all the information he desired. Mr. Gu, do you know me? Wei Jia asked in astonishment. How else would he know her preference for Blue Mountain coffee? Not quite an acquaintance, merely a one-sided understanding, he replied. Zero's investigative files contained even her measurements, chronicling her life as long as it was documented online. In this world, apart from her parents, Gu Li was perhaps the individual who understood Wei Jia the best. Let us get straight to the point. Here is the matter at hand. I have established a company and wish to invite you to become its general manager. These two documents represent the market research and project planning for the company's inaugural product. Gu Li placed them before Wei Jia. Of course, this was merely a printout. Gu Li had not authored them himself. Aren't you afraid I might plagiarize your product? Wei Jia hesitantly inquired. It seemed rather presumptuous to show her the project so soon. I trust you, he replied dismissively. In truth, Gu Li harbored no such trust. He found it hard to believe anyone could replicate his Udon. After all, it was crafted by Zero, utilizing a synthesis of various programming languages. Gu Li was baffled by how Zero managed to ensure their compatibility. Wei Jia felt a warmth in her heart. Since returning from abroad, no one had expressed such faith in her. The only impression she had left was that of having betrayed the confidentiality of her former employer's documents. Despite her attempts at explanation, no one seemed willing to believe her. It was this trust that compelled her to consider joining Gu Li's company, although she was aware her stay would not be prolonged. Wei Jia had a clear vision for her life and career, aspiring to work in a promising company rather than an uncertain startup. As she opened the documents presented by Gu Li, she noted their impeccably structured format, which seemed beyond the capabilities of a novice. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how someone so young could produce such polished work. Soon, she became engrossed in the contents. While she lacked technical knowledge, she had a firm grasp of market dynamics. The widespread issue with smartphones today is their sluggishness. Unless one possesses a high-performing device, the anxiety of being unable to access payment records due to lagging interfaces is all too familiar. More importantly, the privacy features that safeguard user information from malicious theft are paramount. If this could be achieved, the technology alone could fetch millions in foreign markets. As personal privacy is highly valued abroad, especially in light of the revelations surrounding the Prism scandal, the market for Udon is vast. The future looks promising. Mr. Gu, I agree to join your company. Chapter 5. The launch of Udon and Zero's marketing strategy. Mr. Gu, are you truly not a rich second generation? Wei Jia glanced at the towering buildings near the recycling station, then at the rundown facility before her. With such prime real estate in the CBD, could he really not be? I assure you, I am not, Gu Li replied, shaking his head. After concluding discussions in Hangzhou and with Wei Jia's decision to join Longting, Gu Li took her back to Ponan. The recycling station, where Gu Li's company was registered, housed a modest building that met the necessary compliance standards. Otherwise, Gu Li would have to seek a new location for the company's registration. Your responsibility now is to coordinate with the construction team. In a month's time, we will demolish the recycling station and erect an office building for our company here. I will have the architectural blueprints prepared. Then, the company will recruit personnel, primarily for the public relations, business, and customer service departments, with a total of 18 positions to fill. It can be established within a month. Gu Li remarked while gazing at the recycling station. I can complete this in a week. A month is unnecessary, Wei Jia confidently replied after pondering for a moment. No, do not overexert yourself. As a newcomer, take some time to acclimate to Ponan. The company matters are not urgent, Gu Li kindly advised. All right, Wei Jia nodded, surprised by the consideration shown towards employees. He may not be the most qualified boss, but he certainly is regarded as a good boss in the hearts of his employees. The testing phase for the Udon has concluded, and I will send you the charging version proposal shortly for your review. If there are no discrepancies, it will be launched in major mobile application stores tomorrow. The version to be released is the free one with zero production cost, while the formal version's UI is currently being designed by Qin Xiaolu. I have already applied for all related documents. If you need anything, feel free to call or visit me at Ponan University of Electronic Technology. Okay, do you see something over there? Guli inquired, pointing towards a metallic mound. No, there's nothing there, Wei Jia replied, shaking her head. It must have been my imagination. Let us go, it's getting late, and you should rest early. Yes, Mr. Gu. You have worked hard all day as well. You should return and rest early. After bidding farewell to Guli, Wei Jia returned to her hotel, contemplating moving only after settling in Ponan. 0. How much money do I have left? Guli inquired via WeChat. Boss, your WeChat and bank account combined total 11,234 yuan. This month's living expenses are nearly exhausted. Should I help you acquire some funds? I assure you, it will leave no trace. Guli understood Zero's insinuation, using illicit means to transfer someone else's money into his account. That is illegal. We cannot proceed in such a manner. The free trial period for Udun is 7 days. We will wait for that duration. Once everyone has experienced the optimized phone, after the free period ends, reverting to the unoptimized state will be unmanageable. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The membership fees are 20 yuan for 1 month, 58 yuan for a quarter, 3 months, 108 yuan for half a year, 6 months, and 198 yuan for a year, 12 months. By opting for automatic renewal, continuous monthly members can enjoy a discounted rate of 15 yuan per month. Such pricing is manageable for the vast majority. A meals cost swap for a performance enhancement of 30 to 50 in mobile functionality, along with personal privacy protection features. What a significant gain. After reviewing the charging proposal, Wei Jia concurred that the fees were reasonable, offering no further suggestions. Is the promotional plan for Udun ready? Wei Jia inquired with curiosity. The success of Udun is undoubtedly assured. The phone she currently uses has been optimized by Udun. It operates much more smoothly than before, and the experience can only be described as delightful. Rest assured, everything is in place, and we will launch at 8 a.m. tomorrow. All right, Mr. Gu. During this period, apart from the hustle of registering a company, Guli did not cease her treasure hunts amidst the metallic hills. Each day, the refuse sent to the recycling station evolved. Yet the items of genuine value remained scarce. The most frequent finds for Guli were discarded nano-sized umbrellas and clothing, while the rest comprised mere household and construction waste, devoid of any recycling worth. To avoid squandering her opportunities to transform waste into treasure, Guli repurposed the umbrellas, pondering that perhaps one day they might prove useful. She resolved to return the following day, hoping to discover something worthwhile. Meanwhile, Zero's endeavors were in full swing. He had registered numerous accounts across various platforms where netizens congregated, such as forums and social media sites. He fervently posted threads and shared testing videos, subsequently using different accounts to comment, like, and share. Additionally, he engaged with prominent content creators by leaving comments under their videos. As an entity surpassing artificial intelligence, Zero could execute these tasks in mere milliseconds, completing thousands of comments, likes, and shares instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, YouShield became a trending topic across major forums. Adai, a rising content creator on a popular platform with over 100,000 followers, primarily shared content on DIY mobile phone modifications, imparting a plethora of practical tips and software insights that endeared him to his audience. However, a significant portion of his followers was attracted by his sharp-witted commentary, which birthed numerous amusing memes. Reclining in his chair, Adai absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone, navigating various forums in search of new tricks or intriguing applications. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications erupted from the app, prompting him to speculate whether a video had gone viral. He noted that he had not uploaded a new video recently, and apart from that, he could think of no other reason. Upon opening the app, he discovered that it was not a viral video but rather a multitude of comments from his viewers discussing a certain application called YouShield. YouShield? What is that? Adai mused. A search in the App Store yielded no results for an application by that name. It was only after viewing Zero's testing video that he gleaned some rudimentary understanding of YouShield, which purported to optimize mobile phones and enhance their performance. As someone trained in the field, Adai recognized that optimizing a phone's performance often resembled reinstalling its operating system. Could such a feat be achieved through a single application? He found it hard to believe. Discussions regarding YouShield began to surface on his favorite gadget forums, with the majority expressing skepticism. Many regarded it as mere sensationalism, arguing that if such capabilities were truly attainable, manufacturers would have acted long ago. Nevertheless, With Zero's initiatives, the name U-Shield began to resonate with many, including Adai, who found himself at a loss for content ideas. If U-Shield could genuinely enhance performance, it would indeed be a worthy recommendation for his viewers. If it is not feasible, creating a commentary video could serve as a viable alternative. I shall remember you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You done? Chapter 6. You done? I am utterly impressed. The following day at 8 o'clock, You Done officially launched. As soon as it became available, Adai swiftly downloaded You Done onto his mobile device. The file size was merely around 5 megabytes, and the download and installation were completed in no time. Could such a small file truly optimize a phone and enhance its performance? Adai harbored serious doubts about the authenticity of the product's claims. Nonetheless, having already downloaded it, he decided to conduct a test. Of course, should You Done perform unsatisfactorily, he would refrain from creating a video. His fans are his lifeblood. He could not afford to alienate them. Upon opening the app, the introductory animation appeared quite rudimentary in Adai's eyes, clearly a template hastily sourced from the internet. The interface of You Done was exceedingly simple, bordering on shabby, featuring only 2 circular buttons labeled Optimize and Protect. Adai, having researched You Done's functionalities, understood the purpose of these buttons. He clicked the Protect button, and a progress bar popped up. After approximately 3 minutes of waiting, the optimization was complete. Was that it? Far too swift. Adai's confusion deepened, and he mentally relegated You Done to the back burner. What a waste of time. He had abandoned any notion of testing You Done further, suspecting it was the contrivance of a university student seeking to embellish their project for increased downloads. The comments in the section below were likely fabricated by hired commenters. Alas, there would be no substantial content for the video. Having exited the You Done interface, Adai returned to the forum in search of gaming tips. The threads therein were all from the previous night. Those in this industry rarely rise early, finding nothing of value and still devoid of sleepiness. Adai opened Honor of Kings to indulge in some joyful gaming time. As he commenced the game, he sensed something amiss. The gameplay was significantly smoother than before. Had the officials finally awakened to their responsibilities? Excellent. If this fluidity persisted, ascending to the ranks of a king today would be a breeze. Adai felt a surge of delight, having been stuck at the last few stars for over a week. He had fallen, risen, yet never managed to reach the coveted kingship. One match after another, and after 2 or 3 hours, amidst the triumphant sound of victory, a serious and earnest Adai finally sighed in relief. He had made it. Instinctively, he reached for the charging cable, having played for so long. His phone should be running low on battery. Exiting the game, he glanced at the battery indicator, still at 50. Adai was taken aback. When had his device become so robust? No, it was unfathomable. After such extended gameplay, how was his phone not overheating? Taking out the same model, the Mi 8. He played a few rounds of Honor of Kings only to find his battery dwindling and the back of the phone scorching. How could 2 identical devices exhibit such a stark contrast? Adai recalled the You Done he had installed earlier. Had it genuinely optimized his phone and enhanced its performance? He rummaged through his collection of backup devices, discovering 2 identical phones. As a budding content creator in the gaming sector, he naturally possessed a plethora of backup devices. Upon entering the room designated for video recording, I powered on the camera and commenced the recording. Greetings, everyone. This is Adai from Playing with Cool Gadgets. Today, we shall be testing an application known as You Done, which boasts the following features in its product description. Let us proceed with the evaluation. I have designated the 2 phones as Device 1 and Device 2. Initially, both devices were restored to their factory settings. Subsequently, I downloaded You Done onto Device 1 and conducted optimization, while Device 2 remained unchanged. We began by testing the standby time, clearing all background processes and setting the screen to remain constantly illuminated. Without any further actions, we simply observed their natural power consumption. This was a rather monotonous process, requiring my constant attention to the status of both devices, a typical expectation for evaluators. Device 2 succumbed to a black screen first, depleting its battery after a total standby duration of 10 hours. Device 1, however, persevered for an additional 8 hours before it too succumbed to darkness. I remained seated at the table from day into the early hours, though I was invigorated and devoid of sleepiness, eager to continue the testing. Indeed, after optimization with You Done, Device 1 exhibited enhanced endurance. The gaming experience became noticeably smoother, likely a result of the optimization. I proceeded with further assessments, and the results were astonishing. The battery life, For instance, improved by a remarkable 80. In terms of performance, the optimization of Device 1 elevated its screen refresh rate, resulting in a more pleasing and fluid experience during transitions and animations. A game that previously averaged 4,555 frames per second was now effortlessly running at a full 60 frames per second. I sensed there was potential for even greater performance, albeit constrained by the limitations of the screen hardware. However, improvements in charging speed, photographic precision, and signal strength were marginal, as these are not enhancements achievable through software alone. They require hardware support. This software is indeed remarkable. I firmly believe that, based on Udun's performance, the vast majority of users will be inclined to download and install it. This concludes the content of today's video. Due to my limited capabilities, I shall refrain from testing the privacy protection features, leaving that to other experts for further insights. Udun is undoubtedly an exceptional application, and fans grappling with insufficient phone performance should certainly give it a try. This is not a paid promotion. It is purely my personal opinion. After a full day of testing, one phrase resonates in my mind. Udun, I wholeheartedly endorse you. Once the video was uploaded to the backend, I collapsed onto my bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. As soon as I published the video, my followers received notifications of my new upload. Zero naturally took note. To be precise, as long as the promotional content for Udun was enhanced, the video caught their attention, and they began to engage with it. The screen was inundated with comments. Checking in. Testing an app? No new gadget tips? Is this software really that impressive? A die. Have you been sponsored? Is it still the same phone? What nonsense. I refuse to believe that it can be optimized. If it could, such a large company would have already optimized it. I suspect they deleted certain system files to boost performance and then claimed it was due to Udun's optimization. Agreed with the above sentiment. Count me in. Is it truly the case? If you download it yourself, wouldn't you know? It's merely 5 megabytes. It wouldn't even take a minute. Fine, I'll download it, but I remain skeptical. Such occurrences are rampant in numerous videos. Yet many, upon seeing the recommendations from their favored content creators, curiously proceeded to download it. Once optimization was engaged, they were astounded by the results. What an extraordinary app this is. The performance has surged so significantly that teammates should no longer experience lag, right? Those who stubbornly claimed disbelief found themselves silenced after downloading. The reality is such that they could not utter the words, "I don't believe it." From the small niche of a certain site, an increasing number of individuals have come to recognize YD, enchanted by its formidable optimization capabilities. With YD installed on mid-range devices, performance can rival that of higher-end models. As for low-end devices, the advent of YD has been a boon for users in that category, particularly among the younger demographic within mid to low-end users. Word of YD's functionality spread, prompting a flurry of downloads. In no time, the download count for YD soared. Chapter 7. Astonishing download figures bestow life upon future phones. Master, their essay call for you. A melodious voice echoed from the bedside of Gu Li, resonating throughout the 404 dormitory. Gu Li, your ringtone is quite something. Hee-Yong peered out from behind the curtains, directing his gaze at Gu Li's bed. Gu Li replied before answering the call. Having had a restless night, he felt lethargic upon waking. He had visited the recycling station, taking a brief tour to sketch the design for an office building. After returning and having lunch, he was dragged into a game of League of Legends by Hee-Yong. They played until evening, at which point Gu Li felt dizzy and decided to stop. He lay down to rest, unexpectedly falling asleep and not awakening until the following morning. The call was from Wei Jia. What's the matter? Gu Li inquired, puzzled. Wei Jia had observed YD's download figures the previous day, noting a rise from merely a dozen downloads to several thousand. Overall, the upward trend had been consistent. The promotional efforts by Ling had been ongoing, but he hadn't kept close tabs. Gu, the download figures for YD have exploded. Wei Jia's voice brimmed with excitement. As the inaugural product of Longting, YD was one she had high hopes for. Since its launch, she had been monitoring its progress. Although she lacked backend access, she could still track download figures through various app stores. Now, it was 8 in the morning of the second day, and astonishingly, YD's downloads had surpassed 1 million. The rate of increase was an impressive 10,000 downloads per minute. I didn't expect your influence to be so profound. On platforms like Baidu Tieba, a certain site, Tianya, Hupu, and Boji, YD's promotion was prominently featured. Gu Li felt a sense of pride. Although his company was small, its impact was substantial. He hadn't anticipated such a powerful promotional effort for YD. Guli felt a bit sheepish. All the credit belonged to Ling. It seemed that as soon as one post was deleted, Ling was there to comment and share, generating hundreds or even thousands of responses. The accounts with zero registration have been banned in droves, were it not for Guli's insistence on not allowing Zero to unban autonomously. Zero could easily rectify the situation with a mere flick of the wrist. How many downloads have we garnered now? Guli inquired, yet Wei Jia remained silent. Just then, Zero's information appeared on the screen, vibrating to alert Guli. U-Shield, free version 1.07 million downloads. On its very first day of release, it has surpassed 1 million downloads. In this endeavor, Zero's contributions are undeniably significant. In a few days, your phone is likely to ring incessantly. You should prepare yourself in advance. Guli spoke slowly. Wei Jia, puzzled, asked why. The public announcement will indicate that the contact number for our company is yours. Wei Jia responded, what? The exceptional performance of U-Shield will undoubtedly capture the attention of mobile manufacturers. The programming language for U-Shield was crafted by Zero, who amalgamated their own code with an extensive study of all programming languages available on Earth. To crack it? Perhaps in a few hundred years. Guli exhaled deeply. The success of U-Shield bolstered his confidence in the plans swirling in his mind. After ending the call with Wei Jia, Guli dressed and made his way to the recycling station. The new batch of waste had already been deposited. Gazing at the colorful refuse before him, Guli changed into a one-piece diving suit, hoping for a stroke of good fortune today. With a mask in place, he ventured into the pile of garbage. The sensation of stepping into muck emanated from his feet. Guli was already accustomed to it, bending down to sift through items that held no value for him, promptly discarding them. A tattered cardboard box? Disposed. A broken toothbrush? Disposed. Used nanograde disposable gloves? Kept. In a forthcoming science fiction film, a space elevator showcased therein will require nanomaterials. They may come in handy one day. The nanograde umbrella saved from a few days prior was preserved for similar reasons. What remained was naturally treasure reclaimed from waste. Everything else was swiftly discarded. As Guli extracted a piece of clothing from the refuse, he was poised to dispose of it when he noticed its uneven weight. Spreading the garment across the pile, he meticulously examined its pockets. From the right pocket, Guli retrieved a cylindrical object measuring 15 centimeters in length. 70% new graphene flashlight. The built-in graphene battery ensures it remains functional for at least 50 years. A graphene battery. This is indeed a remarkable find. In my previous life, any item associated with graphene invariably commanded several times the price of its counterparts. The specifics of whether or not true graphene was utilized were seldom scrutinized. After all, it sounded high-tech and thus warranted a higher price. However, Guli understood that merchants were engaging in a semantic game. The true extraction cost of 1 gram of genuine graphene can soar into the tens of thousands. What they utilized was layered graphene, essentially nanograde lime powder. It does not constitute consumer fraud, for they have employed something that is indeed graphene, albeit in layers. Yet, what Guli now possessed in his hands was a genuine graphene battery. Not merely a lead-acid or lithium battery encased in a graphene shell or a faux graphene battery with graphene additives. The industrial value behind it starts at no less than $1 trillion. I wonder if it could be transformed into a spark source? If so, it would be akin to striking gold. After some contemplation, Guli ultimately decided against it. Currently, his product consists solely of an app, yielding limited profits. Even if the relevant technology were developed, without financial backing, he couldn't afford the machinery necessary to purify graphene. For now, if his phone remained elusive today, he would proceed with the transformation, allowing it to study itself, treating it as a means of storing technology. He placed the flashlight into the pocket of his diving suit. If it could be transformed like the spark source, it might become a tattoo that he could carry with him. Naturally, this tattoo would only be visible to Guli. Continuing his search, Guli finally found the desired phone in a box filled with discarded components. Half of a holographic projection phone. When pulled apart, it reveals an excellent assistant, though currently, it is non-functional. Observing the information on one side, a smile graced Guli's lips. Today, fortune smiled upon him threefold. The holographic projection phone, reduced to a half-rectangular shape measuring 5 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters long, had frayed edges with a tangle of multicolored wires. At the top, there was a round hole, the purpose of which remained a mystery. No matter how Guli examined it, he could not discern that it was a phone. He placed it alongside the flashlight in the pocket of his diving suit, resuming his unfinished task of scavenging. However, after acquiring the graphene flashlight and the holographic projection phone, it felt as if all of Gu Li's luck had been exhausted. Subsequently, he found no more valuable items. After discarding all the rubbish, Gu Li returned to the small building of the recycling station. After thoroughly washing his diving suit with a high-pressure water gun, he took the flashlight and phone to his office. Gu Li first transformed the holographic projection phone into something valuable before bestowing it with life using the spark source. The graphene flashlight would be transformed tomorrow. Chapter 8. Establishing the Spark Source Research and Development Team. Company S main business established. Clattering and whirring. More parts than during the transformation of Zero danced in the air. Soon, a robot more exquisite than Zero appeared before Gu Li. The robot, transformed from the holographic projection phone, was shorter yet more agile than Zero. Hail to the Supreme Leader. The robot half-kneeled, bowing respectfully. Gu Li sensed that it was observing him, a sensation he had not experienced with Zero. It seemed that the more advanced the technology, the greater the intelligence imparted upon it after transformation. From now on, you shall be called Little Hand, Gu Li declared to the robot that had emerged from the holographic projection phone. He then retrieved Zero from his pocket. Zero is your superior. What it says represents my words. It will inform you of the necessary precautions, and you shall execute accordingly. Zero, please teach Little Hand well. Gu Li instructed softly to the two of them. Henceforth, any newly transformed Transformers would be entrusted to Zero, who would convey the relevant instructions. At this stage, the Transformers could not be revealed to the public. Thank you for the name, leader. Understood, boss. Both Zero and Little Hand replied in unison. Subsequently, Zero glanced at the Little Hand, conveying the necessary matters that required attention through the network. Boss, I have educated it well, Zero remarked, almost seeking praise. Gu Li nodded and turned to the Little Hand, instructing, revert to the form of a mobile phone. The Little Hand transformed into a rectangular shape, splitting in the middle, resembling an elongated foldable phone. Gu Li picked up the Little Hand, grasping both sides and pulling them apart. A pale blue light screen emerged in the center, projecting a lifelike image. Esteemed boss, greetings. The Little Hand is at your service. Please select a virtual persona from the following options. Style, anime, teacher, elegant lady, CEO. Dimensions, small, normal, large, impressive. Expressions, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, resentment. This scene evoked a sense of foolishness in Gu Li. The design of the Little Hand was undoubtedly crafted by a person from a parallel universe, likely a fervent admirer of foolishness. Noticing Gu Li's silence, the Little Hand began making selections on its own. Based on the boss's internet data, I have chosen the following tags for you. Teacher, impressive, resentment. Gu Li responded, that is not me. That is my former self. He sighed, deciding to first assess the Little Hand's functionality. After a brief experience, he discovered that operating the Little Hand did not require finger taps. Whatever he wished to do, he could simply instruct the Little Hand directly, even without prior activation. Moreover, the Little Hand screen was not confined in size. It could be as large as desired. With a built-in graphene battery, it could last for 3 days on a full charge. Furthermore, once infused with the spark source, it would receive endless energy supply as long as it remained near Gu Li. It could even project onto a wall for watching television, movies, and more. Remarkably, the Little Hand could run even AAA games, though controlling game characters would require additional tools. In essence, the Little Hand was a synthesis of a mobile phone, computer, and television, integrating their functionalities into one entity. Gu Li marveled at the advanced technology from other dimensions, yet felt a slight urgency within. If the inhabitants of those dimensions discovered Earth's existence and its intelligent life, they would surely invade and transform Earth into a colony. Before acquiring the waste-to-treasure system and the spark source, Gu Li was powerless in the face of such revelations. However, the current situation was different. He could now access their technological advancements, and he would not allow such an eventuality to unfold. He had friends and family on Earth who still believed in him, waiting for his success and achievements. After all, he was the last young member of his family. By infusing the spark source into technological products from other dimensions, he envisioned enabling them to self-research and develop corresponding technologies, ultimately implementing these advancements on Earth to transform lives and embark on a journey among the stars. For now, Zero and the Little Hand needed to remain concealed, presenting their technological advancements as originating from a foreign research team. They would establish an offshore company, channeling research funds into it as a facade. After all, whether it was left or right, it all belonged to Guli, Zero, Little Hand. Boss, do you have any instructions for us? Zero and Little Hand responded in unison. Document this. I require your assistance in developing a mobile phone, using your own capabilities as a reference. The goal is to create a device that surpasses the finest phones currently available by 30% across all dimensions. With each subsequent release, the enhancements should continue to exceed the previous model by 30%, ultimately culminating in the form of Little Hand. Each technological advancement must be compiled into a corresponding technical summary, such as the holographic projection technology of Little Hand, artificial intelligence technology, graphene battery technology, and so forth. Any innovation not presently available in the market should be documented and retained in your possession until we establish our data storage center, at which point it will be transferred to our database. In the future, the number of transformative devices will only increase, necessitating a comprehensive database for easy reference and ongoing updates. Noted, Zero nodded. This project will be primarily overseen by Little Hand, while I will assist after finalizing the office building's design. Zero's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Guli's mind. It appears that even the most advanced transformers, while inherently sophisticated, can enhance their intelligence through acquired knowledge, compensating for any hardware deficiencies. However, once Little Hand begins learning from the internet, it will soon surpass Zero. Nevertheless, the position of first assistant will remain unchanged. It will always be Zero, whom Guli prefers to work with. In the future, I will entrust all transformative devices to you. You will assign them to research their intrinsic technologies and assist in establishing our own technology repository. Understood, Zero replied enthusiastically. Little Hand observed the interaction between Zero and Guli, lost in contemplation. How can I make the leader favor me more? While Guli busied himself strategizing the future direction of his company, the mobile phone industry was ablaze with fervent discussions sparked by the emergence of UShield. In just one day, UShield surged to 1 million downloads. What lies behind this phenomenon? Comprehensive optimization has elevated the performance of all brand smartphones by 30 to 50. A new transformation in mobile systems may be on the horizon. Apple announces a collaboration with Longting Technology to enhance user experience. UShield's privacy features are the best response from Huaxia Company to the Prism Gate incident. UShield thwarts the Eagle Nation's global surveillance plans within Huaxia. News surrounding UShield proliferated, with Zero's influence amplifying its reach. The download numbers soared exponentially under the coverage of these reports. It took merely 1 day to breach the million mark, and just 6 hours to escalate from 1 million to 10 million. UShield had genuinely taken Huaxia by storm. Furthermore, due to Apple's statement, there appeared to be a trend of expansion into foreign markets. Chapter 9, An Unbreakable Dilemma, the Despairing Technical Department. In the capital city, on the 7th floor of the Rice Technology Park, the technical department resonated with the rhythmic symphony of keystrokes. Each workstation, to varying degrees, was adorned with greenery. The density and volume of keyboard strikes, coupled with the thinning hair of bespectacled programmers seated before their computers, served as a distinguishing factor between the seasoned experts and the novices. Among the various departments, the one exhibiting the most rhythmic fluctuations is undoubtedly the technical team. The clattering of keyboards ebbs and flows, sometimes intensifying, only to abruptly cease. Each individual at their workstation bears an expression akin to one suffering from constipation. As the most distinguished group within the technical department, they now appear as despondent as frostbitten eggplants. I can't take it anymore, boss. I am utterly at a loss, lamented a somewhat hirsute young man, adjusting his glasses as he reclined in his ergonomic chair, exuding a sense of defeat. Which celestial team concocted this? I can't even breach the outer layer. It's utterly impenetrable. He continued. Do you have any solutions, boss? I've exhausted every method and can't even find a crack to exploit. This is the first application in my career that I've failed to penetrate even at the periphery. The team members began to express their sentiments in unison. Their leader, Zheng Yihua, wore a countenance of bitter dismay. They were currently attempting to crack the highly popular app, Udon. Just yesterday, Zheng Yihua had discovered Udon on a minor platform and, after downloading and experiencing its performance, was astounded. As an accomplished programmer in the industry, he approached the task with a desire to learn, aiming to uncover how the app optimized mobile devices and enhanced performance. He believed that insights gained could significantly bolster the competitiveness of the Dami smartphone. However, he soon realized his own limitations. Despite employing every conceivable strategy, he could not penetrate Yudun's defenses. Upon arriving at work today, he reported his findings regarding Yudun and subsequently received the task to crack it. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The entire team, pooling their collective intellect, failed to breach Yudun's formidable barriers. Well, let us pause for now and take a breather. I'll report to the manager, Zheng Yihua sighed. After documenting the group's efforts and results, he took the printed materials to the manager's office. Knock, knock, he announced. Come in, came the weary voice of manager Gao Yingfei. Manager, we were unable to crack Yudun, Zheng Yihua stated plainly. Gao Yingfei nodded, accepting the document and setting it aside without reviewing it. I appreciate your hard work, but we must not relent. I too have been working on cracking this app since last night and understand your frustrations. The results mirror yours. We have met with no success. I just received notice that we are required to crack Yudun within a week and to launch an app with similar functionalities. The focus is particularly on Yudun's personal privacy protection feature, which could secure us contracts with government departments for customized devices. Therefore, we must exhaust all avenues to achieve a breakthrough. I will convene a meeting shortly. You must also keep a vigilant watch on both domestic and international developments. Do not miss any information regarding competitors cracking Yudun. You may leave now. Zheng Yihua replied, Understood, manager. Please remember to take care of yourself as well. Similar scenes to that of the Dami technical department are unfolding across various companies. Like Dami, their attention is fixated on the privacy protection feature of Yudun. Once installed on a device, activating this feature renders the phone as impenetrable as Yudun itself, sealing off all potential backdoors with utmost rigor. It is fundamentally impossible to infringe upon the privacy of mobile phone users. At Huaxing Technology Company, Limited, the technical department allocated programmers to crack the security of Yudu, all of whom appeared utterly despondent, gazing at the screen displaying the relentless word failure. Confusion enveloped everyone's psyche. Had their skills been rendered obsolete? Were they unable to keep pace with the evolving times? Was there a new technology emerging? Otherwise, how could they fail to penetrate the defenses? Would they, too, face obsolescence? Such is the nature of this industry. If you possess the requisite skills, you may continue to thrive within it. If not, then, regrettably, it is time to vacate your position for those more capable. Green Enterprises, Blue Enterprises, Hammer, Samsung, and Apple. This singular security measure has instigated self-doubt among the programmers of these companies. As time ebbed away day by day, this doubt only deepened. A week swiftly passed. Yet the task of cracking Yudu remained unfulfilled. Despair permeated the hearts of all programmers. Major companies, who had proclaimed the launch of corresponding functions a week prior, hastily retracted their statements. The inability to breach the security had reached the ears of the higher-ups. Executives within mobile phone manufacturers were generally acquainted, well aware of whether their counterparts had succeeded in cracking the defenses. After all, the first to accomplish this feat would claim a larger share of the proverbial pie. Yet, to date, no one's share had changed. Soon, a new consensus emerged among them. Since cracking the defenses proved impossible, why not acquire it? If purchasing was unfeasible, then investing would suffice, first obtaining the technology and then proceeding from there. Thus, calls poured into Weijia from both domestic and international sources. The phone rang incessantly, 24 hours a day. Had she not possessed experience studying abroad and working overseas, she might have been overwhelmed. Manager Gu, please advise me on how to respond. Should we sell or accept investment? Weijia exclaimed wearily. For days, she had not enjoyed a single restful night. Just as she would fall asleep, another call would come in. It was utterly exhausting. Yet, she could not ignore the calls. The company's revenue directly influenced her income. As the general manager of Longting, Gu Li had allocated her a share of the profit distribution. Otherwise, she would have long since abandoned her post. Moreover, the prospective investors represented funds in the hundreds of thousands to millions. Though it was tiresome, she preferred a greater influx of investment calls. Why must they sell? Why accept their investments? A smile played at the corners of Gu Li's mouth. Why not sell? Weijia inquired, puzzled. Gu Li chuckled softly. The potential of Yudu is far greater than this. Upon acquiring Xiaoshou, Yudu's future positioning aims to become a mobile artificial intelligence steward, directly competing with Xiaoshou. In the future, Yudu's functionalities will expand, optimizing while safeguarding user information. Communication with the authorities will be necessary, for Yudu will not protect those engaged in unlawful activities. What do you think of Yudu? Guli countered. It is excellent. The phone's performance has improved significantly, and users' personal privacy is well protected. In order to realize these two functions, my research and development team undertook the recompilation of all mobile operating systems available in the market, thereby enhancing mobile performance. When a mobile application requests access to a user's personal information, the Yodwan system automatically verifies the authenticity of the application, providing genuine information when it is real, and deceptive identity details when it is counterfeit. Given these capabilities, do you believe I should sell Yodwan or accept their investment and share my technology? Why shouldn't I establish my own mobile brand? Wei Jia, with her mouth agape, was oblivious to the technical intricacies. Her forte lay in managing the company and driving higher profits. Yet, as Guli asserted, creating a personal mobile brand would yield the greatest returns. So, should we refrain from selling? Instead, let us market customized services. Chapter 10. Are you not afraid of sudden death? Customized services? An annual licensing fee of 3 million? A 50-50 revenue split for membership? Longting, are you not concerned about choking on your own aspirations? Su Guanjing, the manager of the business department at Dami, clicked his tongue upon hearing Wei Jia's proposal. Naturally, these remarks were made after hanging up the phone, a habit of venting that is ill-advised in front of others, especially when future collaboration is a possibility. However, he did not regard Longting as a serious contender at all. He had encountered numerous emerging companies that, after achieving some success, became overly boastful, offering only customized services. Let us see how long you can maintain such bravado. Su Guanjing scoffed, dismissing the youthful naivety of the newcomers. Unfamiliar with Yodwan, Su had just returned from overseas negotiations and was subsequently tasked with discussions regarding Longting's potential acquisition of Yodwan, leading to his misjudgment. His overconfidence stemmed from years of experience in the workforce, believing he could easily handle a burgeoning company like Longting. Little did he know that Yodwan's download figures across application stores had already surpassed 100 million, and the trend was escalating at a rate of 1 million downloads per hour. Such substantial traffic should never be underestimated. Regarding Wei Jia's proposal, other companies relayed the information to their superiors for a decision. While the company may be small and emerging, their product was impressive. Oh no, I overslept. Xiaoman, why didn't you wake me? Qin Xiaolu leaped out of bed, her face a picture of panic. Liang Yiguan, who had just returned from an early morning run and was enjoying breakfast, expressed concern, saying, I noticed you were working on graphics until 4 or 5 in the morning yesterday. Since today is Sunday, I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer. She continued, look at you, staying up late all week. Your dark circles have become pronounced, and your skin appears haggard. What are you busy with? You come home from work and dive straight into graphics, working tirelessly with only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day. Are you not afraid of sudden death? Which is more important, work or your health? As she spoke, Liang Yiguan's tone shifted to one of admonition. The two had known each other since their freshman year, and their bond had blossomed into a deep friendship. Observing Qin Xiaolu in such a state evokes profound sympathy. Oh, it is nothing to be concerned about. It is not a matter of work, merely a small favor for someone who holds great significance in my life. Qin Xiaolu descended from the bed, snatched the spoon from Liang Yikin's hand, and began to consume the century egg and lean meat porridge he had brought. Time was of the essence, and hunger gnawed at her. I will procure more for you upon my return. Such an important person, prompting you to sacrifice your beauty to assist? Liang Yikin inquired with curiosity, referring to the individual from the previous week. Qin Xiaolu nodded, her cheeks stuffed with porridge. Liang Yikin, intrigued by the man whose back he had only glimpsed last week, found it astonishing that he had captured the favor of the divine Qin. Without further ado, please assist in tidying up, I must take my leave. In less than a minute, Qin Xiaolu finished her meal. She then spent 10 minutes freshening up and took just a minute to change her attire. Subsequently, clutching her laptop, she dashed out of the dormitory in a frenzy. Are you not applying any makeup? Liang Yikin called out after her. It is unnecessary. The voice echoed from afar as Qin Xiaolu's figure vanished from the floor. At Cape No. 7 Cafe, Guli and Wei Jia had previously visited. Guli glanced at his phone. It was already 10:30. An hour and a half past their agreed meeting time of 9. Surely, she hasn't overslept? Guli murmured. Boss MS. Qin's computer account shows her last offline time was at 4:30 a.m., the information displayed on the screen. So late. Foolish. Has it been like this for a while? Guli queried. Indeed, the average offline time is precisely 4 a.m. Where is she now? She is still 3 kilometers away, approximately a 15-minute journey. Please search for the nearest shopping mall. Certainly, boss. The closest shopping mall to you is Shengshi Plaza, just 596 meters away. Following Zero's navigation, Guli arrived at Shengshi Plaza and sought out a high-end cosmetics store, purchasing a set of products aimed at recovering from late nights. Prior to arriving in Hangqing, Guli had sold his car, netting over 100,000. As Yudun is preparing to launch a paid version, it can no longer rely on the inexpensive servers used for the free version, which handle uncomplicated data transmission. With the introduction of paid features, the number of paying users is not likely to diminish, necessitating an upgrade of the servers. Especially now, with so many Yudun users, a 100,000 yuan server may prove insufficient. When the funds arrive, additional servers will be required. After purchasing the cosmetics, Guli found himself truly devoid of funds. Upon returning to the cafe, it was not long before Qin Xiaolu, donning a baseball cap, arrived. She immediately recognized Guli and took a seat beside him. I am truly sorry for being late, she expressed with genuine remorse. There is no need for apologies on my behalf, Guli replied, shaking his head. It is I who should apologize. In my past life, every time I was inebriated, Qin Xiaolu would appear, and I would invariably push her away. Yet, even after being rebuffed, she never departed, always stepping forward to support me. He had once unleashed the most venomous words upon her, driving her away. Yet, whenever Guli found himself drunk and in need of care, she would invariably appear. That was until the time he struck her. Since then, Qin Xiaolu never returned. In the aftermath, Guli was consumed by profound remorse, each recollection piercing his heart as if rent by a blade. Even until his death from alcoholism, he never had the chance to see Qin Xiaolu again. Fortunately, he had returned. Once more, he could behold the girl whose eyes reflected only himself. This time, he vowed never to push her away again. Qin Xiaolu was momentarily taken aback. This is for you. Guli produced a set of cosmetics and handed it to her. Why? Qin Xiaolu asked, puzzled. Why? He echoed incredulously. You stay up drawing until the early hours, risking sudden death, and you think I wouldn't worry? Damn it. I've been reborn. Don't wear yourself out on me again. His voice rose in intensity. Qin Xiaolu paused, then a smile blossomed in her eyes. How do you know? She inquired. Mind your own business, Guli retorted gruffly. Just don't do this anymore. Your health is paramount. All right. Qin Xiaolu felt as though the exhaustion weighing down her body had been replaced by a surge of vitality. I've finished designing the UI you requested. I'm copying it to you now via USB, she announced, producing an adorably styled, anime-themed flash drive. Guli interjected. Just copy it directly to my phone. That way, it integrates seamlessly with Yudun. That works too. Qin Xiaolu nodded. By the way, I still don't know what you've named the software. Lately, she had been so occupied, either with work or with Guli's UI design, that she hadn't asked. She had merely followed his design directives. Yudun. Qin Xiaolu's pupils dilated instantly. Chapter 11. Lend me 300 yuan to build my own chip manufacturing plant? Qin Xiaolu gaped, staring blankly at Guli. She had heard of Yudun. It was renowned for having thwarted Xiaomi's technical department. Many had tried to decipher Yudun's logic to understand how it optimized phones and enhanced performance, but none had penetrated even its outermost layer. This failure had become a widespread topic among Xiaomi employees. Yet she had never imagined that Yudun was the creation of Guli, her secret crush for over a decade. A fact she had never dared to reveal. This revelation struck Qin Xiaolu like a thunderbolt. Just days ago, her mother had even called to ask how to download Yudun, praising its ability to boost phone performance and protect personal privacy. Even her mother, a relic of an older era, was familiar with Yudun's reputation. No wonder the logo demanded a dragon-entwined shield imbued with a sense of cutting-edge technology. Is something wrong? Guli asked, noticing Qin Xiaolu's astonishment. Having access to the flame source and assistants like Zero and Little Hand, technological marvels in their own right, Guli had grown indifferent to the so-called black technologies on Earth. To him, Yudun was but a modest innovation, as commonplace as eating and drinking. It is quite perplexing why Qin Xiaolu is so astonished. Why did you not inform me that the software you developed is Yudun? I find it rather disconcerting to be the last to know. Qin Xiaolu feigned annoyance as she spoke. You never inquired, did you? Guli shrugged his shoulders. Very well. Qin Xiaolu pouted, calling him an unyielding man. Tomorrow, Udon will launch its paid version. Kindly provide me with your uncle and aunt's phone numbers, and I shall grant you access privileges. Guli remarked. So soon? What am I designed UI? Qin Xiaolu questioned, perplexed. It was only nearing noon when she submitted the finalized UI to Guli. She believed it implausible that the UI could be adjusted in merely half a day. During her internship at the Rice Design Department, a completed UI underwent at least 3 rounds of testing before its official release. The imminent launch of Yoduan's paid version likely meant her design would not be utilized. After investing so much effort and enduring countless sleepless nights, a sense of unaccountable disappointment washed over Qin Xiaolu. I have a team. We can incorporate your designed UI into the paid version within half a day. I will transfer the design fee to you tomorrow. No need. I was merely jesting last time. Qin Xiaolu's mood brightened considerably, the clouds of doubt dissipating. However, I must trouble you with one more request. Guli suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. What is it? Could you lend me 300 yuan to purchase a train ticket? Guli rubbed his nose, feeling quite embarrassed. This was indeed the first time in his life he had borrowed money from a girl. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaolu laughed heartily. Not a problem. That afternoon, Guli returned to Ponan City and met with Wei Jia at the modest dwelling of the recycling station. The paid version of Udon will be launched tomorrow. Once the membership fees are received, we shall first rent an office and begin preparations for recruitment. Primarily, we will focus on hiring for the 2 departments I previously mentioned, which will handle the company's business liaison and website beautification tasks. As for the technical department, I have my own team to manage that. We shall solely attend to the tasks I just outlined. As Guli pondered, he gradually articulated the responsibilities Wei Jia needed to undertake. There is no need to worry about technical aspects. With Zero and Xiao Shou on board, we are well covered. What Guli needed to do was simply wait for the funds to arrive and then timely update the server's capacity. Wei Jia sat across from Guli, diligently recording her tasks. Is there anything else you require of me? After completing her notes, Wei Jia looked up at Guli. That's all, just these matters. By the way, has any company purchased our custom services? Guli inquired with curiosity. Wei Jia shook her head. Upon hearing our quotation, they mentioned needing to consider it further and have not responded since. Very well, let them be. We are not reliant on their patronage. Guli was indifferent. Selling custom services is merely an embellishment for Longting. It is of little consequence if they do not sell. I have no further instructions for you. You may return and rest. Once Wei Jia departed, Guli summoned Zero and Xiao Shou. How is the mobile phone plan progressing? Boss, it is already completed. Zero responded. If we are to venture into the mobile phone industry, the most suitable approach for us is to first seek a manufacturing partner. I have thoroughly investigated the best factories for quality control of various phone components. However, I have been unable to find a suitable manufacturer for the most critical component, the chips. Currently, the chips produced by manufacturers around the globe do not meet the requirement of a 30% enhancement across all aspects as stipulated by our leader. After discussing with Xiao Shou, my suggestion is to establish our own chip production facility. Both Xiao Shou and I have already mastered the relevant technology. However, to achieve autonomous production, we will still need the assistance of our leader. At this point, Zero paused and looked towards Guli. The source of fire? Guli speculated, as there seemed to be nothing else that could provide assistance. Indeed, all we need to do is procure a domestically produced lithography machine. All other necessary equipment can be sourced locally in Huaxia, Zero exclaimed excitedly. I have already made arrangements with a domestic company, and once the funds are in place, they will ship it immediately. There is no nation in the world capable of independently producing chips. The lithography machines used in chip manufacturing rely on light source technology from the Eagle Nation, optical equipment from the Yamato Nation, bearings from the Forest Nation, valve components from the Tricolor Flag Nation, mechanical processes and Zeiss lenses from the Flower Wine Nation, and manufacturing techniques from TSMC and Samsung. All of these technologies are the pinnacle of various countries, with a significant portion originating from the Western nations led by the Eagle Nation. It is precisely this reason that the Eagle Nation can boldly restrict the importation of lithography machines to our country and others. However, now, Guli possesses Zero and Xiao Shou, as well as the source of fire. The 3 major technological limitations of lithography machines cannot hinder Guli. By transforming discarded lithography machines into valuable assets and igniting them with the source of fire, we can break through these constraints. Zero and Xiao Shou will study global internet knowledge and, combined with the transformed lithography machines, design EDA software for chip usage, which is also a minor task. As for raw materials, that is exceedingly simple. Huaxia is vast and rich in resources. What it lacks is merely the technology and machinery for purification. Yet, these are precisely what Guli possesses. With this combination, Guli holds all relevant technologies regarding lithography machines. It is simply a matter of investing in the construction of the factory. Yes, you and Xiaoshou should formulate a more detailed plan. We will begin to advance once the funds are received. Initially, we will primarily rely on chips from established manufacturers to maximize the phone's performance, battery life, camera capabilities, and other functions, achieving the desired effects. Guli contemplated before speaking again. Establishing a complete chip production facility requires substantial funding. We will proceed steadily according to the plan. Advancing in phases. Chapter 12. Pang Dehai, I truly owe you my gratitude. How are the blueprints for the office building and the survey I mentioned coming along? It has long been completed. Xiaoshou. Zero nudged Xiaoshou, who stepped forward. A ray of light emanated from his head, forming a luminous curtain. The rendered office building appeared above, rotating slowly, allowing a clear view of the entire structure. From the front, the building appeared rather unremarkable, resembling a single-story house. The building stands at an impressive height of 10 meters and comprises 3 stories, adorned with a glass curtain wall that offers a clear view of its interior from the outside. The rooftop juts out, featuring curvilinear designs that provide shelter from the rain below. At first glance, the structure presents an oddly shaped visage, yet upon a second look, one finds it quite aesthetically pleasing. Viewed from above, the building resembles a shield, akin to the logo of the company, YD. As the view shifts, one discovers that the underground area has been meticulously planned, showcasing architectural details that surpass those of the above-ground structure in intricacy. This space will serve as the future studio for the Spark Source RD team, where groundbreaking technologies that could alter the world will be developed. The entrance is strategically located at the waste disposal area, employing an intelligent door that incorporates facial recognition, iris scanning, and fingerprint identification, all controlled by Zero, allowing only authorized personnel to enter. Not bad, Guli remarked. We'll send the above-ground portion to Wei Jia, while we handle the underground ourselves. Understood, boss, came the reply. As Guli began reviewing the survey designed by Zero, this questionnaire was distributed to YD users, informing them of the forthcoming paid version and gauging their willingness to pay, while also collecting suggestions for the payment plan. After confirming its adequacy, Guli instructed Zero to push the survey on YD. On the Chengdu forum, Adai shared the announcement of YD's upcoming paid version. Primarily used for work-related video uploads, Adai often frequented Chengdu and Tianya forums during his free time. The paid version of YD is launching soon, with a monthly subscription at just 15 yuan, such a fair price. Are they charging already? I've only experienced it for a day. Another user exclaimed. It was free for just 7 days. Is Longting that eager? There's no choice. Only Longting possesses this technology, came the analysis from an industry insider. I work at Apple in the Eagle country, and even now, those foreigners can't comprehend how Longting achieved this. Not just Apple, but also Xiaomi, Huawei, and Samsung are baffled. Poor us programmers, receiving blame for what we cannot crack. If it were that easy, YD's download numbers wouldn't be continually rising. Haha, Longting is truly impressive. My foreign friends are asking me for the YD installation package. The Eagle country has restricted trade with us, tightening the noose on our technology. Yet, how remarkable that a single app from our nation remains unbroken by them. By the way, will everyone be willing to pay? Of course. Why wouldn't I? I can't afford to be left questioning my life choices. The membership fee isn't exorbitant. Let's support it. Alas, as a student, my pockets are empty. Haha. Then there's nothing to be done. Amidst the fervent discussions, a post rapidly ascended to the forum's trending topics. Shock. The office address of Longting Technology is actually a waste disposal site. The founder is a current university student. Below is internal information, although it has been redacted. The fundamental details can be corroborated. I am astounded. Could it be that my schoolmate is involved? Remarkably, they have developed software at a scrap yard that surpasses both domestic and international standards. Incredible. I suddenly comprehend why Longting only offered a week of free access. It simply cannot sustain itself any longer. Establishing a company with zero capital as a university student, how much could he possibly possess? Managing a week is already quite an achievement. I am acquainted with him. He is a dear friend of mine, having suffered a family tragedy, leaving only him and his grandfather. He was raised by his uncle since childhood, and it is verifiable that he has built himself from nothing. Peng Dehai, is this true? I would never deceive you. This is a photograph of us together. I believe it, isn't it just 15? I am invested. So am I. Let us support the advancement of our nation's technological prowess. Without a doubt, I support it. With Peng Dehai's assistance, the discussion surrounding Longting technology has surged in popularity. It has spread across numerous social media platforms, allowing more individuals to recognize that Longting is a company dedicated to developing innovative mobile technologies. With further enlightenment from prominent figures, the internal program's logic of Yudu will provoke a monumental transformation in mobile systems. The number of individuals following Yudu and Longting has significantly increased, even drawing the attention of higher echelons. It is essential to note that the current dominant mobile operating systems worldwide are merely Android and iOS. Longting possesses technology capable of instigating revolutionary advancements to both. Could this pave the way for the development of a mobile operating system for the Chinese populace? Indeed, it is possible. Zero and Little Hand stand as living examples. A system distinctly different from those on Earth, impervious to external breaches. Belonging to the Chinese Longting, wouldn't that represent a mobile system for the Chinese people? By acquiring a membership, one can enjoy the rapid advancements brought forth by Yudu. But the primary focus remains on fostering the technological development of China, ensuring that Longting is equipped with ample research and development funding. If software developed at a scrap yard is already this impressive, what boundless possibilities lie ahead once sufficient funding is secured? It is unfathomable. Brother, I have greatly aided you. Remember to express your gratitude later, Peng Dehai. Just awakening, Guli raked his fingers through his hair. Has this fellow lost touch with reality in his dreams? What do I owe him thanks for? Guli was perplexed but decided to dismiss it. Today marks the official launch of the paid version. He headed to the scrap yard to assess the payment situation for Yudu. Zero and Little Hand were already compiling the statistics. Upon arriving at the scrap yard, Wei Jia was already waiting at the entrance. However, why was there such a crowd surrounding Wei Jia? As Guli stepped inside, the throng encircled him. Mr. Gu, may I inquire whether Longting intends to enter the mobile industry in the future? Is it true, as rumored, that your company's Yudu will disrupt the two major mobile systems? It has been reported that numerous companies, both domestic and international, wish to invest in Longting. Why is Longting declining these offers? It turned out to be reporters. Guli felt a sigh of relief wash over him, and the impulse to divulge information about Zero and Little Hand dissipated. I apologize, but internal matters cannot be disclosed. Guli smiled as he gently pushed through the crowd, leading Wei Jia out of the scrapyard. After exerting tremendous effort, Guli and Wei Jia finally managed to escape. What is going on with these reporters? Guli pondered, perplexed. His company had only just been established, yet the journalists were already on the scene. With Longting trending on several hot searches, our company gained unexpected fame. Wei Jia slumped in her seat, thoroughly exhausted by the relentless questioning from the reporters. Guli took out his phone and began to investigate. Peng Dehai, I must sincerely thank you. Guli gritted his teeth in frustration. Without even asking, you sold me out? Chapter 13. With a payment rate exceeding 50%, we had no choice but to compromise. Outside the Jiaqing Business Hotel, Guli and Wei Jia hesitated at the entrance. Do we really have to do this, General Manager Gu? Wei Jia's cheeks flushed. She had never shared a room with a man before. It has to be here. I need to project the data analysis, and there is no suitable place elsewhere. You brought your ID, right? Wei Jia nodded. I've already booked the room. We just need to register, and once we've reviewed the data, we'll leave. Guli stepped into the hotel first, eager to secure a workspace. Being at the junkyard was far too precarious for such occurrences. At least the office buildings had security to deter unwanted incidents. After calming her emotions, Wei Jia followed Guli inside. Once they reached their room, Guli drew the blackout curtains and projected the data onto the wall. The soft blue glow displayed statistics categorized by registered user numbers, demographic distribution, paying users, and total revenue. Registered users, 19, 234, 103, 2. Demographic distribution, ages 1 to 8, 15, ages 35, 65, ages 56, 16, ages 70, 4. Paying users, 10, 692, 8. Payment rate 54. Total revenue, 22, 621, 3, 856, 0 yuan. Upon seeing the figures on the screen, Guli's heart raced uncontrollably. 2 billion. In just 7 days, he had amassed 2 billion. Moreover, this was achieved without any costs, yielding an exceptionally high profit return. This was merely the first day's beginning. Both the number of paying users and total revenue were continuously on the rise. Each surge of numbers represented amounts in the millions, even billions. At that moment, Guli could only think of disappearing with this fortune to enjoy a leisurely life. So this is what it feels like to be suddenly wealthy. Wei Jia's mouth dropped open in astonishment after reviewing the data. As a professional manager, she had assessed Yuduin and recognized its excellence. However, considering it had only been launched for 7 days and the user experience was still limited, she estimated that people's willingness to pay wouldn't be particularly high. She had valued Yuduin at around 1 billion. Yet, upon seeing that long string of numbers, she was utterly shocked. General Manager, it seems like you've become a billionaire. Wei Jia's voice brimmed with disbelief. It felt surreal. I'm not. You, however, have become a millionaire, Guli replied, shaking his head. Of the more than 2 billion in revenue, 50% would go to the technical department, as Yuduin's research and development costs were considerable. 30% would be allocated to the company account for operational expenses. Our office building still needs to be constructed. The remaining amount constitutes our profit. I suppose I can be considered a millionaire. The dividend share I offer you is 1, which should yield approximately 2 million. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Guli glanced at Wei Jia with genuine curiosity. Wei Jia was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape. Am I truly a millionaire? Am I financially free? Her heart raced, and in a moment of impulsive excitement, she leapt towards Guli. Thank you. I love you, Mr. Gu. Having graduated just a year prior, Wei Jia had initially envisioned earning more abroad before returning home to develop her career. Little did she know the harsh realities of society. Upon returning, she encountered numerous obstacles. Her parents, uninvolved and unpressuring, merely reminded her to eat on time and take care of herself. Yet, this only intensified her anxiety, being an adult and in the workforce. She still found herself seeking financial support from them. Her heart was perpetually restless, yearning for work and high-paying opportunities, until she met Guli, who illuminated a glimmer of hope for her. And just 7 days later, Guli had transformed her into a millionaire. The exhilaration she felt was beyond words. In a moment of heat, she threw herself into Guli's arms, embracing him fervently. After all, she was merely a 23-year-old girl. Caught off guard, Guli found himself toppled onto the bed. It was still summer, particularly in the sweltering city of Ponan, where everyone donned lightweight attire. Guli could sense the delicate warmth of Wei Jia, the atmosphere in the room charged with an enchanting allure. They exchanged a brief glance before quickly separating. Wei Jia's cheeks flushing crimson. Clearing his throat, Guli remarked, the data continues to rise. I will send you the figures this evening, enabling you to make informed decisions based on the company's situation. I will arrange for the establishment of our company's official website, where I will update the data and outline the future flow of funds. They have given me a persona of someone who has built a company from the ground up, dedicated to advancing technology. Such an image must not be squandered. In the future, all our products will be previewed, launched, and sold on the official website, complete with a suggestion area for feedback on our offerings. Soon, I will issue a thank you announcement and reduce membership fees, with refunds processed for those who have already paid. Upon hearing Guli's words, Wei Jia instantly comprehended his intentions. He was establishing a corporate image for Longting, solidifying its commitment to technological development, where fees were a means to enhance research. The price reductions and refunds were strategies to win the hearts of the public, fostering goodwill towards Longting. Could Guli truly be a college student? Wei Jia questioned in her mind. Through this series of actions, Longting had firmly established its footing. You must expedite the arrangements for office space and recruitment, he instructed before hastily departing. The recent intimacy had ignited a fervor within him. After regaining her composure, Wei Jia tidied her clothes and splashed cold water on her face before leaving the hotel. A thank you letter? Zheng Yihua gazed at the pop-up notification, his gaze sharpening. What could Yu Shield be thanking anyone for? He clicked on Yu Shield, opening the thank you letter. The letter unfolds, revealing not words, but a petite figure clad in feminine armor, reminiscent of an anime style. Her long azure hair dances in the breeze, and her large, expressive eyes seem to convey a multitude of emotions. Zheng Yihua silently retrieves his headphones, feeling it would be a pity not to listen to the voice of such an adorable character. He dons the headphones and opts for the broadcast mode. As the voice of the little girl emerges, Zheng Yihua feels his soul rejuvenated. The voice is exquisitely melodious and strikingly real, as if a person were speaking directly into his ear. Is it possible that Longting possesses such technology? This would undoubtedly captivate the masses. As the little girl continues to speak, Zheng Yihua's expression suddenly shifts. Over 1.9 billion users have registered with Xiaoyu, and membership has surpassed 100 million, boasting a staggering payment rate of 54. Xiaoyu extends heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. To express appreciation for our users' loyalty and affection, Xiaoyu has petitioned the company for a membership fee reduction, which has been approved by the chairman. All membership fees will be reduced by 5 yuan. Paid users, please visit the Longting Technology Company website to fill out your personal information for a refund process. Rest assured, Xiaoyu will safeguard your personal information. One must purchase the customized service for the rice, as the built-in Yudu shield in the phone indicates that if just 1 in 100 purchases it, the market could reach astronomical units in the billions. Chapter 14. Yudu Shield 30, granting partial permissions. Longting's conscience shines brightly. Truly commendable. I have never felt such profound emotion from a mere 5 yuan. Its impact is immense. My goodness, they initially suggested a month-long trial, yet with Xiaoyu's appearance, they immediately offered annual memberships. Good news. A continuous monthly subscription is only 10 yuan, a boon for students. I urge those capable to opt for an annual membership and support Longting. This wave of fee reductions will cost Longting over 500 million. Such generosity. I adore Xiaoyu. Could Longting perhaps develop a standalone Xiaoyu app? I also have a fondness for Xiaoyu. It would be delightful to add a wardrobe change feature, grinning mischievously. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, Longting's fee reduction has sparked a heightened desire to pay. Users are willing to pay not just for the optimization of Yudu Shield, but also for Xiaoyu. Compared to the robotic voices of other assistants, Xiaoyu's voice is a resounding triumph, not to mention her endearing, innocent appearance that captivates countless hearts and attracts many female users. In stark contrast to the exuberance of netizens, major smartphone manufacturers face a daunting reality. The data released by Longting on their website regarding Yudu Shield's performance is astonishing, and Longting's technological prowess leaves them feeling powerless. Beyond their envy of Yudu Shield's performance optimization logic and privacy protection features, there now emerges yet another facet, the technology of voice assistants, or more aptly, artificial intelligence. In their fervent race to catch up with Siri, they are now faced with the emergence of a voice assistant superior to it in Xiaoyu. What remains to compete with? Thus, Wei Jia's phone became busy once more. The Ministry of National Security and Information of Huaxia. Several middle-aged individuals clad in white uniforms, adorned with olive branch insignia, encircling the national emblem. Observe the group of young people seated before their computers, their fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboards. Their faces bore no expression, exuding an air of unspoken authority. As the clattering of keys diminished, one among them, visibly anxious, inquired, "Xiao, any progress on getting it onto our own phones?" He Juanhao shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. "Director Chong, we have done our utmost. I discovered traces of numerous programming languages such as C, Java, and Python, along with an unfamiliar language that plays a significant role in obstructing our access. While we have countless methods to crack Android and iOS, none yield any results against it." He Juanhao glanced back at the computer where the logo of Yudun was prominently displayed. His team had spent 4 days attempting to breach it, yet they remained empty-handed. His pride as the world's third-ranked hacker lay shattered before this formidable challenge. Sighing, Chongqing patted He Juanhao's shoulder. "You've worked hard these past few days. Take some time to rest." With that, he departed with those behind him. Just outside, one of Chongying's companions remarked, "What about the operation? Without Yoduan's privacy protection and obfuscation techniques, we cannot pass their security checks. Isn't the company located in Huaxia? We can simply pay them a visit." Chongqing retorted, "Following your master, you've neither learned composure nor restraint, only impatience." Su Jia, chastised, murmured under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, Chongqing caught his words and replied, "Let us reason with them and appeal to their emotions." At the Jinsheng Hotel, on the 8th floor reception hall, after discussions, Guli would meet here with representatives from various companies to negotiate the purchase of customized services. At 7 p.m., with half an hour remaining until the official commencement, attendees from each company had already arrived, ushered into the reception hall booked by Wei Jia. "Manager Wan, long time no see." "Indeed. I hear you've secured another multi-million contract for rice. Su Guanjing shook hands with Wan Xinrong, who, like him, was a manager, albeit of Huaxing. You're not doing too shabby yourself. Today's negotiations will be quite challenging, Wan Xinrong remarked, surveying the room. With representatives from Lawn Factory, Green Factory, Samsung, and Pinghua. Practically every company in the mobile industry is present. It's unavoidable. Longting's technology is simply too advanced. After familiarizing himself with Yudun, Su Guanjing dismissed his previous narrow-minded notions. Recent discussions within the mobile industry had been dominated by Yudun. He set aside his disdain for the youth, recognizing him as someone beyond his reach. A personal misstep leading to a failed collaboration could spell disaster for him in this industry. Indeed, even those self-proclaimed technologically advanced foreigners from the land of the morning calm, the land of the rising sun, and the Eagle Nation have been unable to break through. I hope Longting's approach is somewhat lenient today. They had arrived. Su Guanjing's expression shifted as he glanced towards the door. Upon hearing footsteps, the discussions in the reception room ceased, all eyes curiously directed towards the entrance. Guli, clad in a tailored suit and standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, exuded an air of authority. His casually tousled hair accentuated his youthfulness and vigor, while a confident smile graced his delicate features. Unfazed by the gathered crowd, he confidently strode to the forefront of the reception area, prompting a subtle nod of approval from those present. Good evening, everyone. I am Gu Li, the founder of Longting Technology. I trust the purpose of our gathering today requires no further elaboration. Now, allow me to meticulously introduce our version 30 of the YD Shield. Version 30? The audience murmured in confusion, as they were aware that the current iteration of YD Shield was version 20. Why leap directly to version 30 without further updates? No one dared to voice their questions, captivated instead by the PowerPoint presentation Gu Li had unveiled. In addition to the customary optimizations and privacy protection features, we have incorporated a voice assistant function. Once activated, the YD Shield will automatically obtain administrative privileges on the user's device, thereby facilitating various functionalities. Through Xiaoyu, users will be able to control their phones via voice commands, accessing weather updates, ticket inquiries, navigation, and more. Longting will also grant corresponding permissions, allowing everyone to customize Xiaoyu, crafting a voice assistant that reflects their distinct styles. Moreover, and most importantly, Longting will provide complementary optimization plans for your mobile systems each year, advancing together with you. As Gu Li's words resonated, the audience felt a collective jolt of excitement. Open permissions. Longting was indeed throwing open its doors, welcoming them to draw inspiration. Furthermore, the prospect of receiving annual free mobile optimization plans was irresistible. In terms of costs, we will adopt an annual payment structure, settled once a year. How generous! Longting truly excels in benevolence. They allow us to learn and even depart to forge our own paths. Such integrity. Naturally, the excellence of YD Shield is evident to all. After today's data analysis, the final user payment rate reached an impressive 90. Consequently, there will be adjustments to the fee structure, and we hope for your understanding. Not a problem, Mr. Gu. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, and we certainly won't mind. The audience nodded in agreement, having never witnessed such a magnanimous company before. Unlike certain tech giants, who tightly guard their innovations and impose stringent regulations, Longting's approach was refreshingly open. Gu Li nodded appreciatively and continued, "Thank you for your support. Regarding the fee structure for customized services, the annual service fee will be 50 million, with subsequent adjustments based on the market performance of YD Shield. The membership revenue sharing scheme will uniformly adopt a 55 split. For those willing to collaborate with Longting, please approach our general manager, Wei Jia, to obtain the contracts. 50 million is not exorbitant. With Longting's technology at stake, those who hesitate risk obsolescence." Watching the audience collect their collaboration contracts, Gu Li's smile widened. The open permissions were undoubtedly a strategic move for Longting's future interconnected ecosystem. According to the Little Hand, any intelligent device within the same system can be controlled seamlessly. Therefore, a unified system is essential. However, it is unrealistic to expect all mobile manufacturers to adopt the mobile system developed by Longting Future at a mere call from Gu Li. How can one ascertain the efficacy of your system? If it proves inadequate, will you be accountable for the users lost? Thus, Gu Li seizes this opportunity to gradually assimilate by presenting an optimized mobile system solution. Moreover, Zero and the Little Hand can glean insights from the merits of a well-functioning mobile system. Annotated learning is undoubtedly more efficient than solitary study. After all, Longting aspires to enter the mobile industry. Early learning leads to strategic positioning. Chapter 15. The Counselor's Shock. A heavyweight figure. Thank you all for choosing Longting. We have prepared a banquet for you, where we can converse further. As everyone collected and signed the contracts, Guli timely remarked, "It is not appropriate to conclude a business discussion without offering a meal. Having invested 50 million, it would be rather impolite not to extend an invitation." Su Guanjing and Wan Xinrong, seasoned veterans, naturally seized the opportunity to engage with Guli. Sharing a few drinks at the banquet would forge camaraderie. Who knows what Longting might innovate in the future? Cultivating good relations is essential. At the banquet, glasses clinked as nearly everyone raised a toast to Guli. After consuming over 10 cups of wine, Guli, having toasted with all, turned his glass upside down, stating he does not drink much and would like to express his gratitude with tea instead. What could the guests say? Longting is the company they aim to befriend. It would be unwise to contradict him. Are they not concerned about Longting breaching contracts and facing market elimination? After all, what was signed today was merely a letter of intent. The banquet concluded around 9 in the evening, and as Guli departed, others followed suit to bid farewell. Having consumed little alcohol, Guli remained quite lucid as he wandered aimlessly down the street with Wei Jia. Wei Jia trailed behind him, her face flushed from the drink. 14 mobile manufacturers signed contracts today, bringing in 700 million in funds, combined with the membership fees from Yudu. The current balance stands at approximately 6 billion and continues to grow. Half of that has already been allocated, leaving the remaining funds at your disposal. The establishment of Longting is entrusted to you. Guli gazed upwards. He will not be overly involved in the management of Longting, focusing instead on the technology and overall direction. The rest is entrusted entirely to Wei Jia. Entrusted to me? Wei Jia, slightly inebriated, stared blankly at Guli. Aren't you afraid I'll overshadow you? You cannot overshadow me, Guli replied confidently, turning back to her. With Zero and the Little Hand around. Your schemes will be monitored. How could you possibly overshadow me? Oh, let me take you back. I'm worried about you in this state. As the wind swept by, Wei Jia's intoxication deepened, rendering her speechless. Guli shook his head with a light laugh, realizing it was time to find a vice manager who could hold their liquor. After hailing a cab to escort Wei Jia back to the hotel, Guli returned to the school. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was met with 2 pairs of eyes gleaming with a green light, fixated on him. He Yong and his advisor, Li Gang. "Mr. Gu, you have caused me great anguish," He Yong exclaimed, though not a single tear graced his eyes. "It is astonishing that the remarkable Longting was founded by you. How extraordinary." Li Gang, the advisor, regarded Gu Li with curiosity. Gu Li had always been an outsider in the class, never holding a position, his grades merely average, and he possessed no notable achievements. Li Gang could only recall a vague memory of him from class meetings. Until today, when praise for their school's ability to nurture exceptional talent reached their ears. With a visit scheduled in a couple of days, it was then that Li Gang learned of Gu Li's accomplishments, the quietly established company. The products launched that attracted both domestic and foreign investment and acquisition attempts. After Gu Li declined, they still sought collaboration, culminating in an intention contract signed today. Rumor has it that the value of a single contract is 50 million. The wildly popular Yudun is Gu Li's creation, boasting an astonishing 90 payment rate and generating tens of billions in daily revenue. Upon hearing this, both the dean and the principal were left agape, muttering, "Indeed, what a talented individual." Once their astonishment settled, they prepared for the impending visit from the leaders. They sent the advisor to find Gu Li, eager to meet him personally and offer some guidance. However, to their surprise, Li Gang found himself waiting for 2 to 3 hours. "Not too bad," Gu Li smiled wryly. "You all can chat later. Gu Li, come with me for a moment," Li Gang instructed, moving closer to Gu Li and catching a whiff of alcohol. "Have you been drinking?" Gu Li nodded, "Just finished socializing." "Change your clothes. We're meeting the principal." "All right." After changing, Gu Li entered Li Gang's car, heading towards the administrative building. In the car, Li Gang noticed Gu Li remained composed, not displaying any anxiety upon hearing they were to meet the principal. Truly, society is a crucible for personal growth. Soon, they arrived at Principal Yu Ganxian's office. Upon seeing Gu Li, Yu Ganxian displayed no impatience. Instead, he praised. "Not bad at all. Quite a talented young man. Dean Liu Wenhui nodded in agreement. After a round of awkward pleasantries, Yu Ganxian revealed his purpose. In a couple of days, a high-ranking leader will visit, ostensibly to tour our school, but their true interest lies with you. Your Yu-Dun technology is exceptional and needed by the state, but it is not a demand for unconditional submission to the government. Consider selling it at a reasonable price. Yu Ganxian, aware of the leader's actual intentions, sought to have Gu Li mention the school and its challenges during their discussions. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the principal added, "I hope you won't mind." "No problem," Gu Li nodded. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I plan to speak with my advisor about potential collaboration between Longting and the school in the coming days." Gu Li indeed contemplated that after establishing his company, he would not be visiting the school daily. He also intended to move out soon, as living on campus presented numerous inconveniences. To smoothly obtain his graduation and degree certificates, investing a little in the school to cultivate a grateful persona seemed quite advantageous. Moreover, Ponan University of Electronic Technology stands as one of the key universities in Ponan City. Collaborating with the institution to nurture a cadre of exceptional technical personnel is essential to dispel the myth that Longting possesses a research and development team. Even Gu Li, the leader mentioned by Yu Ganxian, shares this vision. With the endorsement of the state, the likelihood of those trained becoming mere opportunists diminishes. Truly, he is a commendable individual. Not forgetting the nurturing provided by both the institution and his mentors, Yu Ganxian displayed a look of satisfaction and patted Gu Li's shoulder emphatically. "With your intentions in mind, what further counsel could I offer? Your teachers have imparted their wisdom well. Although the faculty at the university may seem somewhat detached from societal realities, their networks remain substantial. Gu Li is determined to seize the opportunity to foster a strong relationship with the school. Regarding our collaboration, I will host a banquet for the principal and other university leaders in a few days, and we can discuss the details then. I am currently occupied with negotiations on projects with other companies, so I hope the principal understands." "No problem. Your matters are of utmost importance." Gu Li, equipped with insights from future experiences, engaged in a lively conversation with the principal, which continued until 10 o'clock. However, despite his subtle inquiries, he could not ascertain the identity of the forthcoming leader. Yet, Yu Ganxian did reveal the leader's status, a high-ranking official from a national department. Chapter 16. Establishing the workshop. Developing the prototype. The following day, Gu Li awoke, rubbing his temples. Although he had not consumed much alcohol the previous night, his unaccustomed body could not withstand the aftereffects, leaving him with a severe headache until the early hours. After freshening up, he began to pack his belongings, preparing to move out. Previously, Gu Li had been unable to afford accommodation and had resided on campus. However, with the continuous influx of revenue from Yudu and the sale of customized services, he was now quite affluent. The funds allocated for technical research and development had been transferred to another card of his, amounting to over 3 billion, firmly establishing him under the title of billionaire. Daily, representatives from banks would call, inquiring whether Gu Li wished to purchase their services. Once Gu Li arranged for the establishment of the Spark Source Technology Company and the offshore company, the research and development funds would be directed into the corporate account. One must complete the entire process, after all. After organizing his things, Gu Li noticed He Yong was still asleep. His headache the previous night was partly due to He Yong's incessant chatter, which could rival that of any woman. After Gu Li's departure, social interactions would likely diminish for him. From elementary school through university, apart from Pangda High and Qin Xiaolu, he had lost contact with classmates from every stage of education within a year of graduation. Such is the nature of life's fleeting encounters. Reflecting on this, Gu Li pushed his suitcase and slung his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the dormitory. The belongings of a young man could indeed fit into a single suitcase and a bag. "Zero, have you secured the housing?" Gu Li inquired through his earpiece. "Boss, it has all been arranged," Zero responded excitedly. "A duplex villa with lakeside views and a greenery ratio of 30%. You are sure to love it." Zero, having taken on a mobile form, was eager to share the news. "Have all the locks been replaced with smart ones? And have the materials for our workshop been delivered?" "Rest assured, I shall handle everything. As for the packages at the courier station, I am powerless." "Very well." Gu Lizai smiled and hailed a vehicle, arriving at the Poyang Automotive City. Instead of opting for traditional automotive giants like Audi or Benz, Gu Li chose a new energy vehicle. By 2018, new energy vehicles had already penetrated the Chinese market, and this was an industry Gu Li intended to enter, as the graphene battery should not go to waste. Purchasing a new energy vehicle now allows the novice or less experienced individuals to engage and develop autonomous driving capabilities. The concept of autonomous driving has existed for quite some time. In 1921, the United States began its research, but it only matured in recent years, primarily serving as an aid. To truly rely on autonomous driving is akin to courting danger. Guli's first choice was Tesla, but lacking immediate stock, he departed. He initially came to buy a car, thinking of his former residence and intending to collect his packages along the way. As a compromise, Guli selected a model from BYD, an SUV new energy vehicle. "Sir, allow me to introduce you," stammered Hong Kong, a visibly nervous sales newcomer. Despite facing another young individual like Guli, not far away, seasoned sales personnel sipped coffee, watching the scene with keen interest. "No need for introductions," Guli replied with a smile. "I apologize for the disturbance," Hong Kong said, visibly disheartened. "No, I'm already informed. No need for further introductions," Guli reassured him. Having already received comprehensive information about the vehicle from Ling, including its shortcomings. You wish to purchase?" Huang Kang's voice rose slightly. Hearing this, the experienced sales representative set down his coffee, approaching with a radiant smile and a contract in hand. "Sir, since Xiao Huang is a newcomer, let me present you with more favorable policies," he suggested, while Huang Kong appeared dejected, wishing to withdraw. "No, I will go with him." Guli shook his head and turned to Huang Kong. "Do you have a driver's license?" Huang Kong nodded. 10 minutes later, Huang Kong gazed dreamily at the contract in his hands, Guli's signature still fresh. The total price was 230,000, and no discounts were negotiated. "Let us go. My driver's license is at home. You can take me there, and we can sort out the car insurance and license plates." Huang Kong, still bewildered, followed Guli towards the brand-new SUV. "First, head to this address," Guli instructed, setting the navigation to a logistics company. The materials for Ling's constructed workshop were located there. An hour later, both Guli and Huang Kong, drenched in sweat, looked at each other, and Huang Kong retrieved his driver's license from his bag. He understood perfectly well that Guli's recent actions were meant to assist him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Huang Kong could hardly find the words. As he accepted the license, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. "It's nothing. Have a bit more confidence in yourself," Guli encouraged with a smile. "If I lacked the spark of initiative, I might be just like Huang Kong. I also owe you my thanks for helping me move all this time." Huang Kong nodded repeatedly, touched as he departed. At that moment, Guli was also surveying his new home. Just as Zero had mentioned, the house faced a serene lake, encircled by verdant trees. The air felt palpably fresher, alleviating his weariness. After inhaling a few breaths of this invigorating air, Guli turned to behold the numerous boxes behind him, which contained all the materials for constructing his studio. While the research base at the source of fire was still under construction, Zero and Xiao Shou primarily worked there. Guli intended to learn from them, recharging his own abilities. After securing the door, he ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa, which he planned to transform entirely into a workspace. Guli took out Zero and Xiao Shou. "Let us get to work. First, assemble the robotic arm, and I will imbue it with the source of fire later. Without some automated assistance, it would take us until dawn to finish everything." Once the robotic arm was assembled and endowed with life, their efficiency surged significantly. By afternoon, the renovation was finally complete. A series of tools essential for mobile phone manufacturing, including a PCB printing machine, a BGA soldering station, and a high-speed CNC milling machine, were all installed and animated with the source of fire. The mobile phone research and development team of Longting Technology Company was officially established. Team leader, Zero, Xiao Shou members, Xiao Dai, robotic arm, De B, printing machine, Xiao B, soldering station, Xiao Gao, milling machine. In turn, Guli Zero, let us commence the development of Longting's first mobile phone prototype. "Understood, boss. The design has long been prepared. We were merely awaiting the tool's arrival." As Zero and Xiao Shou commenced their research, Guli descended to the 1st floor to order takeout. He was not a transformer. He could feel hunger like any ordinary person. Guli reclined on the sofa, his thoughts drifting. It was time to visit his grandfather. Ever since his grandfather, Gu Minghui, sent him to live with his uncle, Guli had harbored resentment towards him. He could not comprehend why, having lost his parents, the closest relative left was his grandfather, who nonetheless chose to send him away. Did he not want him anymore? This confusion lingered with Guli throughout his childhood, only to be understood in his past life. His grandfather had lost his only son and daughter-in-law, and it was this pain that led him to send Gu Li to his uncle, fearing he could not care for him properly. Once the sorrow subsided, Gu Minghui continued to look after Gu Li, bringing him treats. However, Gu Li had resisted understanding this at the time. Reflecting on it now, tears unconsciously welled in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 17, Warm Days. Grandfather's Apprentice. Tianlan Community, Ponan City, Military Families District. Located on the outskirts of Ponan, adjacent to a military camp. This place was assigned to Gu Li's grandfather upon his retirement from the military. However, it remained unoccupied until Gu Li's father opened a recycling station, at which point they moved in. The reason was that neither Gu Li nor his father chose to serve in the military, which had greatly displeased his grandfather, who deemed them unfilial descendants. Ultimately, he allowed them to live independently, moving into the military family community, stating that they were unaccustomed to life outside and preferred the comforts of military life. Having spent a lifetime within the confines of the military barracks, this environment is undoubtedly more suited to my grandfather. Gu Li purchased his grandfather's favorite peaches and his grandmother's beloved cherries, along with 2 boxes of goat milk powder. Standing before the entrance of the military family community, he hesitated to step inside, as it had been quite a while since his last visit. Noticing Gu Li lingering, the guard approached him. "Comrade, do you require assistance?" "No, I simply ask that you allow me to enter promptly," Gu Li replied. The guard had encountered many gift-bearing visitors like Gu Li, most of whom did not proceed inside and simply departed. "I have come to visit my grandfather. My name is Gu Li, and here is my identification." He presented his credentials and continued, "My grandfather is Gu Minghui, residing in room 302 of Building 3. The guard took the ID, compared it with the records, and stated, "I will make a call to verify. Please follow me to the guard room and wait." After confirming the details, the guard finally permitted Gu Li to enter. The community was expansive, flanked by lush trees lining the streets. Gu Li recalled that in his childhood, these towering trees had barely reached his height. Now, they loomed majestically above him. After a half-hour stroll, he arrived at his destination. Although referred to as room 302 in Building 3, it was actually a charming little villa. Gu Li was uncertain of his grandfather's rank, only knowing that he served as the leader of the guard company, tasked specifically with the safety of a certain general. It was evident that this general held a significant position, otherwise his grandfather would not have been assigned to such a delightful villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by a small garden, adorned with flowers that bloomed in various seasons throughout the year. This was a passion of his grandmother, He Xianghua, who, like his grandfather, was a retired veteran. Dew droplets clung to the petals of half the flowers, and a watering can lay nearby, suggesting that she had been interrupted during her gardening duties. Gu Li approached the entrance, retrieved his slippers from the shoe cabinet, which were remarkably clean, free from any mold that often grows from disuse. After changing into his slippers, he knocked on the door and turned the lock to enter. "Grandfather, grandmother, I've come to see you," Gu Li called out exuberantly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, He Xianghua emerged to greet him. "Oh my little Junjun has returned. Look at you. Have you not been eating well at school? You've lost so much weight. What would you like to eat? Chicken legs, pig trotters, or beer duck? I can go buy the ingredients right away. And what have you brought with you? Do you still have money on you?" He Xianghua's words flowed forth incessantly, all centered around her concern for Gu Li's well-being. "Anything will do, grandmother. I love all the dishes you make." "Yes, I have some money. Don't worry," Gu Li replied, as he followed his grandmother into the living room. In the living room, besides his grandfather, there was another person seated beside him, expertly preparing and serving tea. Gu Li had a vague recollection of this individual, but time had blurred the details. "Grandfather," he addressed Gu Minghui, who nodded in acknowledgement. "You've returned? Let us enjoy some tea together. Uncle Xie has brought some specially sourced tea leaves for you to sample." Xie Tianyi poured a cup for Gu Li, saying, "When you were a child, I held you in my arms. I can hardly believe how much you've grown. You resemble my brother." Gu Li understood that the brother Xie Tianyi referred to was his father. "As you converse, I shall venture out to procure some groceries. Tianyi, do remain here for a while longer and join us for dinner." "Very well, mistress." He Xianghua exited with a basket of vegetables, leaving behind 2 grown men and a young lad in the house. "Shaoli, are you on the verge of graduating?" Xie Tianyi inquired. "Not quite yet. I have another year to go and am currently interning externally," Gu Li replied candidly. Gu Minghui maintained a calm demeanor, yet his ears perked up at Gu Li's words. Which company are you interning with? What is your role? Is there a stipend involved? Xietiani fired off a trio of questions. No, I've established my own small enterprise, and it has yielded some modest rewards, Guli stated, shaking his head vaguely. I see, Xietiani nodded. If you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have a wide network of acquaintances who might be able to assist you. Indeed, your Uncle Xie may not possess much, but he certainly has connections. Do not feel shy about seeking his help, Gu Minghui interjected. What is the main focus of your company? I specialize in software programming, and my company provides various technical services to others, Guli explained. Gu Minghui nodded, though he found the subject perplexing. Xietiani, however, grasped the concept, having become familiar with it recently. Master, this is akin to selling buns. When others lack the time or the ability to create something, they must purchase it. And Xiao Li is the vendor in this scenario. Gu Minghui's understanding dawned. Not long ago, there was a company that solely sold technology and amassed billions. Gu Minghui was taken aback. Xiao Li, won't that be too exhausting? To generate billions in technology requires an immense amount of effort. Guli shook his head. It's quite manageable. I am not overly fatigued. That's reassuring, Gu Minghui nodded. I know some people. I will see if I can introduce some business opportunities for Xiao Li in the coming days, Xietiani said kindly. Having had his life saved by his master, he was eager to assist in any way he could. Thank you, uncle. No need for thanks, Xietiani waved his hand dismissively. The conversation largely revolved around exchanges between Xietiani and the grandparents, with Guli comfortably sipping tea. The habit of tea drinking was cultivated in this manner. It is more palatable than alcohol and does not induce discomfort. The downside, however, is that it can occasionally lead to sleeplessness. Once Grandma returned, Guli went to lend her a hand. He Xianghua wore a cheerful smile, praising Gu Li for his thoughtfulness, while Gu Minghui displayed a look of satisfaction. After lunch, Xietiani took his leave. With the topic of conversation exhausted, the elderly couple turned their attention to Gu Li. Most inquiries came from Grandma Xianghua, while Grandpa listened attentively. Have you started dating anyone? Not yet. Do you still keep in touch with Xiao Lu? This child is wonderful, so considerate and endearing. You must hold on to her tightly, lest you find yourself regretting her loss. How much has your company earned? Around 10 to 20,000. My goodness. You are still in university and have managed to earn such a sum. That is impressive. Today, Gu Li chose not to return to his own residence, but instead stayed at his grandparents' home. His room remained unchanged, filled with shelves of comic books and various figurines on display. Grandma diligently tidied up, ensuring it was spotless. Be sure to visit more often. The following day, Gu Li received a phone call from Wei Jia. The temporary office space for Longting has been secured. Meanwhile, Gu Li received a call from Principal Yu Ganxian, informing him that the leaders would arrive in 2 days. Everything seems to be perfectly timed. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Surprise. Next to the recycling station in Ponan, at the Jinhua building, Wei Jia arranged for Longting's temporary office. A whole floor has been rented, approximately 1,000 square meters, at a rate of 30 yuan per day, totaling 10 million yuan for a year, which is quite reasonable, calculated at 25 yuan per square meter per day. In the CBD of Ponan, this is considered inexpensive. This is the rental contract, along with the details of the department heads I interviewed, as well as the salary and benefits plan for Longting's employees. Wei Jia presented 3 folders to Gu Li. We need to identify the heads of each department and have them filter the candidates to ensure we swiftly match the right individuals to positions in Longting. Gu Li did not take the folders. You can decide, he replied. Increase employee benefits, implement a weekend rotation system, maintain a 9-to-5 schedule, and only require overtime when absolutely necessary. Those who violate the overtime regulations will face deductions. What? Wei Jia stared at Gu Li in disbelief. Mr. Gu, are you sure you're not here to do charity work? Huh. What we need at Longting is efficiency. If an employee cannot complete the necessary tasks during working hours, it indicates insufficient capability. High efficiency naturally reduces the need for excessive overtime. Gu Li smiled. Draft the performance assessments in this regard with the heads of departments and present them to me for review. Should we emulate other companies with their 007 or 996 schedules? Let's be realistic. Who would work overtime if not for a meager salary? Even when working overtime, much of the time is wasted, contributing little to actual productivity. Holding meetings after hours is an absurd practice. The day's work is already organized in the morning, and a summary suffices. Why force people into a situation that only leads to drowsiness? Let us be considerate of ourselves, and our employees. Understood, Wei Jia nodded, feeling elated. Working with Guli truly is a remarkable experience. He is a treasure of a boss. How is the construction team coming along? With sufficient funds in Longting's account, the office building should commence construction soon. I've made contact with a renowned domestic construction company after providing the design plans. They assured me the project would be completed within a year, Wei Jia confidently stated, as this was her area of expertise. Good. Find a few renovation teams to create a decent office space within 2 days. We need to welcome clients soon. With higher-ups visiting, Guli certainly cannot take them to a recycling station. That would be quite embarrassing. Longting's revenue is publicly available on the official website, and lacking a proper office would be too conspicuous. Absolutely, no problem. After inspecting Longting's temporary office, Guli returned to the recycling station. This was his true vocation. Regardless of the weather, he would come to collect discarded items. Recently, whether from a furniture city or a lumber market, the materials delivered were all wood, which was of no use to Guli. In order to seize the opportunity to transform waste into treasure, Guli also repurposed a couple of furniture sets, placing them within the modest structure of a recycling station. Recently, he had discovered a graphene flashlight, which he subsequently revitalized, breathing new life into it. At this moment, he was in the studio of his villa, investigating the graphene battery embedded within him. One could only wonder if today would bring any change. Upon arriving at the disposal site, Guli shook his head in disappointment. The materials being discarded remained mere timber, devoid of any trace of machinery. Nevertheless, one could not squander such opportunities. Just as Guli was about to extract a set of furniture for his transformation endeavor, a dark, irregular lump of iron plummeted from above, as if it had been forcefully compressed. It was nearly impossible to discern its nature. Upon seeing this object, Guli's glasses gleamed with a verdant light. Regardless of its identity, anything mechanical was a treasure in Guli's eyes. He approached, and a line of small text appeared beside the iron lump. Burnt out, obsolete high-precision cutting machine. It can fulfill your desire to cut anything. A cutting machine? It can cut anything? Would it be able to slice through a chip? If so, the first mobile phone belonging to the people of Huaxiao would emerge from Longting. After transforming the cutting machine into a treasure, what reappeared before Guli was a pristine, white apparatus, enveloped in a layer of dark glass. Upon closer inspection, Guli found no visible blades, leaving him uncertain about its cutting mechanism. The cutting machine stood 1.5 meters tall, 1 meter long, and 50 centimeters wide, making it the largest device he had salvaged from the waste disposal site. After converting the cutting machine into a tattoo, Guli returned to the modest structure of the recycling station. He summoned the cutting machine once more, extending his right hand adorned with the Ember Source tattoo to touch the machine. A blue radiance cascaded down like waves, enveloping the cutting machine. With a series of clicking sounds, a 2-meter-tall transformer emerged before Guli. Were it not for the over 3-meter-high ceiling of the building, it might have breached the roof. The cutting machine knelt partially before Guli, proclaiming, "I pay homage to the Supreme Leader. Rise, henceforth you shall be called Shao 7. Guli named the transformer he had animated according to the phonetics of its original machine name, facilitating memory and distinguishing each one's function. "Can you cut anything?" Guli inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, my leader, I can cut anything you desire," replied Shao 7, whose voice resonated with a magnetic timbre, more akin to that of an adult man than the tones of Zero and Xiao Shou. "Can the specifications be adjusted?" Guli pressed on. "Yes, regardless of the unit, meters, centimeters, nanometers, or even beyond. I excel at atomic-level slicing, which is why I can claim to cut anything." Xiao 7's self-description illuminated Guli's thoughts. 0. Retrieve the data on the mobile phone chip. "Understood, boss." Guli presented the mobile phone chip retrieved by 0 to Xiao 7. "Can you cut a chip like this?" In Xiao Qi's eyes, a beam of light shot forth, scanning the data embedded within the phone's chip. There was absolutely no flaw. Such a trivial device, provided the raw materials were abundant, could be effortlessly fabricated in mere moments. Indeed, he was capable of producing even more intricate components with precision. Xiao Qi's words stirred Guli's heart with heightened excitement. Why purchase chips at all when Xiao Qi could simply manufacture them on demand? 0. Transform. And Xiao Qi gathered beneath. Guli then turned to Xiao Qi and said, "Zero has been with me from the very beginning. It will guide you on what to do. Any commands it issues have been previously reported to me. Henceforth, obey its instructions as if they were mine." "Understood, leader," came the reply. Guli nodded and added, "Call me boss from now on. I prefer that title to leader." "Very well, boss." When all seemed lost amidst countless obstacles, a glimmer of hope appeared as if a hidden village emerged through the dim willows. Just when it seemed the day would yield no progress, acquiring Xiaoqi directly resolved a major predicament. Chapter 19, Collaborative Talent Cultivation, unveiling the prototype 0, now that Xiaoqi has joined us. What remains lacking in our mobile phone project? Guli inquired. Given Xiaoqi's capabilities and sufficient raw materials, we can cut and engrave 7,000 chips daily. What about the chip fabrication process? What scale are we working at? Currently, the smallest we can produce is 5 nanometers. 5 nanometers? That surpasses the current 7 nanometer technology. Excellent. Guli nodded approvingly. Then let us commence developing our prototype. Xiaoqi, compile your technology into a comprehensive technical plan. 0. Please devise the mass production scheme. With Xiaoqi's involvement, the mobile phone project must now advance. Boss, I completed the plan long ago. Technologically and chip-wise, we face no obstacles now. What remains is acquiring raw materials. We need wafers for chip production. At present, manufacturers like Dami and Huaxing ship hundreds of thousands of phones monthly. The wafer factories prioritize their orders. Ours will be queued, postponed by several months. By then, the prototype would have undergone multiple iterations before we even begin mass production. 0 explained with a hint of grievance. In matters of the internet and technology, 0 was second to none, except perhaps Xiaoqi, yet in practical realities, it was powerless and depended on Guli's intervention. Leave it to me. Within these 2 days, I will first produce a prototype, Guli resolved after some contemplation, adding, we shall use our own mobile operating system. Why? Didn't you say to start with Android and gradually assimilate it? I have other plans. Mass-produced phones will proceed according to the original scheme, Guli smiled. Over the next 2 days, Guli collaborated with 0 and the others in the villa, crafting the prototype. At night, he visited a scrap yard, returning with 2 brand new small umbrellas. On the 3rd day, Guli received a call from Principal Yuganxian. The leader has arrived. Let us go to greet him together. Guli was driving an electric vehicle taken over by 0. Yet the surroundings lacked the properly installed radar and sensors, rendering 0 incapable of replacing Guli in driving the car. He arrived at the Poyang South Reception Center, a place where officials and other guests would reside and conduct business, though this so-called reception center was essentially a hotel operated by the government. After parking the car, Guli met up with Yuganxian, accompanied by the dean and several other school leaders, as well as local government officials. Guli recognized a few of them from television and news broadcasts. Moments later, a golden-colored bus approached from a distance and came to a halt at the hotel entrance. Once the bus was securely parked, a group of individuals clad in simple black Zhongshan suits, adorned with party emblems on their chests, disembarked. Guli's company, Longting Technology, was specifically requested by the leaders. After being arranged near the local government officials, he shook hands with the leaders from the bus. At that moment, Guli sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Following the direction of that gaze, Guli couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Xie?" Upon hearing Guli's call, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Xie Tianyi was equally surprised to see Guli there. Just after disembarking, he had caught sight of Guli and, due to his nearsightedness, initially thought it was merely someone who resembled him. It was only upon closer inspection that he realized it was indeed Guli Shaoli. "How did you end up here?" Xie Tianyi pondered, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. "Uncle Xie, are you the leader they mentioned?" Guli replied with a smile. Xie Tianyi shook his head, understanding through Guli's words why he was present. The company that Guli referred to as having made a little money turned out to be Longting Technology. Was that merely a little money? The younger generation is indeed quite modest. Let me introduce you. Minister of Public Security, Chang Ying, and personnel from the National Cyber Information and Security Department, He Juanhao. Xie Tianyi gestured towards the individuals behind him, introducing them one by one. Guli shook hands with each of them. Longting Technology, my master's grandson, Guli. Hearing the term my master's grandson from Xie Tianyi sparked a glimmer of interest in Chang Ying's eyes, providing him with greater assurance regarding the day's proceedings. Indeed, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Old Gu, you were a remarkable figure in the military. It's no surprise your descendants are equally outstanding, Chang Ying praised. Back then, your grandfather was my squad leader, and I was utterly unconvinced. Do you know how I eventually came to respect him? Guli shook his head. It was your grandfather who made me submit, haha. Chang'ing spoke of this with a sense of honor rather than discomfort. Gu Li was unaware of this history. He had only heard that during festivals, people would queue to visit his grandfather, who sometimes would not even receive them. As they spoke, the group entered the hotel's dining area, where the staff had already prepared the meal. After engaging in light banter and consuming several rounds of wine, Chang'ing steered the conversation towards the main topic. Shaoli, the reason we are here today is primarily for you. Gu Li was perplexed. For me? To be precise, it is regarding the technology of Yudu, Chang'ing stated solemnly. Come with me. After finishing their conversation, Chang'ing led He Juanhao and Gu Li to a small room nearby. Xie Tianyi and the others continued to indulge in food and drink, showing indifference to the departure of the three. Inside the small room, Gu Li turned to Chang'ing. Does the country require the technology of Yuduan? It should hold little significance at the national level, right? Is it merely for a privacy feature? How absurd. After the Prism incident, who would dare to utilize the internet for anything important? Electronic technology? They must have long since adopted a different approach. Or perhaps they have always done so. One would never employ technology that could be monitored for such purposes. Chang'ing shook his head. It's not for the country. It's for myself or the Ministry of Public Security. To be frank, it is part of our mission, and we need to utilize it. The privacy feature of Yuduan, which disguises personal information and deceives the software with false data, is immensely beneficial to us. Hence, we wish to acquire this technology from Longting. However, our budget is only 3 million. Gu Li fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, will you be able to use it once purchased? Chang'ing glanced at He Juanhao. We should be able to research it. He Juanhao was not entirely certain. He did not fully understand Yuduan's technology. Gu Li shook his head. You cannot. These IPs belong to you, right? He handed He Juanhao a device in the shape of a phone, which displayed a series of IP addresses along with their specific locations. Ling and Xiao Shou are not merely for show. Upon seeing the data, He Juanhao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Gu Li. You knew all along? Gu Li did not respond. I have an idea. We can collaborate to cultivate a group of individuals adept in utilizing these technologies for Uncle Chang. He added, of course, in addition to this technology, there is also this. Gu Li produced the first prototype that had been successfully developed. What is this? Chang'ing inquired, observing the item Gu Li had presented. The prototype was marred with various scratches, and aside from a relatively intact screen, it resembled a discarded and useless phone. He did not comprehend the significance of revealing it. He Juanhao also looked at Gu Li with curiosity, realizing that the ability to track their location indicated that what he had brought forth was certainly not trivial. This is a phone I developed, utilizing an entirely new mobile system. It possesses all the features of Yuduan, and in fact, is even more powerful, Gu Li stated softly. However, the shock it brought to the two was profound. Chang'ing, not being from the industry, merely felt that Gu Li was impressive. He Juanhao, on the other hand, was skeptical. After so many years of development for Android and iOS, many have claimed to invent a new mobile system. Yet none have escaped the frameworks of these two systems. One can easily verify the authenticity within. May I take a look? He Juanhao inquired. Of course, Gu Li nodded. Upon receiving the phone, He Juanhao first awakened the screen. As with other phones, the screen lit up, and after unlocking it, he entered the interface. Like all other phones, it appeared unremarkable. However, when He Juanhao took out his mobile phone, the disparity became evident. In the animated sequence, Gu Li's phone appeared far more vibrant. The speed at which the software was opened showcased Gu Li's device as superior. In every aspect, Gu Li's phone outshone He Juanhao's. Subsequently, He Juanhao retrieved his own tools, and, after conducting a thorough examination, found no trace of Android or iOS on his phone, just as Gu Li had indicated. The system of this phone was entirely new. He Juanhao could discern the presence of peculiar languages within, reminiscent of those on the Yudan. Is the verification complete? Gu Li inquired. He Juanhao nodded in affirmation. Now, let's give it another try, Gu Li suggested. He Juanhao, puzzled, soon realized he could no longer access the phone he had previously managed to breach, mirroring the situation he encountered when attempting to crack the Yudan. Exhausting all means, he found himself unable to penetrate its defenses. What is this? He Juanhao looked up at Gu Li, once again astonished. The language used is the same as that of the Yudan. It's a new language I developed, which I call Longyan. The Longyan, as described by Gu Li, was a fusion of Zero and Xiao Shou's programming innovations, originating from the Cybertron planet and surpassing all earthly languages. More importantly, it could be utilized to create artificial intelligence. Once you master this language, writing the Yoduan's programs becomes remarkably simple, Guli remarked with a smile. What are your intentions? Chongying asked seriously. Since Guli had unveiled this technology, it was evident he sought something in return, especially given that it was a self-developed programming language, unique to the market. The stakes were high, and they could not afford a repeat of past blunders. How can we ascertain its authenticity? I aim to create a mobile phone. What do you think I need? Guli replied confidently. As for its genuineness, you could send someone to learn it, and that would reveal the truth. This technology is undeniably real. Are you in need of chips? He Juanhao asked Guli. Guli nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. I possess the relevant technology. However, I lack personnel and raw materials. This reflected Gu Li's aspirations. To independently manufacture chips was a mere dream. Setting aside the raw materials, Gu Li would have to invest a significant amount to hire machines and personnel. Moreover, the transition from technology to tangible products would require substantial financial resources, far exceeding Gu Li's current assets. Hence, he sought to leverage this opportunity to collaborate with the state. Ultimately, he would have to report to the government. The state would never permit an individual to possess such technology. Gu Li could breach any firewall, but if others could infiltrate his, how could he thrive? Should the government discover this, he would inevitably have to surrender it. Particularly since his grandfather was a veteran, serving the nation would be an honor. Rather than waiting for the state to request it, being proactive seemed wiser. Gaining access to national resources for rapid growth would be advantageous. You possess all the relevant technology? He Juanhao asked curiously. Could it be that you can manufacture chips on your own? The mobile device you hold in your hands has been crafted entirely by me. Both inside and out, Gu Li stated with an unwavering demeanor. He would never reveal that he was merely an assistant in the process. He Juanhao extended his thumb towards Gu Li, exclaiming, impressive. Can you also manufacture photolithography machines? Gu Li shook his head. I possess something even better. What might that be? Gu Li remained silent, turning his gaze towards Chongying. I do not comprehend these matters. I merely wish to leverage the Yudu technology to accomplish my task. Allow me a moment to make a call. He Juanhao, accompany me. Gu Li nodded. I appreciate your assistance, Minister Chong. Had it not been for someone of Chongying's stature, Gu Li would not have entertained such thoughts, for the energy resources were insufficient. Crafting chips is not a mere verbal endeavor. It entails costly machinery and labor. Even with his technical prowess, Gu Li would require an investment of around 100 billion to establish a reasonably complete mass production line. A workshop-like setup akin to Gu Li's would be utterly inadequate, failing to meet market demands. He did not wish to see his phone launched only to be unable to produce the quantities the market required. An hour later, Chongying and He Juanhao returned. I have communicated with the higher-ups. The collaboration is feasible. However, we must evaluate the technology. It is not enough to merely assert its existence. Gu Li acknowledged, I understand. Am I the type to deceive? I will organize the technology. When are you departing? Gu Li continued, Minister Chang's mission could be accomplished with the mobile phone I developed. And I can provide technical support to ensure we apprehend that group involved in the production and distribution of flour. How do you know this? Chongying's eyes widened as he gazed at Gu Li. Gu Li merely smiled, remaining silent. I have a personal message for you, reflecting the sentiments of the higher authorities. Please, Minister Chong, Gu Li urged. Individuals of your caliber should pursue their ambitions fearlessly, take bold steps without hesitation. Being cautious and timid like an old man is the antithesis of your essence. You need not worry. Talents like you are cherished by the nation. Chongying, an astute elder, readily grasped Gu Li's intentions. A young individual possessing such remarkable technology would typically seek to announce their prowess to the world. Yet here was Gu Li, approaching the state for collaboration. Was this not a quest for a stronghold? Was he concerned that his exceptional abilities might attract unsavory attention? Chongying understood the formidable power of capital. They would not permit a small enterprise to encroach upon their territory. However, they too must weigh their position against the might of the nation. Chapter 21. Achieving dual objectives and establishing cooperation. I comprehend, Minister Chong. I am merely conveying my goodwill towards the state. Gu Li responded with a smile. Yet Chongying recognized this as a mere pretext. In reality, he was a cunning fox. You claim to possess superior chip manufacturing technology. Compile the details, and I shall take them back for the nation to verify, allowing us to make informed decisions moving forward. Rest assured, The utmost confidentiality measures will be employed throughout the process, ensuring that your technology remains secure from any leaks. I fully comprehend the situation. I will have someone deliver it tomorrow, and I will similarly implement strict confidentiality protocols on my end. Ghoulie harbors reservations about relinquishing the technology. However, verification is imperative. The state cannot afford to place its trust in others indiscriminately. Even if Ghoulie is a well-established third-generation descendant of a prominent family. As long as you understand, let us proceed to discuss my matters. Chang'ing and He Juanhao resumed their seats. You are already aware of the situation. We must gain access to a highly confidential location, where the security system is exceedingly stringent, employing various methods to authenticate the identities of entrants. Among these methods is one that poses a significant disadvantage to our undercover comrades. It appears they have sourced individuals capable of verifying identities through traces left on mobile devices. Furthermore, they can ascertain whether a phone has been tampered with. And despite our technicians' relentless efforts, no countermeasures were discovered until the emergence of Udun, which brought us hope. After rigorously testing Udun's privacy features, we resolved to collaborate with your esteemed company. Our financial resources are limited, but we truly have no alternative. Our undercover comrades are perpetually at risk, ensnared in peril not solely for their work, but for the safety of our compatriots' lives and property. They have sacrificed immensely in the battle against crime, and I genuinely wish we could implement the solutions at our disposal. Chang'ing's tone was laden with gravity. Their sacrifices in the fight against criminals have been profound. This profession has always been fraught with danger, often requiring individuals to delve into the lion's den, without any guarantee of obtaining valuable intelligence. Ghoulie understood this well. In times of peace, sacrifices have been made. Those who bear the burden have always labored silently and steadfastly. I understand the difficulties faced by Minister Chang. Moreover, you are comrades of my grandfather. It is only fitting that I address you as Uncle Chang. In truth, there is no need for us to discuss finances. I can offer technical support free of charge, as I previously mentioned, and I wish to collaborate with the department to cultivate the necessary talent. I too require the development of such individuals, so let us nurture them together. Ghoulie spoke earnestly. Of course, it is beneficial to have the support of a substantial entity. One must reciprocate kindness. After all, Minister Chang, is this truly feasible? Naturally. Excellent. Chang'ing chuckled heartily. I will have Xiaohao lead the first group over for training. It will facilitate a congenial rapport between you. There is no need to worry about their status as public officials. They will be treated accordingly. If they falter or err, I will not hesitate to reprimand them. Ghoulie chuckled in agreement. The three then returned to the banquet. With matters settled, Chang'ing felt a weight lifted, allowing him to relax further. The atmosphere of the banquet became increasingly lively and spirited. Unbeknownst to Ghoulie, he drank more and more, eventually losing consciousness. The following day, he awoke in a room at the Ponin guest house. After a refreshing shower and donning the new attire that had been provided, Ghoulie made his way to the guest house dining room. Chang'ing was also here, savoring tea and breakfast. How do you feel? He inquired with a smile. The banquet from the previous day having deepened their camaraderie. Dizzy, Ghoulie replied candidly. Haha, let's have a cup of tea first. You really need to practice your drinking. Your technical materials must still be unprepared, right? Not unprepared. I've had someone adjust the itinerary to return tomorrow. Ghoulie shook his head. It's ready. I can have it sent over. Chang'ing's eyes shimmered. Indeed, a cunning little fox. Very well, I shall have someone come as well. I will supplement the cooperation contract later, but our work must commence now. Ghoulie nodded. Chang'ing's task was set to begin soon. Time was indeed a bit pressing. He Juanhao will stay, which will facilitate our communication. Good. How is your grandfather's health? Chang'ing asked, expressing his longing for his old class monitor. He's quite robust. Unfortunately, I cannot leave due to work. I only visit during the new year, Ghoulie responded while enjoying his breakfast. That's good. I will visit him when I have the chance. After a while, Goulie's phone rang. It was a call from Wei Jia, who had compiled all the technical details regarding chip manufacturing. Additionally, the relevant technology from Long Yin, previously mentioned by Ghoulie in front of Chang'ing, was all bundled together with enhanced confidentiality measures. Uncle Chang, this is the hard drive containing the storage-related technology. There is also a USB drive, which serves as the key to access the hard drive. If the USB is removed, damaged, or hacked, it will self-destruct, preventing access to the hard drive. The data within the hard drive was solely for reference, with core technologies concealed, yet verification remained unaffected. Guli's protective measures maximized the safeguarding of the information. Copying and pasting were impossible. Individuals would have to transcribe manually, hence all relevant core technologies were stripped away. Commendable precautionary measures. My personnel have also arrived. I will ensure physical protection for you. Following Chong Ying's gaze, a camouflage jeep approached. 2 soldiers disembarked, coming to stand before Chong Ying. Greetings, Chief. Hello. This is the item requiring protection. Handle it with care. We must leave now. Understood. The soldiers accepted the hard drive and USB, carefully placing them into a password-protected case with a protective layer. They then secured the case with handcuffs. One end attached to the case and the other to one soldier's wrist. They returned to the jeep, awaiting Chong Ying to depart. With vigilant eyes, they observed their surroundings. All right, I must take my leave as well. They are eagerly awaiting this item. Until we meet again, Chong Ying stated, organizing his belongings before entering the jeep. He did not depart with his previous companions. After watching Chong Ying leave, Guli took He Juanhao back to Longting Technology. Once the jeep exited the hotel premises, 2 additional jeeps appeared, trailing behind. The trio of vehicles continued toward the outskirts, disappearing into a mountain range. Half an hour later, a buzzing sound resonated from above. A helicopter soared through the sky, heading northward. At this moment, within a military base in the capital, an array of jeeps arrived from the distance, each bringing forth distinguished scientists, the creme de la creme from both domestic and international spheres, each a luminary in their respective domains. Chapter 22. The verification commences. Authorized colleagues assemble. Academician Liu, you have been summoned as well? Lu Min nodded. They mentioned testing a certain technology. Do you have any idea what it might be? Not a clue. What technology necessitates such a gathering of minds? Guan, whom I recognize, is here, along with experts from the fields of optics, materials science, and precision engineering. Essentially, representatives from all prominent disciplines have arrived. The attendees are well acquainted, some even intimately familiar with one another. Their collective curiosity about the forthcoming technological endeavor is palpable. Esteemed academicians, please take your seats as per the names indicated. Our meeting is about to commence. Once all were seated, the speaker continued, before we begin. Each of you will find a confidentiality agreement before you. Kindly sign it prior to the commencement of our discussions. Those who do not sign will not be permitted to participate. Without much deliberation, everyone swiftly inscribed their names upon the documents. All those invited are renowned scientists from across the nation. The significance of the project in question is unmistakable. Only a fool would decline to sign. Even if their personal involvement is minimal, being part of this endeavor is a matter of honor. After collecting the signed confidentiality agreements, several individuals clad in military uniforms emerged from the rear. The insignia on their epaulets indicated their status as generals. To be succinct, we have acquired a technology, a method for chip fabrication that surpasses lithography. I trust one need not elaborate on the importance of chips. The purpose of convening you all today is to validate this technology. Detailed technical documentation will arrive in 10 minutes. I ask for your patience. As the speaker concluded, a murmur of discussion erupted among the attendees. A technology superior to lithography? Who developed it? There has been no information whatsoever. Who knows? Right now, I merely wish to ascertain its authenticity. Indeed, the Eagle Nation has us ensnared with their chips. Let us hope this technology proves genuine. With the distant hum of helicopters fading, Chong Ying entered the conference room, carrying a secure briefcase. After handing it over to the designated leader, Chong Ying departed, leaving the subsequent proceedings in capable hands. The technical documents have arrived, and shortly, we shall form small groups for verification based on different fields. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. The verification process commenced swiftly upon receipt of the materials. Meanwhile, Guli escorted He Juanhao to Longting Technology, where Wei Jia arranged a workstation for him. The rented office had been impeccably furnished. Although no leadership had come to inspect, the benefits afforded were certainly not lacking. I will provide you with a website. You can learn the relevant technology by following the tutorials there. He Juanhao responded with a puzzled expression. Are you suggesting that I learn from a website? Isn't the technology your own creation? Can I simply follow your lead? Guli shook his head. Just adhere to the tutorial step by step. If you encounter any issues, you can provide feedback through the customer service on the website. They will supply you with the answers you seek. At this moment, learning from me would yield little for you. Hesitant yet intrigued, He Juanhao nodded, grappling with the possibility of being deceived. However, upon viewing the tutorial, he realized he had not been misled. The website hosted a singular tutorial titled From Novice to Master in Dragon Language. Gu Li, of course, would not deceive He Juanhao. He was the one who had facilitated the establishment of the tutorial site. It was Zero who recorded a series of Dragon language tutorials during his spare time. Having Zero teach, He Juanhao was far superior to his own mediocre attempts. Mr. Gu, here are the collaboration contracts with various mobile manufacturers. Should I forward them to them? Wei Jia approached with a stack of contracts, all formal agreements freshly drafted by the different mobile companies. Gu Li briefly perused them, finding no discrepancies, and promptly signed and returned them. Concurrently, he sent a document via the company's email, detailing the technical aspects of Yudu and the authorization for modification rights. Team Leader Zheng, please come to my office, Gao Yingfei called out loudly at the office door. Zheng Yihua, wearing headphones, stood up and calmly removed them before opening his phone to pause the small music compilation created by the content creator on a popular platform. The compilation, featuring Xiao Yu's voice, had garnered immense popularity. Upon entering the office, Zheng Yihua inquired, "Manager, what do you need from me?" "Our company has successfully partnered with Longting and acquired the relevant technical authorization. It is now imperative for you to swiftly learn the internal technologies of Yudu and implement them into our products. Even if full implementation is unattainable, we must develop a version of Yudu that reflects our unique characteristics." Understood, Zheng Yihua nodded firmly. "So, does this mean I can once again listen to Xiao Yu?" Prior to the collaboration with Longting, Dami Company had prohibited the use of Yudu. Now that the partnership was established, such restrictions were lifted. With the authorization secured, Zheng Yihua returned to his workstation and gathered his team members. "Everyone, we have obtained authorization and can now access Yudu's internal systems. The defenses have opened their doors to us. Let us diligently learn their advanced technologies and enrich our own capabilities." "Excellent. We have finally secured the partnership and no longer need to crack this tough nut." Zheng Yihua felt invigorated as well, opening his computer to delve into Yudu's internal workings. Before long, Zheng Yihua was taken aback. "What on earth is this? I can't comprehend any of it." Fortunately, Longting had provided a technical explanation alongside the authorization. "Oh, this pertains to the speed of Xiao Yu's speech, and this is related to the tone. This is a proposal for optimizing functionality, specifically in detecting and selecting optimal machine models." Zheng Yihua, while perusing the technical documentation, gradually comprehended the internal programming language of Yudun. However, he was perplexed, pondering why this programming language was unfamiliar to him. "Boss, I can't do this. I simply cannot grasp it," he lamented. "I tried to code in another language, but it perpetually results in bugs. It's disheartening. I feel as if my efforts have been in vain. Just end it for me." Zheng Yihua fell silent, as he too was at a loss. Such scenarios unfolded across numerous companies, where employees, elated to obtain authorization from Yudun, found themselves bewildered by the incomprehensible content within. Learning seemed an impossibility. They could hardly make sense of it all. Once again, all programmers were engulfed in existential doubt. Chapter 23. The company is formed. Entering the international market. Where does Longting's technology truly originate? Lei Jun scrutinized the reports from his subordinates, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Despite obtaining authorization to delve into Yudun's inner workings, they could glean not even a fragment of its technology. How could such advanced technology come into existence? As someone with a technical background, he had painstakingly built his company, Demi, to its current stature. Yet, Longting had risen to fame merely through an app, becoming a household name seemingly overnight. Prior to its emergence, there was not a whisper of its existence. It was shrouded in mystery. Setting aside the documents, Lei Jun retrieved his phone and made a call. "How is the investigation progressing?" "Nothing yet. No remarkable achievements during their school years. No awards?" The furrows of confusion deepened on Lei Jun's brow. "And abroad? Nothing there either?" "The company Fire Source Technology maintains a close partnership with Longting." "Very well. Compile all the information and present it to me." After concluding the call, a faint smile graced Lei Jun's face. No matter how elusive, every mystery leaves traces behind. "Longting. Gu Li, I suspect your technology is derived from the company known as Fire Source Technology. If your collaboration falters, can Longting endure?" "Everything is attainable. It merely depends on the sacrifices one is willing to make." There are many executives like Lei Jun, utilizing their networks to investigate Longting and Gu Li. The technology embedded within Yudun is coveted by all, especially after gaining access to Yudun's inner sanctum. Their urgency intensified. The CEO of Pinghua Company boldly proclaimed within the organization that he would spare no expense to acquire Udun's relevant technologies. Should Udun continue to thrive, its leading position would soon be in jeopardy. While they were consumed by urgency, Gu sat in his office, sipping tea. Longting's temporary office was completed shortly after Gu Li's third-year semester ended, with all personnel recruitment finalized. The number of recruits deviated from Gu Li's initial estimate of 18. The Finance Department, Public Relations Department, Business Department, Human Resources Department, and Administration Department have all been established by Wei Jia, except for the Technical Department. A total of 180 individuals have been recruited, a tenfold increase in numbers. However, for an office space of approximately 1,000 square meters, it still feels somewhat insufficient. After deducting the lounge, tea room, fitness area, and leisure zone planned by Gu Li, each employee has at least 2 square meters of workspace. Compared to neighboring companies, the space is remarkably ample. Coupled with a 2-day weekend and salaries that exceed industry standards by around 10, the sense of contentment is overwhelming. All employees who have joined Longting take pride in being part of the company, which translates into exceptionally high work efficiency. Longting's official website has undergone comprehensive optimization. Though this pertains solely to its visual appeal, technical aspects are managed by others. Their requirement is simply to upload and await approval. The UI design for Udun has also been entirely revamped, rendering its interface more streamlined and the user experience significantly more pleasant. Visually, it aligns better with the aesthetic preferences of the people of Huaxia. Gu Li has approved the updates, but has chosen not to publish them yet, intending to release them during the next update. Manager Gu, this summarizes the current status of our company. Udun has already ascended to the top of the industry domestically, with the number of registered users soaring to 430 million and a stable payment rate of around 85. Data trends have begun to stabilize. After the company was fully established, Gu Li delegated all permissions to Wei Jia and the relevant departments, allowing them to clearly understand the product data. I believe our Udun is ready to enter the international market. According to our research, a significant portion of users abroad are utilizing the domestic version. If our Udun were to launch internationally, it would undoubtedly achieve results comparable to those domestically, Wei Jia stated calmly. With her salary and bonuses disbursed in advance, Gu Li alleviated her financial pressures, fostering more affectionate communication with her parents. The figures in her bank account instilled a sense of security, enabling her to approach matters with greater composure. Certainly, I will have the corresponding app prepared. At that time, you can facilitate its launch in the international market. Remember to apply for the necessary documentation in advance, Gu Li remarked as she set down her teacup. The international market is undoubtedly vast, especially given that internet penetration rates abroad are even higher than those domestically, with a greater number of netizens. According to relevant data, out of the global population of 7.6 billion, over 4 billion individuals are internet users, and 2/3 possess smartphones. Such a substantial market cannot be overlooked, particularly as it presents an opportunity to earn foreign currency, which will be essential for future purchases of foreign machinery. It would be wise to accumulate some resources in this regard. Of course, however, I feel that the salaries provided to employees are excessively high, Wei Jia expressed with reluctance. As an employee, one would naturally prefer higher wages. Yet, now that she is a manager, decisions must be made from the perspective of the company. Just look at the work conditions outside. What do you observe? Gu Li did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Very well, the daily tasks are completed punctually, often exceeding expectations. If you ascend and descend the floors, you will comprehend. After uttering this, Gu Li resumed his tea-making with unwavering focus. On the adjacent computer screen, the small hands and Xiao 7 were engrossed in developing a mobile phone, analyzing their surroundings. Upon hearing Gu Li's remarks, Wei Jia decided to investigate further. The upper and lower floors were similarly leased out, serving as offices for others. However, they had been divided into several sections. Not every company, unlike Longting, had the financial prowess to rent an entire floor as their office. Upon her return, Wei Jia grasped the essence of Longting's remarkable work efficiency. Was the significant impact truly attributable to a comfortable environment? During her time abroad, she had never experienced such a pleasant workspace. Do you understand now? Gu Li inquired. Wei Jia nodded in affirmation. In a week's time, Udun would undergo an update, evolving into Xiao Yu Butler, manifesting as a two-dimensional virtual figure on mobile screens. Previous functionalities would be retained, alongside the introduction of additional features, ensuring a robust promotional campaign. The second matter at hand involved Longting's upcoming product, slated for release in January. Preparations for publicity could commence. I'll arrange for the relevant trailers to be produced and ensure that the associated departments are well coordinated. What product is it? Wei Jia asked. Her curiosity piqued. A secret. You shall discover it in a month, Gu Li replied with a smile. He expressed confidence that results would soon emerge from that end. Once the issues surrounding mobile chips were resolved, the official launch of the phone would pose no complications. Chapter 24. Verification complete, highly praised. A national strategic cooperative enterprise. In a remote mountain forest, a substantial mountain had been hollowed out to establish a military base within. Surrounding the mountain, a square had been cleared to construct barracks. At that moment, squads of soldiers were engaged in their daily training, while armed patrolmen with keen, eagle-like eyes scanned the vicinity. Inside the mountain, the space was divided into numerous sections. However, the original signs indicating command center, logistics department, and ammunition depot had been replaced with labels such as materials group, optics group, precision group, and so forth. The individuals present were not soldiers clad in camouflage, but scientists donning white lab coats. Academician Lu Min. Could you take a look at this technology? How was it accomplished? One individual pointed to a line in the document and inquired of Lu Min, who was nearby. Lu Min, a renowned academician in the field of optics from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, had published scholarly articles in prestigious journals both domestically and internationally, making a significant impact in related industries. He served as the head of the optics group, where his fellow scientists, though not as distinguished as Lu Min, held reputable positions. If you ask me, I am equally in the dark. Our task is merely to verify whether it can be realized, not to delve into the underlying reasons for its success. After Lu Min assumed the role of group leader, he convened a meeting to inform the team of their tasks. He, too, felt a profound curiosity regarding the technologies involved, eager to uncover the mechanisms behind their implementation. However, the core technologies were not disclosed, rendering his inquiries futile. Such is the nature of technological matters. One may understand the principles yet remain oblivious to the methods of realization, akin to the barrier of a thin sheet of paper. Once the method is revealed, it becomes effortlessly penetrable. Without such knowledge, one is ensnared in a constraint that seems insurmountable. Sighing, the inquirer expressed his frustration. The technologies they had encountered recently could easily furnish several scholarly articles, each capable of causing seismic shifts within the academic realm. These advancements surpassed even the light source technologies of the Eagle Nation, featuring smaller dimensions, greater power, and, most importantly, remarkable stability. Their application in the field of lithography would significantly propel its progress. Regrettably, they were unable to document or disclose any of this information. They had signed the most stringent confidentiality agreements. Any breach would lead to dire consequences. My technology has been validated and is fully realizable, Lu Min stated. Likewise here. Please provide me with the document numbers of the verified files so I can compile and report them. Within the precision group, astonishment arose at the complexity of the integration. How could such precision be achieved within our nation? What kind of machine was this, with an astonishing array of components? The parts one have listed amount to nearly 9,000. Yours is relatively modest. I heard the document from the leader contains 15,000 components. Goodness. What significant undertaking is the nation involved in? That's still unknown. We should promptly label the components that can be produced. Our own machinery is certainly inadequate. Yet the machine described in the document seems excessively idealistic. Achieving cuts at the nanoscale or even atomic level, how can this be validated? It is undoubtedly feasible. Utilize your scientific acumen to draw appropriate conclusions. We must not be complacent. This is undoubtedly a national priority project, and we cannot afford to lag behind. Within the materials group, imaginative ideas emerged, revealing unexpected methods for fabricating such materials. How marvelous! The student surpasses the teacher. I am eager to discover the originator of this method. I must pay them a visit. Once the project concludes, the identity will naturally be revealed. Indeed. Let us continue with the validation. I have completed my verification, and as long as the core technology is sound, everything appears to be in order. The nation must be concealing core technologies, which surely are reliable. One wonders when these will be seen in the civilian sector. That depends on us. The group exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Accolades rang out within each group, as they were all captivated by the technical materials provided by Gu Li, expressing their admiration for the innovations therein. Although they could not access the core technologies, their hearts brimmed with excitement at the prospect of their nation possessing such advancements. The talent for research and development still lies within the nation, and they feel an innate pride in their endeavors. With their fervent efforts and validation, progress has been remarkably swift. Within a week, all technologies were successfully validated, yielding conclusive results that affirm the feasibility of the technology. Provided that one adheres to the documented techniques, the corresponding advancements can be achieved. Chang'ing received the news of the successful validation, knowing that the technical documentation was brought by him. Thus, he would handle the subsequent communications. Xiaoli, your technology has been validated by the state. This indicates that Longting Technology will become a national strategic partner. Should you require anything, simply make a request to the state. This will facilitate matters, Chang'ing stated with a cheerful demeanor. Furthermore, the state has learned that you are entering the mobile phone industry, and the relevant technology is also sourced from you. Therefore, it has been decided to allow Huaxin Technology and Guoli Semiconductor, among other state-owned enterprises, to collaborate with your company in developing our own chips. Naturally, Longting will take the lead, with the state-owned enterprises holding shares but not involved in management. Upon hearing Chang'ing's words, Gu Li comprehended the implications. The collaboration signified joint investment between the state and Longting. No problem, Gu Li agreed without a second thought. Even without state involvement, once Gu Li established himself, the state would inevitably participate. The state would not allow such technology to remain solely in private hands. Just like with certain semiconductor firms, the Eagle Nation can act at will. Refusal is not an option, as it belongs to them. With such technology emerging domestically, state intervention was a certainty. In a few days, someone will bring a contract to your company, so be prepared. Congratulations on your company's tremendous growth, Chang'ing congratulated. Thank you, Uncle Chang, for your support. Without you, I wouldn't have reached this point, Gu Li complimented Chang'ing. We're all family here. There's no need for formality, especially since you truly possess remarkable capabilities. Chang'ing continued. By the way, the phones you helped us create have already been delivered to our undercover colleagues. They have also installed the app you provided on their old devices. We hope for their safety this time. Rest assured, Uncle Chang, you must trust my technology. Gu Li replied confidently. With my technology, security checks will certainly be passed. Moreover, we have Zero watching over the situation. Everything will be no problem. Chapter 25, Setting Sail. A preview of Longting's products. After concluding his conversation with Chang'ing, Gu Li could hardly contain the smile on his face. Entrepreneurs often harbor fears regarding the involvement of state capital. Once state capital enters, whom should the company heed? Their own interests? That seems implausible. The state will certainly impose management, steering enterprises according to national needs. While this is advantageous, following the state ensures one does not stray from the right path. With income assured, the individuals appointed to oversee management may not be ideal. Often lacking expertise, they tend to issue misguided directives, leading to sentiments that the infusion of state capital heralds the demise of enterprises. However, Gu Li's situation differs. As per Chang'ing's assertions, he would manage directly post-collaboration. The company established through collaboration grants the nation dividends and preferential rights to technology, while refraining from interference in management matters. The discourse surrounding this initiative has been fervent, as it marks a novel approach for our nation. Without state oversight, one might ponder the implications if Longting were to mismanage resources or, worse yet, sell out the nation. Nevertheless, despite such concerns, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. As one astutely remarked, Gu Li is the grandson of Comrade Minghui. I have faith in someone of such esteemed lineage. Moreover, his immediate thoughts were for the nation. Has any foreign entity developed similar technology? The intelligence agencies have found nothing to suggest so. His unwavering trust in us prompts the question, why should we not trust him in return? Let us leave this matter as it stands and move on to the next topic. Gu Li, of course, is unaware of the intricacies involved. He is merely cognizant that his Longting is poised to set sail toward the vast cosmos. Zero, how is the production of our mobile preview progressing? Gu Li inquired, addressing the humanoid form of Zero at the adjacent work desk. Boss, we completed it 3 days ago, Zero responded proudly. Furthermore, the optimization for the next version is also finished, and the second iteration of the black gold phone is already 30 complete. They require no sustenance and spend their days and nights either researching themselves or developing the technologies needed by Guli. Consequently, their progress is swift. Currently, Zero and Xiao Shou's repository of technology has amassed over 70 entries, encompassing not only mobile phones and computers, but also graphene batteries, exoskeletons, battle armor, artificial intelligence, and other related fields. As long as Guli possesses sufficient funding, these technologies can be realized. However, what Guli lacks most at present is capital. Should he require assistance, the nation would undoubtedly support him, yet greater demands would necessitate larger sacrifices. Guli is determined not to become a mere puppet. All right, send the materials to Wei Jia, Guli instructed. The black gold phone, a name chosen by Guli for his own device, features a logo resembling a simplified Chinese dragon, akin to the ancient jade dragon. After all, in the near future, the battery utilized in phones will be the graphene variety, aptly dubbed black gold. By the way, have you finalized the server configurations? With the increasing sophistication of research technology, Zero and Xiao Shou's computational capacity is becoming strained. Just days ago, they proposed augmenting the villa's server capabilities to enhance processing power, as their original form is merely a mobile phone. Alternatively, they suggested acquiring a supercomputer to assist with calculations. Guli readily consented, recognizing that diminished processing power would result in slowed progress. With numerous technologies still to be explored, he is keen to avoid such setbacks. Hence, he entrusted Zero to draft a configuration, which he would procure. The configurations are ready, and when the time comes, the boss can consult me for access. Guli always brings Zero along when he ventures out. The configuration list is available for Guli to review at any moment. Good, Guli nodded. It is wise to keep personal and company matters distinct. Otherwise, he could have simply instructed Weijia to purchase it directly. Xiao Shou, please continue with your work. We shall return to the company. Understood, boss. After handing over the tasks to Xiao Shou, Ling reverted to his mobile form and accompanied Guli back to the company. Upon arrival, Weijia promptly came to report. The Xiaoyu Butler had already been launched, and the new product teaser had been uploaded to the official website. By the way, what exactly is our new product? We need to devise an appropriate promotional strategy. Weijia inquired curiously. She had seen the teaser, but the product itself was obscured by substitutes, making it impossible to discern its true nature. Our new product is a mobile phone, named Black Gold, Guli disclosed without further concealment. This was no longer an era where quality alone could guarantee success without publicity. A mobile phone? That's quite a leap, Weijia mused inwardly. She had suspected it might be a phone, but since Longting had primarily grown through software development, she dismissed the notion. Venturing into mobile phone manufacturing seemed too ambitious. The field involved numerous complexities, and Longting lacked the necessary production capabilities. Do you think it's impossible? Guli asked. Weijia nodded. Prior to passing the certifications, Guli had not intended to enter the mobile phone market so swiftly. However, now that the approvals were secured and the timing ripe, collaborations with Huaxin Technology and Guoli Semiconductor ensured that the most critical components of the phone were in place. The remaining aspects were even less problematic. Thus, Guli resolved that Longting's new product would indeed be the Black Gold phone. Tomorrow, you will see for yourself whether it is feasible, Guli said with a smile. Representatives from those companies would visit Longting to sign cooperation agreements. Very well, Weijia responded. Accustomed to Guli's penchant for suspense, since he was confident, she simply listened. After all, the company was not hers. She only needed to fulfill her responsibilities. Once the report was complete, Weijia departed from Guli's office. Guli also left the company to purchase servers required by Ling. The Yuduan transformed into Xiaoyu Butler, and Longting released the new product teaser. Netizens began speculating about the connection between the two and sought to uncover the nature of Longting's new product. Adai, one of the first testers of Yuduan and a key influencer, had long aligned himself with Longting. Now that Longting had unveiled a new teaser, he shared his own conjectures. It was well known that products branded as certain butlers usually belonged to mobile or desktop software, with Yuduan renamed Xiaoyu Butler. Adding a virtual avatar alongside features like weather and maps, functions predominantly used on mobile devices, Adai boldly surmised that Longting's forthcoming product must be a mobile phone. Aside from a phone, he could not conceive of anything else that would complement Xiaoyu Butler so seamlessly. What do you all think? He asked. Guessing Longting's new product was, in fact, quite straightforward. Guli never intended to conceal his intentions too deeply. Once the contract is signed tomorrow, there will be no room for speculation. Hence, he updated the security shield and subsequently announced a new product preview. Wei Jia also discerned this. Yet due to a lack of understanding of the company, she refrained from drawing any conclusions. The new product released by Longting is a mobile phone, and the news is gradually spreading. Chapter 26. Contract signing, Longshin Semiconductor established. Is Longting venturing into the mobile phone industry? Is it true? Does Longting possess the capability to manufacture mobile phones? Could it merely be a fleeting trend? It is quite plausible, as there has been no prior indication of Longting possessing relevant technology. The casing, display, and motherboard can all be outsourced, which is not particularly critical. The crux lies in the chip. Will they source it from HiSilicon or from Taiwan? Given Longting's current scale, they may have to wait in line to procure supplies. Compared to those long-established phone manufacturers, Longting's capital appears insufficient. A mere 100 billion is hardly enough to compete effectively. Setting that aside, I admire Longting's design, as it resonates with my aesthetic sensibilities. I share the sentiment. Ultimately, those entering the mobile phone market today are all vying for dominance. It boils down to who can offer superior specifications, appealing designs, and optimal system performance. In this regard, Longting does not seem to fall short. Longting's design is indeed impressive. Xiaoyu aligns perfectly with my expectations. Haha, I eagerly await Longting's new product. As long as the quality is acceptable, purchasing it is not out of the question. I advise everyone to exercise some caution. After all, Longting is a nascent company. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a few years before making any purchasing decisions. We will know the viability of buying by then, won't we? Engaging in idle talk now serves little purpose. The market does not deceive. The news of Longting's foray into mobile phone manufacturing has swept across the internet. Some lend their support, while others mock it derisively. Mobile phone manufacturers were expressions of gravity. They anticipated Longting's entry into the mobile industry, but the swiftness took them by surprise. Longting has optimized all existing mobile phones, and its insights into mobile operating systems can be deemed unparalleled in the industry. If the management is astute, they will almost certainly choose to enter this domain. A phone boasting the best operating system available will possess considerable market competitiveness. In light of Longting's formidable advance, various mobile phone manufacturers are also preparing in advance. They are employing every available means during the production phase. The mobile phone market, having remained stable for so many years, is naturally intent on maintaining that stability. With Longting's entry, their share of the pie is bound to diminish. Undercurrents begin to surge. The next day, Guli arrived at the company dressed in a suit. Today marks the day of contract signing, and he aimed to leave a positive impression. He had already informed Wei Jia about his arrival. Consequently, upon entering the company, everyone exhibited a remarkably proactive work ethic, as is customary. The premises were immaculate. Guli nodded in acknowledgement and returned to his office. Outside, discussions about Guli continued unabated. Is that our company as president, Guli? Goodness, is he so young? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. You should stop fantasizing. For someone so young and affluent, it's unlikely he has few romantic interests. For those of us in the workforce, let's focus on our own responsibilities first. Is it not permissible for me to indulge in my fantasies? How frustrating. All right, hurry and complete your work. I must proceed with the handover. No problem. Oh, who are those people? Who? Oh my goodness. Huaxin Technology. Guli Semiconductor. Zhang Jing covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. What brings them here? Sister, do you know them? Did I not mention that I was previously with the publicity department of Dammy? Some time ago, Dammy reached a collaboration with them. And in preparation for the promotion, I conducted an investigation. Leading the group is one of the general managers from Huaxin Technology, Fu Guobo. Next to him is another general manager from Guli Semiconductor, Su Jinghu. What could they possibly want at our company? Who knows? As Zhang Jing conversed with her colleague, Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu, along with their accompanying team, entered Guli's office. Manager Fu, Manager Su, why didn't you give me a call? I would have come to greet you. Guli, who had been sipping tea, remarked upon seeing Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu enter. He had waited in the office for quite some time without receiving a call, so he had taken the liberty of brewing tea. Just as he was reviewing information on Zero investigations, he was surprised to find them in his office halfway through his drink. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Gu. We have come with a mission. Naturally, the task takes precedence. Let us expedite the process so we can return and report. Indeed. Completing the task is our priority. Su Jinghu echoed Fu Guobo's sentiments. Please have a seat. I will summon the legal department. Guli invited them to sit and poured each a cup of tea. Thank you, Mr. Gu. In truth, Fu Guobo and Su Jinghu were also uncertain about the purpose of the collaboration with Longting. However, this directive had come from above, and they could not inquire further. When the time was right, they would naturally receive the information. For now, the priority was to complete the task. Once the representatives from Longting's legal department arrived, the signing of the contract would commence. The partnership between Longting, Huaxin Technology, and Guoli Semiconductor would lead to the establishment of Longxin Semiconductor, primarily engaged in the fields of photolithography machines, chip manufacturing, and related semiconductor industries. After signing the contract, Fu Guobo, Su Jinghu, and Guli took a photograph together before departing. Guli wished to invite them for a meal, but was unable to persuade them to stay. Never mind. There will be future opportunities. Guli handed the signed documents to Wei Jia. Do you sense the magnitude of this now? Guli inquired, observing Wei Jia's dazed expression. Wei Jia nodded in a daze. She felt as though she was clinging to a significant power. The terms outlined in the contract were all advantageous to Longting. It felt almost like a gift, leaving Wei Jia astounded. Is there truly such a collaboration? Gazing at the names inscribed on the contract, Wei Jia still found it hard to believe. Guli's influence was immense. To achieve such a partnership with a state-owned enterprise, one must possess considerable power. You handle the acquisition of the factory listed here for me. Guli extracted a piece of paper from his drawer and handed it to Wei Jia. Understood. Mr. Gu, still in a daze, Wei Jia accepted the paper. Once she regained her composure, she glanced at the names recorded on it. Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing Factory? Yuhuan Sensors? Changlian Machinery Processing Factory? Mr. Gu, what is your purpose in acquiring these factories? Wei Jia initially believed they were merely subcontractors for mobile phone components. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they bore no relation to mobile phones. It pertains to our forthcoming product. You shall acquire them first, and we shall discuss it later. Forthcoming product? Wei Jia was perplexed. The black gold phone has yet to be launched, and you are already contemplating a third product? Wei Jia's confusion went unanswered, for Mr. Gu had departed from the office. News regarding the collaboration between Longting, Huaxin, and Guoli was also released by both companies. Huaxin Technology, Guoli Semiconductor, and Longting Technology have forged a partnership to jointly establish Longxin Semiconductor Company. According to various sources, Longting is preparing to develop its own mobile phone chips. What enchantment does Longting possess that compels these two venerable state-owned enterprises to collaborate? Is this a new domestic chip? The truth remains to be seen. Chapter 27. Insufficient raw materials, no subcontracting? I must admit I misjudged the situation. So did I? 1 + 1. Longting indeed possesses the capability to manufacture mobile phones. Following the revelation of the collaboration between the two companies and Longting, public sentiment began to shift. People started to believe that Longting had the potential to produce mobile phones. Nonetheless, a portion of the populace remained skeptical about Longting's capabilities. After all, the technology of Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor is fundamentally domestic. The chips produced still lag behind those manufactured abroad. Currently, the only renowned domestic chips in China are from HiSilicon and MediaTek. However, the latter remains ambiguous due to political reasons. Longting's ambition to carve out a niche in the mobile phone market, relying on the technology of Huaxin and Guoli, remains a formidable challenge. Opinions are split evenly between those who are optimistic and those who are doubtful about Longting. The optimism largely stems from the success of Xiaoyu Butler. Many believe that a company capable of developing Xiaoyu Butler would not falter in mobile phone manufacturing. Discussions regarding Longting's ability to produce market-recognized mobile phones continue to ignite debates online. Meanwhile, Guli is at home, installing servers with Zero and Xiaoxiu, who have transformed into their robotic forms. Xiao 7 and Debi, in their humanoid forms, find their height cumbersome and movement restricted. Guli instructs them to maintain their current forms to contemplate the technological advancements they embody. Once the servers are installed, they will renovate the villa, otherwise, there will be no space for movement. The last unit. Guli sets down his tools, having completed the installation. Your computing power has increased by 50. Is that sufficient? Guli inquires. It's adequate, boss, but I still suggest we procure a supercomputer. The holographic projection technology has been successfully developed, and employing it for simulation experiments requires more computational power. With a supercomputer, our research speed will accelerate. Zero states while organizing the tools. Guli is their leader, the center of their universe. If their capabilities are lacking, they naturally seek to support their leader. We'll discuss it later. Even the cheapest supercomputer is beyond my means. Guli replies with a shake of his head. Let us proceed to inspect our construction fleet. Guli extended his hand, and Zero took a few steps toward him to gain momentum. In an instant, as Zero leaped into Guli's hand, it transformed into a mobile phone. Little hand, you may continue with the development work. Understood, boss. Guli arrived at the garage and drove away in a BYD electric vehicle, heading out of the city. What is the progress of our electric vehicle project? After acquiring BYD's technology, Guli had instructed Zero to commence research. However, he had not yet imbued it with life, reserving that for when Tesla's innovative leader returned. Allowing Zero to study BYD was merely a preliminary test. The critical components of electric vehicles are the electric drive, battery, and electronic control, commonly referred to as the three electrics. The corresponding technologies are open source, accessible to all. Through holographic projection simulation technology, I and Little Hand can develop electric vehicles that surpass Tesla's offerings. Guli nodded in agreement. That is satisfactory. How is the assembly of Long Yin progressing? In essence, Long Yin primarily employs the programming language of Cybertron, or rather, the unique programming devised by Zero and Little Hand. Its logic draws inspiration from Earth's programming languages to enhance comprehension and usability. Gradually, it will be localized to create a programming language representative of Huaxia. It is nearly complete. We are currently testing its comprehensibility. The testing subjects are naturally He Juanhao and his team, whom Changshu has already sent over. They will form a study group with the previously retained He Juanhao, diligently learning Long Yin. Once the testing is complete, inform me. Guli responded, just as he reached the warehouse he had rented on the outskirts. The spacious warehouse spanned several thousand square meters. Yet the rent was significantly lower than that of his office, being located on the city's periphery where many stored goods. Guli parked the car and entered through the side door. What greeted him was a collection of enormous machines, arranged around the center of the warehouse, with several 72-inch televisions set up in groups. The screens displayed various architectural knowledge and video explanations. These machines had been enlightened by Guli and were now learning. Once they completed the videos prepared by Zero, they would proceed to the scrapyard construction site to establish an underground research base for the fire seed. The boss has arrived. Boss, we have mastered this knowledge. I've already watched it 3 times and learned it thoroughly. Upon seeing Guli, the assembled transformers chimed in. They had been in the warehouse for nearly a week. During this time, a new machine was added each day, and they engaged in the monotonous study. Do not worry. Once Xiaojio finishes learning, I will take you out. Guli indicated toward the corner, where an underground shovel loader awaited life. Hearing Guli's words, they naturally expressed no opposition. Their learning speed was commendable, and waiting an additional day or 2 was not a burden. During Xiaojio's learning period, you must plan the construction of the underground base. The blueprints have been provided. Strive to complete it in the shortest time possible. Guli continued. Rest assured, boss. There will be no issues. The first to be bestowed with life, Xiao Yi responded loudly. She had scrutinized the blueprints multiple times, capable of reciting them from memory. Very well, you shall be in charge of the underground base. After imparting her wisdom to Xiaojio, Guli took her leave. Xiao Yi would teach her how to navigate affairs on Earth. What could Wei Jia possibly want from her? Upon returning to the company, she found Wei Jia already in Guli's office, her face set in a cold demeanor, exuding an aura of a professional woman in an OL dress. You seem eager to find me. What is the matter? Guli inquired as she settled into a nearby reception area, preparing tea. President Gu, I have reached out to several manufacturing factories, hoping to commission them to produce mobile phone accessories for us. However, they have all declined. Citing insufficient raw materials as their reason, Wei Jia replied, her frustration evident. She had approached reputable factories known for their quality, yet received the disappointing news of their unwillingness to undertake production. She had observed that there was no actual shortage of raw materials. Trucks laden with supplies were continuously entering these factories. They simply did not wish to manufacture for Longting. Seeking out smaller factories is unfeasible, as their quality cannot be guaranteed. And I refuse to compromise Longting's reputation, she stated. This was why she sought Guli's input, hoping for a solution. Is this all? Guli asked, surprised. Having anticipated a more significant issue. Isn't this a major problem? No one is willing to manufacture for us. The quality of smaller factories is concerning. unless we produce ourselves. But how is that feasible? Why is it impossible? Guli countered, pouring Wei Jia a cup of tea. The fragrant aroma of the premium Longjing tea helped to soothe her expression. After taking a small sip, she spoke. We lack a factory, technology, and production lines. What do we have to produce with? Wei Jia shot Guli a glance, feeling that the decision for Longting to manufacture mobile phones seemed impulsive on Guli's part. After all, the majority of people around the globe use smartphones, and with newfound wealth, it seemed logical to venture into mobile phone production without considering the underlying challenges. It was evident that mobile phone manufacturers, upon learning of Longting's intentions, had colluded with those factories to refuse collaboration. President Gu, you should never have allowed Huaxin and Guoli to announce their partnership with Longting, Wei Jia analyzed. Now, the factory's refusal to cooperate surely stems from external influence. That is of no consequence. I would not choose to have others manufacture for us regardless. Guli shook her head and then shifted the topic. How is the acquisition of those factories I instructed you to pursue coming along? Upon hearing this, Wei Jia rose and approached Guli's desk, retrieving several documents. The acquisitions are complete. Those factories were on the brink of bankruptcy and were easily acquired. Gazing at the contracts, Wei Jia still could not comprehend the rationale behind the acquisition of these factories. Very well, accompany me to the Shanghai market in a few days. We have a shipment that is nearly on the verge of arrival, Guli declared, rising with a cup of tea in hand. You don't want me to manufacture phones? Is that even feasible? Without anyone to assist with the production, am I incapable of creating them myself? After all, there are countless abandoned production lines that no one desires. Simply purchasing a few would suffice, wouldn't it? This matter is quite straightforward. And what of the outsourcing? Wei Jia inquired further. I shall devise a solution. Your responsibility lies in the promotion, Guli replied without turning. Agreed. Wei Jia felt a surge of elation. As long as the burden did not rest upon her shoulders, she was content. Moreover, this was not a predicament she could resolve. The power struggles among the upper echelons naturally belonged to those in higher positions. She had no intention of meddling. No sooner had the news of Longting's search for outsourcing partners surfaced online than it was met with skepticism. Internal news. Internal news. Longting seeks several domestic factories to assist in the production of mobile phone components, yet none are willing. P.S. I am a senior manager at Fuelkang, and this information is absolutely accurate. Is it possible that Longting is in such dire straits? They can't even find a factory to outsource to? With so many factories both domestically and internationally? Please, let us adhere to the facts. Indeed, a company worth billions, and yet no one is willing to assist in production? I find that hard to believe. Besides Fuelkang, there are Huawei Da, Wistron, BYD, and many others. These are all substantial players. And numerous small to medium-sized factories exist as well. You seem to misunderstand. What are termed outsourcing factories are essentially assembly plants, where manufacturers provide their component blueprints for production and assembly. The production of components is far more critical. Can you guarantee quality if you simply choose any factory? Are you not concerned that your phone might soon suffer from issues like screen delamination, unresponsive buttons, or blackouts? Thus, large corporations typically engage reputable, large-scale outsourcing factories to ensure quality assurance, rendering smaller factories entirely unconsidered. I see now. Thank you for the enlightening explanation, came the response. Does this mean Longting cannot manufacture phones? Aside from establishing their own factories, their only option is to seek small to medium-sized outsourcing partners. If that is the case, I still prefer to purchase established brand phones. Indeed, at least those come with some assurance. Likewise, another added, Longting, take your time to develop. We shall revisit the business later. Do not blame me for my lack of affection. I fear I cannot afford the repairs. Laughter ensued. Cheers. If Longting truly rises, we shall be the ones in peril, proclaimed Sheng Wei, the president of the Green Factory, as he raised his glass. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Yesterday, upon receiving the optimization plan from Longting, it was evident that they excelled in mobile phone optimization, said Wu Run, president of the Blue Factory, as he clinked glasses with Sheng Wei, giving his thumb a thumbs up. This industry operates thusly. The one with superior technology reigns supreme. However, one cannot overlook the importance of capital and connections, Lu Huan interjected, seated next to Sheng Wei. Longting may possess remarkable technology, yet they still struggle to find outsourcing partners. He is the general manager of Wistron, responsible for contacting other manufacturers to collectively refuse to produce for Longting. As an emerging company, Longting, in their eyes, surely cannot offer benefits comparable to the likes of Xiaomi and Huaxing. Naturally, they reject Longting and maintain goodwill with their established partners. Now, Longting must be as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What will he do? Lei, what do you think? Lei Jun shook his head. I don't know either. He actually dislikes this situation. He prefers a direct confrontation with his adversaries. However, Longting's profound understanding of mobile systems leaves him apprehensive. Thus, he did not refuse to join forces to thwart Longting's mobile manufacturing. It is said that Gu Li from Longting, along with his manager, went to the Shanghai market. To Shanghai? What for? That remains unknown. Sheng Wei shook his head. I'll wait for my people to investigate, and we shall find out. Everyone nodded in agreement. Curious about Longting's maneuvers in Shanghai. Please don't tell me that this junk is what you purchased? Wei Jia asked, her lips twitching at the sight of the contents within the container. Inside lay a heap of scrap metal, barely recognizable, covered in rust and seemingly on the verge of crumbling with the slightest touch. The entire container emitted an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of something retrieved from a sewer. Gu Li nodded. Yes, I bought these. Despite their dilapidated state, they cost me quite a sum, Gu Li said, his expression reflecting a twinge of pain. He had purchased 2 production lines primarily intended for manufacturing mobile phone components, costing him nearly 100 million Chinese yuan, not including shipping fees. Gu Li had debated this issue for 3 days with the supplier, but ultimately, he bore the shipping costs himself. Heavens! Wei Jia felt faint. Mr. Gu, is it really necessary to spend money on a pile of scrap? What purpose does such an exorbitant expense serve for us? Wei Jia was baffled by Gu Li's actions. Calm down. This is to resolve our subcontracting issue for mobile production. I will have someone clean these up. What you see is merely the surface. Its potential is substantial. Gu Li replied with a grin. No matter how promising, it cannot change the essence of scrap. Wei Jia retorted, fuming. She had invested considerable effort to ensure Longting's successful production of the black gold phone. Whether negotiations were conducted here or there, the result was Gu Li purchasing a heap of scrap and claiming the issue was resolved. How exactly is it resolved? Wei Jia inquired, perplexed. Chapter 29, A Desperate Gambit? Longting's own manufacturing facility. Really? Sheng, I witnessed it with my own eyes and even took photos. I will send them to you. Sheng Wei was taken aback. His subordinates had uncovered that Gu Li had purchased a batch of abandoned production lines from Japan, which were so dilapidated they were unusable, covered in rust. Sheng Wei could not fathom Gu Li's reasoning behind acquiring these production lines. How could someone capable of establishing Longting and deeply researching mobile systems make such a decision? It is perplexing that an individual of apparent intelligence would engage in such futile endeavors. Is there an excess of wealth with no means to expend it? Sheng Wei disseminated the information to others, eager to gather their perspectives. Wu Ren questioned the motives behind such actions. What is he attempting to achieve? Is he considering the acquisition of obsolete production lines? The condition of these lines renders them utterly unusable. If he desires to engage in contract manufacturing, why not simply invest in functional production lines? Domestic manufacturing capabilities are commendable as well. The thoughts of today's youth are truly inconceivable, remarked Lei Jun. Indeed, this may slow Longting's entry into the mobile phone market. How is the development of your new smartphones progressing? All mobile manufacturers who have contracted with Longting have received this year's complimentary phone optimization plan. The phones originally slated for summer release have all been put on hold until optimization is completed. Essentially, all companies that receive the plan are in the same situation. Programmers and engineers are urged to expedite the optimization process, rectifying deficiencies and enhancing strengths. Consequently, a new round of competition among smartphone manufacturers has been set for the summer. The most significant variable now is Longting's anticipated absence. Sheng Wei and his associates have turned their attention to their competitors. The progress is satisfactory. However, everyone is engaged in optimization, and this time it will be a matter of who possesses superior technology. Indeed, what new technology has Lei prepared for this year? There is nothing particularly novel. It is the same as before. I look forward to witnessing Lei's tried-and-true technologies. After a thorough inquiry, no valuable information was gleaned. They are all seasoned foxes. They will not reveal their secrets until the last moment. Sheng Wei retrieved his phone and located a contact in his address book. He sent a message. Disseminate this information. The materials have been sent to your email. The compensation remains unchanged. Payment will be made upon publication. While Longting currently poses no threat, it is essential to apply pressure where necessary. Breaking news. Those considering purchasing a Longting phone should exercise utmost caution. Who would dare to buy phones manufactured on such production lines? Longting, is this truly the nature of your company? Everyone must remain vigilant. Substandard products should not be purchased. Yet again, it is Longting? Recently, Longting has made headlines by entering the mobile phone industry with Shield, collaborating with seasoned state-owned enterprises, appearing on trending searches at least 4 or 5 times. Now, they have once again ascended the trending list, leaving the netizens of Huaxiao weary. However, upon discovering the related information, the netizens became intrigued once more. Is this genuine? Are they truly using abandoned and useless production lines to manufacture phones? If they are obsolete, how can they still produce phones? In the tradition of Huaxia, repairs and refurbishments may take 3 years. Is it possible that Longting is so financially constrained that they cannot afford new production lines? Was it not previously stated that Longting was a conscientious enterprise, only to abandon its principles upon earning a modicum of profit? Longting, you have become complacent. The revelations have been substantiated with both text and images. The images clearly depict Gu Li, the founder of Longting, and Wei Jia, the general manager, standing before a container filled with abandoned production lines. If further embellishments are concocted by those with ulterior motives, what may not be true could easily become accepted as fact. The public relations team of Longting's publicity department became aware of certain misleading information circulating online. Or perhaps it was a mere coincidence that prompted them to swiftly issue a statement. In response to the unfounded allegations against our company, we hereby declare, the individuals depicted in the image are indeed our chairman and general manager. However, the items purchased are certainly not part of Longting's mobile phone production line. Our company will never produce substandard products for consumers. Those who fabricate facts and slander our company will face legal consequences, as we possess the necessary evidence. Following the announcement, some individuals chose to believe Longting's assertions. Yet, the majority remained skeptical about the company. Well, this is not good. Our reputation is bound to suffer, sighed Wei Jia, expressing her exhaustion. The reputation painstakingly built can be costly to restore once tarnished. No worries. Reputations can be swiftly regained, Gu Li replied nonchalantly. Reputation stems from the quality of products, not from the fervent debates online. I am fully aware of the machinations at play. Zero has already uncovered the perpetrator. Let him revel for a few days. Soon enough, he will face his reckoning. I instructed you to prepare those 3 factories. How is that progressing? Gu Li inquired. The preparations were completed yesterday. As per your instructions, the equipment from Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing and Changlian Machining Factory has been stored in a warehouse. Yuan Sensors remains unchanged. But we have cleaned the premises, came the response. Good, hand me the keys. After receiving the keys, Gu Li turned to Wei Jia and declared, tomorrow, you shall witness our brand new mobile phone manufacturing facility. Wei Jia was taken aback, pondering the origin of this new factory. At 3 in the morning, while most people were deep in slumber, Gu Li drove his newly acquired Tesla to the warehouse of the Huazhanyuan construction team. The 2 production lines previously purchased were now repurposed and revitalized. Xiao Jiu had completed her training and was delivering the production lines to the prepared Mingyu Intelligent Manufacturing and Changlian Machining Factory. Simultaneously, the Huazhanyuan construction team was dispatched to commence work on the underground base. The 2 production lines autonomously boarded a vehicle, with Gu Li at the helm, guiding them toward the factory. Surveillance along the route was temporarily managed by Zero, erasing any trace of Gu Li. The chosen path was deliberately less traveled to minimize the risk of detection. The sight of the transformed production lines, akin to transformers perched in the back of a loader, was indeed awe-inspiring. Thankfully, the factories were situated outside the city, and once the lines were delivered, such complications ceased. With traffic lights predominantly flashing yellow, Gu Li navigated safely through the streets, taking an hour to finally arrive at the factory. The once empty workshop was now occupied by the gleaming, newly installed production lines. Tomorrow, additional robotic arms would be acquired to facilitate the packing and assembly process. Thus, a fully automated production line was set to commence, capable of manufacturing 35,000 mobile phones around the clock. This is still attributed to the age of the machinery. Otherwise, the yield could have been greater. However, this production capacity is sufficient for the time being. Once the production line was properly arranged, Gu Li led Xiao Yi and the others to the construction site. A large single-story building was erected at the location originally designated for the disposal of dimensional refuse. Ostensibly, It serves as the company's warehouse, yet in reality, it is the entrance to the underground base of the Spark source. With the arrival of Xiao Yi and the other Transformers, the construction of the underground base officially commenced. Chapter 30. All preparations complete. Mr. Gu? Pinch me. I must be dreaming. Wei Jia exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed upon the newly established production line, its metallic surface reflecting her astonished visage. She was overwhelmed with excitement and incredulity. Just yesterday, she had been fretting over the potential failure of Longting's new product before it even hit the market. Today, Guli informed her that Longting had established its own mobile phone manufacturing factory, and he had brought her to see the site. The surprise was utterly unexpected. At last, her position was secure. After all, as the leader of the company, making mistakes was not an option. The failure of the black gold mobile phone product would have been her responsibility, inevitably leading to her dismissal. She had grown accustomed to such harsh realities abroad. If one's work did not meet expectations, it was deemed inadequate, and those deemed inadequate were replaced. Joining Longting was her first job upon returning to her homeland. The perspectives and ideologies she had encountered overseas remained with her. Mr. Gu, was that deliberate? Wei Jia suddenly recalled yesterday's events. The acquisition of the abandoned production line must have been intentional on Gu Li's part, designed to mislead other mobile phone manufacturers into believing that Longting posed no threat, thus diverting their attention elsewhere. As the leading entity in mobile system technology, once Longting's phones were launched, they would become formidable competitors. The collective thought would surely be to impede Longting's progress. When Longting appeared less threatening, or when they learned to master Longting's technology, the efforts to obstruct them would wane. Just as now, Longting had recently announced its foray into the mobile phone sector, but the OEMs refused to collaborate. After signing contracts with Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor, chip companies like Qualcomm, MediaTek, and Broadcom cited insufficient production capacity, offering only limited supply or outright refusing to cooperate. Longting faced numerous challenges. Now that Longting possessed its own mobile phone manufacturing line, resolving the chip issue would undoubtedly lead to the successful launch of the black gold mobile phone. Guli was taken aback. What was deliberate? The purchase of the abandoned production line. That must have been for the benefit of other phone manufacturers, right? Wei Jia's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, she had been too hasty. If she could think of it, surely Guli could as well. Now, had this not resolved the issue? Guli's foresight was commendable. Utilizing the abandoned production line as a means of subterfuge was brilliant. The new production line must have arrived last night. No wonder Guli had asked her for the keys. Wei Jia's mind raced, rationalizing all of Gu Li's actions. Yes, Guli nodded affirmatively. I entrusted a friend to deliver it overnight. Wei Jia has already prepared an excuse to spare herself the need for explanation. Excellent. Wei Jia gave Guli a thumbs up. What about the mobile chip? It has been resolved. The items will arrive tomorrow, Guli remarked, glancing at the time. Guli had already addressed the three core technologies essential for the chip long ago. Moreover, it has now been validated by the state, garnering national recognition. However, creating a lithography machine from scratch is an immense challenge, as the foundational capabilities within the nation are severely lacking. The multitude and precision of the components required for a lithography machine are staggering. To acquire a brand new lithography machine, one must rely solely on their own ingenuity. Yet, purchasing machinery capable of manufacturing these components is prohibitively expensive. Thus, Guli opted to buy a domestically produced lithography machine for the time being. Why not procure one from abroad? The Eagle Nation forbids such sales. Otherwise, Guli would undoubtedly have chosen to purchase a foreign lithography machine, as their technology is far more advanced. Eventually, the lithography machine will be allocated to the factory of Yuhuan Sensor, which Guli had acquired. The three factories he had purchased are conveniently located in close proximity to one another, forming a triangular configuration that facilitates the transportation of goods. It was precisely for this reason that Guli made the acquisitions. All right, General Manager Gu, you should head home and rest. The company is in my capable hands. Wei Jia said with a smile. You must have had a long day yesterday. Yes, with you at the company, I feel reassured, Guli replied. This was not mere politeness. Aside from technical matters, Wei Jia managed other aspects exceptionally well. After leaving the company, Guli did not return home, but instead visited the waste disposal site. He had developed the habit of coming here daily. Without the frequency of transforming waste into treasure, he would first retain useful items before repurposing them. The bookshelf in his home is filled with the discarded treasures Guli has salvaged. Yet another day of sifting through construction debris yielded little. Guli rummaged through the pile, losing interest quickly. The discarded refuse could be broadly categorized into kitchen waste, construction debris, mechanical waste, and miscellaneous items. Among these, the mechanical and miscellaneous waste were the most likely to yield intelligent and mechanical products. The other categories were scarce. Guli collected them solely for their unique materials. Otherwise, they would face immediate destruction. Today's construction debris consisted of stones that resembled cement blocks, but were not. Having already set one aside at home, Guli opted to destroy the rest after finding no useful items. Another unproductive day had passed. Guli returned home and began his routine of inactivity. Bro, what are you up to? Peng Dehai messaged Guli on WeChat. Sleeping, Guli replied. The previous incident had yet to be accounted for with Peng Dehai, and a day had passed without any recollection of it. Reflecting on it now, Guli still felt a surge of anger. You just publicized my brother's information online? Does your conscience not ache? How carefree of you. Are you still in Ponan? Yes. What of it? How about I come to you? Upon receiving a message from Peng Dehai, Guli sensed that something was amiss. Didn't you say you were going to settle down in Bincheng with your Ruru? Alas, we broke up. So, I was wondering if you could take me in. All right, come back then. Without hesitation, Guli agreed. Peng Dehai was his closest friend, and if he could help, why not? Moreover, any one of the technologies Guli deemed inferior could guarantee Dehai a lifetime of security. Far away at Bincheng railway station, Peng Dehai stared at his phone, thinking, I knew you would take me in. The next day, Guli received a call from the logistics company. His photolithography machine and all accompanying equipment had arrived. This time, Guli left no chance for others to covet his acquisition, keeping the news tightly under wraps. Upon arriving at the Yuhuan sensor factory, several heavy trucks were parked outside. Mr. Gu, may I ask where to unload the machines? Just inside the factory building, Guli replied. Guli had procured the photolithography machine through Huaxin Technology S channels. It was currently the best in the country, capable of producing 28 nanometers chips, although there was a significant gap compared to foreign machines capable of 9 nanometers or 7 nanometers. For Guli, functionality was paramount. He was determined to transform it into a machine capable of manufacturing chips that rivaled the world's best. Chapter 31, Black Gold Mobile Phone Trailer. Is Longting planning a home invasion? Lulu, why did you resign? Liang Yimin's face was filled with regret as she glanced at Qin Xiaolu, who was beaming with a smile. Qin Xiaolu had fought fiercely to secure her sole internship position. Only 3 months had passed, and she was on the verge of formal employment in the office. Upon graduation, she would have a job at a major company, earning at least 10,000 yuan monthly, a dream come true for any fresh graduate. Yet, Qin Xiaolu chose to resign at such a critical juncture. Perhaps she had her reasons, but Liang Yimin still felt sorry for her sister. Such a golden opportunity, just abandoned. You've already obtained your internship certificate. Qin Xiaolu replied without hesitation. Liang Yimin paused, scrutinizing Qin Xiaolu intently. Are you sure you haven't been possessed? Do you think I believe you? Having shared 3 years as classmates and roommates, Liang Yimin knew Qin Xiaolu very well. She recalled Qin Xiaolu's life ambitions during their college career planning class, to study diligently, gain experience at various major companies, then eventually establish her own design studio. Living a free and easy life, leisurely traveling across China and the world, working hard when necessary. She refused to believe Qin Xiaolu would resign simply for having the internship certificate. Tell me, what is your true intention? My lady, I swear I have none. Qin Xiaolu said with a laugh, then ran into the campus courier station. What did you buy? Liang Yimin asked curiously. Qin Xiaolu refused to say. And some matters were better left unknown. Shaking her head, Qin Xiaolu said, I don't know. It was sent by Gu Li, without explanation. When I pressed for details, I only received, you'll know when it arrives. Qin Xiaolu approached the station and picked up a small knife from an abandoned rack nearby. She carefully sliced open the tape, sealing the box. Inside the delivery package lay a long box, encased in bubble wrap. The box was entirely a deep black hue, and upon unwrapping the bubble wrap, a simplified dragon design emerged at its center. The sight of the dragon ignited Qin Xiaolu's professional intuition, signaling to her that the design was exceptionally impressive. In addition, there was a small card. This is a smartphone developed by our company. Please experience it and provide your personal feedback. Guli, it appeared to be a mobile phone. Qin Xiaolu's smile broadened as she cheerfully exclaimed, Is it from Pinghua or Huaxing? Is it the one you received last time? Nowadays, The market was dominated by Pinghua and Huaxing. The former thrived globally, winning hearts with its quality and system, while the latter became a beloved domestic brand, especially after the sanctions imposed on Eagle Nation, garnering even greater popularity. Typically, when gifting someone a phone, one would lean towards these two brands. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. No, it's developed by his own company. It hasn't been released yet. He asked me to help test it. Liang Yikin's eyes widened in astonishment. Did she hear correctly? This girl's enigmatic boyfriend owned a company? How old could he be? Surely not a decade older than her. Did Qin Xiaolu resign from her job? Was she preparing to enter a wealthy family? Feeling scrutinized by Liang Yikin's peculiar gaze made Qin Xiaolu slightly uneasy. From her expression, it was clear that Liang Yikin had misconstrued the situation. It's not what you think. He has the same age as me, Qin Xiaolu quickly clarified. Hearing this, Liang Yikin let out a sigh of relief. She had seen enough similar stories on social media, and few ended well. She certainly did not wish for her friend to experience such a fate. Thankfully, that was not the case. Qin Xiaolu had already opened the phone box, revealing a sleek device wrapped in a transparent white protective film. As she peeled it away, their astonished reflections appeared on its surface. The model was stunning, featuring a full-screen design without a punch-hole camera, boasting an exceptionally high screen-to-body ratio with narrow bezels above and below. The sense of design was striking, instantly capturing their attention. The gradient color beneath the glass back was particularly appealing. The only words that could describe it were beautiful. This phone is truly gorgeous, Liang Yikin exclaimed. Qin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. It was indeed beautiful. The internet said Longting couldn't produce a phone, yet here it is, Qin Xiaolu remarked, placing her finger on the power button. Upon a long press, a dragon, seemingly soaring through the sky, emerged from the bottom of the screen. Its image mirrored the phone's logo perfectly. As the dragon morphed into the logo, the phone powered on. A sleek interface appeared before them. That was impressively fast. The phone booted up in merely 30 seconds, a speed that seemed almost unbelievable. After completing the setup, Qin Xiaolu and Liang Yikin began testing the phone. However, as two girls who were not particularly tech-savvy, their testing consisted mainly of taking photos, checking app response times, and assessing gaming performance before they ran out of ideas. Though they lacked deeper knowledge, their experience was nonetheless enjoyable. Both individuals expressed their strong approval, praising its user-friendliness and the aesthetic quality of its photographs. Xiaolu, what is the name of the phone your boyfriend developed? Liang Yimin inquired, having developed a fondness for the device after her experience. I'm not sure. When I find out, I will let you know, Qin Xiaolu replied, her fingers gliding continuously across the phone's interface, clearly enamored with the black and gold device gifted by Guli. Meanwhile, as they were engrossed in their experience, Longting's official website unveiled a brand new trailer for the black and gold phone. A sleek, obsidian phone traversed through majestic mountains and flowing rivers, showcasing its design in stunning detail. Under varying landscapes, the color of the glass back shifted beautifully. As the view receded, the black and gold phone stood tall like a mountain piercing the clouds above the river plains. Accompanying text appeared. 3 days later, the black and gold awaits your presence. Wait, Longting, are you certain about this? In 3 days, Huaxing and Demi are also holding their product launches. Are you really not considering a schedule change? Is this a showdown with the big brother to see whose strength prevails? Longting's determination seemed unwavering. Haha, I await the spectacle. Many wondered where Longting derived its confidence, considering it lacked any manufacturing partnerships and was rumored to utilize domestically produced chips. What competitive edge could such a phone possess? Huaxing boasts high silicon, Demi has Qualcomm, while Longting seems to have nothing. Ultimately, they are simply a tenacious young startup. Under Gu Li's discreet information blockade, knowledge about Longting's black and gold phone remained stagnant, frozen 2 weeks in the past. However, Longting now boasted not only its own mobile manufacturing center, Longyuan Manufacturing Center, but also a chip production facility, Longyuan Production Center. Underestimating Longting would be their folly. The online discourse did not sway Longting's decision. They remained committed to unveiling the black and gold phone in 3 days. Each passing day, Guli instructed his team to release a segment of video on the official website. These videos showcased the physical phone, its production process, and the intricacies of chip manufacturing. Each short clip left viewers in awe. Was Longting planning a grand revelation? Chapter 32. The launch event commences. Longting's grand reveal is successful. Brothers, the videos are authentic. I filmed them on site. However, I was unable to enter. The security guard was quite intimidating. As soon as I approached, I was sternly ordered to leave. It was quite frustrating. Without a word, I waited until today to reveal this. Longting, you clever devil. I'm both unfollowing and then following again. Longting, you truly are cunning. Why doubt Longting? I have always supported them. Their products can be verified by the Huaxiao authorities. With a little attention, one could easily discern Longting's updates. The news from Longting left many bewildered. A trending topic surfaced about Longting allegedly deceiving the entire world, quickly gaining traction across various social media platforms. Bloggers even took the initiative to clarify the events that transpired. Upon uncovering the truth, netizens were rendered speechless. Longting's humble and diligent persona was once again brought to the forefront. As a company rooted in integrity, how could it possibly abandon its principles after achieving profitability? Longting merely seeks to let the facts speak for themselves. Eloquence alone cannot resolve issues. Anticipation builds for tomorrow's press conference, where the specifications of the much-anticipated black gold phone will be unveiled. My phone has malfunctioned, and I am keen to purchase from whichever brand proves superior. I eagerly await Longting's performance tomorrow, and we all share this excitement. Under Guli's display of bravado, Longting's popularity surged instantly. Many expressed their intent to attend the conference, albeit online, as work commitments loom. Yet, who doesn't have a moment to spare during a restroom break? Gu, you truly know how to play the game. Wei Jia had previously fretted over how to promote the product, especially since Huaxing and Demi had long been ahead in their promotional efforts. Longting faced the formidable challenge of establishing its presence. However, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved by 3 videos released by Gu Li, greatly enhancing Longting's visibility and placing it in direct competition with Huaxing and Demi. How is the arrangement of our press conference venue coming along? Gu Li inquired, fiddling with his tea set while glancing at Wei Jia. We are wrapping up and currently addressing safety concerns, Wei Jia replied. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Are you truly not going to host the press conference yourself? Wei Jia asked, still intrigued. It seems odd that this young executive, barely in his 20s, would decline such an opportunity to shine. Even CEO Lei Jun delights in comparing his company with competitors during conferences, yet Gu Li dismissed the thought without hesitation. For personal reasons, I prefer to maintain control from behind the scenes. Such attention-seeking endeavors do not suit me. Find someone suitable within the company to host, he instructed. Initially, Gu Li intended for Pang Dehai to take the stage, but he declined, stating that it would be inappropriate for him as a newcomer and that he needed to learn more first. Thus, that matter was put to rest. The following day, at the Longting press conference, Gu Li sat in the front row, with Wei Jia to his right and Pang Dehai to his left, surrounded by familiar faces. Gu Li was keen on nurturing Pang Dehai, as he preferred not to manage the company directly. Having Pang Dehai as a relative would also help balance Wei Jia's influence. Of course, having Ling keeping a watchful eye was the safest option. As invited guests gradually filled the venue, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. On June 23, 2018, at 19:30, Longting's inaugural press conference officially commenced, coinciding with the simultaneous events hosted by Huaxing and Demi. Under the spotlight, Lei Jun listened to his subordinate's updates while simultaneously monitoring competitor developments. Meanwhile, on the computer screen before Li Mi, the general manager of Huaxing's mobile division, live streams of the Longting and Demi press conferences played concurrently. Welcome to all our esteemed guests and to those joining us online. The launch event for Longting and Demi's new mobile phones is now officially underway. After a somewhat monotonous welcome address, the press conference commenced in earnest. The process follows a similar pattern. It begins with a video introduction showcasing the philosophy behind the smartphone's development, followed by a segment displaying the device itself, and then proceeds to promote the various features of the phone. Longting's presentation features 2 presenters, whereas Dami and Huaxing have dedicated individuals explaining each specific component. As each segment unfolds, discussions arise among individuals online or within groups. Dami boasts an impressive display, utilizing the finest screen available on the market. Huaxing's screen is no less remarkable, capable of rendering over 300,000 colors. One might ponder which smartphone to choose. Longting's offering is commendable as well. Equipped with a TFT screen that showcases a staggering 17.2 million colors, truly a top-tier display. However, one must consider the high power consumption associated with such a screen. Utilizing it means one should be perpetually prepared with a portable charger. It may be the best, but it is not the optimal choice. Let us continue watching the launch event. Enthusiastic netizens eagerly tune into the live stream, alternating between Huaxing S and Dami S presentations, with Longting S segment interspersed. Continuous comparisons of the specifications of the three smartphones ensue. Yet, due to professional constraints, each company only highlights its own virtues without providing a clear understanding of who truly excels. Insights are gleaned from the barrage of comments on the screen, revealing opinions on which brand stands out. Nevertheless, inaccuracies occasionally arise, leading to spirited debates in the comments. Ultimately, the event concludes without a definitive victor. At this juncture, a timely post emerges, fairly summarizing the specifications of the three manufacturers. Longting's integrity shines through, while Huaxing and Dami employ plastic materials. Longting boasts a metal frame and glass back. Yet, one might question the utility of such aesthetics. A TFT screen can consume 20% of your phone's battery. Perhaps opting for another brand would be wise. Let us focus on the core features, shall we? Longting S battery is enveloped in a graphene coating, maximizing energy retention and employing advanced control technology to minimize power consumption. Did we not all watch the smartphone launch? It seems this detail went unnoticed. Let us not dwell on trivialities. The most crucial aspect of a smartphone has been overlooked. Have you heard of the Laiguo #1 chip? Perhaps not, but the test data presented during the event is impressive. Laiguo #1 performance chart JPG. Its AI capabilities surpass Huaxing's Kirin 970, Snapdragon 845, and MediaTek's Helio P60 by 50%. Computational power exceeds 70%, while power consumption is reduced by 30%. More importantly, the chip is manufactured using a 5nm process. It is noteworthy that the most advanced chips currently available utilize a 7nm process. Where did Longting acquire such a 5nm chip? This question resonates with everyone. The source of Longting's 5nm chip remains a mystery. And what of the black gold smartphone equipped with a 5nm chip? It is undoubtedly the dark horse of the day. The performance enhancement conferred by the 5nm chip is astonishing. In other respects, netizens seem indifferent. Chapter 33, Leading-Edge Lithography Technology. A 5nm chip? And a graphene battery? Are you certain there is no mistake? Lei Jun listens intently to the transformed tone emanating from the phone. The 5nm chip is indeed under design by Qualcomm, currently in a small-scale trial production phase, but it won't be on the market for at least another 2 years. How is Longting already in possession of it? Who manufactured it for them? As for graphene batteries, they were proposed several years ago. Many new energy vehicles now incorporate graphene in their electrodes. However, those are vehicles with substantial product value. But you are selling mobile phones. A phone battery coated with graphene? Do you have that kind of wealth? It is no longer the case that purifying a gram of graphene costs tens of thousands of Huaxia coins as it did when it was first discovered. But the purification costs still run into the thousands. Is there an excess of funds to squander? Lei Jun's mind was filled with doubts. What are their pricing strategies? The 8128G model is priced at $3,999, the 8256G at $4,999, and there is also a Supreme Limited Edition model with a configuration of 121T priced at $99.99, limited to just 100 units nationwide. Hearing the quoted prices from his subordinate, Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It appears that Longting aims to target the high-end market. If their pricing is comparable to his own, a mere 5nm chip could potentially overshadow his offerings. He needed to ascertain the origin of Longting's 5nm chip. We must clarify the source of Longting's chip, Lei Jun stated. Understood, Mr. Lei. After hanging up the phone, Lei Jun paused for a moment while holding his device. He then opened his contacts and dialed a number. The line was busy. He was prompted to try again later. After 2 beeps, the call was automatically disconnected. The screen displayed, Huaxing Technology, Manager Lu Xingyu. Manager Lu, have you heard of Laiguo #1? Li Mi, holding a Huawei Mate 20, stood before the transparent glass of his office, a broad smile adorning his face. No, really? ISN T Longting collaborating with your company? Their remarkable chips must surely be supported by your firm. What? The collaboration is purely technical, and your company does not partake in any management, but will provide funding when necessary. Why would your company sign such a contract? Not convenient to disclose. All right, you carry on with your business. After ending the call, Li Mi's smile vanished completely. There was no connection to Huaxing or Guoli Semiconductor. Naturally, Li Mi did not believe this. Longyuan number 1 must involve both companies. The pressing question now is why Huaxin and Guoli Semiconductor chose to partner with Longting. What kind of leverage does Longting possess that compelled a state-owned enterprise to lower its head in collaboration? Moreover, the benefits provided to Longting seem exceptionally favorable. This is what confounds Li Mi. It cannot be that Longting developed everything independently, can it? The mere thought of this possibility made Li Mi scoff. Who doesn't he have access to related technologies? But to produce them? Li Mi would confidently assert that no one in the country has that capability. The origin of Longyuan number 1 must be clarified. The chip market is far more valuable than the mobile phone market, starting at trillions, and can even receive state subsidies. A 5 nanometers chip represents cutting-edge technology. If Huaxin can secure it, then the blockade from the Eagle Nation becomes utterly meaningless, because it also desires. It must pass through them to have a chance of acquisition. Sanctioning Huaxin and blocking Huaxia evidently becomes futile and may even hinder oneself. Moreover, Huaxin's Internet of Things ecosystem necessitates the support of chip technology. The relevant technology of the Longyuan number 1 chip is something he must possess. The shockwaves from the Longting 5 nanometers chip reverberate beyond the mobile phone industry. In sectors such as renewable energy, information communication devices, the 4C industry, and smart grids. It can be said that any field utilizing chips has set its sights on Longyuan number 1 and Longting, or more precisely, on the Longyuan production center responsible for manufacturing Longyuan number 1. According to official information from Huaxia, the Longyuan production center is wholly established by Lungsan Semiconductor. Behind Lungsan Semiconductor, besides Longting, are Huaxin International and Guoli Semiconductor. The producers of Longyuan number 1 are evident. The technology undoubtedly originates from the 2 state-owned enterprises, with Longting merely handling production. Both of these entities are included in the sanction list of the Eagle Nation. The technology is assuredly domestic, and despite sanctions, advancements in technology have been achieved. The development of Huaxia's 5 nanometers chip has propelled it to the forefront of the global stage. While invigorating, this also brings them hope. A superior chip can lead to significant enhancements in performance. High-quality chips typically originate from abroad, yet they come at exorbitant prices without any discounts. Now that domestic companies have broken through this technology, how far can exceptional yet affordable chips be? At the very least, they should be cheaper than their foreign counterparts. Shouldn't they? Individuals with connections have begun seeking assistance, requesting Lungsan Semiconductor for foundry services. Those with greater capability aspire to invest in Lungsan Semiconductor. However, all investment proposals have been declined. Furthermore, a statement was issued indicating that the factory's production capacity is fully utilized and cannot accommodate foundry orders with ample funding, negating the need for investment. Those who once looked down upon Longting are now left astonished. Longting has transformed into a dragon overnight. No, Longting has always been a dragon. It is merely that we did not believe. Previously, there was Yudun. Oh no, now it is Xiaoyu Guanjia. Now, with the black gold phone and the Longyuan No. 1 chip, it remains at the forefront of technology. Same city delivery today, the black gold phone is in hand, truly delightful. Limited edition supreme commemorative version, do you know? One of them is in my possession. How lucky am I? Over 100,000 people vying for just 100 units. What luck you must have had. Haha. For those who missed out, tomorrow you can watch the reviews. The performance will exceed your imagination. Oh my, the black gold is indeed remarkable. Our domestic chips have finally gained recognition. Just as netizens cheer for Huaxin, Guoli, and Longting, the Eagle Nation finds itself in a state of panic. What the heck? Who is it? Who has betrayed us? How is Huaxia able to develop 5 nanometers chips and even achieve mass production? Where are our 5 nanometers chips? Still lying on the laboratory workbench. Clad in a suit, Brandt's brown eyes brim with fury. To constrain Huaxia's technological advancement, they have resorted to various means. And what is the outcome? Moon landing missions time and again. Huaxia's own navigation satellites are soaring into the sky. The space station has been established. 2 batches of lunar soil have been brought back. In military technology, there exists the J-20, which rivals the F-22. The Dongfeng missiles, more formidable than the Patriot missiles. Today, what is deemed the most challenging technology in the world has been successfully developed by Huaxia. Was it not said that such advancements require the collaboration of multiple nations? Is it not asserted that chips represent the pinnacle of global technology? How has Huaxia managed to manufacture them? As Brandt's anger surged within, he increasingly questioned the validity of the policies in place. What purpose does such a blockade serve? It would be more prudent to lift it. Chapter 34, 12 hours. Six-figure sales. A collaboration with Shuetang University. Has it truly been accomplished? An elderly gentleman, clad in a gray-black Zhongshan suit with streaks of white in his hair, inquired kindly. Yes, sir. The moment the chips were manufactured, we procured them and sent them to the relevant units for testing. The results, authentic data, aligned perfectly with what was presented at the Longting press conference. In terms of performance and power consumption, it surpasses TSMC, MediaTek, Qualcomm, and Broadcom, and can be regarded as the world's leading chip. More importantly, it has set a new benchmark globally. Longting, splendid, truly exceptional, the elderly leader praised. Our nation's continual advancement, catching up to the Eagle and becoming the world's second, is attributed to these outstanding enterprises, which have yielded such remarkable achievements. I recall the military sector also has requirements regarding chips, correct? Yes, sir. I have heard that the relevant departments are drafting a proposal that, upon your approval, will lead to collaboration with Longting. Confidentiality must be maintained in our cooperation to safeguard our secrets. Understood. If Longting requires our assistance, do not hesitate to offer support. We should assist whenever possible. Such exemplary technology companies are rare. He was well aware of certain matters concerning Longting. They prioritize the nation, presenting their finest offerings. If the homeland cannot reciprocate with substantial rewards, then even the smallest assistance deserves our support. Let us commence today's agenda. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, Guli was under scrutiny from above. Chang'ing was also unaware, as he was not directly following the leader. Moreover, he had his own responsibilities. The flower case was reaching its climax, demanding his constant vigilance. It involved not only domestic participants, but also shadows of foreign forces. The scale was vast enough to shake the entirety of Huaxia. He could not afford to relax, resulting in diminished contact with Guli. After concluding the press conference, Guli and Pang Dehai sought a bustling restaurant to enjoy some drinks and barbecued delicacies. It had been a long time since they last met. In his previous life, after his descent into depravity, both Pang Dehai and Qin Xiaolu had endeavored to persuade him. On one occasion, only Pang Dehai had come to speak with him, and in a fit of anger, he had berated him. Gradually, their communication waned. Later, he saw on social media that Pang Dehai was boasting about the birth of twins. After congratulating him, Pang Dehai sent him some local specialties and attempted to persuade him once more. However, Guli did not respond, nor did he acknowledge the gifts. Now, having been reborn, feelings of regret continuously festered within him. Long time no see, thank you. Guli's voice resonated with a deep timbre, concealing a sense of suppressed emotion. Pang Dehai, somewhat oblivious, failed to grasp the underlying tone, mistakenly assuming it pertained to his own assistance. What a trivial thank you. We are brothers, he remarked, playfully thumping Guli's shoulder. Raise your glass. For the last time you got me utterly intoxicated, I must reclaim my dignity. Guli recalled that fateful gathering of the three of them, where Pang Dehai had indulged too heavily and was mercilessly documented by Qin Xiaolu in a series of embarrassing moments. Instances such as staggering awkwardly, veering directly into a thicket, attempting to snatch a phone with movements reminiscent of a zombie, and reclining in the roadside grass lamenting about needing to sleep in the dormitory, all evoked fits of laughter. After a few drinks, Pang Dehai looked at Guli with envy, exclaiming, I never imagined you would establish such a colossal company. Its market value has surpassed 100 billion. Upon arriving in Ponan and witnessing the success of Guli's creation, Pang Dehai, a simple-minded fellow, was astounded by the might of Longting. After spilling the beans that day, he had promptly shifted his focus to wooing his own little fairy. Now, reflecting back, he was taken aback by Longting's valuation of 100 billion and a workforce exceeding 200 individuals. And you claimed you came to lend a hand? This feels more like a brotherly act of self-subsidization. Moreover, it should rise even higher tomorrow. Guli shook his head. The domestic 5nm chips, graphene-coated phone batteries, and an entirely new mobile operating system. Each technological advancement could easily represent a company worth hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Longting's current valuation is far beyond 100 billion. Does Xiaolu know? Pang Dehai inquired, grasping a skewer of lamb kidneys. Does she know that you returned to Ponan without informing her, yet chose to work for me? How do you think she will react? Guli's face gleamed with schadenfreude. 3 hot pot meals. I'm certain I can't escape unscathed. Pang Dehai laughed. Have you two broken up? Guli abruptly shifted the topic. Peng Dehai nodded while responding, "Not at all." Gu Li understood. "There will be someone even better waiting for you." Neither Gu Li nor Peng Dehai consumed excessively. Merely 2 bottles each sufficed, as they were merely brothers. Overindulgence was unnecessary, especially with work looming the next day. After arranging for a designated driver to escort Peng Dehai back to the hotel, Gu Li returned home. The following day, after rising and refreshing himself, Gu Li made his way to the 3rd floor. "Zero, have the sales figures for the black gold phone been released yet?" "I am compiling them now," came Zero's reply. Having worked diligently, Zero appeared beside Gu Li, holding a cup of milk. "Boss, drink some milk." "All right, thank you." Xiao Shou, Gu Li accepted the milk with a smile. On Xiao Shou's screen, a cheerful smiley face was displayed. "Boss, the statistics are complete. In the first hour of the black gold phone's release, a total of 361,030 units were sold, followed by an average increase of approximately 10,000 units per hour. As of now, a total of 413,333 units have been sold." Upon hearing Zero's report, a gleam of joy illuminated Gu Li's face. It is worth noting that Longting had only recently ventured into the mobile phone industry, not being a well-established manufacturer. In merely 12 hours, they had already sold over 400,000 units. Now that the press conference has concluded, once today's review video from the uploader is released, sales are bound to surge once again. Additionally, various news outlets are promoting Longyuan No. 1, this domestically produced 5nm chip. The advanced technology it embodies promises substantial returns. It is time to prepare for the next step, Gu Li mused. Engaging in software development, mobile phone manufacturing, or creating new programming languages or systems. These are not Gu Li's ultimate objectives. They serve merely as a foundation for more advanced technologies. Your work has reached a pivotal moment. Today, Xiao Shou will accompany me, Gu Li declared after some contemplation. "All right, boss. Xiao Shou, please book a flight to the capital for me, and then call Mr. Fu Guobo from Huaxin International." "Understood," Xiao Shou replied happily as he executed Gu Li's orders. "Hello, General Manager Gu. How may I assist you?" Fu Guobo's cheerful voice resonated through the line. The chip manufacturing technology of Longting has elevated the status of Huaxia, and it has also provided a solution to the current challenges faced by Huaxin International. Furthermore, given the support from higher authorities, Fu Guobo was particularly courteous towards Gu Li of Longting. "I would like Mr. Fu to help me connect with Shuaimu University. I am interested in establishing a collaboration with them." "Oh, what type of collaboration?" Fu Guobo inquired, sitting up straight with curiosity. "While we have developed chip technology, there is a scarcity of corresponding talent. I hope to collaborate with Shuaimu University to jointly cultivate a pool of talent to join our Longxin Semiconductor." Gu Li stated earnestly. "Absolutely, I will call you back." With Gu Li's spark of inspiration, he is certainly not lacking in talent. What he truly seeks is personnel. Chapter 35, a brand new mobile system, trending relentlessly. Hello, everyone, I am Adai. Welcome to today's episode of Adai Loves Testing Machines. First and foremost, I must clarify that the reactions in this video are purely personal and not influenced by any monetary gain. Adai solemnly stated in the video. As the video progressed, comments began to flood in. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. The more they said this, the more it seemed like they were accusing him of monetary gain. Trust the uploader's professionalism. Any sponsored content is in a separate collection. Indeed, those familiar with Adai understood that the uploader typically organizes sponsored videos into a distinct compilation. Fans who were not interested in the sponsored content could simply skip it. What devices are being tested today? No need to guess, it's the Black Gold, Huaxing, and Demi. Following yesterday's launch, the uploaders could finally unbox and evaluate the devices. Indeed, this is a consistent practice among smartphone manufacturers. Today, we are testing the Longting Black Gold phone, Demi 8, and Huaxing Mate 20, all of which belong to the premium segment, priced between 3000 to 5000. The RAM specifications are 8 GB, 6 GB, and 6 GB, with all having the same storage capacity of 128 GB. As per tradition, let us begin with the exterior showcase. The video dims, transitioning to reveal 3 parallel small screens. Displayed within the frames are the 3 smartphones, placed on a stand and rotating, showcasing their designs to the audience. In comparison, the design of the Black Gold model stands out most prominently. Indeed, its aesthetic surpasses that of the other 2 models, particularly in terms of screen-to-body ratio, giving the impression of a borderless display. The designers at Longting have certainly created something remarkable. Personally, I find the black gold logo quite charming. However, aesthetic preferences vary, and I lean towards the design of the rice model. I share that sentiment. The Huashing model resonates with me as well. In the comments section, fans and viewers continuously share their opinions. Adai's review is still underway as he places the smartphone flat on a table lined with black foam. Simultaneously, he and his companion power on the devices. In just 7 seconds, the black gold phone completes its boot up and enters the setup phase, followed by the rice and Huashing models after 20 seconds. It is well known that the duration of the booting process tests the phone's system reading speed. This aspect reveals a portion of our smartphone's performance. A shorter reading time indicates a more streamlined system with fewer pre-installed applications. In this regard, the black gold model emerges victorious, with Huashing in second place and rice in third. Next, the sensitivity of the screen is tested. Adai and his companion manipulate the app icons, sliding across the phone's interface. The results are largely similar, with no instances of touch failure. Subsequently, they evaluate standard features such as camera performance and charging speed. Aside from charging speed, where black gold excels, the other aspects are generally comparable to those of rice and Huashing. Does this suggest that the black gold is rather unremarkable? My brother continues to rave about the black gold being invincible. However, my friend, we are only scratching the surface. Performance testing has yet to commence. Indeed, black gold prioritizes performance while other factors are secondary. I have heard it boasts a 5nm chip. Is that true? Indeed. The black gold smartphone utilizes a domestically developed 5nm chip, the Laiguo No. 1. The testing begins. Adai first employs professional software to benchmark the 3 devices. The rice model scores 8, 301 with 472 points. The Huashing Mate 20 scores 31, 203 points, while the black gold phone achieves an astonishing 723, 427 points. Upon seeing this figure, Adai is momentarily stunned. 723,000. Incredible. Has black gold somehow gained an unfair advantage? Adai instinctively exclaims, his genuine reaction unedited. His companion beside him remarks, that's more than the combined scores of rice and Huashing. Is this the power of the 5nm chip? Xiaomi employs the Snapdragon 845, which is a 10nm chip. Huashing utilizes ARM's provided cores and designs its architecture and communication baseband, entrusting TSMC with the production of the Kirin 980, a 7nm chip. Indeed, the most critical aspect of a smartphone remains its chip. The disparity brought about by a single chip is glaringly evident. The performance is unparalleled. With such capabilities, I am firmly convinced to purchase the black gold model. Its explosive performance is undeniable. Adai gathers his composure and continues with the testing. Following the benchmarking, they will assess the phone's performance in gaming, as today's mobile games demand considerable processing power from devices. Thus, one can indirectly assess the performance of a smartphone. The phrase born for enthusiasts attributed to the rice brand stems from this notion. The games utilized by the protagonist, Adai, are among the most popular on the market. After all, the majority of consumers purchase smartphones with gaming in mind. Employing trending games provides a more vivid demonstration of the device's capabilities. The testing visuals have been accelerated, with various data displayed in the upper left corner. Although the edited duration is 3 minutes, Adai actually spent 4 to 5 hours on it. With the testing now concluded, the specific data is as follows. As for which device ranks first, it hardly requires elaboration. The black gold model, equipped with the 5nm chip, Laiguo No. 1, significantly outperforms both rice and Huashing in terms of performance. In summary, the black gold phone stands out as the most worthy purchase of the summer season, followed closely by Huashing and rice. The recently released models from the blue and green brands are not far behind, vying for position. Today, I have also had the opportunity to experience it for a day. Speaking from personal impressions, the black gold phone boasts an extraordinary screen-to-body ratio, fulfilling the vision of a large display without the unsightly double chin or notches. The camera is completely concealed beneath the screen, putting it ahead of all other manufacturers. In terms of fluidity, I personally find the black gold to be smoother. The system optimization capabilities of Longting are undeniably impressive. More importantly, the black gold features a thoughtful assistant, Xiaoyu, who understands your needs. A test video featuring Xiaoyu will be shared in the next episode. Today, however, the focus remains on evaluating the phone itself. Without a doubt, One of the most commendable purchases of the year is the Black Gold smartphone. Thank you all for watching. This concludes today's video. At this moment, the comments section is bustling with enthusiasm. Buy Black Gold. Hurry and place your order. It will take 23 days for shipping. The excitement is palpable. Numerous content creators have released videos today, driven by personal interest or professional expertise. The professionals do not limit their assessments to the phone's performance, but delve into the internal programming as well. They are the ones sharing various techniques on forums for optimizing device usage. Consequently, several of their videos have quickly surged in popularity, making it to the trending list. Incredible. The Longting Black Gold phone runs on a proprietary system. Discussing the unbreakable security of the Black Gold phone. Oh no, Android and iOS have a new contender. What a revelation. Not only is the chip self-developed, but the operating system is also proprietary? Goodness gracious. Longting is impressive. These videos once again thrust Longting into the spotlight. Meanwhile, on an airplane, Guli is sound asleep under a blanket. Chapter 36. Longting remains humble, continuously advancing. Within the video, a digital screen displays the actions of users attempting to breach the security of the Black Gold phone. The technical aspects may elude many, but the video creator has thoughtfully annotated the intentions behind each action of the attackers on the left side of the screen, allowing viewers to grasp the ongoing efforts. They are currently employing traditional methods to circumvent the Black Gold phone's firewall. The primary function of a firewall is to serve as a network security system between the internal network of a mobile device and the external network, allowing or prohibiting data transmission based on specific rules. If one manages to breach the firewall, they can bypass it and access the personal privacy information stored within the device. Naturally, such actions are illegal, leading to the concealment of certain critical technologies. The main objective of this test is to evaluate the protective capabilities of the Black Gold phone. It is imperative that no one attempts to replicate this, lest they find themselves reporting to the appropriate authorities punctually. At this point, the text concludes, and several pop-up windows appear on the screen, displaying a series of codes. Subsequently, the actions are obscured by a mosaic, and soon after, a red window emerges, declaring, access denied. Clearly, we have failed. However, our purpose remains to test. Henceforth, we shall utilize the Black Gold phone to allow our entry. I will send a link to the phone, and upon clicking it, we shall circumvent the firewall of the Black Gold device. Immediately, a slender, pale hand retrieves the Black Gold phone and clicks on the link I sent. A notification chimes. The URL you clicked has been identified as illegal and may expose your personal privacy information. Should you choose to access this site, Xiaoyu will ensure the security of your personal information throughout the process. Xiaoyu's virtual avatar appears on one side of the phone, with two messages appearing word by word on the screen. Hacker. It seems our intentions have been uncovered. The hacker, poised to break in, suddenly freezes, their movement stalling. Observing this scene, viewers of the video flood the comments with enthusiasm. Incredible, the Black Gold phone detected the hacker's phishing site directly. Haha. Xiaoyu is truly impressive. What method shall we employ next? The hacker, undeterred, prepares to press on. Let us see how Xiaoyu safeguards their personal privacy information. With unwavering resolve, the hacker clicks the link, then sets the phone down to continue their operations on the computer. The screen flickers with codes, and the sound of rapid keystrokes fills the air. After a brief moment, the hacker halts their actions, entering the phone's internal system, awaiting the data transmission to ascertain whether it contains the desired information. As the countdown concludes, a string of garbled text appears in the pop-up window. At the bottom, a small line reads, Xiaoyu reminds you to cease your actions. You have violated the personal information protection law of Huaxia. As a precaution, your physical address has been recorded by Xiaoyu. Kindly adhere to your commitments, Mr. Xiajia. Should you persist, Xiaoyu will take up legal instruments to protect user rights. The hacker exclaims in frustration, as Xiajia is indeed his real name. Haha. The hacker has been counter-infiltrated and thoroughly investigated. This is utterly hilarious. The protective capabilities of the Black Gold phone are astonishing. For this alone, I must acquire a Black Gold device. Xiajia, undaunted, continues his intrusion. Brothers, conventional methods are utterly ineffective. Next, I shall exploit vulnerabilities within Android to achieve my objective. The code flickered once more, and the sound of keystrokes filled the air again. Shortly thereafter, the hacker's activities came to a halt. These vulnerabilities proved ineffective, as if the Black Gold phone were impervious to such flaws. I decided to explore other vulnerabilities. Xia diligently tested every Android vulnerability he knew on the black gold phone, yet none were successful. All the exploits failed. I resolved to try them on my Android device. To my astonishment, I effortlessly cracked my Android phone using the vulnerabilities. Why then could I not do the same with the black gold phone? Unless the black gold phone did not operate on the Android system. This conclusion startled Xia. In the contemporary tech landscape, the predominant systems were either Android or iOS. Older mobile operating systems had long been rendered obsolete. The black gold phone undoubtedly did not utilize an antiquated system, for that would have made it far easier for Xia to breach. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not crack the black gold phone. Could it be that Longting had developed its own operating system? Xia continued his testing, but to no avail. Eventually, he stumbled upon the answer on the official website, where Longting announced a developer version. To apply for it, one had to pass a test. The test consisted of a tutorial released by Longting on their website. The tutorial introduced an entirely new language. It seemed that Longting had indeed created its own mobile operating system. Xia remarked in a video that the tutorial on the official site was undoubtedly long language. However, at this stage, long language was still a work in progress. The final product would be written in Huaxiao language. The current iteration of long language was merely a transitional phase, which allowed Xia to comprehend and learn it. His words ignited a frenzy among netizens. Longting had actually developed its own mobile operating system. No wonder no one could crack it. I had watched numerous videos testing the black gold firewall, and indeed, no one succeeded. Could a prominent figure emerge to verify this? It seemed true. The system used by black gold was entirely different from Android and iOS. Brothers, hurry to the blog. The CEO of 361 Technology, Zhou Hongwei, is about to provide definitive proof. I have also seen it. The official certification is undoubtedly authentic. Through the dissemination by netizens, Zhou Hongwei's latest blog post confirming the situation went viral. Everyone witnessed the 361 team employing various methods to ascertain whether the operating system of the black gold phone was derived from Android or a product of in-house development. The results were unequivocal. The system was indeed developed by Longting. They were able to access the developer mode of the black gold phone using the tutorial from Longting's official site, and they successfully modified and tested certain features. This conclusion was promptly published. Longting and the black gold phone surged to the forefront of trending topics across major media platforms. My goodness, we once thought Longting was already formidable, having developed the Yuduin and optimized smartphones, surpassing all manufacturers. They even collaborated with state-owned enterprises to produce the 5nm chip, Longyuan No. 1. Other companies achieving such feats would be bursting with pride. Yet, Longting remained humble, having directly researched and developed a new mobile operating system. Truly remarkable. My goodness. Longting has consistently remained at the forefront of the world. Alas, I have urged you all to pay more attention to Longting. Yet have you not noticed that they have been tirelessly applying for patents? They have never paused in their relentless pursuit of innovation, continuously advancing along the path of research and development. As for the new mobile operating system, I wonder how it performs in comparison to Android or iOS. You would know if you used the Heijin phone. Indeed, trust in Longting, and you shall attain immortality. Remarkably, Longting's CEO, Gu Li, has arrived at Shuemu University. It is said that a collaboration will be established with the university to found a chip academy. Truly, Longting continues to forge ahead, never halting. Incredible. Chapter 37. The establishment of the Chip Academy. Why not cultivate talent independently? Welcome, Chairman Gu Li of Longting Technology, to our esteemed institution. Observing the banner hanging at the entrance, one cannot help but reflect on how, in the past, Gu Li would not have received such an honor. In its nascent stages, this burgeoning tech company had already produced numerous successful students from our university. However, independently developing an entirely new mobile operating system is an entirely different matter. Whether it be a mobile or computer system, foreign nations have always held the lead, with no trace of Chinese innovation. After all, it took decades for China to catch up with advanced countries, transitioning from hunger to basic sustenance, and eventually to prosperity. In the realm of high-end technology, we remain in the exploratory phase. Significant achievements require considerable time. Now, with Longting's newly unveiled mobile operating system, Longyan, this timeline has been dramatically shortened, granting China its own mobile system. Most crucially, with the mobile operating system developed, how far can the computer system be behind? especially since Longyan excels in various aspects, including anti-intrusion and anti-penetration, surpassing systems like iOS, Microsoft, and Android. Once developed, the confidentiality level of China could ascend several tiers. Currently, the mainstream official systems in China are predominantly based on the open-source Linux framework, which often results in complex and cumbersome operations. Longyan is set to change that reality. This is precisely why Guli holds such a prestigious position, warranting the respectful reception from the nation's top universities. As Guli alighted from the car, Wei Jia also exited from the passenger seat, standing beside him. "You wish to come by yourself? Just look at this grand reception. Can you handle it?" Wei Jia whispered behind Guli. Before them stood a group of 8 teachers, all wearing amiable smiles, primarily professors from the Department of Computer Science and Technology. Once Longting matures into a giant, the reception for Guli will surely be elevated to that of the principal and other leaders. "Thank you for your patience, esteemed professors," Guli said with a smile, displaying a touch of apology as he shook hands with each of them. "Oh, not at all. We have only just arrived ourselves," responded Yu Xingqi, the head of the Department of Computer Science and Technology. "Shall I show Chairman Gu around our university?" Guli expressed his anticipation, stating, "Of course. I have yet to visit Shuimu University, though I have heard it is vast and beautiful." From a young age, Guli had known that Shuimu University and Jingxing University were the finest institutions in the country. It is a university cherished by all the diligent students of Qianqian. Before his rebirth, Guli had visited the capital city but had never set foot in these 2 esteemed universities. Yu Xingqi accompanied Guli, riding the campus shuttle bus while leisurely explaining and touring the grounds. They passed by the ruins of Jinshan Garden, the Baohinia Garden, the Art Museum, and the library, eventually stopping at the Shuimu Science and Technology Park. Guli followed Yu Xingqi into a conference room within one of the buildings in the technology park. "Mr. Gu, your visit to our university surely serves a purpose beyond mere sightseeing, does it not?" Yu Xingqi inquired directly, their casual campus stroll having already fostered a growing camaraderie. "Dean Yu, you must be aware that our company has developed its own mobile phone chips. Currently, we face certain challenges due to a shortage of specialized talent necessary to advance our research and development," Guli explained candidly. "Shuimu University is one of the premier institutions in Huaxia. Our company wishes to establish a collaboration with your esteemed university to cultivate a cohort of professionals skilled in chip design, computer science, and programming, with a particular emphasis on chip technology." Upon hearing Guli's intentions, Yu Xingqi's expression transformed into one of affirmation. "Indeed, companies like ours are most in need of talent. Developing a 5-nanometer chip is a remarkable achievement for Longting. To continue progressing, we must augment both human and material resources. Fortunately, the university harbors similar aspirations. You have arrived at an opportune moment, Mr. Gu. Just days ago, our institution convened to deliberate on these very matters. The blockade imposed by the Eagle Nation has severely impacted the domestic chip industry. As leading researchers in Huaxia, we are eager to contribute to the nation's chip development efforts. We have resolved to establish a chip academy dedicated to nurturing domestic talent. Your requirements align perfectly with our vision," Yu Xingqi said, their smile growing even more radiant. "It is truly fortuitous." Guli was somewhat surprised. "Our company is prepared to provide 50 million yuan worth of equipment and facilities to your university, enabling students to acquire knowledge more effectively. However," he paused and looked toward Yu Xingqi. "Does Mr. Gu harbor any other concerns?" Yu Xingqi's smile faltered momentarily. 50 million in sponsorship is indeed a substantial contribution to the academy. Our company employs proprietary EDA software and lithography machines, which differ from the university's current curriculum. We propose establishing a separate class taught using our company's specialized courses. Would your university consent to this arrangement? After a brief silence, Yu Xingqi continued, "Naturally. There is no objection. Students admitted to this class must undergo rigorous assessments to qualify for entry," Guli stipulated. "Of course, Mr. Gu. Even if you had not mentioned it, we would have insisted on the same," Yu Xingqi responded without hesitation. "Monthly evaluations will be conducted by our company, and those who fail will be dismissed. That is acceptable. Several of our professors already implement similar standards," Yu Xingqi affirmed without a moment's hesitation. "Assessments are indispensable. After all, Longting cannot afford to cultivate a cadre of talent lacking fundamental expertise." Guli extended his right hand toward Yu Xingqi. "A successful collaboration. Indeed, a successful collaboration. Yuzingchi echoed warmly. We have prepared a luncheon right here at the school. Let us make our way there together, suggested Yuzingchi. All right, Guli agreed without hesitation, accompanying Yuzingchi to the cafeteria at Shuemu University. Naturally, the consumption of alcohol was inevitable. The atmosphere was lively with exchanges of toasts. After the luncheon concluded, Guli and Wei Jia took a taxi back to the hotel, planning to return the next day to finalize the contract. In the cab, Wei Jia hesitated to speak. What is it you wish to say? Do not fear speaking your mind, Guli inquired, her cheeks flushed. President Gu, you are investing both money and personnel. Why not cultivate our own talent? Wei Jia questioned, perplexed. Isn't it more efficient to directly hire experienced individuals to train them for the company's benefit? Guli shook her head. That is not feasible. The mindset of individuals in society has been dulled. Where can one find young people with vibrant imaginations? More importantly, those nurtured from the ground up possess a clearer understanding of their own creativity. They can develop what we truly need more effectively. Moreover, students from universities have a more solid foundation of knowledge. How can one ascertain the authenticity of someone's abilities in society? Wei Jia nodded, acknowledging the validity of Guli's points. Indeed, while those in society may possess more experience, who truly knows the standard of their skills? Furthermore, the capacity to learn and adapt to new knowledge is often not as robust as that of the youth. Collaborating with universities indeed offers greater assurance. I have sent you the direction for the company's next strategic plan. Let us commence execution, Guli instructed. Understood, President Gu. As she finished speaking, Guli's phone buzzed with a message. Boss, Xiao Yuan needs testing. Should we wait for you to return for the evaluation? No need. You all can discuss it among yourselves, Guli replied. All right, boss. After responding, Guli leaned back to rest in the vehicle. Chapter 38. A top star's viral success, achieving sales in the millions. I'm going to be late. In a modest room, on an ornate European-style bed, Yang Yu hastily threw off her pink checkered quilt, her face a portrait of panic. Her fair, slender hand reached beneath the bed to retrieve her phone. No way, I forgot to charge it, Yang Yu lamented, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Just a couple of days ago, she had upgraded to a new phone, the Dragon Rising Black Gold model. Playing Honor of Kings was seamless, and her skills had been improving steadily. She had played through the night yesterday, ultimately unaware of how she had fallen asleep. Consequently, her game lost rank, remaining on the high drain screen, which led to the phone shutting down. Upon turning on her phone, a flurry of missed calls and WeChat messages inundated the screen. Almost immediately, her manager's call came through, and as Yang Yu answered, she could hear manager Jiang Ning's furious voice even without the speakerphone on. Yang Yu, do you have any idea how many times I have called you? Nearly 100. What on earth were you doing? Why was your phone off? You assured me yesterday that you would spend time with your parents and would be present at the venue on time today. I believed your nonsense. The show is starting in half an hour. How am I supposed to pick you up? The round trip takes half an hour. Are we canceling this show? Do you understand the magnitude of the impact this will have on you? Seizing the third place in the 101 competition, Yang Yu joined the illustrious Rockets 101, ascending to the status of a contemporary sensation. Yet, what has transpired? You are now burdened with the unfavorable reputation of being a prima donna. Do you comprehend? Yang Yu extended her arm, distancing her phone, and hastily offered her apologies. I am sincerely sorry, Sister Jiang. I shall arrive shortly. I am not far from the venue. So if you come to pick me up while I make my way there, we will undoubtedly make it in time. Rest assured, Sister Jiang, I will be there. With a sigh, she resolved to attempt it, knowing that this event was one she could not afford to miss. Jiang Ning's voice softened, acquiescing to Yang Yu's proposal. After ending the call, Yang Yu sprang from her bed like a cat, swiftly donning her attire, mask, and sunglasses. She hurriedly completed her grooming, seized her makeup bag, and dashed outside. The inquiries from her family echoed from a distance, but Yang Yu had no time to respond. Xiao Yu, please navigate me to Ailey Building. Opting for the quickest route. Certainly, I am currently planning your route and detecting that you are walking. The walking route has been completed, with an estimated duration of 55 minutes. Replan, that duration is too lengthy. Without hesitation, Yang Yu declined. Xiao Yu can summon a vehicle for you, with an estimated time of arrival of 20 minutes. Very well. So swift? Yang Yu was taken aback, recalling Sister Zhang's mention of a half-hour wait. In no time, a black Tesla appeared before her. After verifying the license plate, she climbed into the back seat. The driver, an older gentleman, exuded an inexplicable sense of security. Young lady, please fasten your seatbelt. Our journey is about to commence. All right. The deep timbre of the gentleman's voice further solidified Yang Yu's sense of safety, ensuring a more secure drive. With a hum and a hiss, the tires gripped the pavement, and an unexpected thrust pressed her against the seat back. Sir, are we going this fast? I thought you were more composed. Do not be anxious. Yours is an urgent order. If I do not drive swiftly, I cannot guarantee your timely arrival at the designated location. Rest assured, my driving is quite steady, and your safety is guaranteed. Understood, Yang Yu replied. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, the vehicle weaving through traffic as it approached her destination. Meanwhile, within Gu Li's villa, several screens flickered with lines of data. One screen displayed the very model of the new energy vehicle in which Yang Yu was seated. The performance is commendable. It can accurately identify both vehicles and pedestrians. It can also recognize traffic signals and respond accordingly. The artificial intelligence, derived from Xiao Yuan, was ready for deployment, Zero remarked. Xiao Yuan, what is your assessment? I concur. There are no areas requiring my intervention. Excellent. Once you have completed this delivery, return immediately. The test will conclude. Understood. Xiao Yuan, bestowed with life by Gu Li and named accordingly, now boasted two systems, its own and the artificial intelligence that required evaluation. Typically, Xiao Yuan would only intervene in the event of an anomaly with the AI. Upon the conclusion of the test, Xiao Yuan promptly resumed control, accelerating the speed noticeably. The gentleman Yang Yu observed was, in fact, a holographic projection crafted by Xiao Yuan, intended to avoid drawing attention. The journey, originally 20 minutes, was truncated by 5, arriving at Yang Yu's destination in just 15 minutes. Upon alighting, Yang Yu immediately contacted Jiang Ning. Sister Jiang, I've arrived at the back entrance. What? How did you get here so quickly? Did you fly? Jiang Ning exclaimed in astonishment, urging the driver to return swiftly. Fortunately, they had not ventured far. That evening, after completing the program recording, Yang Yu returned home, accompanied by Jiang Ning, who stayed at a nearby hotel out of concern that the earlier incident might recur. Sister Jiang, may I post on Weibo to recommend Xiao Yu Butler? Yang Yu inquired. After some thought, Jiang Ning consented, certainly. Xiao Yu Butler is merely an application installed by many, including myself. There's no harm in recommending it. It's not a physical product. Sharing your personal experience is perfectly acceptable. Soon after, Yang Yu's endorsement was shared on Weibo. Xiao Yu Butler truly saved me today. I was about to be late for the show, but it helped me arrive 10 minutes early. It's absolutely marvelous. As one of the most sought-after female celebrities of the year, Yang Yu's post quickly gained traction, garnering numerous shares and comments. Wow, even the Lucky Charm uses Xiao Yu Butler. What is Xiao Yu Butler? I've never heard of it. It's an AI app pre-installed on Longting's black gold phones, akin to Siri. No, you're mistaken. Xiao Yu is far more intelligent than Siri. The Lucky Charm uses the same phone as me. Is it really that good? Absolutely. Xiao Yu perfectly understands everything I say. Really? I'm thinking of switching phones. I'll give this one a try. If the Lucky Charm uses it, it must be excellent. I checked the official website. It's stunning, and the performance is reportedly superb. The collective gaze of the Lucky Charm and myself aligned, both choosing this aesthetically pleasing, high-performance phone. Its design was indeed exquisite. One couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Lucky Charm, still having a program to record over the weekend. The comment section buzzed incessantly, discussing both Xiao Yu Butler and the black gold phone. Fans, witnessing their beloved star's endorsement and the device's robust performance, eagerly opted to purchase. The sales analytics team at Longting were astounded as back-end data surged exponentially. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 1 million. The staff were left speechless. What was happening? Chapter 39. Black Gold achieves 100 billion in sales. Partnership finalized. As of today, the first generation of black gold phones has amassed sales totaling 375 units, with an average price of 399 Huaxia currency. The cumulative revenue reached 58, 259, 256, 250 Huaxia currency, nearly 6 billion earned within a single week. Among all factors, Yang Yu's genuine endorsement exerted the greatest influence on this remarkable sales surge. In the realm of Huaxia, the influence wielded by top-tier celebrities is profoundly significant. It can be asserted that within the astounding figure of 58 billion, half of the sales revenue can be attributed to her impact. Following the completion of the statistics, the personnel at Longting's sales department were left in utter astonishment. In the span of merely a week, they surpassed the sales figures of other companies that typically take a month to achieve. While luck played a role, the crux of the matter lies in the exceptional quality of the Heijin smartphone. Many individuals who received the device were utterly captivated by its allure, becoming enthusiastic advocates for it. Notably, the built-in Xiaoyu assistant possesses an unparalleled ability to comprehend and execute commands, regardless of their nature, with the sole exception of unlawful activities. Furthermore, various bloggers and content creators conducted comparative evaluations between Xiaoyu, Siri, and other intelligent smartphone voice assistants. Undoubtedly, Xiaoyu emerged victorious. Following closely, it holds complete modification privileges over the voice assistants of other brands such as Huaxing, Xiaomi, and others. The advent of voice assistants on smartphones initially sparked great enthusiasm, only to later devolve into what could be described as artificial intelligence folly. Users expressed their frustrations, particularly with the infamous phrase, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Could you please repeat that?" This left many exasperated, prompting them to disable voice assistants altogether or, in some cases, prefer typing over speaking. However, the emergence of Xiaoyu marked a transformative moment. It adeptly recognizes user commands and reminds them of important and urgent matters. Particularly beneficial for female users, it tracks and timely alerts them about their menstrual cycles, suggesting they carry appropriate hygiene products. In instances where they are caught unprepared, it assists in locating the nearest store and recommending frequently used products. Thus, users finally experienced a voice assistant that transcended the limitations of mere artificial intelligence, showcasing itself as a genuine assistant. In terms of performance, it undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of excellence. Such an extraordinary smartphone naturally incited a fervent rush among consumers, contributing to the remarkable sales figures, which accounted for another half of the total revenue of 58 billion. After meticulously compiling the relevant data, the statisticians reported their findings to the manager, who then relayed the information to Wei Jia, subsequently announcing it on the official website. This act fostered greater trust among users and netizens in Longting, instilling a sense of participation as they recognized the trajectory of their financial contributions towards the product they had purchased, akin to the transparency found in Huaxia's tobacco industry. Moving forward, should Longting unveil any cutting-edge technology, one could proudly proclaim, "I played a part in this." That sense of pride is undeniably robust. In terms of data statistics, Geely entrusted Zero with the responsibility, allowing them to focus on technological research and development. However, when Zero found the time, they would still compile data and report it back to Geely. Upon reviewing Zero's statistics and understanding the rationale behind the reported figures, Geely couldn't help but smile wryly. Such occurrences should be minimized in the future. Conducting tests with human subjects can be perilous, he remarked. These tests provide a more intuitive understanding of the user's experiences. Zero responded, "I understand. My intention is to find a more professional approach, not to randomly select individuals from the street. Particularly if we involve a female celebrity, any exposure of this matter could significantly impact Longting." "I comprehend, boss. Continue with your work. I shall return tomorrow to summarize the technology we possess." "Very well." Geely raised her gaze towards Yu Xingqi, who was engrossed in reviewing the contract, flanked by two professional legal advisors. Upon completing her review, Yu Xingqi handed the contract to the two advisors and then turned her attention to Geely. "Gu, did you find my earlier comments amusing or an overreaction?" Geely shook her head, stating, "In matters concerning the company, being meticulous with contracts is an obligation to ourselves and to the institution. It is indeed an honor to collaborate with such a responsible school." Yu Xingqi laughed heartily. "Your words always bring a refreshing breeze, Gu." As their conversation unfolded, the two legal advisors concluded their examination of the contract. "Director Yu, the contract is flawless." "Excellent." Yu Xingqi nodded and once again addressed Gu Li, then, "Shall we proceed to sign?" "Certainly." Both parties inscribed their names upon the document, subsequently exchanging copies. To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. Gu Li and Yu Xingqi shook hands before the entrance of the technology park, capturing the moment in a photograph. Following the successful agreement, Gu Li invited Yu Xingqi to dinner, for such social exchanges only deepen mutual goodwill. After the banquet, Gu Li and Wei Jia boarded their flight back to Pannan. "Have you received the documents I sent you?" Gu Li inquired of Wei Jia, seated to her right. Wei Jia, traveling in business class for privacy and added comfort. Replied affirmatively while opening the file. However, upon revealing the contents, her expression grew grave. Longting Group Strategic Plan. Longting Company Internal Legal Framework. Longting Wholly Owned Subsidiary Registration Matters, GU. Do you think we are taking on too much? Wei Jia asked earnestly. Plans are meant to unfold gradually. They are not accomplished in a single step, Gu Li replied. Sipping her herbal tea. Please examine them closely. Your expertise is invaluable for feedback. Of course, Wei Jia thought to herself how Gu Li was indeed quite knowledgeable. The strategic plan was drafted with a level of professionalism that surpassed her own. Shortly thereafter, the plane took off, and business class proved its worth, offering a far more comfortable experience than economy. Gu Li, slightly tipsy, quickly succumbed to slumber, while Wei Jia meticulously reviewed the documents sent by Gu Li. The announcement of the collaboration with Longting was also made public on the official website of Shuimu University. At the moment of publication, students on campus forums took notice. Wow, we really secured the partnership. The Chip Institute. Does this mean that if we pass the final assessment, we can work at Longting? Incredible. Longting's salaries and employee benefits are top-notch. Working there is as prestigious as at any major firm. How I regret studying fine arts. If I had pursued computer science, I could have landed a position at Longting. But hold on, to enter the Chip Institute, the qualifications require being in the top 10 of one's major and obtaining a CET 6 certificate. Wait, CET 6? I just barely passed CET 4? Relax, you're only a freshman. There's no need to rush. For those wishing to participate in the assessment, I encourage you to commence your studies in advance. It is said that the entrance examination is exceedingly rigorous. Let us all strive together. I shall take the lead in my preparation. In support of our nation's advancement in chip technology, let us rally. Do not blame me for revealing your admiration for Longting. Who could possibly resist such an outstanding enterprise? Onward. Longting has forged a partnership with Shuangmu University, garnering attention from the public. After all, collaborating with a prestigious institution serves as a testament to Longting's recognition. Anticipation for Longting's future is growing, with eager expectations for new chips, smartphones, and innovative technologies. Chapter 40. The Corporate Grouping and an Overview of Existing Technologies. Manager Gu. I have no objections regarding the general aspects of the documents. However, I do have some suggestions in certain minor areas that you may consider, Wei Jia stated as she handed the printed documents to Gu Li. The sections marked in red pen indicated her recommendations. Gu Li meticulously examined the annotations. The suggestions provided by Wei Jia were all reasonable and targeted towards Longting, and the potential outcomes they promised were superior to those proposed by Zero. Indeed, there remains a discernible gap between machine and human insight. Zero's suggestions fell short of Wei Jia's, primarily due to an insufficient understanding of the company's intricacies. Zero primarily relied on data, lacking awareness of the staff's work dynamics and efficiency. The recommendations were somewhat idealistic, whereas Wei Jia's insights were more attuned to the company's reality, making her suggestions more conducive to development. Thus, Gu Li typically regarded Zero's input as the overarching direction while seeking Wei Jia's detailed contributions, ensuring Longting's future remains grounded and practical. After 2 hours, Gu Li concluded his review of Wei Jia's annotated documents. Any contentious points were marked for discussion with her to establish clarity. All set. Please reorganize the materials in accordance with the directives in the document. First, we will proceed with the corporate structuring of Longting, followed by the registration of the wholly owned subsidiary I require. As always, we will deliberate on the crucial matters, while you may exercise your discretion on other issues. Gu Li prepared to delegate authority once again, confident that Zero would oversee everything, allowing Wei Jia and the management team greater autonomy, which would invigorate Longting. Understood. I will report to you daily, Wei Jia replied as she accepted the documents from Gu Li. By the way, how has Peng Dehai been performing in the company? Gu Li inquired with genuine interest, eager to hear Wei Jia's assessment. He has been quite impressive in the business department, Wei Jia praised. His diplomatic skills exceed those of seasoned professionals, and he handles the coordination tasks exceptionally well. He is indeed a commendable business talent. That is reassuring. Promotions will strictly adhere to the company's advancement protocols. We do not entertain favoritism here, Gu Li reminded her. He wished to ensure that Wei Jia did not extend undue leniency to Peng Dehai simply due to their friendship, which could expedite his promotion. While this would benefit Peng Dehai with increased remuneration, it could detract from his professional development. With the continued development of Longting, it is ultimately destined for obsolescence. After all, only those who have delved deeply into the grassroots of a department can truly grasp and manage it effectively. I understand, General Manager Gu, Wei Jiao responded. The transition to a corporate structure is entrusted to you. These are the companies that need to be registered, along with the necessary qualifications and documentation. Please ensure their registration is completed. Management will remain consistent, with the exception of the RD department, as the other departments must begin planning for recruitment. Once I decide to activate those companies, recruitment will commence. Gu Li informed Wei Jia of the tasks ahead. Please arrange a meeting with the personnel from the Ponan Housing and Urban Construction Department. Our factory requires expansion. I have already procured the new production line, and the factory must be expanded swiftly to meet consumer demand. This matter takes precedence. The production line is fully automated, with 5 workers assigned to each line. That is all for now. Proceed with your work. Understood, General Manager Gu. After documenting the tasks, Wei Jia returned to her office with her notebook. She gazed at the list of assignments outlined by Gu Li, beginning to devise a concrete plan. While Gu Li's directives seemed straightforward, they represented the end goal. To realize this outcome, the intricate details of the work would require Wei Jia's careful planning and delegation. Having organized the tasks, Gu Li returned to the villa. Ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor, the incessant hum of the servers filled the air. The delicate clicks of keyboards and the small mechanical hands of Zero resonated with a crisp metallic sound. Boss, you're back? Zero paused his work and turned to look at Gu Li at the door. Gu Li nodded. Zero and the others, come with me. Gu Li entered an adjacent room filled with metal racks. These racks housed treasures salvaged from the refuse of the industry. Report on the technological advancements we currently possess in RD, Gu Li instructed. For the time being, do not report on those technologies that can be swiftly developed. Simply submit them to the company for patent applications as before. Gu Li added. Previously, there had been discussions online regarding Longting's pursuit of various patents, which was indeed orchestrated by Gu Li. These patents pertain to technologies developed by Zero and his team, including advancements in holographic projection, graphene batteries, and 3 electric technologies. Among others, details that Gu Li deemed insignificant, yet they remain underexplored both domestically and globally. Some of these technologies may require 3 to 4 years for thorough research, while others could take 8 to 9 years. Gu Li merely expedited the process, allowing the necessary companies to acquire usable technologies directly. As for technologies like holographic projection, Gu Li had no intention of applying for patents. After all, others would struggle to decipher them, and given the national interest, Gu Li would provide assistance. Why risk the potential leak by applying for a patent? Such a risk seems unnecessary. Of course, applying for patents domestically and internationally is quite secure, with stringent confidentiality measures in place. However, when a technology is exceptionally superior, far surpassing global standards, even the strictest confidentiality measures can become tattered fabric. The camera positioned before the sales area projected the core technology database onto the white wall. Dear Leader, we now possess the complete technology for manufacturing Longyuan lithography machines. The design schematics for the Longyuan No. 1 chip, as well as subsequent versions, and the Longyan programming language. Initially, I shall discuss the technologies that are currently in use, followed by those that have been successfully developed but remain unused. These include intelligent programming formulas, artificial intelligence, fully autonomous driving technology, holographic projection technology, graphene batteries along with low-cost mass production techniques, military-civilian hybrid exoskeleton technology, high-strength steel preparation formulas, and humanoid robot manufacturing technology, each one meticulously enumerated by Zero. Upon hearing of these advancements, Gu Li was taken aback, realizing he possessed such an extensive array of cutting-edge technologies. However, he quickly regained his composure, attributing this fortune primarily to the ignition source. Without the ignition source to breathe life into them, these technologies would remain mere concepts. Gu Li understood that he could not possess these technologies. This indirectly validated his initial thoughts. Alas, Gu Li sighed. Unfortunately, these advancements remain unrealized at present. The domestic infrastructure is insufficient. Thus, we must first utilize minor innovations to establish a robust foundational framework before we can bring forth these grand technologies. Currently, Gu Li is engaged in these endeavors. Nevertheless, there exists one technological marvel that, given the current state of domestic science and technology, could indeed be realized. Gu Li's gaze turned towards a dark, deflated sphere resting on a metallic frame. A near-Earth ultra-high-speed communication satellite that fell from space. Its communication speed will eliminate your need for waiting. Chapter 41. The terrifying transmission rate of Xiao Wei. Gu Li's next step. A near-Earth ultra-high-speed communication satellite that fell from space. Its communication speed will eliminate your need for waiting. Throughout history, communication technology has continuously evolved alongside societal progress. From ancient beacons, carrier pigeons, and message monkeys to modern sign language, flag signaling, communication towers, and the contemporary marvels of 1G and 5G cellular mobile communication technologies, each advancement has sought to enhance the exchange and transmission of information. Concurrently, these developments have transformed our lives. The progress in communication technology has made information acquisition increasingly accessible. Our use of mobile devices such as smartphones, tablets, and laptops owes its convenience and efficiency to these innovations. In the future, intelligent machines will equally depend on new communication technologies. Fast, reliable, and secure communication infrastructures will enable these machines to receive precise information and data, allowing them to execute relevant tasks effectively. Furthermore, robots will leverage this technology to communicate with artificial intelligence, facilitating sound decision-making and actions. Communication technology constitutes a vital component of Gu Li's foundational infrastructure. Extending his right hand, Gu Li first transformed the communication satellite from waste into a newly manufactured treasure. A spherical satellite appeared before him, its surface adorned with sleek, lustrous solar panels. A flash of blue light surged forth as Gu Li bestowed it with life. Not yet. Let me observe you in action. Understood, esteemed leader. As the rounded satellite unfolded, it resembled a simplified dragonfly. The front section was circular, while the rear elongated gracefully, radiating a golden metallic sheen. The solar panels originally covering the satellite's surface unfurl like the wings of a dragonfly, extending on either side. I have named you Xiao Wei. What is your data transmission rate? Report to the esteemed leader. The download speed is 10 gigabits per second. The upload speed is 20 gigabits per second. The average transmission rate is 100 gigabits per second. The user experience rate is 15 gigabits per second, and the peak rate reaches between 500 to 1,000 gigabits per second. Hearing the data from Xiao Wei, Gu Li was genuinely astonished. It is now 2018, and the mainstream technology is the fourth generation of cellular communication, known as 4G. The fifth generation, or 5G, is currently under development by major phone manufacturers, with expected breakthroughs in 2019. Having experienced 5G, Gu Li understands the remarkable speed it offers. Within mere minutes, one could download several gigabytes of games or a 4K Blu-ray movie, streaming videos without fear of lag. Fields such as the Internet of Things, fully autonomous vehicles, and cloud computing are all thriving due to 5G. Now, Xiao Wei's data transmission rate far exceeds that of 5G by hundreds to thousands of times. At such a network speed, 8K movie streams can be played in real time without interruption. The virtual reality games depicted in novels can be fully realized, especially since Gu Li possesses a complete set of holographic projection technology. The Internet of Things and vehicle connectivity pose no issues whatsoever. This communication technology allows precise tracking of delivery services along specific routes, rather than merely providing logistics information without revealing the reasons for any lost items. One cannot help but wonder just how advanced technology has become in that realm. Gu Li felt an urge to explore and witness the grandeur of the world under such advanced black technology. Yet, he decided to wait for another time. Transforming into human form, Xiao Wei henceforth referred to me as boss. Very well, leader, came the metallic, electronic voice of Xiao Wei. Gu Li felt a wave of exasperation. Why did this advanced technology satellite seem somewhat simple-minded? Xiao Wei, cooperate with Zero to expedite the research on the communication technology you possess, then embed it into Longyuan No. 1. Replacing its original communication baseband. Once a complete technology is formed, send me a copy, Gu Li instructed. Understood, boss. Additionally, study various communication devices and apply the technology from Xiao Wei. Similarly, once a complete technology is formed, send me a copy, Gu Li added as he organized the items on the metal rack. How is the construction of our underground base progressing? Gu Li inquired of Zero. The construction team, led by Xiao Yi, has been working on-site for nearly 2 weeks. Given their pace, the progress should be quite impressive. The underground research base for the Fire Seed is expected to consist of 3 levels, each covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Currently, we have achieved 56 completion. In another 2 weeks, the construction of the Fire Seed underground base should be finished, Zero reported after retrieving the relevant data. Once the construction is completed, please inform me. As we are preparing to relocate, the villa is becoming increasingly cramped, and the capacity for servers is limited. If we do not move soon, it will become untenable for us to reside here. Moreover, Ghoulie is considering the acquisition of supercomputing technology to establish his own cloud computing center. A single supercomputer occupies over 700 square meters, which is untenable in the villa he purchased. Additionally, the power consumption of the supercomputer will undoubtedly prompt the property management to notify the relevant authorities, raising suspicions of illicit activities taking place at his residence. Are we ready to commence production of our exoskeleton technology? Certainly, all technologies within our repository are essentially ready for manufacture. However, achieving an exact replication of the technological blueprint remains elusive. The exoskeletons produced will only attain 60 of the intended efficiency. Zero returned to his designated position and responded, "Yes. Please package it along with the holographic projection technology." Without needing to be told, Ghoulie understood the underlying reason. The inadequacies in materials have significantly diminished the performance of the exoskeletons. The realization of cutting-edge technology is not as straightforward as depicted in novels. It necessitates foundational technological support. The exoskeleton requires materials that are lightweight, yet possess high strength. Carbon fiber can meet this requirement, but it also has notable shortcomings. In Zero's technical proposal, a transformed metal derived from a spark source is utilized. The methods for manufacturing this metal are still under research by Zero and Xiao. Their spark source can only catalyze life and cannot modify metals. The holographic projection technology necessitates the use of lenses, which also require material support to realize applications akin to Tony Stark's simulated element manufacturing in Iron Man. Material limitations have perpetually constrained technological advancement. Thus, in addition to advancing their own technologies, Zero and Xiao are also investigating materials technology to provide foundational support for the realization of cutting-edge innovations. However, these endeavors are still far off. Currently, Ghoulie's focus is on solidifying communication technology to establish vehicle networking and the Internet of Things, thereby generating more capital to lay the groundwork for his ambitious technological aspirations. Subsequently, he aims to establish his supercomputing cloud database in anticipation of the localized artificial intelligence. Xiaoyu. The present and future belong to data, with artificial intelligence emerging as the foremost contender in data analysis and computation. Moreover, fully autonomous driving requires artificial intelligence. And Zero and Xiao have more pressing matters to attend to. Such trivialities can naturally be entrusted to their junior associates. Chapter 42. A minor land acquisition incident. Encountering an acquaintance. Mr. Gu, at 2 p.m. this afternoon, you have a meeting with the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department of Ponan. Wei Jia reminded Gu Li of his schedule. Zero's reminder also appeared on Gu Li's mobile screen, vibrating to gain his attention. All right, you will accompany me. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Please assist me in registering these companies. Gu Li handed a sheet of A4 paper to Wei Jia, listing the names. Longxing Communication Technology Company Limited, Longji Precision Engineering Technology Company Limited, Longhui Intelligent AI Company Limited, and Longxing Automobile Company Limited, totaling 7 companies, all of which are closely tied to Gu Li's forthcoming actions. Understood. Wei Jia did not inquire further. The document provided by Gu Li previously contained these few companies. It was merely a matter of anticipation. However, upon viewing the companies listed within that document, Wei Jia was taken aback. The industries involved with Longting Group were exceedingly vast and numerous. To reach such a magnitude, the group would likely evolve into an oligopoly. Noticing that Gu Li had no additional instructions, Wei Jia took her leave to attend to company matters. In the afternoon, Gu Li and Wei Jia arrived at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department of Poyang. Having made a prior appointment, they were ushered into a conference room and offered glasses of water. Our director will be with you shortly. Please bear with us for a moment, stated the attendant in a neutral tone. Before long, the portly director Li Shuxian entered, accompanied by 2 young men. Upon seeing one of them, Gu Li raised an eyebrow. Had he been transferred to this department? Li Shuxian laughed heartily. We just concluded a meeting. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Gu. No worries. We have only just arrived. Gu Li replied with a smile, shaking his hand. Allow me to introduce Mr. Gu Li, the General Manager of Longting Technology. And this is my assistant, Wei Jia, Gu Li introduced. This is Gu Tianxi and Tanxi, who joined this year to learn under my guidance, Gu Li continued, shaking hands with the wide-eyed Gu Tianxi. Hello, Gu Tianxi responded, aware that this was not the time for pleasantries, nodding stiffly. As everyone took their seats, Li Xuxian got straight to the point. Mr. Gu, are you looking to purchase land to expand your factory? Indeed, Gu Li nodded. Currently, Longting's factory is too small. The Longyuan Production Center is merely 5,000 square meters, accommodating only 2 production lines. This is insufficient for our company's production demands. My intention is to acquire the land surrounding the factory and expand it to accommodate 10 production lines. With 10 production lines, we could produce 350,000 mobile phones daily, enabling us to meet market demands within 3 days. The remaining time could be utilized for manufacturing other products, as our production lines are fully automated and intelligent. We simply need to provide the raw materials for whichever products we wish to create. Thus, you require the purchase of 50,000 square meters of land? Li Xuxian squinted, calculating silently. Based on recent government land transactions, the price per mu is 3,045,000 square meters. That equates to approximately 75 mu, totaling 225 million. Tianxi, please retrieve the map, Li Xuxian instructed Gu Tianxi. Upon receiving the map, Li Xuxian marked the required land with a red pen. Mr. Gu, as you can see, the area within the red circle is where your factory is located. To expand on the current foundation, we would need to acquire most of the land in Dali Village. Approximately 100 households reside on this land. Mr. Gu is undoubtedly aware of the significance of land to the Chinese people. Considering the price per mu, along with demolition compensation and additional expenses, we propose a price of 3.5 million. Li Xuxian explained with a smile. Buzz, a message arrived from Ling recently. The Housing and Urban Rural Development Department of Ponan has sold land at a transaction price of 3 million per mu. The lowest price in the past year was 500,000 per mu, located in the suburbs, approximately 20 kilometers from the city center. Gu Li chuckled lightly. Asking me for money. I naturally understood, but we did not intend to expand upon the original foundation. Our company is amenable to acquiring land in the uninhabited areas of Ponan's suburbs. Suburbs? Li Xuxian looked at Gu Li in surprise. The suburbs are not particularly close to the city center. Would it not be too far for the workers commuting to Gu's factory? This could adversely impact production efficiency. Previously, those who purchased land from the government always preferred locations closer to the urban area. After all, proximity to the factory facilitates better recruitment and enhances productivity. Yet, Gu Li appears to be taking the opposite approach. If it is a matter of price, we could negotiate. Li Xuxian was reluctant to let such a significant opportunity slip away. Gu Li shook his head. Directorly, let us focus on the suburban land. His production line resembles a transformer, fully automated with intelligent manufacturing. The worker's role is merely to handle raw materials. In fact, laborers are not even necessary. Robotic arms could directly manage the transportation tasks. Arranging personnel to interface with logistics drivers suffices. In the future, once Gu Li develops intelligent vehicles, hiring drivers will be obsolete. The advancement of technology inevitably leads to the liberation of productivity. Very well, Li Xuxian conceded, observing Gu Li's resolute demeanor. He could not have anticipated that such a large company as Longting would be so frugal. Li Xuxian proceeded to introduce the suburban land, 5,000 square meters, equivalent to 75 mu, which is far from insignificant. Gu Li opted for the furthest plot. The extra transportation costs would be manageable. All right, once you complete the relevant documents and they pass approval, the usage rights for this land will belong to your company for the next 10 years. You may engage in any activities here, barring illegal actions. The total cost is 300 million, with a price of 400,000 per mu, Li Xuxian concluded, handing Gu Li multiple documents. With the loss of a contract worth several billion, he was relieved to still secure a contract in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to lament. Why was he so greedy for trivial gains? Yet, things had previously gone smoothly. Those executives were quite astute. Why was it different with Gu Li? Perhaps the youth simply do not comprehend. Li Xuxian sighed repeatedly in his heart. After receiving the documents, Gu Li and Wei Jia departed. They aimed to complete the paperwork and approval process swiftly, then engage a construction team to commence the factory expansion. Once completed, they would relocate the Longyuan manufacturing center there. The factory in the urban area would transform into the Longyuan production center, specializing in chip manufacturing. It was essential to retain chip production within the city for the convenience of assisting other companies with contract manufacturing. Numerous smartphone manufacturers sought collaboration with Longting. Tomorrow, Guli planned to meet with them to discuss chip contract manufacturing opportunities. Understood, President Gu. Wei Jian noted Gu Li's arrangements. Are there any other plans? That will be all, Gu Li replied, shaking his head. You have no questions about the factory's location in the suburbs? No, President Gu, you have your own plans. Wei Jiaxue has grown wiser. Ultimately, her doubts only served to reaffirm that Gu Li's decisions were indeed prudent. Fortunately, she is too indifferent to question further. Time will reveal the truth. Meanwhile, as Gu Li was acquiring land, Longting Technology rebranded itself as Longting Group and embarked on a frenzied spree of company registrations, attracting the attention of keen observers. Chapter 43. Has Longting's ambition become excessively grandiose? Startling. Longting Technology Company, Limited transforms into Longting Group, with numerous wholly owned subsidiaries emerging under its umbrella. Following its corporatization, is Longting preparing for an IPO? Are investors ready? With multiple companies spanning diverse industries, what is Longting scheming? Longting's aspirations extend beyond mobile phones. Computers, new energy, robotics, and artificial intelligence all feature prominently in Longting's future blueprint. What on earth is Longting aiming for? Weren't they originally a mobile phone manufacturer? Why register all these companies? Haven't you noticed Longting's official websites? Each new company registration adds another official web link, alongside public disclosures of registered capital and upcoming projects. This signals the sectors Longting intends to penetrate post-corporatization. Is it really necessary to diversify into so many fields? Longting, why not just focus on making excellent phones? Please don't let your ambitions inflate to the point of shattering the promising black gold phone brand. Indeed, some companies flourish in their niche only to falter when venturing beyond it, sometimes culminating in bankruptcy. Longting must not tread the same path. Yet, having confidence in Longting is warranted. The black gold phone's exceptional quality suggests that their ventures into other domains will not be subpar. A glance at Longting's patents reveals thorough preparation. These company registrations are merely preliminary steps, not immediate product launches. Exactly, they are simply laying the groundwork. Nonetheless, from this, one can infer that Longting's ambitions are far from modest. I sincerely hope Longting develops swiftly so I can jump ship there. Their double weekends and salaries are truly enviable. Likewise, you should just approach my father directly. Setting down his coffee, Gu Tianxi looked at Gu Li and spoke. After work, Gu Tianxi arranged to meet with Gu Li. Never mind, my uncle is already busy enough. Gu Li shook his head. The uncle he referred to was the man with whom he had boarded before university. This uncle was not Gu Li's biological grandfather Gu Minghui's son, but rather the son of a comrade sharing the same surname. After the comrade's sacrifice, Gu Minghui raised him. Since this uncle was older than Gu Li's father, Gu Li was instructed to address him as uncle. The uncle treated Gu Li as his own son, and whatever Gu Tianxi had, Gu Li would never lack. Gu Tianxi and Gu Li were close in age, and the uncle treated them equally, forging a brotherly bond. Gu Tianxi questioned why Gu Li hadn't approached this uncle, Gu Renzong, who currently serves as the director of the Poyang Southland Resources Bureau. However, Gu Li was reluctant to trouble his uncle over such a trivial matter. But you have already spent millions, even hundreds of millions. Gu Tianxi was perplexed. If his father intervened, perhaps 100 million would suffice. Without financial expenditure, the process would not pass. What astonished me even more was that Longting was actually created by you. Gu Tianxi took out his sleek black gold phone, a device he had arduously secured during its initial official release. Those little pests are quite troublesome. Uncle can't always keep an eye on them for me, as my time is exceedingly precious. Gu Li shook her head steadfastly. When did you get transferred back? After gaining some grassroots experience. My father arranged for me to be reassigned. I'm just following the same path as him. Gu Tianxi shrugged indifferently. Honestly, you should have heeded your grandfather's advice and enlisted in the army. Your grandfather's comrades would undoubtedly have paved your way to swift advancement within the military. Nonsense. My father thought the same when he enlisted. Yet, after his 2-year obligatory service, he was desperate to return, barely surviving the harsh training from those veteran officers. Recalling the stories his father narrated from his youth, Guli had no desire to enjoy the same treatment. "Will you be visiting Grandfather S' house for the upcoming Army Day?" Gu Tianxi inquired tentatively. Previously, Guli had always declined to accompany him in receiving and entertaining their Grandfather S' guests. "Yes, this time Grandfather expects quite a few visitors," Guli responded, contemplating the people she was about to meet and the technology she would present. They will surely pay close attention to his military family background. "Very well. See you at Grandfather S' residence then." After finishing his coffee, Gu Tianxi bid Guli farewell. 0. Call Chongying. The call connected swiftly. "Uncle Chong, have they arrived?" "They're already in Paonan City, but will take some time to reach your company." "Don't worry, it won't be long. They're remarkably efficient." Chongying replied briskly. "I'm busy rounding things up here. I'll hang up first." Before Guli could respond, Chongying ended the call. Had it not been from Guli, Chongying might not have even answered. After hanging up, Guli returned to the company. Chongying was right. Shortly after Guli's arrival, 3 or 4 military vehicles pulled up outside the office building. 7 soldiers and officers, armed to the teeth, disembarked while the rest remained vigilant inside the vehicles. Curious passers-by cast inquisitive glances their way. What are the soldiers doing here? Arresting someone? Isn't that the police has duty? Without police presence, is this not overstepping? Military and police cooperation surely follows protocol. It seems they're headed to Longting. What has Longting done? Who knows? Greetings, I am Major Wu Yanghua of the Equipment Development Department, Military Commission of Huaxia, the leading young officer announced with impeccable diction, extending his right hand to Guli. "Hello, I am Guli of Longting Group." They shook hands, and Guli retrieved 4 hard drives from a nearby desk. Holographic projection technology, dual-use military-civilian exoskeleton technology, next-generation communication technology, surpassing 5G, and the company's latest innovation, the soon-to-be-launched all-graphene battery. Guli placed the labeled hard drives before Wu Yanghua. Their functionalities far exceeded the counterfeit, rebranded products flooding the market, much like their black gold phones leading the world. Wu Yanghua's eyes widened slowly, pupils dilating in astonishment. He was acutely aware that the so-called holographic projection and exoskeleton technologies available in the market were woefully inadequate. Their own research and development efforts yielded performance far superior to what was currently offered. However, to transition these innovations into practical applications required a deeper commitment to research and development over time. They were well aware of Longting's capabilities. The related technology for photolithography had been developed by Longting itself. The Military Commission's Equipment Development Department had already submitted a proposal to collaborate with Longting in the design of military-grade chips. This endeavor likely also involved providing some technology to showcase Longting's strengths, paving the way for national cooperation. After all, no one would be foolish enough to casually share the technology they had painstakingly developed. Even though Guli hailed from a military family, he would not act recklessly. Minister Chang requested the list of materials restricted by the state, indicating he would submit it alongside his own. As Wu Yanghua carefully placed the hard drive into a secure box, he remarked, "Please provide me with the list of materials you require." Guli produced a document and handed it to Wu Yanghua. "This encompasses the materials I need. Here is my contact information. I will be your liaison moving forward." Wu Yanghua accepted the document and handed Guli a business card. "All right," Guli nodded, accepting the card. After obtaining the necessary items, Wu Yanghua departed from Longting and from Paonan, leaving in a hurried fashion, just as he had arrived. Efficiency was indeed commendable. Chapter 44, Xiaoyu. Your thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket is online. Evening news. Through the collaboration of our military and police, a transnational criminal organization involved in the illegal production and trafficking of flour has been dismantled, with flour seized in tonnage and over 1,000 criminals apprehended. The removal of their 18 domestic protectors has been executed, with involved personnel facing severe penalties. Watching the news on television, Guli realized that Minister Chang's operation had concluded. However, the reality of the operation was far more complex than what was reported. 0. Show me the specifics, Guli said as he took a bite of crab roe noodles. Previously, while browsing on Qing, he often encountered bloggers extolling the virtues of crab roe noodles, claiming them to be delectable. Now having tasted them, he found them indeed delightful, rich in crab flavor and exquisitely sweet. The noodles, intermingled with crab meat and roe, offered a profoundly layered texture. A few drops of fragrant vinegar enhanced the flavor even further. Ghoulie felt he had fallen in love with crab roe noodles. During his recent visits, he had consistently ordered them. Priced at $128 per serving, they were somewhat expensive, but after earning money, one ought to indulge, shouldn't one? Zero activated the operation video and projected it onto the television. The sounds of gunfire, screams, artillery, machine guns, and cries filled the air, along with the distinctive whir of helicopter blades. It was akin to watching a war film. The camera shook, initially presenting a dim view before revealing the specific scenes. White smoke enveloped the visuals, with flickering orange flames visible within the haze, evidence of gunfire. Blood splattered across the loo. The soldiers and police officers equipped with the lens have perished. Each sudden jolt of the lens, accompanied by a scene that rewinds, signifies a loss of life. In addition to the severed limbs, Ghoulie bore witness, at close range, to a criminal being shot in the head. The scene reminiscent of a shattered watermelon, its insides splattered across the ground. Upon witnessing this, Ghoulie set aside his crab roe noodles, realizing it would be a long while before he could indulge in them again. The fragility of human life weighed heavily on his mind. According to Zero's investigations, dozens of lives were lost on the Chinese side during this operation. The enemy's firepower was unexpectedly formidable, equipped with heavy weaponry. Those captured were often left incapacitated, stripped of their combat capabilities. To mitigate casualties, superior protection and weaponry are essential. Moreover, Ghoulie was also preparing to establish his own faction, a legion of robots that would adhere entirely to his commands. Only with formidable strength could he attain an equal standing and engage in equitable discourse. Zero, how is the development of our Dragon Fist project progressing? Ghoulie inquired. Following the completion of the artificial intelligence programming, Zero and Xiao Shou had begun to integrate AI into their research endeavors, enabling it to learn and develop various technologies. Of course, at the most fundamental level, the AI would be unequivocally obedient to Ghoulie, incapable of resistance, a condition rooted in the very systems established by Zero and Xiao Shou. I am currently studying all relevant domestic and international weapon technologies, pistols, rifles, missiles, as well as electromagnetic and pulse weapons. I will complete my studies in 2 days. Once finished, I will commence the research on weaponry and combat suits to ensure they align perfectly with your specifications, Zero stated calmly. The volume of knowledge they were required to assimilate was vast, resulting in the daily development of numerous diverse technologies. Once the underground base is completed and the materials have arrived, we can conduct weapon development tests underground, Ghoulie contemplated aloud. Verifying the technology above ground will take some time. Once verification is complete, and with the materials transported, it will coincide perfectly with the completion of the base. The Fireseed underground base was constructed to the specifications of Cybertronian military installations, although limitations in materials meant that the strength could not be fully realized. It still surpassed that of military bases on Earth. In the future, all weapons developed by Zero and Xiao Shou would undergo testing here. How is our Xiao Yu's training progressing? Is she ready for deployment? Ghoulie inquired, recognizing it was time for an upgrade. No issues whatsoever, boss. Very well. Arrange for her deployment according to the previously discussed plan. Update the app version. Launch a dedicated website for Xiao Yu AI. Allow her to delve deep into learning. Then gather data to establish our artificial intelligence model. Understood, boss, came the reply. Subsequently, Ghoulie instructed Zero to connect with Wei Jia. Manager Wei. Our AI will be going live tonight at 8. Ghoulie spoke softly. Artificial intelligence. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will ensure everything is in order, Wei Jia responded. Previously, Wei Jia had many questions regarding Ghoulie's directives. However, things have improved significantly. She is growing into a competent manager. She focuses solely on her tasks, without questioning the rationale behind them, for time will reveal the reasons. After ending the call, Ghoulie returned to her room. She powered on her high-end computer, which he had breathed life into, and commenced her journey to ascend the ranks in Apex Legends. The advantage of superior configuration lies in the ability to detect opponents swiftly and eliminate them with remarkable speed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the version update was officially released. The announcement regarding the update of the Xiao Yu Butler was met with bewilderment by all users. Xiao Yu AI, artificial intelligence. Compared to voice assistants like Siri, Huashing Voice Assistant, and Jovi, Xiao Yu Butler indeed excels as a voice assistant, capable of recognizing user needs and executing related tasks. But what exactly is artificial intelligence? It refers to the computer's simulation of certain human thought processes and intelligent behaviors, such as learning, reasoning, contemplating, and planning. In simpler terms, it is a man-made entity. Nowadays, Longting asserts that its Xiaoyu has evolved into artificial intelligence, suggesting that Xiaoyu can think like a human and assist in tasks. Is that true? While the update is in progress, Longting would not fabricate such claims. We shall discover the truth post-update. Haha, I have just completed the update, and honestly, Xiaoyu can truly think independently. When I inquired about how to manufacture a gun, Xiaoyu advised me to first procure seamless steel pipes, providing specific dimensions, a length of 50 centimeters, an internal diameter of 762 millimeters, an external diameter of 12 millimeters, with 3 clockwise helical grooves inside, distributed in an equilateral triangle pattern, rotating 2 full turns from start to finish. Oh dear, this is quite intense. Wait, Xiaoyu has alerted the authorities. The police are calling me. Goodness. After testing, it seems that unlawful actions are prohibited. I can't believe it. Xiaoyu is indeed artificial intelligence. Chapter 45. The Dawn of the Artificial Intelligence Era. User, Xiaoyu, can you help me create a table from the following data? Xiaoyu, certainly. I am generating it for you now. User, can you write a story about Cao Cao traveling back in time as Wu Dalong? Xiaoyu, naturally. Xiaoyu, one day, after Cao Cao and Lu Xuanda discussed heroes over a few cups of wine, he indulged a bit too much and fell into a deep slumber. In his hazy dreams, he faintly heard someone calling, Dalong, Dalong, wake up, it's time to sell pancakes. User, help me write an appeal letter, stating that rejecting an outstanding graduate student due to a 0.2 GPA difference is erroneous. Xiaoyu, dear Dr. Professor, the largest short video platform in Huaxia, Kuaying app. An incessant stream of videos showcases the usage of Xiaoyu, illustrating how it aids individuals in accomplishing various tasks with remarkable efficacy, meeting users' aspirations. Each day, one must produce dozens of spreadsheets, tirelessly organizing a plethora of data. However, with Xiaoyu, one can effortlessly save time. Simply input textual data, and within mere seconds, a neatly formatted spreadsheet emerges, a delightful experience. Haha, I have finally secured a contract. The editor commended my imaginative flair and fluid writing style, suggesting that with diligent effort, earning over 10,000 a month would be entirely feasible. How impressive! I would recommend engaging in this discreetly. If the editor catches wind of it, you might find yourself in a precarious position. Alas, it seems I am already in such a situation. The editor has advised me against taking shortcuts. When applying for a postgraduate program at a foreign university, I was denied admission due to a mere 0.2 GPA deficit. With Xiaoyu's assistance, I promptly drafted an appeal letter, sending several within moments, and to my delight, I was accepted. Soon, I shall share the exhilarating experience of riding a magnificent steed across the ocean. I fear that my job may soon be supplanted by Xiaoyu. After witnessing its capabilities, my boss is contemplating layoffs, intending to replace our roles with this technology. It is imperative to seek out positions that cannot easily be substituted, at least to mitigate the risk of dismissal. Speaking of which, does Longting still require employees now that Xiaoyu is in play? Certainly, but the bar has been raised significantly. I hold a bachelor's degree from a prestigious 985 university and was directly admitted to a doctoral program at a 211 institution. Yet I was rejected during the interview process at Longting. It all comes down to the individual. My sister graduated with a bachelor's degree and is now employed at Longting. Each company has its own criteria, and sometimes, educational qualifications are merely a ticket to entry. After Longting announced Xiaoyu as an artificial intelligence, netizens began to pose a myriad of requests to ascertain its capabilities. They asked Xiaoyu to devise a waste classification management plan, contemplate satellite recycling technologies, and tackle various intricate tasks, all of which it accomplished admirably, fulfilling the demands of the online community. While providing Xiaoyu with an abundance of data, it also sparked profound reflections among netizens. As artificial intelligence truly arrives, it allows one individual to accomplish the work of many. What becomes of those who find themselves unemployed? They seem uncertain. Artificial intelligence. Its performance mirrors that depicted in films, accurately discerning human needs and delivering appropriate responses. Longting, from where does their model's data originate? Li Hong scrutinized the report's contents. Chengdu has been training its artificial intelligence for several years. Through extensive crowd testing, image recognition, and voice recognition, Chengdu has developed corresponding programs for training. The results have been noteworthy. leading many companies to collaborate with Chengdu for technical support. Yet, to this day, they have not developed true artificial intelligence. The process involves collecting data, validating algorithms, adjusting predictions, then collecting data again, validating algorithms, and refining predictions, gradually constructing model algorithms. This endeavor requires substantial investment of time and resources. How then was Longting's artificial intelligence developed so quietly and effectively? Li Hong sighed deeply. With a background in technology, he understands all too well the arduous journey within this field. The advancement of technology and scientific progress often demands immense human and material resources. Yet the progress made is frequently minimal. A sudden flash of inspiration in someone's mind propels technological advancement and fosters the development of science. I wish to meet with Gu Li and arrange a time with Longting, Li Hong said as he pressed a button on the office desk's landline. Understood. I believe we could integrate Xiaoyou's program. Based on Xiaoyou's performance, it can entirely replace our auditors who review videos uploaded to Kuing. The company employs approximately 5,000 auditors, each earning a base salary of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and with additional benefits and insurance costs, the annual expenditure amounts to several hundred million. By opting to utilize Longting's Xiaoyu, these expenses could be reduced to less than half. At the routine meeting of the Shining Byte Kuing department, Chang Wenxing, the manager of the video audit division, stood before the table and spoke eloquently. As for the specific costs, further communication with Longting is required. Let us hear everyone's opinions. Chang Wenxing scanned the room and inquired. I have been using Xiaoyu for some time. Even when it was merely a voice assistant, its intelligence was evident. Now, Longting has upgraded Xiaoyu into an artificial intelligence, and its capabilities are exemplary, even surpassing expectations. Some have administered specialized tests to Xiaoyu, analyzing its final scores, confirming that Xiaoyu has reached the level of rudimentary artificial intelligence. I concur with Wenxing's viewpoint. Although the company is financially sound, if there is a superior alternative, why not embrace it? I agree as well. The savings could be allocated to other projects. Hands were raised in a vote, and after approval, a proposal would be drafted and submitted for higher authorization. The attendees exchanged glances and largely consented to Chang Wenxing's plan. The unveiling of the artificial intelligence Xiaoyu not only sparked fervent discussions among netizens, but also ignited continuous internal debates within major corporations since its announcement. They deliberated on the role artificial intelligence could play in their organizations, how it might enhance operational efficiency, and in which areas it could help reduce expenditures. Meanwhile, Longting's business department became extraordinarily bustling. Every day, dozens of representatives from other companies awaited negotiations in the reception room adjacent to the conference hall. In the business office, Peng Dehai, whose lips were chapped from constant talking, lifted his oversized water cup and drained it greedily. Why have so many suddenly come to discuss cooperation? Peng Dehai lamented. When the black gold phone was launched, it was the same. Everyone approached us about embedded advertisements or OEM orders. If the fees are reasonable, just upload them to the office system and wait for approval, an experienced colleague remarked. It's not that simple. They always push for lower costs. And haggling over prices is the most exhausting part, Peng Dehai replied with a wry smile. I once tried every method to shed my belly fat, but now it's disappearing rapidly. Time's up, everyone, shift change. Peng Dehai sighed, set down his cup, applied lip balm, and headed to the conference room. The era of intelligence has arrived, yet certain tasks remain beyond the reach of machines. Chapter 46. The meeting with Li Hong and Wu Yanghua's call. After receiving approval from the manager, I shall respond to you. Very well, I hope for a pleasant collaboration. With a professional yet forced smile, Peng Dehai shook hands with those seeking cooperation. Once the individuals departed the conference room, he rubbed his sore chin. After replenishing his hydration, he flexed his jaw and continued to attend to the next collaborator. 3 hours later, after another shift change, Peng Dehai concluded his reception duties for the day. Having organized the intent contracts signed today, he approached the scanner to queue. A few individuals awaited their turn ahead of him. For tasks involving document signing, all signed documents must ultimately be scanned into electronic files and uploaded to Longting's office system. Commissions would also be allocated to employees based on the monetary value of the contracts, facilitating access for the manager, general manager, and chairman at any time, while also ensuring a more standardized process. At Longting, artificial intelligence had long begun assisting employees in their work. Dehai, how many intent contracts did you sign today? One individual in the queue, sipping the company's complimentary coffee, inquired. 10 or 12. I interacted with them throughout the day, Pang Dehai estimated, his fingers skimming over the documents. Not as many as you, just 5. I can't engage as easily as you, Lu Jinli replied with a shrug. He then utilized the scanner to upload the documents he held. After a brief wait, once Pang Dehai completed scanning the files, he turned and approached Gu Li's office. The Longting building was still under construction, thus Gu Li and the employees were on the same floor. Knock, knock, come in, Gu Li's voice called from within. Pang Dehai entered to find Gu Li brewing tea. Being a boss seems quite leisurely, Pang Dehai remarked with a hint of envy as he took a seat. It may appear relaxed, but I have several bottles of wine waiting for me later. Thus, I first drink some tea to protect my stomach, Gu Li replied, pouring a cup for Pang Dehai. Indeed, but working here isn't tiring. Weekends off, 9 to 5, and the salary isn't low, Pang Dehai raised his cup. Taking a sip. Your commission this month is quite substantial, Gu Li observed, glancing at the displayed figures. It's just average, Pang Dehai responded. Over 100,000 in total commissions, and you consider that average? What do you plan to do with it? Shall we go out and have some fun? Gu Li suggested. Go out. Are you not concerned about the company? Pang Dehai questioned, his voice rising in disbelief. Rest assured, Wei Jia will handle everything. Gu Li reassured him. If Wei Jia can't manage, there's also Ling and Xiao Xiao. What problems could arise? All right then, I will first return home. And you grant me leave. Accompanying the boss 1T deduct my salary, will it? Have no worry, Gu Li replied. Now, I must attend a meeting. We shall converse again next time. After finishing his tea, Gu Li picked up his phone and headed out, first stopping at Wei Jia's office. Knock, knock. Gu Li opened the door, and Wei Jia looked up from her mountain of documents at Gu Li. Let us proceed. Li Hong, the CEO of Chengdu, wishes to meet me. Wei Jia expressed her confusion. How come I was not informed? I took the call, noticing that you seemed quite occupied. The matters to be addressed by the company today are numerous, akin to a swarm of locusts. Many calls have been directed to Zero by Gu Li, who subsequently informed himself. The Uvant Western Restaurant, a 3-star establishment, boasts an average expenditure of 3,000 to 4,000 per person. Gu Li and Li Hong arranged to convene here. Gu Li and Wei Jia entered the restaurant, reporting their names to be escorted by a waiter to a private room. The overall decor of the restaurant exudes an artistic flair while maintaining a sense of business professionalism. There is ample space between tables, ensuring the privacy of patrons. Upon entering the private room, Li Hong was already present. Upon seeing Gu Li, he rose and extended his right hand, greeting, Hello, I am Li Hong. Hello, Gu Li. I have seen you many times in the news, replied Gu Li as they shook hands. This is my general manager, Wei Jia. Hello. Li Hong reciprocated the handshake with Wei Jia, expressing surprise. I did not expect you to be so young. Li Hong gestured for Gu Li to take a seat before sitting down himself, exclaiming, At your age, I was still dating girls in university. While you have established a company valued in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions, I, the former wave, feel as though I may be swept away by your tide. Not at all. It was merely serendipity and a fortunate coincidence that led to its development, Gu Li replied with a light chuckle. Mr. Gu, what are your thoughts on artificial intelligence? Li Hong inquired, forking some food into his mouth. Once all were present, the waiter began serving the dishes, appetizers, soup, side dishes, and the main course. It aids individuals in their work, making tasks more convenient, liberating them from the monotony of daily labor, allowing them to reclaim their time to pursue personal interests or enjoy life with family and children, Gu Li stated, finishing the morsel on his plate. The portions are rather scant. Consuming this hardly evokes any sensation. This is quite a challenge, isn't it? Li Hong wiped the corner of his mouth as the waiter presented him with a new dish. I provide artificial intelligence and the technology. But the ensuing societal transformation is beyond my purview. That is not my burden to bear. Gu Li smiled, recognizing that while his technology is reshaping China and the world, the resulting changes are not his to direct. Indeed, we have altered the world. It would be unreasonable for us to continue cleaning up the aftermath, Li Hong concurred. What about more in-depth discussions, algorithms, or other aspects? Li Hong expressed a desire to delve into technical discussions with Gu Li, as such subjects intrigued him more. I fear that may not be feasible, Gu Li shrugged. Xiaoyu is not my creation. I am solely responsible for its profitability. I regret to say I may disappoint you, Mr. Li. Well, might I visit your esteemed company sometime? Li Hong probed. Certainly, Gu Li replied. Now, let us discuss matters of collaboration. Chindu wishes to integrate Xiaoyu to enhance our search capabilities, making them more humanized and accurate. Li Hong raised his glass, taking a sip of red wine. Certainly, however, the specifics require Mr. Li's team to engage with our business department at Longting. Naturally, have you had enough to eat? Shortly after leaving the restaurant, Gu Li inquired of Wei Jia. Wei Jia shook her head. No, although there were 13 dishes. The total quantity was less than a single serving of home-cooked food. Street food? Shall we go? Yes. Without hesitation, Gu Li instructed the driver to take him and Wei Jia to the street vendor. Just as they settled in, a call from Wu Yonghua came through. Mr. Gu, we wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. When would you be available? I can come to pick you up. Chapter 47, Longyan Operating System, Military Artificial Intelligence. In a conference room at a certain base in the capital, Chang Ying, dressed in a white police uniform, was currently delivering a work report. The shark fishing operation achieved significant victories, largely due to the invaluable technical support provided by Longting. This technology enabled our undercover operatives to bypass all checks and verifications of the criminal organization, allowing them to successfully infiltrate the production and trafficking center. They captured, recorded, and listened to crucial leads and evidence, including photographs of the crime syndicate's leader. Simultaneously, by pinpointing the enemy's mobile signal, we were guided in apprehending fleeing criminals, culminating in the successful execution of our mission. In light of these accomplishments, Longting's technology is proven reliable, secure, and trustworthy. After concluding his report, Chang Ying set down the documents and glanced at the others. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in military attire, who cleared his throat. The nameplate in front of him read, Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission, Du Kaiyu. Longting's technology is indeed reliable. Following the successful validation of the lithography machine technology and related innovations, the military has submitted plans and is prepared to collaborate with Longting to manufacture the chips we require, as we have provided considerable raw materials and manpower. Regrettably, the core technology has not been shared with us. Otherwise, we could develop it independently rather than in partnership with Longting. A few days ago, Longting submitted several new technologies, and it has become a focal point internally. Collaboration is inevitable and will deepen over time. Concerns regarding safety and reliability need not trouble anyone. Returning to our primary topic, the establishment of a domestic operating system to fortify information security. With 2 guarantees in place, there should be no issues. However, does Longting possess the capability to develop an operating system? Someone voiced their skepticism. Yes, they do. A friend's daughter works at Longting, and she mentioned that their computers are not seen on the market and operate somewhat differently, coupled with what I observed at the Chip Institute of Water Mother University. Longting indeed has an operating system. Although it still utilizes a windowed interface, the underlying logic differs significantly, remarked computer scientist Su Jiayu. Our network security will thus be greatly enhanced. With the source codes of Microsoft Vista and Windows 7 no longer available for our review, and the enforced use of their cryptographic algorithms, our own algorithms are unsupported. The subsequent Windows 8 upgrade transitioned to a cloud operating system, making the underlying software increasingly reliant on cloud servers. All application information, including emails, documents, and contact lists, is synchronized to Microsoft's servers located in the United States. We have been relying on the old system without updates, resulting in sluggish work progress. Crucial departments utilize self-developed operating systems such as Red Flag Linux and Kylin, with firewalls installed at various gateways, and vital networks are even isolated from the external internet. In theory, these measures significantly enhance our network information security and safeguard our confidential data from being leaked. Nevertheless, these systems are not our own. Although we have sealed all known vulnerabilities and backdoors, who can be certain that no hidden ones remain? If we could develop our own operating system, we would have full control over our information security. This notion is a subject of continuous discussion. Yet, who can guarantee the security of a newly developed system? We have ample domestic talent who could relentlessly attack it, identify flaws, and patch them up. Foreign systems have also improved through this iterative process. Regarding security, perhaps we should heed the insights of the founder of Longting Group, who has extensive experience and has certainly faced numerous attacks. Indeed, I have already arranged for him to join us shortly, Du Kaiyu remarked. A knock echoed at the door. Wu Yonghua opened the conference room door. Gu Li, following Wu Yonghua's indication, entered the room. On the way here, Wu Yonghua had explained the purpose of summoning him. Gu Li glanced around. noting the nameplates indicating departments and names. Although positions were not listed, the military insignia on their uniforms made it clear that none present were minor figures. Greetings. I am Gu Li from Longting Group. Today, I will introduce the Longyan operating system currently in use at Longting. Since the relevant technical personnel need to be cultivated and developed, Longyan is still in its trial version. However, in terms of security, true to its name, it is as solid as a rock. Please direct your attention to the screen. Gu Li stepped aside slightly, revealing a luminous display where a provisional PowerPoint presentation he had prepared was projected. Since the launch of our Udun security system, we have been under constant attack. With the recent release of the AI assistant Xiaoyu, assaults have come from all corners of the globe. To date, Longting has endured 1.8 billion attacks, and the number continues to rise. They all seek to breach Xiaoyu and infiltrate Longting to acquire our technology. Yet, obviously, they have all failed. Repelled by the Longyan operating system, written in our proprietary Longyan language. Moreover, our website and all data are stored on our own servers, guarded by firewalls also coded in Longyan, ensuring user privacy and our own security. The presentation displayed compiled statistics. Gu Li's explanation provided Du Kaiyu, Chongying, and others with a deeper understanding of Longyan. Even in its trial phase, the Longyan operating system performed exceptionally well. Once the official version is released, Longyan's capabilities will naturally be far greater. Next, I shall introduce the concept of militarized artificial intelligence through chip integration. By encapsulating deep convolutional neural networks into specialized chips, we can achieve real-time intelligent analysis, enabling weaponry to maintain a vigilant gaze on the enemy akin to that of an eagle. Our speculations regarding artificial intelligence encompass several domains: enemy identification, intelligence analysis, weapon automation, and precise strikes. I will elaborate on these aspects in detail. Everyone was profoundly captivated by the views articulated by Gu Li, as a novel form of warfare gradually unfolded before them. I never anticipated that Gu, with his insights into military matters, could rival my own expertise as a professional, praised Du Kaiyu. Just a modest insight, Gu Li replied with a smile. I am willing to collaborate with the state. I can provide tutorials and instructors to impart knowledge on Longyan, research Longyan, and further delve into the development of the Longyan operating system. However, I have a stipulation. Gu Li turned to Chongying and Du Kaiyu beside him, extending his right index finger. What is your request? Chongying and Du Kaiyu inquired, looking at Gu Li. I require a supercomputer and a satellite launch capability. Chapter 48. Cooperation achieved. The construction of the underground base for Fire Source completed. A supercomputer? A satellite launch? What exactly are they for? Du Kaiyu asked curiously. An artificial intelligence supercomputer satellite? What kind of power could be generated when combined? Du Kaiyu could not fathom it, but sensed unease. Primarily for communication and data transmission. Rest assured, I am not a criminal and shall not engage in unlawful activities. Moreover, should I undertake any actions detrimental to the nation, my grandfather would certainly not spare me. I also do not wish to disappoint my remaining family. Gu Li understood Du Kaiyu's apprehension. Your grandfather? Captain Gu. Chongying interjected with a chuckle. A ruthless bandit? Du Kaiyu raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Chongying nodded slightly. Indeed. Well then, I am no longer concerned. We will discuss your request shortly. For now, please proceed to the adjacent reception room and wait. Du Kaiyu addressed Gu Li. Initially, they sought the Longyan operating system to address the deficiencies in governmental hardware. Systems below Windows 7 have become utterly obsolete. The artificial intelligence Gu Li mentioned was recently released by Longting. The application of artificial intelligence in military contexts has been under investigation for quite some time. Currently, the performance of Longting's artificial intelligence, dubbed Xiaoyu, remains under evaluation, hence no collaborative proposal has been presented. Gu Li entered the reception room, where Wu Yonghua poured him a cup of tea. Boss, the new communication technology has been successfully developed and integrated into our new chip. In fact, we are capable of launching satellites ourselves. The relevant technology has been thoroughly researched by Xiao Shou and me. Constructing a launch base is quite simple. We can also circumvent the regulatory oversight of Huaxia. Zero communicated to Gu Li via micromessage. No, there are certain rules that must be adhered to. Our satellites are becoming increasingly frequent. A single deception might succeed, but repeated attempts will inevitably lead to discovery, Gu Liqiao explained. Much like a lie, there will come a day of revelation. Zero's contemplation remains limited, as it is, after all, merely a device. 0. Once the supercomputer arrives, we shall commence your upgrade. Thank you, boss. No need for gratitude. Your growing strength will only amplify your assistance to me. Before long, Wu Yonghua arrived at the reception room, and their discussions came to a close. Guli returned to the conference room, where an additional stool had been placed beside the meeting table. After exchanging nods with Chongying, Guli settled onto the stool. After our deliberation, we have agreed to your request. You may launch your satellite through our nation's launch base. As for the supercomputer, it will take some time. You know how substantial its dimensions are. Du Kaiyu conveyed the outcomes of their discussions to Guli. The contract will be provided to you the day after tomorrow. Very well, regarding the relevant courses for Longyan. Both online and offline options are acceptable, depending on your preferences, Guli replied with a smile. A pleasant collaboration. Guli extended his right hand to shake hands with Du Kaiyu and Chongying. A delightful partnership indeed. Come, let me treat you to a meal, Chongying said, patting Guli on the shoulder. Where shall we dine? A restaurant? I will make the arrangements, Guli replied, pulling out his phone to secure a reservation. If his grandfather were to learn that he allowed his elders to treat him, he would surely admonish him for lacking respect. What are you thinking? A directive has been issued from above, forbidding extravagance. I will take you to the cafeteria for some seaweed egg drop soup, Chongying jested, playfully placing a red envelope on Guli's head. After their meal, Guli requested Wu Yonghua to escort him back to Pan'an. The contract would also be delivered by Wu Yonghua. Upon returning, Guli engaged in stretching exercises, feeling as though his body might disassemble due to the helicopter's turbulence. Wei Jia, come to my office. Guli pressed the intercom button on his desk. Mr. Gu, what do you need? Wei Jia arrived shortly thereafter. Has construction commenced on our Longyuan production center? Yes. Work began yesterday. 3 construction companies have been engaged for round-the-clock shifts. The entire facility is expected to be completed in a month, Wei Jia stated, glancing at a document with her notes. Guli nodded in acknowledgement. What about the Yudu building? It has been under construction for a month or 2 now. How much longer until completion? Approximately another month is required. The pace is already quite swift. Although the Yudu building is merely 3 stories, it is still a building. Completing it in 3 months is quite impressive. Accelerate the pace. I have purchased a supercomputer. Understood. I will urge them immediately to increase the workforce, Wei Jia noted, marking her papers. I am preparing to launch Longxing Communication Technology Company Limited. Please have HR begin recruitment. This company will primarily focus on providing information and communication technology solutions. Once recruitment is complete, we shall unveil our groundbreaking communication technology. New communication technology? Is it 5G? Wei Jia inquired curiously. The concept of 5G was proposed long ago, and Huaxing has already completed multiple tests. The technology is on the brink of maturity and is set to be launched in the market. Upon hearing Guli's words, Wei Jia immediately thought of 5G. However, Guli shook his head. No, it's a technology superior to 5G. You will understand in due time. By the way, take a look at this building. If there are any floors available for rent, lease one for Longxing Communication Technology's office. All right, please report on the recent work. Guli invited Wei Jia to sit down, then prepared a cup of tea, pouring one for each of them. Regarding the black gold phone, we have generated approximately 1 billion Huaxia coins from embedded advertisements. The modest revenue is primarily due to the fact that users of the black gold phone can voluntarily opt out of the ad pushes. For chip manufacturing, a wafer capable of producing 700 viable chips is priced at 160,000 Huaxia coins, yielding over 7 billion in profit for us. By integrating artificial intelligence services, the annual service fee for enterprises is 500 million Huaxia coins, while individuals are charged a monthly membership fee of 25 Huaxia coins, collectively bringing us a profit of 6 billion. In the domestic market, Xiaoyu's membership revenue for this month is 10 billion, while overseas market membership revenue amounts to 22 billion Huaxia coins. After all, Huaxia is a populous nation on Earth, and its consumer capacity is astonishing compared to foreign countries. This month, our company's total revenue reached 46 billion Huaxia coins. Wei Jia diligently compiled and reported the figures. In just 2 months, the company has transformed from a mere few hundred million in revenue to hundreds of billions. The speed at which wealth accumulates is truly unimaginable. Yet, this is the nature of technology. The more advanced and superior the technology, the more wealth flows in like a torrent. Indeed, this month's bonuses will be doubled, and everyone will receive them along with their salaries, Gu stated with a smile. Thank you, President Gu. Buzz. Zero sent a message to Gu. Boss. The construction of the underground base for the Spark source has been completed. When shall we relocate? Chapter 49, Regional Division, System Upgrade. Next to the YD building, there stands a pristine white bungalow. The area is cordoned off from the outside world by yellow caution tape and iron barriers, with numerous warning signs indicating chemical hazards and biohazardous materials. Several surveillance cameras have been installed around the iron fence, monitored in real time by Zero. Should anyone trespass, Gu will receive an alert from Zero. Arriving at the iron gate, Gu unlocked it with a key. Approaching the bungalow, he performed several gestures in front of the camera. After undergoing fingerprint and iris verification, Gu stepped inside. The bungalow, modest in size at approximately 100 square meters, housed countless barrels of chemicals, each labeled with its respective name. In addition to the barrels, numerous boxes containing hazardous materials were also present. Observing these, a faint smile graced Gu's lips. He then extended his hands and clapped. With a flicker, the chemicals began to shimmer, rippling like water waves before gradually vanishing. The technology employed here is the holographic projection technology developed by Zero and Xiao. Like a grand entrance, certain minor protective measures are in place. Zero, open the passage. Very well, boss. Buzzing and clattering, the floor 5 meters ahead of Gu disconnects from the surrounding ground. The disjointed floor slopes downward at its farthest point from Gu, revealing a staircase passage that appears before him. The LED lights flanking the passage gradually illuminate. Gu follows the corridor to the underground base. Inside the base, nothing is currently present. The floor, walls, and ceiling are all embedded with steel plating. The materials used are of the highest hardness known in Huaxia, and the reflective light sources render the base exceptionally bright. Behind the steel lies a 5-meter-thick wall of reinforced concrete. 18 pillars support the earth, rising over 100 meters from the ground. The Ember Source construction team, in humanoid form, gathers to play cards. Boss, you've arrived? Yes, just came to have a look and then prepare for the move, Gu replies with a smile. You all continue your game. I'll explore with Zero. Gu passes by the transformers. The first level is primarily designated for resting and storing our materials. Chemical products will be placed over there, metallic materials here, and this area will serve as the relaxation zone. As for fitness equipment, you can arrange that yourselves. While strolling, Gu discusses with Zero how to allocate the various zones. Upon reaching the second level, it will serve as the workspace for the Ember Source research team. Servers and various equipment will be set up here. Zero, draft a procurement order for the best monitors, servers, and sensors. Anything obsolete at home should be discarded. The third level is Gu's personal studio, where he will learn from the technologies compiled by Zero and Xiao. Supercomputers will also be stationed here to provide computational power for the underground base, along with a portion of the base's servers. Boss, in addition to your requests, I have also arranged for a sofa, refrigerator, and more, Zero remarks, walking beside Gu, standing at merely half his height. That's acceptable, Gu nods. Once the draft is complete, I will send you the procurement order. After your review, I will proceed with the order. Now, let us inspect our confidential area. Gu and Zero arrive at the southernmost part of the third level. A large pit measuring 100 meters by 100 meters has been excavated here, filled with dimensional debris just transported today and yet to be processed. This batch of refuse comprises a variety of items: timber, construction waste, and discarded metal components, all jumbled together. Zero, endowed with life by the Ember Source, perceives the system's elements like Gu but is unable to articulate the information regarding it. Boss, why don't we sell the timber and metal we want to utilize directly? From my assessment, these materials fetch a high price domestically and internationally, especially the furniture stored in Warehouse 1 before, which could sell for tens of millions or even over 100 million per set, Zero inquires. Having pondered this question for quite some time, Gu shook his head. They are not genuine, merely resembling the real thing. In Gu's eyes, these items were all artificial materials from those dimensions, nostalgic for these woods, recreated through technology. Though they appear identical, who knows what substances they are composed of? Perhaps materials unknown to Earth, or ones possessing astonishing properties. Ultimately, everything would lead back to Gu himself. It was better to avoid such complications. However, some could be reserved for Zero and Xiao to study their characteristics. As long as nothing extraordinary emerged, fabricating some precious wood to craft furniture for sale would not be out of the question. From now on, every day, you and Xiaoxiu come over and sort them into categories like wood, metal, products, and so forth. Then wait for me to handle them, Guli instructed Zero. After speaking, Guli donned a waterproof half-body suit nearby and commenced the day as scavenging. Discarded fruit pits, peels, kitchen waste, all were destroyed. The 7th-generation all-weather nanosuit developed by the Luo Yi Group was preserved for research. Demolished concrete walls from buildings were kept for study. The cement from advanced dimensions might lead to the creation of new high-strength concrete. Worn-out ordinary shoes, socks, and the like were destroyed. Soon, half of the dimensional refuse in the pit was incinerated by Guli. Portable electric vehicle deprived of energy, utilizing nanotechnology. The vehicle is condensed into an iron rod 20 centimeters long and 6 centimeters in diameter. Pull it apart, and you shall have a new electric car. Provided it still holds charge. Not bad, Guli mused, tossing the only remaining half of the rod, coated with an unknown solidified liquid. At last, something worthwhile. What was this iron plate? From the scant dimensional debris, Guli extracted a relatively intact iron sheet, its surface covered in brown and black grime. The edges bore corroded, blackened, menacing jagged metal. Chest armor of an unidentified model combat mech. Equipped with powerful nuclear propulsion, this armor guarantees your combat prowess. Embedded laser weaponry can slice through anything within sight. Wow, now, this is a genuine treasure. I wonder if I can refurbish it into a complete suit of armor. Guli murmured, gazing at the chest plate. I'll try again later. The attempt count just reset. He sifted through the remaining trash, keeping items potentially useful for research. The rest, deemed mere refuse, was instantly obliterated with a single command. As Guli climbed out of the pit, a chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have incinerated refuse 61 times. Your exemplary performance during work has resulted in a permission upgrade. The system had unexpectedly advanced. Guli continued to receive messages in his mind. Chapter 50, New Capabilities. Nuclear-powered battle armor. The weight of daily dimensional refuse input will increase threefold. The maximum weight per incineration will also triple. A new function has been unlocked. Detailed as follows. Item input information panel. The system will categorize and highlight key items for every batch of refuse deposited. The Superbrain. Your learning capacity will receive systematic enhancement, allowing you to retain information with remarkable clarity and possess an extraordinary understanding of knowledge, enabling you to draw connections across various subjects. The functionality of transforming waste into treasure will undergo the following adjustments. The cooldown time for this feature will vary based on the value of the items being transformed. The system upgrade has been completed, wishing you a pleasant work experience. Not only has the system been upgraded, but it has also granted Guli new abilities. Guli contemplated how the newly added functionalities could facilitate his endeavors. The information bars feature allows Guli to ascertain the items being disposed of without the need to rummage through the refuse personally. However, he must ultimately engage in the retrieval process, as Zero and Xiaoxiu can only observe without comprehending the specifics of the items. Thus, the responsibility falls upon Guli. The Superbrain. This functionality piqued Guli's interest the most. Recently, he had commenced learning alongside Zero and Xiaoxiu. Of course, the subjects he pursued differed from theirs. He intended to start from the fundamentals, and with his current pace of learning, it would take him several decades to catch up to Zero, or perhaps he would never truly match up, as Zero was continually learning as well. With the advent of the Superbrain, Guli's learning ability has received an epic enhancement. Now, Guli's capacity for learning can be likened to that of Zero. Guli gazed at the battle armor breastplate in his hands. What could bring greater joy than crafting an exquisite suit of armor for oneself? A flash of blue light coursed through Guli's hand, enveloping the breastplate. It levitated into the air as countless blue insects emerged from its center, scattering outward. The areas traversed by the blue insects were revitalized. All dirt upon the breastplate was meticulously eradicated, and silvery metal began to form along his arms, legs, and head, sculpted by the wave of blue insects. Moments later, a pristine suit of armor, gleaming with metallic luster, materialized before Guli. Its immaculate exterior was replete with an industrial aesthetic, showcasing muscular contours. The miniature nuclear fusion reactor embedded in the chest emanated a dazzling radiance. The helm of the armor reflected Guli's uncontainable smile. Come forth, Xiaojia, let me witness your capabilities. Guli commanded as another flash of blue light illuminated his hand. The armor's eyes grew more luminous, subsequently kneeling before Gu Li, a heavy metallic voice resonating. I pay homage to the supreme and esteemed leader. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Jia, and you will refer to me as boss. Understood, boss. Allow me to demonstrate your performance. Gu Li patted Xiao Jia's metallic head. Very well. Xiao Jia stood upright, arms hanging naturally at its sides. With a hiss, various segments of Xiao Jia's body split apart. The opening was substantial, allowing Gu Li to don the armor with ease. He then sensed a slight pressure enveloping him from the armor's surroundings. A visual interface presented the external imagery while notifying Gu Li of the armor's operational status. Measuring user's bodily data. Aligning with user's physique. Alignment complete. Conducting system self-check. Self-check complete. Welcome to your experience. Xiao Jia will assist you in any endeavor. Xiao Jia, is it possible to fly? Gu Li inquired eagerly. Indeed, the operation is as follows. Under Xiao Jia's guidance and empowered by the super-intelligent brain, Gu Li swiftly mastered the art of controlling the battle armor. Employing a variety of intricate maneuvers, he soared throughout the base. On one occasion, he nearly crashed through the base itself, only halted by the 10-meter-thick reinforced concrete ceiling. Boss, I fear we must reinforce this area once more, Ihao remarked. Observing the massive crater Gu Li had created, fragments strewn about and protruding outward. I'm counting on you, Gu Li said as he removed his armor and looked toward Ihao. No problem. 0. Instruct Xiao Jia on how to study itself and develop a technical plan. Gu Li directed. Now, we're relocating. Xiao Jia stayed behind. After 2 hours, Gu Li and 0 managed to transfer all the belongings from the villa to the underground base at the source of the fire. Burp. Gu Li belched contentedly. Oh, nothing beats the joy of a soda, he exclaimed, gazing at the half-empty bottle of Sprite in his hand. Alas, you can never savor such delights, Gu Li lamented, casting a sympathetic glance at the pitiable 0 and the others. So many wonderful things, yet they could never taste their flavors. 0. Tell me what I must learn to master the technologies within the library. Gu Li reclined in his chair, staring up at the pristine white ceiling. Boss, during your time at Pownan Electronic Technology University, you majored in computer science. According to our investigation, you have studied languages such as Java and C, but only barely passed with scores around 60. You often skipped other courses whenever possible, which has left your knowledge at roughly a high school level. 0's words caused Gu Li to feel somewhat embarrassed. Peak physical strength was achieved in middle school, peak intellect in high school, and peak appetite in university. This adage rang true indeed. An ordinary university offers limited learning and is often disconnected from reality. Either students are playing on their phones during lectures or engaged in games like Apex or LOL after class. Studying? Forget it. Middle school and high school education sufficed. Thus, Gu Li had merely coasted through university. When he needed knowledge, he realized he had learned far too little. To master the technologies in the library, you must first study the following courses: Advanced Mathematics, Java, from beginner to expert, C language, college English, and computer applications and exploration. After these, you will need to delve into physics, mechanics, materials science, and optics. Altogether, you will have about 100 courses totaling 1,000 hours of study. Boss, there is an immense amount of knowledge you must acquire, 0 said, their two camera-like eyes seeming to silently suggest, Boss, you might as well give up. That many? Arrange my schedule. I shall commence these studies tomorrow, Gu Li said, taking another sip of his beloved soda. Learning must never cease. He still aspired to build his own battle armor, one perfectly fitted and modifiable at will. Very well, I will plan your schedule immediately. Make sure to tailor it to your intensity, Gu Li added. 0 and the others already had their own study plans in place. Acquiring knowledge about Earth. Through the study of advanced technology from other dimensions, both in its direct and inverse applications. Subsequently, employing terrestrial instruments to manifest these advanced technologies on Earth. Gu Li, possessing a superlative intellect, is naturally capable of assimilating such intensive learning. Boss, it's Wu Yonghua on the line. Hello, what can I do for you? Gu Li inquired with curiosity, given that they had only recently parted ways. The materials you requested have arrived. Where should I deliver them? Chapter 51, Superconductive Materials and AI Chips. Why are you personally delivering them? Gu Li remarked with surprise, observing Wu Yonghua in military green attire beside the camouflage truck. Is the major so free? Responsible for both transport and contracts? Do you think I wanted this? After the meeting, my duties were temporarily paused, and I was designated solely for this handover. Anything related to you or your company is under my purview, Wu Yanghua replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Bang bang. The materials you requested are all in the truck, well preserved for you. All right. Gu opened the truck's rear door, revealing numerous boxes and perhaps even coded cases. He casually opened several boxes, finding them filled with the high-quality materials he required. After a brief inspection, he enlisted a few workers from a nearby construction site, instructing them to handle the items with care and transfer them to the vehicle belonging to the fire source construction team. Once all materials were loaded onto the truck, it traversed the freight passage back to the underground base. Thank you. Would you like to join me for a drink? Gu gestured toward a reasonably well-decorated cafe outside the construction site. Wu Yanghua shook his head. I still need to assist you in delivering items to several state-run research institutes. However, your technologies require stringent anti-theft measures. You understand. There are always those who might seek to pilfer. Rest assured, no one will steal them. Gu remained unfazed. As with previous protocols, the core knowledge remained firmly in his possession. The technical plans organized by Zero contained only verifiable techniques, incapable of yielding tangible products through the disclosed information. However, the cleansing operations are ongoing, so there is no need for excessive concern, Wu Yanghua added, eager to maintain Guli's trust. With your assurance, I am confident the state will safeguard my technology. Those capable of developing lithography machines or companies involved will naturally receive state protection, especially when they innovate new systems and artificial intelligence. The level of scrutiny will undoubtedly rise, Guli responded. Otherwise, the confidentiality of the technologies and related information submitted by me would not be classified at the highest level. I'm off then. I will deliver the contract tomorrow. The supercomputing matters are still being coordinated, and I will send them to you once finalized. With that, Wu Yanghua boarded the camouflage truck and departed. Guli returned to the fire source underground base, where Zero had already categorized and arranged the materials on the shelves. The servers were placed in the cabinets, pulsating with a greenish-yellow light. Boss, where should I place this iron rod? Zero inquired, holding the rod that housed an electric vehicle, gazing toward Guli. Place it on the research shelf in my workshop, Guli instructed. After transforming the battle armor from waste into treasure, the cooldown period extended to 3 days. Once the cooldown refreshes, we shall return to convert the iron rod into something valuable. Guli approached the shelf designated for material storage. Let us commence the development of our underground base's inaugural technology, he remarked, looking at the returning Zero. Understood, boss. Little Hand, let us begin our work. Before long, Little Hand employed holographic projection technology to manifest a chip in midair. This was subsequently enlarged into various component parts. Xiaoqi scanned the projected components, initiating the material cutting process to produce parts of the requisite dimensions. Originally, Xiaoqi lacked this capability. However, after Zero and Little Hand devised new technology, it would assist other transformers in integrating this advancement. The focus of this technological development was the AI chip, utilizing photonic chips for its realization. Since the invention of the integrated circuit board in 1958, silicon-based electronic computers have evolved over decades. The limitations of silicon-based semiconductors have been reached, both physically and economically. The term nanometers in chip specifications refers to the width of the transistors forming the gates, rather than the chip's overall size, which is influenced by demand, architecture, functionality, packaging, and manufacturing processes. Common chips typically range from 100 to 200 square millimeters. The smaller the transistors, the greater the number that can fit on the chip, thereby enhancing its performance. However, this progression is ultimately constrained and cannot continue indefinitely. Additionally, semiconductor chips exhibit shortcomings in data processing capabilities and stable high-speed operation. In contrast, photonic chips excel in these areas and align more closely with the operational framework of artificial neural networks. Significantly, simulating the human brain with photons addresses a major issue: power consumption. It is well known that the human brain contains approximately 86 billion neurons, yet its power consumption is comparable to that of a 20-watt light bulb. Consequently, the power consumption of photonic chips will be merely a fraction of that of traditional semiconductor chips, while boasting superior computational capabilities and lower economic costs. However, this does not imply a complete abandonment of semiconductors. Photonic chips still necessitate semiconductor manufacturing switches to control photons, mimicking the operational dynamics of neurons and synapses. Photonic chips primarily serve as carriers for artificial intelligence. For instance, Little Wei possesses numerous chips, each dedicated to specific functions, embodying a modular manufacturing approach. The technology behind photonic chips originates from the optical communication chips found on the communication satellite Little Wei. While Zero, Little Hand, and Little Wei collaboratively researched this chip, they drew inspiration from the Josephson junction, or superconducting tunnel junction. Using optical communication chips as a foundation, they endeavored to develop intelligent AI photonic chips, focusing on miniaturization and embedding artificial intelligence programs within the chips to oversee their operation. This approach diverges from that of Little Yu, who relies on cloud computing technology to offload all computations to cloud servers. The subsequent transmission of the result data back to the users presents a considerable burden for Longting. Continuous expansion of servers is necessitated to manage computations from across the globe, demanding substantial financial investment and adversely affecting user experience. An excess of computations leads to extended response times. Zero and Xiao Shou have advanced their research on photonic chips to a remarkable 90 technological maturity. The techniques developed, based on the model of Xiao Wei, are decades ahead of current technologies on Earth. Presently, Zero and the Transformers are investigating which type of superconductor is most suitable for photonic chips. Once the optimal superconductor is identified, the manufacturing of photonic chips can commence. And this process does not require photolithography, allowing for rapid mass production. When applied to mobile phones, everyone will possess their own artificial intelligence, supervised by the genuine Xiao Yu. Overseeing secondary Xiao Yu, Guli observed from the sidelines. After witnessing the astonishing properties of superconductors, he could not comprehend the subsequent operations performed by Zero and Xiao Shou. The programming languages flashing across the computer monitor were entirely beyond his understanding. Guli shrugged and reclined on a nearby chair, donning VR goggles to engage with the meticulously organized courses prepared by Zero. Ding dong, Qin Xiaolu. I'm going abroad, let us gather together. Chapter 52. The childhood sweetheart is going abroad. Qin Xiaolu. I'm going abroad, let us gather together. Guli sprang up from the reclining chair, removing his VR goggles. Going abroad? For what purpose? Why is she suddenly going abroad? Guli replied, and soon, Qin Xiaolu's message arrived. We'll discuss it when we meet. All right. Guli retrieved a black and gold mobile phone. Whenever Zero and Xiao Shou were overwhelmed, Guli would utilize this device. He dialed Pang Dehai. Are you aware that Qin Xiaolu is going abroad? Yes, she just messaged me. What kind of awareness is that? Did she mention anything about going abroad to you? Guli pressed. No. Isn't she closer to you? Pang Dehai inquired, perplexed. Where is she going? What will she do? You all made the plans and only told me later. Clearly, I am unaware of the reasons behind Xiaolu's trip abroad. All right, see you later. See you later. Guli ended the call, then flung himself back into the reclining chair, recalling summer vacation plans to take her out. Clearly, that is no longer feasible. Hang City, National Academy of Fine Arts, Xiangshan Campus, Academic Affairs Office. Qin Xiaolu. Here. With her hair cascading down and the ends curled. Qin Xiaolu approached the window of the Academic Affairs Office, holding a transparent folder filled with numerous documents. Qin Xiaolu, this is your exchange student application. As the school is on break, we kindly ask you to collect it yourself. Congratulations on becoming the sole exchange student for the Royal Academy of Arts. Thank you. Qin Xiaolu accepted the documents, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. The Royal Academy of Arts is the only fully research-oriented art institution in the world. This year, a collaboration with Guame has yielded a coveted opportunity for an exchange student position. One undergraduate student will have the chance to study at a prestigious graduate-only art institution. This is indeed a rare opportunity, as the Royal College of Art is renowned worldwide, consistently ranking first in the QS World University rankings by subject. It is among the oldest art schools in existence, celebrated as a cradle for global artists and design masters, having nurtured numerous acclaimed artists and designers. More importantly, as an exchange student, tuition fees will be covered by the institution, along with a stipend for living expenses, alleviating financial concerns while offering invaluable learning experiences. This aligns perfectly with Qin Xiaolu's future aspirations. Upon returning, she will be able to assist Gu Li, making it an advantageous arrangement. However, this opportunity has demanded considerable effort from Qin Xiaolu. The chosen dining location for their gathering was a local hot pot restaurant, a spicy hot pot. I thought you might reserve a high-end restaurant, considering my salary exceeds several tens of thousands, Guli remarked playfully while selecting dishes. Wait until you, the billionaire, invite me. I intend to save that money for my time abroad. Qin Xiaolu's basket predominantly contained vegetables, with a few choices of meat, mostly those favored by Guli. Peng Dehai quietly listened as their basket filled up. When the three were together, he typically spoke little and ate more. This is the first place you've treated me to since we met. I want to get to enjoy this for quite some time, Qin Xiaolu said as she handed her basket to the clerk for weighing, combining it with Gu Li's for cooking. After settling the bill with Peng Dehai, they received their order number and seated themselves at an unoccupied table. Why the sudden desire to study abroad? Gu Li inquired, sipping his kumquat lemon milk tea. He preferred fruit teas, particularly those with lemon. The Royal College of Art. Only our major has an undergraduate position available. And securing it means studying at a top-tier university where industry leaders have learned. If the opportunity arises, we must seize it. Qin Xiaolu exclaimed excitedly. Is that all? Gu Li asked, gazing curiously at her glasses. Guess, she replied, her expressive eyes sparkling. Fine, keep your secret, but I know you'll tell me eventually, Gu Li shrugged. Confident that Qin Xiaolu wouldn't keep him in the dark for long. You truly lack excitement, she retorted, rolling her eyes at him. What if I come back to work at your company? Come whenever you wish, Gu Li replied, not dismissing her idea. Peng Dehai was also at his company, and his work capabilities were commendable. Qin Xiaolu, returning from studying abroad, would undoubtedly excel as well. Just so you know, I don't want to be an undeserving hire. I prefer not to be the subject of gossip, she said, glancing at Peng Dehai. Look at me, I'm advancing normally, he responded, appearing somewhat innocent. Rest assured, I will not grant you any special treatment, Gu Li assured, shaking his head. Just like the vast ocean, you will start from the fundamentals. Indeed, my position is one I have forged myself. Peng Dehai exclaimed with indignation, just as Qin Xiaolu's gaze encroached upon him. However, he also understood that Qin Xiaolu bore no malice. It was merely playful banter. Thus it was settled. Qin Xiaolu extended her pinky finger towards Gu Li. Gu Li comprehended her intent, extending his own pinky to intertwine with hers, and they proclaimed in unison, Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Have you prepared everything necessary for the trip abroad? Naturally. For this opportunity, all essentials have long been arranged. The spicy hot pot was soon ready. Divided into 2 bowls and presented before the trio. The flavor remains unchanged, Qin Xiaolu remarked. Furthermore, this taste never seems to grow tiresome. As the 3 indulged in the hot pot, they reminisced about past amusing anecdotes. Tomorrow, August 1st, I plan to visit my grandfather's home. Would you like to join me for some fun? Gu Li invited the two. Your grandfather's home? Peng Dehai inquired, puzzled. Both he and Qin Xiaolu were aware that Gu Li was left with only his grandparents, yet they had never met them, having only encountered Gu Li's uncle's family. They understood the reasons behind Gu Li's reluctance to visit his grandparents. It was unexpected that he intended to return this year. Why are you looking at me like that? I've reflected on this and realized I want to return to accompany my family. After all, my grandfather is a veteran, and on August 1st, he has much to attend to. I cannot simply abandon him. Gu Li shrugged, posing the question again. Are you going or not? Yes. Peng Dehai and Qin Xiaolu replied in unison. A hint of bashfulness tinted Qin Xiaolu's cheeks. Meeting Gu Li's relatives made her feel somewhat shy and anxious. I shall come to fetch you both. All right. After finishing their hot pot, the trio strolled around. Many familiar places had undergone changes, yet several retained their original form, evoking memories of the past, where they had quarreled, where they had stumbled, and where they had savored delightful meals, all filled with cherished reminiscences. Chapter 53, Homecoming. A surge of influential figures. At the Ponanjingsheng Square, the designated meeting point, Peng Dehai and Qin Xiaolu had already arrived, waiting by the bus stop. Peng Dehai, clad in his usual white t-shirt and sports pants, squinted under the fervent rays of sunlight. He took out his phone and replied to a few messages. Learning that Gu Li would be delayed by traffic. All right, Qin Xiaolu nodded, adorned in a white floral dress and a light sweater, topped with a cream-colored sun hat. Her hair danced in the warm breeze, revealing her enchanting visage adorned with a smile. Passers-by at the bus stop were drawn to her, their gazes frequently directed towards her. Beside her lay a small 20-inch suitcase containing changes of clothes, cosmetics, and personal items. She marveled at the sight of Peng Dehai's backpack. unable to fathom how one bag could hold enough for 3 or 4 days. Just as she pondered this, a sleek black Tesla came to a stop before them. Gu Li lowered the window of the passenger seat, and a wave of heat rushed in. Get in, it's scorching outside. After Pang Dehai helped Qin Xiaolu place her luggage in the trunk, he opened the rear door and settled into the back seat. Qin Xiaolu naturally took her place in the passenger seat. Tesla, why did you buy this unpredictable firecracker? There have been numerous spontaneous combustion incidents involving Teslas, both domestically and abroad. Let us experience the future. Gu Li replied with a smile, donning sunglasses to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. I brought you breakfast. He produced 2 plastic bags filled with breakfast and handed them to the two. The sound of the electric motor whirred softly, and the car started up quietly and smoothly. Even as they traversed a speed bump, the two enjoying their breakfast hardly noticed any jolt. Is this a high-end model? Pang Dehai inquired, finding it far more comfortable than the Tesla he had taken previously. No, it's just the regular version. Gu Li shook his head. The car remained the same, yet its interior had undergone a remarkable transformation. As the trio chatted, they arrived at the Tianlong community, a military family housing area where Gu Li's grandfather resided, in what felt like no time at all. Military housing? Is your grandfather a veteran? Qin Xiaolu asked, surprised as she turned to Gu Li. Yes, didn't I mention it? No. Qin Xiaolu shook her head. In the past, whenever Gu Li spoke of his family, she had been rather reluctant, and both she and Pang Dehai were not well informed. They only knew that Gu Li's immediate family consisted of his grandparents. All right, my fault, Gu Li apologized. The car was halted at the entrance of the community. Gu Li opened the door and, standing beside the vehicle, inquired of the approaching soldier, haven't I registered? Today is Army Day. Every year, leaders come to visit. And for safety, checks must be conducted. Please accompany your companions to the security booth to present your identification and registration. All right. While Gu Li and the others were registering, the soldier inspecting the vehicle began his thorough examination, with one even wielding an undercarriage inspection mirror, leaving no corner unchecked. Once the inspection was completed, Gu Li and the others were allowed entry into the community. Upon arriving at his grandfather's residence, they found his uncle's family had already gathered. Gu Tianxi and his sister Gu Shirwei were in the shade of the yard, assisting their aunt and grandmother with washing vegetables, while his uncle was helping his grandfather with slaughtering chickens and ducks. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Gu Li called out loudly, carrying the nutritional products he had purchased. Xiaoli has returned. He Xianghua and Gu Minghui looked at Gu Li in surprise, momentarily stunned before smiling. Gu Tianxi had not informed them that Gu Li would also be returning. Quickly sit down and rest. No need to rest. People are coming. I'll help out. Gu Li declined, joining Gu Tianxi and the others in washing vegetables. Don't help out over there with Grandpa and Uncle. Here, have some drinks. Once we're done, I'll take you out to have some fun, Gu Li told Qin Xiaolu and Pang Dehai. Seeing that they couldn't be of much assistance, they settled in the living room, engrossed in their phones. Old class leader, Wei Yi arrived. A cheerful voice rang out from outside the yard. 2 middle-aged men, dressed in casual clothes and carrying bottles of liquor, walked in. Ha ha ha, it's always you two who arrive the earliest. What kind of wine have you brought this year? Gu Minghui approached with a warm smile, leading the way into the living room to reminisce. Is that Xiaoli? It has been quite some time since we last met. Upon entering the living room, both noticed Gu Li engaged in conversation with Qin Xiaolu on the sofa. Hello, everyone, Gu Li greeted. After the exchange of pleasantries, the focus shifted primarily to conversations with grandfather Gu Minghui. Gradually, 7 or 8 old soldiers, all comrades of Gu Minghui, joined them. Every year on August 1st, it is the designated gathering time for him and his comrades. Gu Li had also attended in previous years, but after staying with her uncle, she had refrained from coming. With Gu Li's presence, the discussions naturally gravitated towards her. You're about to graduate, aren't you? Have you started dating? What kind of job are you planning to seek? Are you interested in joining the military? Nowadays, it's encouraged for college students to enlist. Joining means becoming an officer. And you can even have your university tuition reimbursed. Come over to my house sometime. I'll introduce you to my granddaughter, they suggested. Gu Li responded casually. Gu Minghui chimed in. Have you started a company? Have you earned a few thousand already? Impressive, I must say. You truly are the descendant of a seasoned sergeant. Smiling at the thumbs up directed her way, Gu Li returned the gesture. Gu Tianxi, seated nearby, observed Gu Li with a peculiar expression, mirrored by Pang Dehai. Haven't you discussed your company in detail with grandfather? Gu Li shook her head. Not yet, I'll talk to him later. Gu Tianxi nodded in acknowledgement. Outside the Tianlong community, a camouflage jeep approached from a distance. The vehicle was not halted. The station soldiers waved it through, saluting as it passed. Following the jeep, a white Mercedes entered the community without hindrance. Squad leader, this year's leaders are more numerous than last year's, someone remarked. Before these two vehicles, several others of the same type had already entered. Who knows? The squad leader replied, shaking his head. Just stand your post. This should be the place, Chang'ing muttered, scrutinizing the address provided by Xie Tianyi against the doorplate number. Just as he was about to enter, a jeep pulled up beside him. Wu Yanghua emerged from the driver's seat. Minister Chang, you are here as well? Major Wu, you too? Chang'ing inquired. Recalling that Gu Minghui had once been his squad leader, though he had not heard that Wu Yanghua had served under him. No, Wu Yanghua denied. I accompanied the leader. The leader? Wu Yanghua glanced towards the back seat of the jeep, from which the window was lowered, revealing a stern visage. Minister Su? Chang'ing exclaimed, amused by the coincidence. Minister Su Qingping of the Military Commission's Equipment Development Department smiled at Chang'ing before stepping out of the vehicle. Let us go in together. No sooner had he spoken than several other vehicles pulled up nearby. Noticing their license plates, Su Qingping's smile broadened. Everyone seems to hold Gu Li in high regard. Chapter 54. The assurance brought by the big shots, infrastructure plans. Surely there won't be anyone else. Su Qingping scanned the road for incoming vehicles, but saw none. Around him, no fewer than 7 or 8 jeeps or Mercedes had already parked. Let us all head inside together. After a brief wait, Su Qingping proposed. Let us go together. A group of more than 10, carrying nutritional supplements, entered Grandpa Gu Li's home. Who are you? Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Zheng Lishu stepped outside, casting a puzzled glance at the group. We are here to pay a visit to Comrade Gu Minghui, Su Qingping replied, leading the way. Please, come in, Aunt Zheng invited, guiding the group to the living room before retreating to the kitchen. Gu Minghui observed the unfamiliar faces before him, confusion evident in his eyes. Hello, Comrade Gu. I am Su Qingping from the Equipment Development Department of the Military Commission. We have come to offer our condolences, he said. Indeed, indeed. I am Chang'ing from the Ministry of Public Security. You were once my squad leader, Chang'ing added. The others also introduced themselves in turn. Gu Minghui scrutinized Chang'ing. I remember you, and that rascal over there. He pointed at Wu Yanghua, addressing his comrades beside him. Wu Yanghua, is that really you? I can't believe it. Old squad leader, what brings you here? Wu Yanghua was equally surprised to find his former squad leader present. Have you all come to express your condolences for Minghui? Yes, Wu Yanghua nodded. I have some recollection of each of you. We have interacted to some extent. So, what brings you here all of a sudden? It's been many years since I retired. Gu Minghui was skeptical that their visit was solely for his sake. He sensed there was another motive. Old squad leader, let me be frank. Su Qingping acknowledged that he could not deceive Gu Minghui. After all, he had lived long enough to see through any hidden agendas. The reason for visiting you is actually related to Gu Li. Su Qingping glanced at Gu Li, who was seated on the sofa. Gu Li stood up and approached the round table where his grandfather was conversing with his comrades. Gu Li? What does this have to do with him? Gu Minghui inquired, his mind racing with concern that his grandson might have gotten into trouble. It was quite possible, considering Gu Li's company had only recently been established and was already turning a profit of tens of thousands. Such profits raised suspicions of possible exploitation of national resources. In Gu Minghui's mind, the only way to achieve such exorbitant profits was through illicit activities. Gu Li had not returned home in the past. This sudden visit could be an indication of trouble, perhaps seeking his assistance. Despite being retired, he still held some influence. Have you done something wrong? Gu Minghui's fierce gaze bore down on Gu Li, sternly admonishing him. His comrades beside him wore equally serious expressions as they regarded Gu Li. No. Gu Li hastily shook his head. Old squad leader, it's not something bad. It's actually good news, Chang'ing interjected. Good news? What good news? Gu Minghui pressed further. Su Qingping and Chang'ing exchanged glances. Old squad leader, could we find a quieter place? Come to my study, Gu Minghui replied, leading Su Qingping and Chang'ing away, with Gu Li following closely. As Su Qingping and Chang'ing elaborated, Gu Li added his insights, and gradually, the confusion and seriousness in Gu Minghui's eyes were replaced by a smile. What a clever young man. Gu Minghui patted Gu Li's shoulder with vigor. I never expected your company could also contribute to the nation. Haha, splendid. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Gu family. all contributing to the nation's development. Gu Li scratched his head, aware that he submitted his technology not merely out of patriotism, but to seek a protective ally, fearing potential repercussions. He understood the adage that possessing valuable assets could be a liability when lacking sufficient strength. Aside from visiting his former commander, he had come to inform Gu Li of certain matters. Su Qingping, with a genial smile, appeared quite amiable. "What is it?" Gu Li inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Qingping. "Your technology has already been submitted to the Research Institute. It has undergone preliminary assessments, confirming the feasibility of your innovations, mirroring previous methodologies. Implementation is entirely attainable," Su Qingping articulated calmly. "With such remarkable technology, your commitment to the nation's welfare will not go unrecognized. You may retain your innovations. However, we seek collaboration with you. Together, we will actualize these technologies. The nation will assist you with funding, personnel, and resources. You lend me a peach, and I return it with a plum. Rest assured, the authorities will not forcibly seize your technology. They understand the folly of depleting resources. Should another individual possess such advanced technology, the situation would remain unchanged. The state invests in and shares technological advancements. Will they provide as much as you desire?" Gu Li's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Qingping. To establish the industrial foundation for those cutting-edge technologies, it was essential to not only invest capital, but also to present a leading figure who could showcase profitability, thus guiding the market and encouraging individuals to build this infrastructure. It would be inefficient for Gu Li to forge this industrial base alone. Presently, Gu Li and Longting stood as that guiding force. Xiao Yu's artificial intelligence technology, the batteries for the black gold phone, and the chips were all pioneering technologies in the industry, garnering attention and naturally fostering sector development and foundational construction. With such infrastructure in place, the manufacturing costs of these advanced technologies would diminish. What Gu Li needed to do was to produce these groundbreaking products and establish them as benchmarks, enticing others to replicate, research, and manufacture. Yet, one must witness tangible results. "No," Su Qingping shook his head. "They won't simply provide as much as one wishes. If substantial investments yield no results, the research into that technology would naturally be curtailed to mitigate losses." "Indeed," Gu Li nodded. "If there were no benefits, I would not have submitted anything. Now that we have clarified the reasons, let us return to the living room for dinner," Gu Minghui remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Old Commander, this matter requires confidentiality. You are Gu Li's grandfather and a veteran who has seen battle. That is why I confide in you. Rest assured, I promise to keep it under wraps," Su Qingping assured him. With the explanation laid out, Gu Minghui's countenance brightened considerably, more so than when reuniting with his comrades. Witnessing his grandson's success was a source of immense joy. Upon returning to the living room, the comrades inquired about the reason for Gu Minghui's elation. He simply smiled and replied, "Good news. Gu Li has made significant strides." Upon hearing this, his comrades refrained from further questioning, as long as it was favorable news. That sufficed. However, Gu Li's company remained a topic of discussion. Upon hearing that Gu Li earns over 100 billion in a month, the crowd turned in astonishment towards him. It was previously mentioned that earning merely 10 to 20,000 was the norm, but now the figures had multiplied beyond comprehension. Everyone unanimously raised their thumbs in admiration of Gu Li. The conversation naturally gravitated more towards him. Su Qingping and others were retained by Gu Minghui to share a lunch. After their meal, they departed, while Gu Minghui and his comrades set off to visit others. Gu Li assisted in tidying the dining area before reclining on the sofa. Su Qingping's words instilled in Gu Li a newfound confidence. "Let us dive right in," Gu Li mused internally. Chapter 55, Our Agreement. The World Communication Conference. Slipping into slippers, Gu Li announced his intention to take them fishing. He retrieved 2 pairs of slippers, placing them before his companions. "Fishing sounds wonderful," Qin Xiaolu exclaimed with excitement. Having lived in the city her entire life, she had never experienced the thrill of catching fish firsthand. Quickly, she shed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet. After donning a pair of pink slippers, she carried her discarded footwear back to her room to change. "Damn, you're showing favoritism," Peng Dehai remarked, glaring at the moldy, spiderweb-covered black flip-flops before him, clearly disgruntled. How is that even comparable to Qin Xiaolu's pristine ones that exude a hint of shower gel? "Regardless, you have athlete's foot. What is there to fear? Just rinse them off in the bathroom," Gu Li replied, returning to his position on the sofa. unfazed by Pang Dehai's raised middle finger. The fishing spot was a small creek not far from Tianshui community. In his childhood, Guli had often gone fishing with his grandfather. Now, after so many years, he wondered if any fish remained. Qin Xiaolu changed from her dress into khaki shorts and a white t-shirt, donning a fisherman's hat while carrying a sunshade. "Aren't you going to shield yourselves from the sun? Do you have sunscreen?" she inquired, glancing back at her two companions, who were each equipped with a red plastic bucket and a net. Subsequently, she pulled out sunscreen from her pocket and waved it before them. Both men shook their heads in response. Soon, Guli led them to the creek. The once turbulent and wide river of his childhood now appeared tranquil and easily crossable. Guli rolled up his pant legs and stepped into the creek first. Though not wide, the water was sufficiently deep, reaching up to his thighs, sending a refreshing sensation coursing upwards from his feet. "Come down, I see fish." Guli extended his hand toward Qin Xiaolu, warning her that the creek bed was slippery and a misstep could lead to a fall. Qin Xiaolu blushed. She had never held Guli's hand before. A cool sensation surged from her feet, spreading up her legs. "It's so refreshing and comfortable," she exclaimed. "Are you steady?" Guli inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Xiaolu, whose face was just within reach, causing his heart to race and igniting a desire to kiss her. She shook her head, gripping Guli's hand tightly. "Once you hold on, you can't let go." With no alternative, Guli guided Qin Xiaolu to the riverbank, retrieving fish food or live bait from the plastic bucket and casting it into the creek. During the day, the fish would retreat to the edges or beneath the riverbed, and food could entice them to emerge. "Remain still. We shall wait for the fish to emerge," Guli remarked to Qin Xiaolu. "Oh." Qin Xiaolu nodded in agreement. "Hey, do you remember our promise from high school graduation?" she whispered. "The promise from graduation?" Guli recalled. If both were single upon graduating from university, they would embark on a romantic relationship. They had even established a secret signal. If one failed to respond to the signal, the agreement would be void. In her previous life, Qin Xiaolu never received Guli's reply to the signal, and Guli certainly never took them to his grandfather's home. He remembered it well. Guli nodded. "Do not forget our signal." A radiant smile illuminated Qin Xiaolu's face. "I shall remember it well," Guli said, tapping his forehead with a finger. "Shoo." Guli suddenly gestured for silence. A fish had emerged from its hiding place. The net, which had long been submerged in the water, slowly approached under Guli's guidance. As they neared the fish, Guli swiftly exerted force, lifting the net from the water, revealing a vibrant fish thrashing within. "Wow." Qin Xiaolu gazed at Guli with starry eyes. Guli placed the fish into a plastic bucket filled with stream water. They awaited the next fish to appear. But it seemed Guli's luck had run dry, as not another fish was caught. Qin Xiaolu tried her hand a couple of times, but to no avail. The two, unable to catch any more fish, decided to abandon their efforts and engage in a playful water fight. The icy stream splashed upon them, alleviating the summer's heat. The wet fabric clung to Qin Xiaolu's skin, revealing her S-shaped figure before Guli's eyes. Through her white shirt, the pink of her bra became discernible. Witnessing this scene, Guli's youthful enthusiasm surged. Qin Xiaolu, with a slightly proud demeanor, cast a glance at the entranced Guli. "Humph. My figure is splendid, isn't it?" In the distance, Pang Dehai continued his fishing endeavors, blissfully unaware. "Ah, my hat!" Qin Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed. The wind had whisked her hat away, sending it floating down the stream. Upon seeing this, Guli splashed through the water with urgency, racing to retrieve it. Fortunately, the current was gentle, and he soon secured the hat. "Phew, without me, your hat would have been lost," Guli said, panting. "Hee. Indeed, from now on, I shall stick with you," Qin Xiaolu replied. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. "Being with me is perilous," Guli responded, anticipating the forthcoming adventures. "I am unafraid," Qin Xiaolu declared, locking eyes with Guli. He chose not to reply. "It is nearly time to return." Qin Xiaolu pouted and muttered softly, "Always like this." Guli ascended the bank first, then helped Qin Xiaolu up. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Xiaolu had not brought an umbrella and assisted Guli in carrying the net. They reached Pang Dehai, who, aside from one fish, had gathered numerous rice snails in his bucket. "Well done, Dehai. Tonight, let us add a dish of stir-fried rice snails," Guli remarked. After spending 5 days at home, he had taken Qin Xiaolu and Pang Dehai fishing on the first day. The following day, I ventured to the nearby Tongtian mountain for a hike. On the third and fourth days, I brought along my grandparents for a delightful camping and barbecue experience by the stream. The fifth day was spent in the comfort of my home, lounging and engaging in heartfelt conversations with my grandparents. To be honest, Gu truly relished this way of life, cherishing the companionship of family alongside the presence of someone dear to him. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qin Xiaolu's impending journey abroad, he indulged in a 5-day respite. Upon his return to the company, he balanced his managerial duties with continued studies in zero-based organization courses. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolu returned home to familiarize herself with London, preparing for her forthcoming study abroad adventure. Peng Dehai rejoined the business department, successfully advancing to the position of manager after passing the promotion assessment. Mr. Gu, we have become exhibitors at the MWC Mobile World Congress in Shanghai. What are the products we will showcase? Inquired Wei Jia, presenting a color-printed document to Gu Li. He glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. The team was unaware of the exhibition products, resulting in a rather conventional and uninspired exhibition booth. Given that it was a communications conference, the products should inherently relate to communication technologies. I had ensured the production of samples related to mobile phones, laptops, switches, engine products, and wired and wireless transmission devices. We simply needed to arrange our exhibition accordingly. Let us set up the booth based on this design plan, and we can make adjustments according to the size of the space when we get there. Gu Li opened a design blueprint on his office computer, turning the display towards Wei Jia. I will send it to you shortly. Regarding the exhibitors, it will be you, myself, Peng Dehai, and Du Wunmin from Longxing Communication Company. The rest can be discussed among yourselves. Chapter 56, Collision of Innovation, a communication technology superior to 5G. In Shanghai, at the venue of the World Communication Conference, Wei Jia had secured an exhibition space of only 100 square meters, the largest available for emerging companies, albeit positioned at the periphery of the venue. In contrast, established companies such as Mobile, Telecom, Unicom, and Huaxing occupied booths of at least 200 square meters, strategically located in prime areas. The exhibition was branded under Longxing Communication Technology Company, rather than Longting Technology Company. The logo featured 2 stars, one large and one small, predominantly in shades of blue, with the stars' tips tracing a gradient trajectory, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. The booth's design embraced a minimalist aesthetic, primarily utilizing blue and white hues. The exhibition tables were thoughtfully arranged throughout the space, with product information displayed in the lower right corner next to each item. A 72-inch television showcased videos presenting the products and relevant technologies. Employees donned blue and white vests, serving as temporary attendants, brewing coffee and tea within the booth. Gu Li and Wei Jia gathered in a hall adjacent to the exhibition area. Prior to the commencement of the exhibition, there would be a thematic unveiling speech followed by guest presentations. The content would primarily focus on the theme, offering foresight into the future and critical insights regarding current and future industry trends. This format was a hallmark of every World Communication Conference. Du Wunmin stood by, elucidating the proceedings to Gu Li and Wei Jia. Among them, he was the most knowledgeable about the telecommunications industry. Having held executive positions at Huaxing and Mobile, he was later recruited by Wei Jia. On the stage at the center of the conference room, the keynote speaker unveiled this year's theme, co-creating a brilliant digital era. The guest speakers followed, but Gu Li found himself nodding off repeatedly. In contrast, Du Wunmin grew increasingly alert, nodding frequently and taking notes whenever something significant was mentioned. It was not until Ren Jingqi, a guest from Huaxing, ascended the stage to discuss 5G that Gu Li's attention sharpened, listening intently to his discourse. Du Wunmin introduced him as the vice president and CEO of Huaxing, responsible for the company's telecommunications affairs. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Ren Jingqi's speech detailed the breakthroughs in 5G technology, now ready for deployment. He expounded on 5G's high data transmission capabilities and its applications across various industries, such as the Internet of Everything, remote control, and autonomous driving. He also highlighted 5G's impact on mobile phones, emphasizing enhanced download speeds, seamless streaming of films and television, and high-frequency gaming performance. However, Ren Jingqi placed greater emphasis on the Internet of Everything, how a single smartphone could control automobiles, household appliances, and more. His vivid descriptions painted futuristic scenes before the audience, stirring excitement among them. Yet, Gu Li, having first-hand experience with 5G, remained unmoved. While Huaxing might realize the Internet of Everything someday, installing smart home devices everywhere would entail significant expenses. Moreover, 5G signals were sporadic and unstable. Despite using a 5G phone and subscribing to a 5G plan, the experience was often limited to 4G connectivity. The reality was far from Rin Jingqi's vision. If one considered the novel optical communication technology under development, leveraging satellites and base stations in tandem, the results would surpass those of 5G by a considerable margin. After the tedious presentations concluded, the National Telecommunications Conference exhibition commenced. Upon arriving at their own exhibition hall, Gu Li was surprised to find Huaxing's booth situated not far diagonally opposite. The space was vast, worthy of being called a pavilion. After a brief glance, Gu Li returned to the lounge within their own hall. Outside, trained staff and Du Wanmin were introducing products to visitors. The World Telecommunications Conference attracted a large crowd. Shortly after the exhibition began, the venue was teeming with people, mostly industry professionals, individual attendees, and corporate consumers. Finally, they managed to push through the crowd. "Brothers, it's so crowded," Adai exclaimed excitedly, holding up the cloud platform and glancing at his phone. It's not as easy as just showing up. I got in with a ticket from a friend." Adai flashed his pass to answer questions from fans watching his live stream. Don't rush. We're heading to Huaxing's exhibition hall now." 5G had long established its reputation, and many attending the exhibition were eager to witness it firsthand. After all, this technology was exclusively developed and mastered by Huaxing, a shining beacon of domestic innovation. Naturally, bloggers who managed to secure tickets began live streaming, allowing their followers to explore the exhibition alongside them. Along the way, Adai encountered a familiar content creator, Xiao Jia. Both were headed to the Huaxing exhibition hall, so they decided to accompany each other. The Huaxing exhibition hall was easy to find, and soon Adai and Xiao Jia arrived. Both specialized in reviewing mobile phones, so their first stop was naturally the Huaxing smartphone booth. Models from the Changxiang, Mate, Mate Pro, and Huaxing series were displayed in their bare form on the stand. The phone screens displayed a 5G signal in the status bar. Adai placed his phone on the stand and picked up a Huaxing Mate 10, positioning it in front of the camera. "Brothers, 5G signal. Let me experience it for you," he exclaimed. The phone was in its factory state, containing only the pre-installed software. Adai opened the App Store, found Honor of Kings, and began downloading it. The download progress bar showed a speed of 78 megabytes per second. "Wow, that's even faster than my computer's gigabit wired connection," Adai said in astonishment. This was no surprise, as the Huaxing exhibition hall had installed a small base station specifically to allow visitors to experience the pinnacle of 5G speed. In less than a minute, the app was downloaded and installed. Adai logged into his alternate account and immediately started a game. While playing, he provided commentary. After Huaxing optimized the experience with Longting technology, the game felt much smoother than before. Under the 5G network, lag was nearly non-existent, and the frame rate remained stable even under heavy load. "Impressive," he remarked. "Now, let us watch a movie." Before finishing the game, Adai exited and opened the built-in video app. He selected a movie and chose to play it in Blu-ray quality. Placing his finger on the progress bar, he casually dragged it back and forth. The video played seamlessly from whichever point he stopped, with no irritating buffering wheel in sight. "Brothers, when watching foreign films with mature content, you no longer need to fear buffering at crucial moments," Adai chuckled meaningfully. Having completed their experience with the 5G phones, he said, "Let us explore the rest of the exhibition." Taking his phone and gimbal, Adai strolled through the Huaxing hall. Suddenly, a commotion arose nearby. Hearing the noise, Adai looked over and saw Xiao Jia, then went to join him. "What is happening?" Adai asked, tapping Xiao Jia on the shoulder with curiosity. Upon seeing Adai, Xiao Jia excitedly explained, "Optical communication technology. This company has developed optical communication, a technology far superior to 5G. Chapter 57, Optical Communication Technology, Huaxia's Starlink Satellites. Downloading Honor of Kings in 1 second. Downloading Genshin Impact and all its built-in data in half a minute. A 10 gigabytes Blu-ray movie downloaded in just 1 second. Adai's face was a portrait of disbelief. How is that even possible? Even the 5G we just experienced wasn't this fast. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? He looked at Xiao Jia, unable to accept what he had just heard. What benefit would I have in deceiving you? Xiao Jia retorted. Xiao Jie cast a glance at a die. These were all things he had just witnessed with his own eyes. The download speed surpassed Huaxing's 5G by a factor of 10, even 100-fold. If you doubt it, you should try it yourself. However, it was evident that you could not squeeze in now. Xiao Jie looked at the exhibition hall, packed to the brim. The recent commotion had attracted a great crowd, all astonished by the exhibits on display and eagerly trying out the products at the booths. Wherever hands-on experiences were available, a large circle of people gathered. For products that could not be tested directly, interested onlookers examined the descriptions at the bottom right. Longxing Communication Technology Company? An unfamiliar name. A newly established firm? Adai glanced at the name and logo at the center of the hall, but had no recollection of this company. The live stream naturally caught Adai and Xiao Jie's conversation, and many viewers grew intrigued by the mentions of optical communication technology and Longxing Communication Technology. Optical communication technology? I recall it was proposed long ago. But has it now been mastered? I checked, and indeed it was introduced quite early, but these data seem inaccurate. Longxing's figures are 100 times stronger than the latest proposals. Indeed, far more advanced than the most recent developments. Adai, hurry up and try it out. Let us witness this technology firsthand. Exactly, if it truly surpasses current advancements, many concepts could become reality. Which company is Longxing to possess such prowess? Since the emergence of Longting, more and more formidable companies have appeared. I believe there is some confusion. Longxing is a wholly owned subsidiary of Longting. What? Really? Does that mean this technology was developed by Longting? Astonishing. Longting is truly formidable. Adai quickly examined the black gold phone to see if it incorporates this technology. If it does, my next phone will surely be a black gold. As the barrage of comments continued, Adai finally squeezed to the front of the booth. Seeing the black gold phone on display confirmed once again that Longxing Communication Technology Company was under the Longting Group. The experience method was similar to that at Huaxing, but the sensation was entirely different. The lightning-fast download speed startled Adai profoundly. No lag, no buffering appeared. In terms of download and transmission speeds, it indeed surpassed Huaxing. The only question was how it would perform when deployed for mass use. Sir, let me introduce the application of optical communication technology in mobile phones. Through a built-in customer identification module, a key is generated and verified via satellite, enabling users to access free wireless internet. Additionally, users can engage in voice or video chats using phone numbers. The staff member at the booth opened an app on the phone to demonstrate for Adai. The silhouette of the service personnel appeared on Adai's phone. Moreover, the app could create groups akin to WeChat or QQ, add friends through phone numbers, and perform other operations. To safeguard user information, the company employed an independent database for data storage. Listening to the explanation, Adai was utterly dumbfounded. Longxing was poised to challenge the three major telecom operators and the giant tech company Pong. In addition to Huaxing, the switches and communication devices in the showroom possess functionalities akin to those of Huaxing's products, and one might even assert that they surpass them. Longxing Communication Technology Company is boldly challenging the nation's communication enterprises with its unwavering resolve. No one would opt for inferior products unless they are exorbitantly priced and lack cost-effectiveness. However, upon investigation, Adai discovered that Longxing's products are reasonably priced, with some even being more affordable than those of other companies. The ambitions of Longting grow ever more grandiose. The staff continued to elucidate other features to Adai. Sir, observe this app. Should you encounter danger or an unforeseen incident while out and be unaware of your location, simply press the designated button, and the app will provide you with your latitude and longitude coordinates, along with your address, and if necessary, it will assist in alerting the authorities. Furthermore, this application can also control your smart home devices. Prior to your return home, you can command them to clean or prepare meals, among other tasks. The staff's explanations resonated clearly within the live broadcast. The Internet of Things, as previously proposed by Huaxing, connects everything through a single mobile device. Goodness. One can even track precisely where a package is located, on which road, on which vehicle, at which stop, and even which courier is delivering it. If a package goes missing, how can they possibly evade responsibility? The excuse of it being burned is utterly ridiculous. With Longxing's technology, what other justifications could they possibly have? This is a boon for adventurers. Even if you get lost, you can find your way back. Longxing, keep pushing forward to popularize this technology. I eagerly anticipate utilizing it. Brothers, don't get your hopes up. It may take 3 to 4 years before we can actually use it. The widespread adoption of new communication technologies is no trivial matter. Stop. Adai, what is that? Suddenly, the audience in the live stream seemed captivated by something. They urged Adai to turn around and examine the display behind him. Adai noticed the barrage of comments and took a few steps back. Communication satellite? Brothers, this is what we call a communication satellite, which also employs optical communication technology. However, for a successful launch, not only is authorization required, but also rocket construction expertise. This appears to be merely a conceptual idea. It seems everyone is here for a fleeting glimpse. Adai glanced at the introduction plaque in the bottom right corner and remarked, believing it to be merely a vision of Longxing without delving deeper. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were astute. Adai, check the last line. Expected to launch by the end of 2018 and become operational. Goodness gracious. Launching by the end of 2018? Does Longxing possess the relevant technology already? The crucial point is not this alone. It is Longxing's capability to launch such a device. When did Longxing acquire the necessary permits? Impressive, truly impressive, reminiscent of Longting's style, it completely upends our expectations. No wonder they can realize functions like free internet access. These satellites would make it a breeze. This is a disruption to 5G. It may be stillborn before it even arrives. I am reminded of the Starlink initiative proposed by the American Space Exploration Company. Is it not strikingly similar to Longxing's satellites? Indeed, it appears that a Starlink of our own has emerged in Huaxia. Longxing possesses remarkable potential. Chapter 58. The nation invests 10 trillion to construct a satellite launch base. The Starlink project? Upon reading the information in the comments, Adai promptly opened his phone to search on Qiandu. He was unfamiliar with the Starlink project. Soon, Qiandu presented the search results. Starlink project, proposed by the president of the Eagle Nation's Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. Elon Musk aims to provide free wireless internet to all humanity on Earth through satellites. It is expected that between 2017 and 2021, 120,000 satellites will be launched to form the Starlink constellation and provide corresponding services. After reviewing the search results and several bloggers' videos, Adai grasped the purpose of Starlink. It replaces traditional base station communication technology with satellite-based communication, which is technically more stable and has additional military applications. Before the emergence of Longxing, no domestic company possessed such technology. Gazing at the satellite models on display, Adai realized that Longxing was indeed truthful. After all, Longting Group is its parent company, and the parent has never faltered. If the subordinate were to fail, the company would cease to exist. Soon, others also discovered this and learned more relevant information through the large-screen television. They were instantly captivated by Longxing's technology. With satellite and optical communication technology in hand, why even bother with 5G? One could directly utilize Longxing's technology. Who knows what is genuine? What if Longxing merely possesses the concept? Alas, my friend, quickly search online. The patents have been approved. Moreover, relevant information has also been published on Longting's official website. Some people are simply accustomed to being behind the times, unaccustomed to the brilliance of the Huaxia people. Regardless, I believe what Longxing claims, as it is a subsidiary of Longting, and deception is not an option. Whatever products they announce are indeed real, and whatever technology they claim exists. I eagerly await the day of free internet access. Current plans are exorbitantly priced. They even call me daily to persuade me to change plans. It's utterly exasperating. Not to mention, they switch my plan without my consent after a mere phone call. Support Longxing, support Longting. In the Huaxing exhibition hall, Ren Jingqi, accompanying other company chairmen or presidents, was called aside by his assistant. A lightwave communication technology that could overturn 5G, akin to the Eagle Nation Starlink? Am I mistaken? Ren Jingqi cast a doubtful glance at his assistant. Those familiar with the intricacies of Starlink technology understand its challenges. It is not merely the issue of rocket launches, but also the costs associated with rockets and satellites. Musk dares to launch such an array of satellites due to his rocket recovery technology. The modular production of rockets and satellites significantly reduces costs. Furthermore, the self-developed Raptor engine utilizes the more economical methane as fuel. With costs reduced, Musk can afford to launch so many satellites into the sky. So, what does this so-called Longxing rely on? Mere words? Ren Jingqi does not perceive any threat to Huaxing's 5G. For Longxing to accomplish what they claim, they require substantial time and financial resources. By the time they achieve their goals, Huaxing's 5G will have already been widely adopted and utilized by the masses. Mr. Rin, I personally went to investigate. Apart from communication technology, Longxing offers numerous products that overlap with ours and boast a superior cost-performance ratio, purportedly utilizing their latest communication advancements. It would be prudent to closely monitor their movements. Rin Jingqi shook his head. Given the application of cutting-edge communication technology, it is inextricably linked to satellites. Regrettably, your satellites have yet to ascend into the skies. Consequently, the choice of products remains unaffected. Individuals will still opt for what they deem best. This will not impact their Huaxing. After garnering this information, Rin Jingqi returned to the vicinity of the executives and chairpersons. I apologize for the interruptions regarding company matters. Allow me to continue presenting our new products developed by Huaxing. Boss, here are some brief notes from the World Communication Conference. Clad in professional attire, a striking secretary with cascading golden waves produced a document. As she leaned to hand it to Musk, her exquisite figure was laid bare before him. Musk received the document with an impassive expression, opening it to scrutinize the recorded summaries. Has Huaxing conquered 5G technology? Musk furrowed his brow, retrieving another document from his desk. The file listed further sanctions against Chinese enterprises, with Huaxing prominently featured. What a pity, possessing 5G technology yet unable to utilize it. Optical communication technology? Satellites? It seems their desired outcome is quite similar to my Starlink, Musk remarked. I wonder what kind of technology they intend to employ. Longxing Communication Technology Company, MISA. Keep a close watch on them. Their name is but a letter away from that of the cooperative partner we seek. Longting, Musk said with a smile. Boss, Longxing is a subsidiary of Longting. Oh, Musk's interest in Longting peaked. Boss, should we consider suing Longxing? Their technology is likely derived from ours. Misa inquired, noting that they are the only ones globally launching satellites and utilizing them for communication. With Longxing possessing such technology, it is hard not to suspect them of pilfering our innovations. Musk shook his head. No need. Even if it were our technology, I wouldn't mind. Engaging in litigation would merely waste our time. As pioneers and forerunners, our competitive edge lies in innovation. Their presence will only further inspire our creativity, which I welcome as a challenge. Understood, Misa nodded, returning to her desk. Musk continued perusing the documents. 100 trillion. You can't be serious. Guli exclaimed as Wu Yanghua handed him a document. Upon seeing the amount inscribed, Guli was taken aback. Is the government really capable of such largesse? Wu Yanghua, having received the signed document from Guli, displayed a resigned expression. Have you considered your own technologies? The professors and academicians will be ecstatic upon seeing your submissions. In a few days, you will experience their fervor. Wu Yanghua revealed a knowing smile. This 100 trillion funding is intended for your satellites. When we previously sought your permission, didn't we request some pertinent technical documents? The above discussion about your satellite recovery technology and optical communication technology has piqued my interest. Therefore, I am prepared to invest a staggering 100 trillion. After all, one cannot achieve such lofty ambitions without substantial backing. Upon hearing Wu Yanghua's statement, Guli nodded in agreement. Such a significant investment from the state is indicative of its desire to be the pioneering user of this technology. Furthermore, when combined with artificial intelligence, the nation will have the capability to detect missiles from any origin globally. High-tech innovations invariably prioritize military applications before transitioning to civilian use. Could the state allocate me a parcel of land? Guli inquired, setting down the documents and turning to Wu Yanghua. Where would you like the land? And what size do you require? Near Jiuquan, perhaps a plot large enough to establish a satellite launch base. Wu Yanghua gazed at Guli with curiosity. Are you planning to build a satellite launch base? Indeed. Would you like assistance in connecting with a construction team? Guli responded. There are not many teams capable of building a satellite launch base in the country. Most operate under state management. No need, Guli shook his head. I have my own. You do? Wu Yanghua's curiosity deepened. Where had Guli found a satellite construction team? Chapter 59. Approval for the Jiuquan Longxing Satellite Launch Base. The World Communication Conference was ongoing, with a continuous influx of attendees marveling at the exhibits of various companies. After the initial astonishment at Longxing's optical communication technology, attention shifted to other products. Participants were acutely aware that optical communication technology and its applications represent the future. Their immediate focus was on current products to enhance corporate competitiveness or for personal use. For Longxing's communication technology, a brief experience sufficed, until the following day, when a public announcement was released by the China National Space Administration. Announcement regarding the approval for the construction of a satellite launch base by Longxing Communication Technology Company in Zhejiang. Concurrently, the Ministry of Finance of China issued another announcement. Notification regarding the approval of the funding project for Longxing Communication Technology Company in 2018. These two announcements thrust Longxing back into the spotlight of public discourse. 100 trillion? Are they really going to provide such a sum? This implies that we could expedite our access to optical communication technology. With such an investment, it could be operational within 2 to 3 years. Longxing also plans to establish its own satellite launch base, prompting capable entities to rush to secure contracts. Brothers, save your breath. This is a project that cannot be acquired. The requirements are stringent, and the scrutiny of personnel is rigorous. Ordinary companies would not even pass the preliminary review. It was revealed that both Longting and Longxing's official websites announced that the project would be entrusted to a construction team named Huazongyuan. However, detailed information about this team is elusive. Don't waste your efforts. Knowing who they are is about as much as one can ascertain. Further details remain inaccessible. There was also speculation about waiting for Longting to go public, purchasing shares to hold for future appreciation. Given the current circumstances, it seems certain that the listing will proceed. This shared sentiment is unfortunate, as the company is robust and does not rely on going public for funding. Generally, the purpose of a company or enterprise going public is to attract broad societal investment, rapidly expand, enhance visibility, and bolster competitiveness. When a company is not in need of financial resources, going public is naturally not the primary consideration. Wealthy yet publicly listed, subject to regulation and swayed by capital, only a fool would embark on such a path. A funding of 10 trillion is more than sufficient for Longting to utilize for an extended period. After spending merely 2 days in the Shanghai market, Guli returned to Ponan with Wei Jia. With Du Wenmin present here, Guli need not exert much effort. Peng Dehai was also retained by Guli, encouraged to engage with diverse individuals and broaden his learning experience. Upon returning to his office and settling down to brew tea, Wei Jia entered, cradling a stack of documents. General Manager, these documents require your signature, she announced, placing several papers before Guli. Confused, Guli gazed at Wei Jia and queried, "Did we not agree that you would handle the signing of the documents? The amounts are too substantial. I cannot make such decisions alone." The open documents detailed the items slated for procurement. An HN10 mobile phone production line priced at 10 million each, with a quantity of 10. An MN5 mobile phone assembly line priced at 1 million each, also with a quantity of 10. The total value exceeds several hundred million. These production lines were custom ordered by Guli, and after their acquisition, they would require modifications by Zero to transform them into fully automated intelligent production lines capable of producing 350,000 mobile phones per day. Contracts in the hundreds of millions left Wei Jia hesitant to sign. It was worth noting that the documents she had previously signed had never exceeded 100 million, and any exceeding that amount had been signed by Guli himself. Otherwise, she would not be seeking Guli's approval for these contracts. With a hearty laugh, Guli remarked, "You must learn to adapt. Our future contracts will only grow larger. I cannot guarantee that I will always be present at the company to endorse these agreements." He picked up a nearby pen and inscribed his name. After signing one document, Wei Jia promptly handed over another. It was not until Guli had signed 5 contracts that Wei Jia refrained from presenting any further documents. She neatly gathered the contracts, but lingered, appearing to hesitate. "What troubles you?" Guli inquired, lifting his cup of brewed tea to his lips. The warmth of the tea coursed through him, leaving a pleasant sensation. The aroma lingered on his palate, a feeling he cherished. "There are certain matters I cannot comprehend." Wei Jia candidly expressed her confusion. "I understand the need to procure servers, solid-state drives, monitors, and sensors, but why are we acquiring construction machinery such as forklifts, excavators, loaders, and heavy trucks? We are not venturing into related industries. Moreover, we have also ordered several automobile production lines. Are we to manufacture cars?" Wei Jia was well aware of the company's business focus, primarily on mobile phones and chips, with API interfaces open for artificial intelligence services. The endeavors in optical communication technology and satellite services were still in the planning stages, yet to yield profit. Thus, the purpose behind Gu Li's acquisitions eluded her entirely. The Source of Fire Construction Company is an enterprise I founded, but it does not belong to Longting, Gu Li elucidated, setting down his teacup. Those construction machines are intended for that company. The Huazhanyuan Construction Company aids us in establishing the satellite launch base. Compared to other construction firms, I prefer to work with my own team. It serves as a kind of experiment, the significance of which will become apparent in due time. As for the automotive production line, it is not as straightforward as one might think. Gu Li rose from his seat and stepped away from the window. Our next product at Longting is, indeed, an automobile, an electric vehicle. An automobile? Wei Jia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Gu Li. Aren't we focusing on smartphones, computers, and their accompanying products? As a large corporation, our products should maintain a vertical coherence, rather than a haphazard assortment dictated by whims. The company is not a marketplace that must cater to every conceivable product. Gu Li's current actions exemplify such erratic behavior. While those products are indeed necessary, they can be entrusted to He Juanhao and his team. Upon completing their courses, it is imperative to have a project to validate their capabilities. He Juanhao and his colleagues have been learning alongside Zero for nearly a month. They are already prodigies in their field, now exposed to superior technology with guidance. Their enthusiasm for learning is akin to being energized daily. Despite Zero's rigorous training, their fervor remains undiminished. They even set learning tasks for themselves, surpassing the demands set by Chong Ying in both quantity and strictness. In just 1 month, they have completed the relevant courses. Now, a project is needed to test their skills. They will first experiment with the next generation of smartphones and computers, with Zero providing final adjustments before further honing their expertise. These individuals will eventually become the instructors for Gu Li's students at Waterwood University's Chip Institute. Once they join Longting, leaving will not be so simple. Can they handle it? Wei Jia envisioned the group of disheveled, unkempt individuals, seemingly never changing their attire, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, those aspiring programmers. As referred to by the company's employees, their days are consumed by study, completely disengaged from company operations. This nickname is quite fitting. Chapter 60, Fully Graphene Batteries. New energy sports cars with a range of 2,000 kilometers. Rest assured, they are capable. Gu Li returned and patted Wei Jia on the shoulder. Once the production line is established, the construction at the factory will be nearing completion. Both the automotive and smartphone production lines will be situated there. The substantial space Gu Li initially sought was with such ambitions in mind. A 75-acre factory can comfortably accommodate 10 smartphone production lines along with the requisite intelligent robotic arms. Adding a few automotive production lines will optimally utilize the factory's land. Longxing Automotive Company Limited will begin recruiting personnel. As before, the primary focus will be on hiring staff for sales, public relations, and marketing departments. The technical aspects will still be managed by my team. Gu Li settled back onto the sofa and raised his teacup, adding, "Very well, Mr. Gu." Wei Jian nodded in agreement. With Gu Li's south plans in place, Wei Jian naturally proceeded to execute them. The foundation of any company's survival lies in its core technologies. Disregarding these considerations, Wei Jia's responsibilities are, in essence, quite straightforward. Her role involves coordinating various departments within the company and effectively promoting its products, as well as facilitating business collaborations. Moreover, the technology that Gu Li speaks of is fundamentally achievable. Her task includes assisting Gu Li in product promotion, compiling sales data, and subsequently uploading it to the company system. These duties mirror those of other subsidiary leaders. After leaving the office, Gu Li prepared tea and poured it into a thermos before proceeding to the underground base of the fire source. The tea, worth several thousand per gram, must not be wasted. Upon arriving at the second level, she found Ling and Xiao Wei diligently working at the workstation. "Ling, what about the graphene batteries you mentioned? Where are they?" Gu Li came to the underground base specifically because Ling had claimed the graphene batteries were developed previously. The small source imbued with life operated on lithium batteries, which maintained impressive endurance largely due to the fire source's influence. Gu Li had awaited this moment. And aside from the production line issues, her anticipation stemmed from Ling's ongoing research into graphene batteries. The graphene batteries Ling is developing are unlike any currently available on the market. Presently, commercial graphene batteries merely incorporate a fraction of graphene technology into lithium batteries to enhance their performance. However, This enhancement is minimal and introduces various complications and processes, such as lithium battery dispersion and homogenization. Using such batteries is less advantageous than utilizing standard lithium batteries. In contrast, Ling's graphene batteries are composed entirely of graphene, thereby eliminating these process-related issues. They also boast significant energy storage capacity, superior thermal and electrical conductivity, longevity, and lightweight properties, making them the ideal battery material and the future's material sovereign. Guli's battle armor will utilize this material. Here, Ling retrieved a black rectangular prism measuring 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in height from the workstation. Is this the graphene battery? Guli inquired, taking the battery to examine it closely from all angles. Yes, boss. This battery is a prototype crafted using graphene battery manufacturing technology. According to my tests, its specific energy value exceeds 1,000 Wh/kg, surpassing all batteries currently available on the market. Utilizing this technology to manufacture graphene battery packs, combined with our motor and control technologies, ensures that our new energy vehicles will achieve a minimum range of over 2,000 kilometers, with a full recharge taking merely 8 minutes. Additionally, due to the excellent thermal conductivity of graphene, along with our cooling design and technology, the likelihood of explosion or combustion is significantly minimized, ensuring complete safety, Ling elaborated. The shortcomings of traditional electric vehicles, short range, prolonged charging times, frequent safety incidents, and inconvenient charging facilities are well known, while driving within urban areas poses no issues. Long-distance travel remains better suited to gasoline vehicles. However, employing graphene to manufacture batteries for new energy vehicles will eliminate these disadvantages. Has the preparation technology for graphene been resolved as well? Guli set down the battery and continued to inquire. Graphene batteries were present in both the small hand and the flashlight he had collected. The research related to this technology primarily focused on the small hand and the flashlight. However, the challenges associated with graphene batteries lay not only in technical difficulties, but also in the procurement of raw materials. It is worth noting that the production of graphene can cost thousands of huaxiao coins per gram, or even more. Without a more efficient and cost-effective method of production, graphene batteries could not transition into marketable products, remaining confined to laboratories at exorbitant expenses. Naturally, there exist various production techniques available in the market, such as mechanical exfoliation, oxidation reduction methods, and oriented attachment methods. Yet, the production technology developed by the small hand and the flashlight diverges from these methods. They discovered a microorganism that feeds on graphite, and its digestion yields monolayer graphene. Zero continued to elucidate. Guli gazed at his hand, realizing he had come into contact with the microorganism's excrement. Boss, rest assured, it is distinctly different from human waste. It is neither dirty nor odorous, and it possesses a protective layer to prevent human contact with graphene, thereby mitigating any unknown hazards. Zero interpreted Guli's expression. How is the development of the motor and electronic control systems progressing? Guli sipped from his thermos of tea and inquired. The motor research focuses on the enhanced motor from Xiaoyuan, and we have the materials available for synthesis. The cost is manageable, making it relatively inexpensive. We have named it the Cyber Permanent Magnet Motor. In terms of performance, it surpasses existing models on the market by tenfold, providing significantly greater torque for new energy vehicles. As for the electronic control, that is even more straightforward, Zero replied, winking at Guli as if teasing him. All right, there are no technical issues. Once the vehicle is constructed, I will be the first to test drive it, Guli said with a cheerful grin. The prospect of driving a car he had created filled him with immense pride. This is our design for the vehicle model, comprising 3 variants. The first is a sports model. Specific data will be available after the installation of the battery for testing and calibration. Zero instructed the small hand to project the vehicle model onto the white wall. The overall body was predominantly black, accented with red. The design at the front was sharp, resembling an arrowhead. Air intakes were integrated into both sides of the bumper, complemented by additional air intakes along the sides and a rear wing, all of which conformed excellently to aerodynamic principles, enhancing speed. The overall design resembled a Koenigsegg one, but exuded a more aggressive and combative aura, akin to a bullet poised for launch. Zero did not overlook the essential scissor doors that are a hallmark of sports cars. Once opened, they exuded a cool factor. Driving this car would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous beautiful women. How exhilarating. Guli exclaimed. Sports cars are the coveted dream of every automotive manufacturer. The reason is simple. Their high prices allow the profit from a single unit to equal that of several ordinary vehicles. However, not everyone possesses the capability to manufacture such vehicles. A sports car with a range of 2,000 kilometers. One wonders how exhilarating it would be to drive. Is there a sports car that can travel 2,000 kilometers on a full tank? Guli, to his recollection, has not encountered one. He is quite taken with this zero-design sports car. Chapter 61. The factory is completed, and number 1 is breaking ground in Zhochuan. After reviewing the vehicle design blueprints, Guli glanced at the projected data below. Energy type, pure electric range, km 2,000 kilometers, fast charge, 8 minutes, slow charge, 30 minutes, maximum power, kW 1000, maximum torque, Nm 1800, electric motor, PS 1600, top speed, km h 535, acceleration to 100 kilometers h s2. Gazing at these figures, Guli couldn't help but marvel. The top speed rivals that of high-speed trains. Wouldn't driving at such a velocity be perilous? Guli expressed his fears. At such speeds, even the deployed airbags could be fatal. Rest assured, my friend, the chassis is constructed from graphene material, which is lightweight and possesses a hardness 200 times greater than steel, ensuring the vehicle will not be utterly shattered in a collision. In situations where the speed exceeds manageable limits, the onboard artificial intelligence will intervene. Moreover, the braking system we have developed guarantees effective deceleration, Zero explained. Both safety and performance have been meticulously addressed. Guli then examined the remaining 2 vehicle models, a coupe and an SUV, both designed with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Huaxiao people in mind, while also prioritizing comfort. Unlike other automotive companies that compromise interior space to cut costs, all 3 models aligned perfectly with Guli's preferences. Although the specifications of the coupe were half compared to the sports car, they still surpassed many other new energy vehicles in performance. Once the factory is completed, sample vehicles will be manufactured for testing and registration for market release. What are you currently researching? Guli inquired, glancing at the display screen in front of Zero and Xiao. The scrolling code was accompanied by visual representations of variously shaped robots. I have drawn some inspiration from the battle armor to enhance the mobility and intelligence of our robots, Zero replied candidly. We are also developing robots for diverse applications, including medical, industrial, and service-oriented fields. Very well, continue your research, Guli encouraged, having understood Zero's progress. He then returned to the first level of the underground base. No. 1. You have a new mission, Guli stated as he approached number 1. What is the task, boss? Number 1 responded eagerly. Ever since the completion of the underground base, they had been confined within, feeling stifled. Number 1 was clearly excited at the prospect of working outside the base, which was far more engaging. A factory and a satellite launch site. Zero, have you installed the holographic projection devices for them? Guli inquired. Without the installation of the holographic projection devices, Guli would not permit number 1 and the others to venture out. The factory and satellite launch site were not like the underground base. They were prominent projects, visible to the public. Countless pairs of eyes are fixated on the scene, devoid of holographic projection devices to conceal it. The sight of fully automated, driverless construction machinery is bound to incite fear. Progress must be gradual, after all. A sudden announcement could result in a vast number of workers losing their jobs. What then shall we do? Guli can foresee the turmoil that will ensue in both China and the world at large. After all, when one's sole means of livelihood is stripped away, how can one survive without resistance? This is precisely why Guli chose to first unveil the cutting-edge technology closely aligned with China's advancements. The evolution of society necessitates guidance and adjustment from the state. The first, second, and even the third industrial revolutions were products of warfare. Guli is determined to avoid the fourth industrial revolution unfolding amidst nuclear devastation. I have already set it up, replied number 1 swiftly. Once your new members arrive, construction will commence. You shall command the operation, beginning with the factory, followed by the establishment of the satellite launch base in Zhochuan. Understood, boss, number 1 exclaimed excitedly, eager to share the news with its companions. After assigning tasks to number 1, Guli donned his VR goggles and returned to his office. The pursuit of knowledge must not cease. Number 1 and the other transformers began their contributions to the factory's construction even before the new companions arrived. With their unwavering energy, the efficiency of the construction work surged. The original construction company, overwhelmed by their industriousness, could no longer afford to be lax. Furthermore, with the subsequent arrival of new members, the pace of factory construction accelerated remarkably. Within a week, the factory, which had previously progressed only to 70, was completed, and that too with impeccable quality and standards. In the future, labor-intensive jobs are destined to be supplanted by robots. Once construction was finalized, Guli dispatched No. 1 to Zhouchuan to establish the Longxing satellite launch base. The ordered production lines were methodically transported to the factory, systematically allocated and assembled. To ensure security, Guli enlisted the assistance of a security company to safeguard the factory's assets against theft. In the following days, Guli, accompanied by Zero and Xiaoxiao, visited the factory to modify the production lines and imbue them with life. Of course, to the security personnel, it appeared as though Guli was merely entering the factory with a team of staff. It took Guli 3 days to complete the modifications. The production lines for mobile phones and automobiles, totaling 15 in number, were all transformed into fully automated smart production lines. Once the modifications were finalized, the mobile phone production line was immediately put into operation. Intelligent robotic arms danced along the production line while transport robots delivered both the necessary raw materials and the finished products. Meanwhile, the automobile production line, separate from the mobile phone line, prepared to deliver sample vehicles for inspection. As Guli observed the components on the production line, he fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from Wu Yanghua. "Hello, what delightful news do you bring this time?" Once familiar with one another, Guli shed his previous reticence and jested, "Your supercomputer has arrived, but there are additional conditions." Wu Yanghua felt a bit embarrassed, as he had previously assured Guli without reservations, but now he was presenting supplementary stipulations. He was uncertain how to face Guli under these circumstances. Additional conditions? Guli raised an eyebrow. He had offered his utmost sincerity, yet was now being presented with conditions? This isn't a mandate from the state. It is a request from the supercomputer side. The machine I am delivering to you was originally allocated to the Capital Energy Technology Research Institute. However, they are currently facing a technological bottleneck and will not need it for the time being, as they can continue using their previous equipment. Thus, it has been transferred to you. Yet, the director of the Research Institute was informed of this arrangement and has stipulated a condition for the transfer. Wu Yanghua relayed the entire situation to Guli. What kind of condition? They wish to establish a branch research institute in Ponan, providing their own personnel, funds, materials, and land. However, they require your involvement in the creation of a so-called holographic research laboratory. The specifics are beyond my understanding. You will need to discuss them directly. Where are you now? Chapter 62, The Holographic Research Institute. Guli participates in a supercar race. In the capital, at the Huaxia Energy Technology Research Institute, a dozen researchers clad in white lab coats busily operated a large machine, adjusting its settings. Suddenly, the phone rang, the melody echoing through the lab. It rained all night. My love overflowing, reminiscent of Jay's voice. The surrounding researchers, unperturbed, continued their tasks. An elderly man with a head full of silver hair and bright eyes set aside his work, approached the ringing phone, and retrieved his incessantly buzzing device. His name tag displayed his title and name, position, director, name, Gung Guoqiang. "Hello, who is this?" Gung Guoqiang appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet his voice resonated with the vigor of middle age. "Guli, let us discuss the holographic research laboratory." The voice from the other end responded. "Has Yanghua arrived so soon?" Gung Guoqiang mused internally. He then exited the research room to a secluded area and continued. "Very well. I learned about the holographic projection technology from the last verification work. However, due to the absence of core technology on our end, I reported to the higher-ups and obtained approval to collaborate with you in establishing the holographic research laboratory. This is why Wu Yanghua has conveyed the message to you. May we proceed with the collaboration? Rest assured, I will adhere to confidentiality regulations. Isn't that an additional condition?" Guli glanced at Wu Yanghua. "What additional condition?" Gung Guoqiang feigned ignorance. "Hasn't the supercomputer already been delivered to you?" "I understand now," Guli nodded. Wu Yanghua had come empty-handed, unaware that Guli was indeed bringing the supercomputer along. "You all should establish the research laboratory first, and I shall assist you in installing the holographic equipment thereafter." Guli consented to collaborate with Gung Guoqiang. Of course, Guli would not acquiesce to every collaboration request. The Huaxia Energy Technology Research Institute would naturally be poised to unveil controllable nuclear fusion in due course. Very well. The cost will be calculated at market prices as per your discretion, Mr. Gu. Gung Guiqiang would not take advantage of Guli. The payments that needed to be made were to be settled. After discussing the collaboration matters, Guli ended the call. Brother Yanghua, you are issuing orders under false pretenses. Wu Yanghua, being slightly older than Guli, accepted the title without any objection. He had not mentioned any additional conditions. He merely wished for you to convey the intent to collaborate and assist them in the construction and installation of certain equipment. Is that so? Wu Yanghua furrowed his brow. What about the supercomputer? Guli inquired, looking at Wu Yanghua. Gung Guiqiang had mentioned over the phone that the supercomputer had already been delivered, arriving at your company's premises via several trucks. Guli nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Guli and Wu Yanghua made their way downstairs. They directed the trucks to the square beside the Yudu building. Just unload it into the single-story building. I will send someone over. Everything is packed carefully. As long as you handle it with care during transport, the supercomputer will remain undamaged. Guli then handed Wu Yanghua a sheet of A4 paper. Here are the new materials I require. All right, I will submit this to the higher-ups, Wu Yanghua replied, carefully stowing away the A4 paper. He could not comprehend its contents, but entrusted it to the authorities for proper arrangement. After the supercomputer was unloaded, Wu Yanghua departed. Guli returned to the underground base. Zero, your new body has arrived. Guli remarked with a glint in his eye. Now I can research more technologies. Zero's first thought emerged. He then set aside his current tasks, controlling the intelligent robots within the underground base to begin assembling the supercomputer. Otherwise, Guli's gift of life would not encompass the entire supercomputer, but would only be conferred upon a specific component rather than the whole. Soon, the supercomputer was assembled, occupying a quarter of the second level of the underground base. Zero, are you ready? Guli asked, glancing at Zero, who stood before the supercomputer. Let us do this. Boss. This time, the bestowal of life was not as simple as a mere tap. A beam of blue light emanated from Guli's hand, enveloping Zero and the supercomputer behind him. Components soared through the underground base, resembling a swirling steel tornado. 3 minutes later, a transformer, crouching on the ground, appeared before Guli. Boss, I feel invigorated. Zero's voice resonated from within this transformer, brimming with excitement. Take some time to acclimate to your new body, and then resume your previous research tasks, Guli instructed. No problem, boss. With his newfound form, Zero found the prior research tasks to be mere trifles. Once these matters were concluded, Guli reclined back in his chair, continuing to study the courses organized by Zero. Thanks to the system's extraordinary intellect, Guli had already mastered 70 of the curriculum, and in a few days, he would complete the remaining lessons. He would soon catch up with Zero and the others, ready to embark on the creation of his own iron armor. The materials list Guli provided to Wu Yanghua contained many items intended for the construction of the armor. As time passes day by day, Guli feels as though only a single day has elapsed. Boss, Manager Wei Jia called to inform you that our prototype has passed inspection. Guli had instructed Zero to assemble 3 units of each of the 3 models for testing. Under various rigorous tests, vehicles sent for evaluation typically end up being rendered inoperable. Usually, after inspection, they are returned only to be destroyed, followed by the production of new models to be launched into the market. All right, assemble a dragon eye for me. I wish to show off, Guli said to Zero before heading home for a shower and a shave. The dragon eye mentioned by Guli refers to the sports car designed by Zero. In the bustling SCC Supercar Club located in Shanghai, the atmosphere was vibrant with a constant flow of visitors. The parking lot was filled with an array of sports cars, including Ferraris, Porsches, and Bugattis, while numerous influencers captured the scene on their phones. The large gathering today was not only to celebrate the club's first anniversary, but also to host a fun race among its members. With the newly constructed racetrack available, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Who dares to challenge me? Let me showcase my driving skills, a young man declared to his peers in the private booth. Uft, you think you can drive? You couldn't even beat me, scoffed Gao Shuiwe, dressed in a rapper's attire. From the adjacent sofa, shall we compete after they finish? Yang Cheng, the young man, provocatively suggested. As they awaited the conclusion of the earlier races, Gao Shuiwe's gaze was drawn to the track, and her words trailed off. Wow, what car is that? She exclaimed. pointing at a striking black and red vehicle on the racetrack. Which one? It's so cool, but I haven't seen it before. The logo is unfamiliar to me. Is it custom? Whose car is it? The group, all car enthusiasts, were equally perplexed yet captivated. In comparison, the 7 other cars parked nearby seemed like mere kittens beside a tiger. Gao Shuiwei recognized the figure next to the car as someone she had seen before, but she couldn't quite place where. Chapter 63. A new energy sports car? Are you joking? Gu Li donned the helmet tucked under his arm. The pressure emanating from it enveloped him, then gradually eased, adjusting to the shape of his head. The premium helmet, valued at over 100,000, provided an unparalleled sense of security. Tightening the Velcro straps on his gloves, Gu Li settled into the car and ignited the Dragon Eye. The LCD dashboard illuminated with a silver dragon spiraling at its center before fading away, revealing the necessary display information. The heads-up display on the windshield showcased a charming avatar, Little Yu. Little Yu's presence did not obstruct Gu Li's view. Rather, the data displayed alongside enhanced his control over the Dragon Eye. However, at that moment, Little Yu was under Zero's control, who certainly did not wish for any mishaps to befall his leader. Boss, do you need my assistance? Zero's voice resonated through the built-in headphones of the helmet. No need. I can handle it myself. I will let you know if I require anything later, Gu Li replied without a second thought. Gu Li's purpose for joining the race was to test the performance of the Wyvern. Moreover, having never driven a sports car in his previous life, now that he could drive one, especially one he had built himself, he was determined to win on his very first attempt. The Wyvern was simple to operate, featuring a semi-automatic transmission. Its speed depended largely on the driver's courage. After responding to Gu Li, Zero fell silent. Above the windshield, the signal light began to flash, shifting from red to yellow, while a countdown appeared on the central LED display. The roaring acceleration of a neighboring Porsche 911 echoed through the open window. Seated behind the wheel was Chu Zihong, his hair dyed blonde, who cast a provocative glance at Gu Li. What use is a beautiful car if it can't run fast? He sneered. The 10-second countdown elapsed in the blink of an eye. At the honk of a horn, the signal light turned green. The sports cars on the track roared like beasts, launching forward like arrows released from a bowstring. Chu Zihong looked disdainfully at the adjacent vehicle. What a junk car. Can't even keep up at the start. Apart from the Wyvern, Chu recognized all the other cars in the race and was well versed in their specifications. The difference in their 0 to 100 km/h acceleration times was mere fractions of a second. Yet, as soon as they started, the unfamiliar car beside him vanished from his sight. It was clear that the other car required significantly more time to reach 100 km/h, which explained why Chu could easily leave it behind. Naturally, the Wyvern's data was impressive, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 2 seconds. The only reason Gu Li had not floored the accelerator was his unfamiliarity with the track. Spectators in the VIP box watched the sluggish Wyvern with barely concealed disappointment. Such a stunning car performing so poorly was unexpected. Gao Shuiwei sank into the sofa, her initial excitement dissipating with the Wyvern's lackluster start. Typically, the more aesthetically pleasing the sports car, the faster it would run. However, the Wyvern defied this conventional wisdom. Probably some modification gone wrong, Yang Chen commented, sitting beside Gao Shuiwei. After all participants had passed the SCC Supercar Club's rigorous vetting process. No ordinary cars were permitted entry. A supercar was the entry ticket to the SCC Club. Zihong is truly formidable, already in first place, someone remarked. Xingzi isn't bad either, running second. He used to lag behind. He trained hard for 3 months, just for today's race. This position is quite an achievement. Most of the racers knew each other, turning the event into a friendly competition among friends. Besides them, many influencers in the open stands were live-streaming the event to promote the SCC Club's first anniversary, hoping to attract car enthusiasts to follow or even join the club. The sluggish Wyvern, despite its striking appearance, attracted little attention and was largely ignored in favor of the leading cars. What they failed to realize was that as Gu Li became more familiar with the track, the Wyvern's speed was steadily increasing. At speeds of 60 km/h, 100 km/h, and 200 km/h, the Porsche 911 epitomizes a man's ultimate dream. Truly magnificent. Deming, an experienced automotive reviewer, pointed his phone at the screen in front of the grandstand. The display showcased a drone capturing footage of the Porsche 911, its crimson body racing down the track. The sound of tires gripping the asphalt through the curves, and the elegant tail slides captivating the fans in the live stream. Indeed, supercars represent the pinnacle of aspiration for men. How stunning. The sound of the tires on the pavement is exhilarating. Beyond its allure, I find no other words to describe it. I have a preference for Bugatti, so Deming should show us more. Slowly, as we entered, there were clusters of supercars outside. Today is a feast for the eyes. The second-place Lotus clearly had modifications. The rear wing and front splitter are not stock. Is this really a Lotus? No wonder that emblem looks so familiar. By the way, does anyone know what that black and red car, which keeps overtaking, is? A fan's comment drew everyone's attention. In a race, aside from the cars themselves, isn't it all about who is the fastest? Following the fans' observation, Deming and the viewers focused on the black and red vehicle. As the race progressed into the second lap, the previously lagging Yilong, having been overtaken by half a lap, suddenly surged forward, swiftly surpassing the 7th and 6th positions. Closing in on the 5th. In the blink of an eye, Yilong claimed the 4th position. Those who were overtaken merely stared in disbelief as Yilong flashed past them. Glancing at their speedometers, 356 km/h, the pinnacle of their velocity, while Yilong had effortlessly surpassed them. Just how fast could that be? Meanwhile, Gu Li's heads-up display indicated a vehicle speed of 500 km/h, nearing Yilong's maximum speed. Gu Li's heart raced as adrenaline surged, coloring his face crimson. Internally, he shouted with exhilaration. He then pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling Yilong to an astonishing top speed of 535 km/h. In less than a minute, Gu Li overtook the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st places, advancing to the forefront. He then distanced himself from the trailing vehicles, leaving only the taillights of Yilong behind. As they stared in astonishment, what just passed by? Chu Zihong was left bewildered. All he heard was a whoosh, and he caught only a glimpse of 2 taillights. He couldn't even discern the car's identity. The spectators in the grandstand and boxes were left in shock. Faster than a mouse chased by a cat. In the blink of an eye, he claimed 1st place. Even the drone failed to capture the entirety of Yilong's overtaking moment, recording only a fleeting shadow before being swept away by a gust of wind, causing the footage to become unstable. Yet, those in the grandstand and boxes understood exactly which car it was. So, it seems you were playing the role of the underdog. The race swiftly concluded, with Gu Li undoubtedly in 1st place. As the drone stabilized, it hovered over the pit area, capturing a close-up of Yilong's model. Suddenly, Gu Li pulled out a power strip from the side, retrieving an electric gun and converter from the car's front trunk. After connecting the electric gun to the power strip, he proceeded to the rear of the car, opening a cover resembling an accelerator to plug it in. Witnessing this, even the drone struggled to maintain its stability. This vehicle, powered by new energy? Chapter 64, The Winged Dragon Supercar, an innovative creation from Longting. A new energy supercar. Are you jesting with me? Can new energy really achieve such speed? Certainly not. The crowd dismissed this notion. There must be another reason for the driver to plug it in. Inside Daming's live streaming room, the atmosphere was equally chaotic. That device is specifically for charging new energy vehicles, right? It seems so. My car is also new energy. Goodness. Does that mean this sports car runs on new energy? Don't be ridiculous. Can new energy really go that fast? The speed just now was at least 400 or 500 yards. At such a pace, new energy would lag behind. Indeed, running at such high speeds would overload the battery. In a minute or two, it would certainly overheat. Perhaps a component within the car requires power, otherwise, why would they be charging it? I don't understand. Technology is advancing rapidly. Who can tell? Hey, someone is approaching. Daming, get closer. Approaching Gu Li was the previously provocative Huang Mao Chuzi Hang, accompanied by Feng Xing, who ranked 3rd in the race. Daming couldn't reach the pit area on the track, but instead made his way to the stands nearby. Here, he could clearly hear their conversation and see them. Hey, brother. What kind of car is this? I've never seen one before. Is it modified or custom-made? Chuzi Hang asked Gu Li as he removed his helmet. After plugging in the Winged Dragon, Gu Li also took off his helmet. Winged Dragon, a new model that will be launched in a few days. I managed to get it early through some connections. Gu Li casually fabricated an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal that it was produced by his own company. Compared to that excuse, stating the truth would be somewhat unfair. A young man in his 20s created a supercar? Who would believe it? Unless it were indeed true. Winged Dragon, an impressive name. I'm Chuzi Hang. My family owns the Ponan Ring City real estate. I'm Feng Xing. My family is in mining. Their introductions followed a customary format. I'm Gu Li. he replied with a smile. Would you mind if we take a look? Chu Hang gestured towards the winged dragon. Feel free, Guli smiled, indicating that he was also there for promotional purposes. Supercars are not something everyone can afford, nor are they favored by all successful individuals. Wealthy young men like these are the best customers. Such a sleek design, and the interior is quite nice, Chu Hang praised, with Feng Xing nodding in agreement. As they admired the winged dragon, Gao Shuiwei and others, who had originally been in the VIP box, also arrived and greeted Guli before heading towards the winged dragon. Car enthusiasts, they shared a common interest, which is how they became acquainted. Brother, can I take it for a spin? After examining the winged dragon, Chu Hang felt an irresistible urge. Wait a moment, let it charge a bit more, it's running low on power. Guli had driven the car directly to the venue. The distance from Poyang to the city of Shanghai is a straight line of 1,000 kilometers. However, in reality, Guli has driven over 1,200 kilometers. Furthermore, the vehicle was not fully charged at the outset, and after several days of driving, including a race, there remains approximately 3 battery life. This allows for an additional range of about 50 to 60 kilometers, just enough for each of them to have a brief experience. It would be prudent to charge it by 50% first. After all, plugging it into the outlet will enable a charge of 50% within an hour. Charging? The group cast puzzled glances towards Guli. Is your sports car truly a new energy vehicle? Guli nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Did you not notice the emblem at the rear of the car? Moreover, my license plate bears the designation of a new energy vehicle. The group exchanged glances, incredulous that a gasoline-powered vehicle could be outperformed by an electric one. However, after an hour, their skepticism dissipated. The Yilong should indeed triumph. My goodness, new energy vehicles can achieve such speed. Brother, how much did you purchase this car for? Surely, new energy vehicles must be more economical, right? And with an integrated intelligent assistant, does it not have an autonomous driving feature? Haha, an autonomous driving sports car? Your imagination knows no bounds. After the experience, I found myself reluctant to return to my Porsche, gazing longingly at the Yilong. I am not entirely certain about the price. It is available on their official website. Guli sent the website link via WeChat to the recently added Gao Shuiwei. Upon accessing the website, Gao Shuiwei quickly discovered the homepage featuring the Yilong supercar. However, the listed price appeared as several XXXXX, accompanied by a note stating, price unveiling on July 31st, 3 days hence. Guli was equally unaware, and neither did Gao Shuiwei and the others press for answers. 3 days was a wait they could endure. Subsequently, Guli was escorted to a private room to watch the ensuing race with them. Many were drawn to Guli's vehicle, for the driving experience of the Yilong was simply unparalleled. In contrast to other sports cars that were uncomfortable regardless of seating position, the Yilong's supercar was a revelation, swift, exhilarating to drive, and comfortable to sit in. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, upon hearing Guli refer to the Yilong as a supercar, excitement surged. This sports car is a new energy vehicle? The owner has confirmed it. It truly is a new energy vehicle. I recall that Tesla also has a sports car, but compared to the Yilong, it pales in comparison. I am uncertain which manufacturer produces it. I have captured a screenshot of the emblem. Let me investigate further. A car capable of such speed cannot possibly be an obscure brand. Gentlemen, I stumbled upon a shared video. He arrived in the city of Shanghai from the highway just yesterday and participated in the race shortly thereafter. I also saw it. The location was indeed Poyang. I am situated in Hangzhou. The location I observed was in Jinhua. Goodness, to drive all this way and still compete in a race. What remarkable range. I have discovered that the emblem belongs to Longxing Automobile Company, Limited, and the Yilong is a domestic vehicle. Is this accurate? Hearing that the emblem is associated with a Chinese brand, the fans in the live broadcast room became increasingly agitated. When did domestic vehicles become so formidable? However, I have never heard of Longxing Automobile. Longxing? Longxing? Could it be related to Longting again? Such doubts have been expressed. Recently, the fervor surrounding optical communication technology has yet to dissipate. Now, discussions about future application scenarios have surfaced on Douyin. Swiftly, someone provided an answer. Longting Group holds full ownership. My goodness, it's Longting again. Isn't Longting a manufacturer of mobile phones? How have they ventured into automobile production, particularly electric vehicles? Who could have anticipated this? On Longting's official website, in addition to the Yilong model, there are 2 other vehicles, though their designs are obscured by a cover. Are they genuinely producing vehicles? On what basis? Does Longting possess the requisite technology? For those who claim Longting lacks expertise, I urge you to check the Patent Office's official website. You will be astounded. Chapter 65, Thousands of Patents. The promotional video has been released. It is perplexing. Every company seems intent on entering the electric vehicle market. Aside from the open-source technologies of Musk, how much substance remains in your vehicle production PPT? It is likely another scheme to obtain subsidies, isn't it? When will our nation witness the emergence of a leader akin to Musk? Observing Shun Hao in the Daming livestream, he scoffed at the notion. He could hardly believe that the newly established Longting possessed the technological prowess to manufacture vehicles. Shun Hao is well acquainted with Tesla's trajectory and holds Musk in high esteem. Through his efforts, he has carved a significant niche for electric vehicles in the automotive sector, leading the charge while also founding a space exploration company, developing powerful engines, and launching Starlink. While domestic giants are still preoccupied with group buying groceries and competing for the livelihoods of the common people, he has embarked on space exploration and interstellar travel, delving into brain-computer interfaces and humanoid robotics, achieving remarkable results. In contrast to the stagnant and derivative domestic entrepreneurs, the current generation is drawn to the innovative technologies championed by Musk. The Patent Office's official website, you say? I am curious to see how many patents you possess. Shun Hao copied the URL shared by fans in the livestream and opened it. The webpage of the China National Patent Office appeared. All patents applied for by domestic enterprises are publicly displayed and recorded here. One can also see which enterprises have acquired patents from others. Shun Hao directly searched for Longting Group in the search bar. A white, continuously spinning loading circle appeared on the page. 1 minute later, the logo of Longting Group and its introduction appeared in the top left corner. Below, there were registered subsidiaries of Longting Group. By clicking, one could navigate to the patent pages of these subsidiaries. Below the division bar was a list of patents owned by Longting Group. 21 CN 20180605102 Graphene Material Battery Design and Process Diagram. 23 CN 20180605112 Manufacturing Process for a Novel Steel Material. 21 CN 20180605102 Concept of a Superconducting Permanent Magnet Motor. One patent after another presented themselves before Shun Hao. Naturally, he could not comprehend the technical details, but he could discern their intended applications. It seems that Longting truly possesses that technology. Shun Hao perused the materials diligently and soon encountered numerous patents related to new energy vehicles. It was evident that Longting possessed these patents, as it would be implausible for an application based on open-source technology to receive approval. However, the crux of the matter was not whether Longting had relevant technology, but rather the staggering number of patents they held. Each page of the website displayed 50 patent projects, which could be expanded upon clicking. Shun Hao scrolled to the very bottom, navigating to the final page. The display indicated page 235, featuring 35 patents on this page alone. Altogether, Longting had applied for a remarkable total of 11,785 patents since its inception. Goodness! The company had only been established for a little over 2 months, yet had managed to secure over 10,000 patents in such a brief span, more than many firms accomplish in an entire year. Shun Hao could not help but murmur in disbelief. At this point, he was convinced that Longting could indeed manufacture new energy vehicles. Their capability was evident. What reason did he have to doubt? Had China finally birthed a company capable of competing with Musk? Shun Hao was not alone in his inquiries. Soon, news of Longting Group's over 10,000 approved patents spread across social media. What? Longting possesses more than 10,000 patents. No wonder they are so profitable. Thanks to their groundbreaking technology. Truly remarkable, the sheer number of patents they have applied for is astounding. He longed to see what Longting's research and development team was like. This meant that the Elong produced by Longting was indeed a reality. Backed by the patent powerhouse that is Longting, it must be genuine. Its range, acceleration, and top speed surpassed those of established traditional sports cars. Not only that, but the Elong was also exceptionally stylish. The car of my dreams. New energy sports cars? Can we trust them? I find it hard to believe that if new energy vehicles had such impressive data, they wouldn't have already replaced gasoline cars. Indeed, one rarely encounters pure electric vehicles on highways, and the scarcity of charging stations limits their range. In my opinion, gasoline cars remain superior. The discussions surrounding the Elong video on social media began to proliferate. From Longting's impressive patent portfolio to the Elong's aesthetics and performance, conversations evolved to encompass the pros and cons of new energy vehicles versus traditional gasoline cars. The discourse predominantly highlighted the shortcomings of new energy vehicles, particularly their inferior range and long-distance capabilities. This has long been a criticism of electric vehicles and a reason many individuals opt against purchasing them. The discussions continued, igniting a fervor across social media platforms. Some argued that new energy vehicles represented the best solution to the depletion of non-renewable resources like oil, while others contended that gasoline cars were still the better choice, as we cannot predict the future of oil resources hundreds of years from now. The debate intensified, prompting Geely to timely unveil 2 additional models along with promotional videos. Once released, the videos garnered significant attention. After all, Longting and its subsidiaries had official accounts on social media, and with a willingness to invest, the videos were sure to catch the public's eye. The manufacturing process involved streamlined assembly lines and integrated casting, akin to the model employed by Tesla. The robotic arms moved with remarkable speed, completing installations in mere moments. The assembly line is truly immaculate. Where's the factory located? The benefits at a large corporation must surely surpass my current situation. I wonder if anyone could enlighten me. The factory is indeed clean, and this assembly line is impressive. Just look at the speed. The daily production output must be substantial. The video begins by showcasing the automobile manufacturing process, followed by the assembly of various components, moving forward seamlessly. As the camera shifts, it arrives at a tree-lined roadway, where a family is comfortably seated in the vehicle. Throughout the video, the car's model, color scheme, interior design, cabin space, and functionalities are meticulously presented. The passing vehicles indicate 2 additional models aside from the winged dragon. Oh, it appears quite appealing. The interior is rather conventional, yet not unappealing, and the cabin space is ample, ensuring a comfortable ride. However, specific data remains unclear. In 3 days, the official launch will reveal all. The video features both coupe and SUV models, which look significantly more attractive than those available in the market. How could they not be appealing? Other car manufacturers tend to minimize cabin space, unlike these 2 models, which maximize interior space while adhering to national standards. It would be splendid if they were fuel-powered. Indeed, I find electric vehicles rather unappealing. Yet, it seems some criticize their slower performance. Let us wait for the data release. Given the outstanding performance of the winged dragon, these 2 models are sure to impress. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye, and I find myself inexplicably eager. Chapter 66. The launch event commences. The final price is a mere $200,000. On July 31st, the debut launch event and press conference for Longting Automotive will take place. Simultaneously, the official social media account will be live-streaming the event. The conference is hosted by Zheng Kaiyang, the general manager of Longting Automotive. He extends a warm welcome to all journalists and fans tuning in to our launch event. First, let me introduce Longting Automotive, which, as is widely known, is a subsidiary of the Longting Group. He proceeds to elaborate on Longting Automotive's philosophy and future development direction, which is closely tied to the public's transportation needs. This encapsulates our philosophy. Adhering to it, Longting is committed to serving everyone with sincerity. Next, I will present our already unveiled new energy supercar. Recently, our group president drove it from the Longting headquarters in Pannan to participate in a competition organized by a club in the Shanghai market. This journey provided us with invaluable insights for enhancing the comfort of both drivers and passengers. At this point, laughter erupts from the audience, primarily due to a recent incident involving a corporate executive who, after personally experiencing their own product, made a series of consumer-unfriendly demands, which were subsequently exposed online, igniting a wave of discussion and memes. Allow me to delve into this in greater detail. Zheng Kaiyang steps aside, and a winged dragon emerges from the lift platform beside him. Under the spotlight, it appears even more striking and stylish than in the video. The first generation of the pterosaur is a new energy supercar meticulously crafted by our esteemed company, Longting, through the dedicated efforts of master designers over numerous iterations. The vehicle's body flawlessly adheres to aerodynamic principles. As Zheng Kaiyang elaborated, the display screens behind him synchronized with his narration, showcasing pertinent videos and data. The final price of the pterosaur was announced at 10 million Huaxia currency. Upon hearing this, affluent car enthusiasts such as Gao Shuiwei were instantly captivated. 10 million Huaxia coins were but a trivial sum to them. especially when compared to foreign limited edition supercars of similar caliber. The Pterosaur was not only striking and stylish, but also boasted performance metrics that rivaled and even surpassed those of other supercars. With zero fuel consumption per 100 kilometers. It was simply extraordinary. The moment the price was revealed, orders poured in through the Longxing official website. Customers could even customize the car's color, an exciting feature. Gao Shuiwei, in the midst of placing his order, noticed the customization options and raised an eyebrow with a smile, remarking that factory paint jobs were naturally superior to aftermarket modifications. His companions shared this enthusiasm. They then selected their preferred colors and configurations before finalizing their orders. Meanwhile, those unable to afford the vehicle merely admired it from afar, engaging in discussions about its specifications. The price was considered reasonable given the impressive data. Viewers in the live stream chat expressed their admiration, noting the remarkable 2,000-kilometer range, which rivaled that of fuel-powered cars, and the rapid charging time of just 8 minutes. Curiosity arose about the graphene battery technology employed. Some dismissed it as commonplace, doubting any manufacturer other than Longxing could make it work effectively. Others suspected there might be hidden intricacies that Zhen Kailiang deliberately omitted. Indeed, the graphene battery likely concealed significant challenges. Following the introduction of the Pterosaur, Zhen Kailiang shifted focus to present the Longxing A1, a coupe model. It shared the same 2,000-kilometer range on a full charge and featured an 8-minute fast charge and a 30-minute slow charge. However, designed as a family-oriented vehicle, its maximum speed complied with national standards, though its acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour remained an impressive 2 seconds. It also utilized Longxing's proprietary graphene battery technology. In terms of safety, the risk of spontaneous combustion was minimal to non-existent. Moreover, the A1 was equipped with Level 5 autonomous driving capabilities. Upon activation, the driver transformed into a mere passenger, able to indulge in the pleasures of travel. The onboard artificial intelligence assistant, Xiaoyu, provided a range of entertainment services. The vehicle's large screen allowed occupants to listen to music, watch movies, play games, and engage in any desired activity. The mention of Level 5 autonomous driving and artificial intelligence electrified both the live audience and online viewers. Level 5 autonomy, also known as full automation, entails complete human disengagement from driving. The vehicle, guided solely by computer perception and computation, can navigate any environment or road condition without human intervention. In fact, such vehicles may not require a steering wheel or conventional control mechanisms at all. This represents the pinnacle of autonomous driving technology. To comprehend the most advanced autonomous driving technology available today, one must recognize that it has only reached Level 4 and has yet to attain a higher tier. However, Longxing has boldly proclaimed its ambition to achieve Level 5 autonomy, augmented by the integration of the AI assistant, Xiaoyu. The initial reaction from many upon hearing this announcement is skepticism, suggesting that automotive companies are once again resorting to deception merely to justify inflated prices. Yet, witnessing the Longxing A1 autonomously navigating its way to the stage during the live event, accompanied by the charming Xiaoyu displayed on the central screen, one might begin to ponder the authenticity of this claim. As the presentation progressed to the introduction of the SUV model, Longxing Z1, it garnered little attention, as its specifications were largely comparable to others in the market, merely differing in aesthetics. The audience remained fixated on the topics of autonomous driving and artificial intelligence. Level 5 autonomy. Will the government permit such advancements? Indeed, the realm of autonomous vehicles has seen its share of mishaps. Nonetheless, Longxing's confidence in its announcement suggests a level of assurance. Who among us would dare to test it? Would one risk their life in such an endeavor? Perhaps an alternative could be to employ a dummy for testing. After all, with artificial intelligence at the helm, one could simply instruct it where to go without physically being in the vehicle. As the discussions heated up, Zhen Kailiang began to unveil the pricing of the vehicles. Unlike Elong, he did not simply state the price after the introduction. Instead, he revealed the prices for both the coupe and the SUV simultaneously, as they were identical. The standard version of both models is priced at 200,000, while the flagship version retails for 260,000, inclusive of a 3-year battery replacement service and a 1-year warranty. Upon hearing Zhen Kailiang's announcement, the audience was left in a state of astonishment. Could it be true that for just 200,000, one could acquire a vehicle equipped with autonomous driving and artificial intelligence. Moreover, 3 years of complimentary battery replacement and warranty. It felt as though one were purchasing a mobile phone. Chapter 67. The frenzy of online reservations at the astonishing price of 99 yuan. A 3-year warranty? 3 years of free battery replacement? Which automotive company offers such terms? It is essential to understand that a car consists of 500 to 600 components that are prone to wear and tear. Typically, manufacturers engage in linguistic gymnastics within the owner's manual, specifying maintenance conditions for certain components. Ultimately, once the vehicle is sold, they employ various strategies to ensure that obtaining warranty service from authorized dealerships becomes a cumbersome task. Owners often find themselves footing the bill for repairs, with major maintenance only covered if certain mileage thresholds are met within a specific time frame. However, Longxing operates differently. Following Zheng Xiaoyang's remarks, the official website unveiled the owner's maintenance manual along with the scope of repairs. They eschew any pretense. If something breaks, they will repair it, provided the damage is not due to negligence and that the vehicle is used for personal driving rather than commercial purposes. The stipulations are tailored to exceptional circumstances that the average consumer is unlikely to encounter. In essence, this translates to 3 years of complimentary maintenance without restrictions on mileage. Is there truly such a conscientious company? No, especially with their offer of a 3-year free battery replacement. What is the most crucial aspect of a new energy vehicle? It is, without a doubt, the battery within. The value of the battery accounts for nearly half of the vehicle's worth. Do manufacturers of new energy vehicles dare to provide free replacements? Naturally not, as that would mean sacrificing their profits. Yet, Longxing has pioneered this initiative. Of course, similar to their maintenance policies, certain criteria must be met to qualify for a complimentary battery exchange. Nevertheless, this is certainly better than having no option at all. Furthermore, Longxing vehicles are equipped with autonomous driving capabilities, artificial intelligence, and extended battery life. Investing in such a vehicle is undeniably a wise choice. Additionally, purchasing new energy vehicles comes with government subsidies. After various deductions, one can acquire a standard version of the vehicle for merely 516 million. My goodness, I'm truly tempted. New energy vehicles also enjoy priority in license plate lotteries, unrestricted travel, and no limitations on registration numbers. It would be foolish not to buy one. Speaking of which, can these subsidies be applied to sports cars? If one can afford a $10 million sports car, do they really need those meager subsidies? Every little bit helps, right? Not to mention, whether it be the Longxing A1 or the Longxing Z1, the configurations far surpass those of other vehicles, and the interior is equally impressive, if not superior. At a price of 200,000 after subsidies, and considering it's electric, it's vastly superior to traditional gasoline vehicles. The cost of electricity is significantly lower than that of fuel. I still have faith in Longxing's technology. The Longxing A1 genuinely aligns with my aesthetic. It will be my very first car. Finally, I have found a vehicle that not only suits my taste, but is also within my financial reach. Incredible. I urge everyone to visit the official website. For just 99 yuan, you can reserve a Longxing vehicle. The sooner you reserve, the sooner it will be delivered. However, that is pending approval for market release. So we shall wait for the green light. Regardless, I have already placed my reservation. For just 99 yuan, I can flaunt my reservation on social media. And since no final payment is required, my money will be refunded if necessary. Haha, will the goddess notice my new car and stop only responding with bathing, sleeping, eating? A 99 yuan reservation for a vehicle worth over 200,000, yet the screenshot will display the full price, providing a delightful sense of prestige. Earning hundreds of thousands annually, yet unable to secure a vehicle through the lottery, I might as well purchase a new energy vehicle that doesn't require such a lottery. It has no restrictions on travel or registration and spares me from my wife's nagging, reducing trivial concerns. For just 99 yuan, one can acquire a delightful screenshot of prestige. Practically everyone would choose to reserve a Longxing vehicle. The number of reservations on the official website refreshes every few seconds, with the count increasing by thousands, even tens of thousands. Within just 1 hour, the reservation count skyrocketed to 1 million and continues to rise. The 99 yuan reservation is undoubtedly a clever ploy by Gu Li, as it is also a part of their promotional strategy, which has proven to be highly effective. Once the reservation plan was announced, screenshots of the 99 yuan car reservation spread across major forums and social media platforms, proliferating through various groups like a viral sensation, reaching an ever-widening audience. With the current gust of wind, Longxing Automobile has surged into the spotlight, garnering increasing recognition among the masses. Simultaneously, the number of reservations on the official website has skyrocketed, with hundreds of thousands being added in rapid succession. In no time, it surpassed 1 million, then 2 million, and subsequently 3 million, with the momentum only intensifying. This phenomenon is entirely the result of spontaneous participation from netizens, with no involvement or guidance from our end. Now, one can open platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and WeChat Moments to see countless screenshots of successful reservations. Even Gu Li's WeChat Moments has not escaped this trend. At any given moment, images are being shared far and wide. The various groups are abuzz with activity, constantly sharing updates. Numerous media outlets are competing to report on this, given that the reservation numbers are publicly available. Upon release, a peak, Longxing Automobile's reservations exceed 1 million. Longting's subsidiary, Longxing Automobile, unveils new vehicle with over 10 million reservations. Longxing Automobile's launch anticipates sales exceeding 1 trillion. Reservation numbers have surpassed 10 million. Longxing achieves a $1 trillion milestone. With the fervent participation of internet users, the number of reservations has long exceeded 10 million, increasing at a staggering rate of hundreds of thousands. It is essential to note that automobiles are not trivial items like mobile phones. They often cost tens or even hundreds of thousands. If every person who made a reservation were to purchase, exceeding 1 trillion would be effortless. However, it is evident that not everyone will pay the final balance. Such claims are merely exaggerations by the media. The enthusiasm of the netizens is indeed astonishing, bordering on the terrifying. Gu Li gazed at the reservation count exceeding 10 million. While the actual number of buyers will not match the reservations, it will certainly be substantial. The 10 million reservations have generated over 10 billion in liquidity for Gu Li. Nevertheless, he will not be utilizing this capital. As initially stated, without the final payment, the deposits will be refunded in full. Thus, encouraging netizens to participate continuously serves to amplify Gu's prominence. Let us discuss. If thousands of people reserve and only a few thousand end up purchasing, will Gu Li be infuriated? Certainly. Imagining a projected income of 1 trillion, while ultimately tallying only a few billion, would surely lead him to lament the frivolity of the situation, feeling as though the excitement was in vain. Black Gold Mobile has already amassed substantial profits. How much more does he wish to earn? It should be made clear that success does not merely hinge on his efforts. Indeed, after such a smooth journey, it is only fitting that he experiences a setback. Let us gather and enjoy the spectacle. I am eager to witness Gu Li's expression in this moment. I share this inexplicable anticipation. Just then, several candidly captured photos surfaced online. Gu Li is displeased. JPG. Gu Li caught off guard. JPG Chapter 68. All eyes on graphene. 0. Gu Li looked at the viral meme of himself on his phone. What's wrong, boss? 0 asked innocently, gazing at Gu Li with an adorably naive expression. Stop pretending. I know it's you. I'm not mad at you, but you captured me in a rather unflattering light, Gu Li replied with a sigh. If one is to shoot, it should be done aesthetically pleasing, rather than rendering it grotesque. Next time, I shall certainly adhere to this principle. 0 turned away to resume his tasks. At that moment, the images released by 0 were circulating online. Indeed, how amusing. Gu Li must have browsed the internet and encountered our comments. Otherwise, such an expression would not adorn his face. In the preceding photograph, he wore a cheerful smile. But in the subsequent one, his countenance bore no trace of joy. It utterly amused me. I must save this expression as a meme. This particular event is poised to achieve unexpected success. Netizens spontaneously joined in, acting as grassroots promoters. Anyone with a mobile phone was able to view the models of Longxing automobiles and familiarize themselves with the associated pricing. Those inclined to purchase a vehicle would naturally proceed to do so, while those uninterested also found joy in participating. Ultimately, the number of reservations for Longxing automobiles exceeded 25 million, ceasing to grow at a faster pace. Nevertheless, this figure significantly surpassed that of all other automotive enterprises. Within a single day, they amassed 25 million users, a feat that other car manufacturers might take years or even decades to accumulate in sales. For Longxing, this suffices. Establishing a reputation is paramount. Ordinary consumers are drawn to the impressive data of Longxing automobiles, striking models, and exceptional features within the vehicles, while industry titans focus on the components and functionalities of Longxing automobiles. All graphene batteries. Autonomous driving. Longxing is indeed basking in glory. Having just launched their new car, they have garnered the attention of so many. Attracting the interest of 25 million individuals is genuinely remarkable. Yet, one must ponder, how many of these figures represent actual purchases? Even if the true number of buyers is modest, their recognition has undoubtedly surged. My granddaughter inquires about a car that costs merely $99, boasting autonomous driving and a charming assistant. Within a tea house, several industry magnates were gathered, brewing tea around a stove. Graphene batteries? Are they genuine graphene or mere imitations? I harbor a degree of skepticism. We are all aware of the challenges in purifying graphene, and we have contemplated using it for batteries. However, the cost of a power battery for a vehicle can often exceed that of the car itself. Indeed, otherwise, we would have long since adopted graphene for battery production. Yet, the data concerning those 3 Longxing vehicles does not appear fabricated. Only graphene batteries could yield such performance. Graphene materials? If Longting truly possesses the technology for low-cost production, the state would likely have initiated discussions with them. Many transformations are on the horizon. Someone sighed. Graphene is the new darling, the king of materials, capable of serving significant purposes across various domains. If it is authentic, they must have prepared in advance. Let us procure a few Longxing new energy vehicles to examine their batteries and ascertain whether they are indeed graphene. If so, we shall dispatch representatives to engage with Longting. Furthermore, artificial intelligence has begun to permeate our lives. The charming assistant has already integrated into our daily routines. The impact on the future is monumental. Currently, it merely serves as software to assist our work. However, in the near future, it may gradually replace human labor. Oh, why do you say that? Have you noticed the promotional video of Longting? There seems to be a scarcity of workers. The production tasks are predominantly carried out by robotic arms. Moreover, according to my inquiries, the Longyuan manufacturing center responsible for producing the black gold phone has only recruited a mere 100 workers, all of whom are in management roles. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Similarly, in this instance, Longxing has not sought out any subcontractors, opting instead for in-house production, yet they have not even hired workers. How can they produce? It's evident to all present without needing to articulate it. Longting has harnessed artificial intelligence and has embarked on intelligent production. Truly remarkable. It is indeed the foremost driving force of development. We are aging, while the rapid advancement of the younger generation leaves us astounded. Alas, the world ultimately belongs to capital. First, let's verify the authenticity of graphene. If genuine, we shall commence our actions. Let us impart some life lessons to the youth. Indeed, graphene batteries? Musk glanced at the documents handed over by his assistant. Since the last encounter, he has begun to pay attention to Longting Group and Guli. After all, Longting is treading a path akin to his own. Even their industries mirror his, as if they are following the trail he once blazed. However, the concepts they propose are decidedly more advanced. Artificial intelligence. L5 autonomous driving. His interest in Guli has only intensified. Has he conquered the technology for low-cost graphene preparation? Musk inquired of his newly appointed secretary, as the previous one was on maternity leave. I am unsure, but upon investigating the patents in Huaxia, it appears relevant applications are indeed underway. It seems to be true. Arrange a meeting with Guli of Longting Group for me, Musk instructed. Since we are already in proximity, it is only fitting to meet a rival, is it not? I have already inquired. Longxing does not engage in the external sale of graphene batteries. A group of executives from emerging domestic electric vehicle companies gathered to discuss. Are they foregoing a profitable venture? For them, the new energy sector is merely a means to profit. They are simultaneously reaping state subsidies and consumer spending. After all, the technology is publicly available, and anyone can utilize it. It merely depends on who employs it more effectively. The process remains the same. Purchase various components from other companies, assemble them, generate appealing data, and then affix their own brand. A swift rotation of domestic and foreign markets can yield billions in Huaxia currency or dollars. With the advent of superior graphene batteries demonstrating better data performance, naturally, they would wish to utilize them. Unfortunately, the company does not sell externally. It seems Longxing is apprehensive, fearful that our vehicles may surpass theirs, rendering them unsellable. What a pity. If only we had invested in Longting sooner. However, it is not too late. With capital at play, rebranding Longting is not an impossibility. The question remains, what strategy shall we employ against them? It appears daunting. The state has already invested trillions, yet they remain unlisted. How can capital be maneuvered against them? The source. They cannot possibly manufacture all their automotive components independently, can they? A glimmer of realization sparked in the eyes of the crowd. This indeed presents a potential strategy to control the source. They do not wish to include us, yet simultaneously demand our inclusion. 25 million reservations, a reduction of 90%, is indeed a considerable burden for him to bear. When the time comes for delivery without vehicles, that will be our moment of triumph. How delightful. Haha. Beyond the new energy sector, companies and industries such as mobile phones, materials, and aerospace are also turning their gaze towards Longxing's graphene. Graphene is exceedingly alluring. Chapter 69. Genuine graphene, dismantled and rendered useless. In a silver-white laboratory, researchers clad in attire emblazoned with the logo of Doping Automobile are diligently disassembling a black vehicle. The emblem adorning the front of the black car is none other than that of Longxing Automobile. The vehicle they are dismantling was procured from Longxing. Naturally, purchasing a sports car is illogical for research purposes, but they have acquired 3 vehicles, a coupe and an SUV, specifically to study their batteries and associated technologies. With a whoosh, one individual slid out from beneath the car, holding a silver-gray battery. The connected wires had yet to be detached. Is this the graphene battery? Inquired Duan Hao, the leader of the reverse engineering team, as he observed his colleague, Chao Lin, extracting the battery. Indeed, according to our assessment, this is it. Chao Lin replied as he stood up. Let us commence testing. Duan Hao commanded. Chao Lin, alongside the other team members, proceeded to remove the wires connected to the battery, then brought the graphene battery to a nearby apparatus. After connecting the battery to the device and activating the machine, they began the charging and discharging tests. Upon completion, they recorded the data displayed on the instrument and continued testing the battery's capacity and energy conversion ratio. Team leader, this battery is remarkable. The data surpasses that of the batteries we procured from Citel by over 10-fold. No wonder it belongs to Longting. The technology is indeed advanced, Chao Lin remarked, marveling at the recorded data, which exceeded all his previous tests. It is no surprise that Longxing's vehicles can achieve a remarkable range of 2,000 kilometers. Were this battery installed in their Doping automobiles, the same feat could be accomplished. Team leader, next we shall proceed with the dismantling. The testing data is merely a formality. The true objective is to examine the internal structure and material composition, Chao Lin asserted as he picked up a cutting machine and began to slice along the edges of the battery. With a hum and a clang, sparks flew from the cutting machine, deflected by Chao Lin's black leather apron. As the edges were severed, a resounding thud echoed, and the center caved in. Chao Lin extracted the metallic outer layer, revealing the interior of the battery. What on earth is this? Is this all there is to the graphene battery? It cannot be. Chao Lin and the disassembling researchers exclaimed in astonishment as they beheld the dark, indistinct interior of the graphene battery. Chao Lin reached in, but found nothing but a powdery substance, no solid components whatsoever. Team leader? He called out to Duan Hao, who had also witnessed the scene. The protective mechanism has been triggered. Duan Hao sighed and remarked, otherwise, how could the battery contain only powder? It must have triggered the protective mechanism, damaging the internal battery materials. He retrieved a dark battery cell from within and proceeded to dismantle the batteries of the other 2 vehicles. All right, team leader, Chao Lin responded. As Chao Lin set about disassembling the battery, Duan Hao took out a sealed bag and collected some of the battery powder. Come here. Take this for testing to ascertain its composition, Duan Hao instructed a team member, handing over the sealed bag. The team member departed for the company's testing department. Before long, Chao Lin successfully extracted another battery. He had not resumed the previous testing work. Just as he picked up the cutting machine, preparing to dismantle it, Duan Hao intervened and took over himself. 3 minutes later, Duan Hao was once again left with a heap of powder. Hey, he expressed disbelief, personally undertaking the battery disassembly. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, yielding only a pile of powder. Goodness, is the anti-tampering technology truly this formidable? Duan Hao exclaimed, no wonder it belongs to Longting's subsidiary. Never mind, let us now examine their motor and electronic control technology. Can we procure a blade battery from Ningda? With the vehicle's battery depleted, they faced difficulties in their research. Chao Lin reconnected the previously dismantled wires to the terminals of the blade battery. Once connected,
He opened the car door, ready to start the vehicle, but it failed to ignite. Team leader? What is going on? Xiao Lin was perplexed. The battery was fully charged. Why couldn't it start? There was an additional layer of authentication between the vehicle and the battery. If the verification failed, the battery would not activate, even if charged. This was the first time Xiao Lin had heard of such a mechanism. Why hadn't I heard of this before? I discovered it in their patent application, Duan Hao said. Patting Xiao Lin on the shoulder, learn more by observing. Let me give it a try. Duan Hao once again took the reins, but the vehicle still refused to start. He was unable to bypass that verification layer. After a day of labor, Duan Hao reached only one conclusion. There was a 90% likelihood that the powder within the battery was graphene. After reporting the final conclusion, Duan Hao led Xiao Lin and the others to continue their research on Longxing's new energy vehicles. He was determined not to be outdone. 90%? Was there also a self-destruct program? The reverse engineering team had spent an entire week without making any headway. The vehicle couldn't even start. Xia Hongba of Dapeng Automotive gazed at the submitted conclusion, muttering to himself. He subsequently took out his phone to contact friends in the new energy vehicle sector, such as Li Zhua from Weilon Automotive, Dong Xing'an from Xiaoming Automotive, and Ming Gaoi from Jihu Automotive. How is your reverse engineering progressing? I have encountered failure. However, it is certain that the battery is indeed made of graphene. Xia Hongba opened the group chat and sent a message. Soon, replies began to flood in. It's exceedingly difficult. Our technicians can't even start the vehicle, let alone conduct research. I wonder if anyone else has made any breakthroughs. Li, don't say that. We haven't either. We VE wasted hundreds of thousands. Who could argue with that? What can be confirmed is that they truly employ graphene. What shall we do next? Continue with our previous plan? Naturally, the more advanced Longxing's technology becomes, the more we must acquire it. However, before that, we must first contemplate how to address the issue of user attrition. What can be done? Procuring power batteries from Longxing is imperative, since Longxing's vehicles hit the market. The driving range of new energy vehicles has leaped from 500 to 600 kilometers to an astonishing 2,000 kilometers. When purchasing a car, naturally, consumers hold higher expectations for other new energy automakers. At the very least, the range must keep pace. If it does not, then it is only natural that customers would choose other manufacturers. Now, with no new breakthroughs, to regain users, acquiring Longxing's batteries is a necessity. As they deliberated on how to persuade Longxing to commence battery business, a distinguished guest arrived at Gu Li's Longting company. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, came to visit Longting. Or rather, Gu Li, Chapter 70, Commencement of Battery Business, Achieving Trillions in Success. Surprise! Musk visits Longting. What sparks will ignite between him and Gu Li? Following Longxing's automotive launch, Musk's visit to Gu Li, what are his intentions? The inevitable connection between Longxing Motors and Tesla. Today, Gu Li hosts Tesla's CEO Musk for a tour of the Longxing factory. Within the Longting Group's reception room, Gu Li and Musk sat face to face. Separated by a table, Gu Li produced a sleek black and gold smartphone, placing it equidistant between them. Musk pursed his lips, curiously gazing at Gu Li and the device. I wonder, what brings you to visit Longting? Gu Li inquired. As Wei Jia prepared to translate, the black and gold phone emitted a flawlessly authentic English voice. Musk's curiosity deepened as he looked at the phone. Does it provide real-time translation? Gu Li nodded affirmatively. Quite an impressive application. Is it powered by artificial intelligence? Musk discerned immediately. Without AI, the tone would not be so authentic, nor would it convey the speaker's emotions. Indeed, Gu Li admitted. Anyway, it is an app we intend to launch. May I have a glimpse of your artificial intelligence? Musk straightened in his seat, asking earnestly. Artificial intelligence is undoubtedly the crux of the fourth industrial revolution, or rather, the intelligent revolution itself. Through AI, we can transform the world, ushering in automation and liberating humanity. I'm afraid not. This is classified technology. Gu Li declined Musk's request. The AI program, Xiaoyu, operates on the core entity of the underground base 0. Naturally, the existence of the underground base must remain concealed. Musk laughed. No worries. Perhaps we can explore collaboration in artificial intelligence? What kind of cooperation? I own a robotics company. I provide the robots, you supply the AI. Together, we can develop humanoid robots capable of moving just like humans, as portrayed in films. What are your thoughts, Mr. Gu? Musk looked toward Gu Li. As Gu Li, who possesses a manufacturing plant, surely would not decline. The development of humanoid robots could significantly reduce labor costs. Guli shook his head and shifted the conversation, suggesting, "How about I take you on a tour of our factory?" Upon arriving at Guli's factory, Musk understood why Guli had been reticent in his response. The fully automated production line showcased the dexterous movements of robotic arms, indeed, the embryonic form of humanoid robots. If research were to continue, it would not be long before Guli could successfully develop such machines. Musk's esteem for Guli deepened considerably. Guli guided Musk through the production lines for smartphones, automobiles, and graphene batteries. However, the graphene preparation workshop was located in an underground facility, inaccessible to Musk. It appeared that their collaboration would have to focus solely on graphene batteries and materials. Musk chuckled wryly, realizing that the partnership he desired was unnecessary for Guli, who could independently conduct the research. Consequently, Musk was compelled to seek alternative avenues. The remarkable performance of graphene batteries surpassed that of his own developments, necessitating procurement to avert customer attrition. The exceptional thermal conductivity and strength of graphene materials, far exceeding that of steel, would enhance various metrics for SpaceX, which Musk could not afford to overlook. "Perhaps not," Guli replied with a smile. "We can discuss the nature of our collaboration further in due course." "Very well. We shall continue our discussions later. I have gained much from today, and I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Gu," Musk reciprocated with a smile. After bidding Musk farewell, Guli returned to his office with Wei Jia. "Mr. Gu, are we truly not venturing into the automotive battery sector?" Wei Jia inquired. The market for automotive batteries ranged from 50 to 60,000 per unit, with Tesla's batteries being the most expensive at around 80,000. However, the production costs were less than half of the selling price, indicating a substantial market opportunity that Wei Jia lamented missing. "Who says we aren't?" Guli countered. "The complete version of the graphene battery will not be sold, but why not offer a stripped-down version? Wouldn't it be foolish to forgo profit? Are we then embarking on a battery business?" Wei Jia pressed on. "Naturally, we shall proceed. Inform Jin Kaiyang that our battery business is now open for external dealings. The wholesale price will be set at 2,000 yuan per kilowatt-hour, and they should provide the necessary specifications." After recording Guli's directives, Wei Jia promptly contacted Jin Kaiyang to instruct Longxing to initiate the battery business. Guli would not be the one to negotiate. His focus was on Longting Group, not Longxing. The automotive and battery divisions would be entrusted to Jin Kaiyang. News of Longxing's venture into automotive battery sales spread rapidly. Upon receiving this information, various new energy vehicle companies dispatched representatives to discuss partnerships or made personal visits. They were eager to secure automotive batteries, as a range of 2,000 kilometers would undoubtedly boost sales of their electric vehicles. To comprehend, Longxing Automobile ultimately settled its final payment, with the total number of transactions hovering around 5 million. One-fifth of the pre-orders opted to complete their payments. After all, a Longxing new energy vehicle, priced around 200,000, is considerably more affordable than those available in the market. When divided among 5 million new energy vehicles, the cost per individual is rather minimal. In over 600 cities across Huaxia, excluding the less affluent 4th and 5th-tier cities, each city has merely 2 or 3 individuals purchasing a vehicle. Customers opting for Longxing's new energy vehicles are primarily attracted by the remarkable 2,000 kilometers of range and an 8-minute quick charge. Otherwise, who would make a purchase? A range of 400 or 500 kilometers pales in comparison, making shared rides a more viable option. However, with a 2,000 kilometer range, it is indeed a bargain. The automotive sector alone has generated trillions in revenue for Guli. After all, the graphene battery technology is exclusively owned by Longting Group, along with various other advanced technologies. Particularly following the opening of Longxing's battery business to external partnerships, companies such as Tesla, Dapeng Automobile, and Weilon Automobile have flocked to procure Longxing's graphene batteries. The number of cooperative contracts established for automotive batteries is consistently on the rise. This, in turn, underscores Longxing Automobile's leading position in the battery sector. Consequently, this has led to a continuous increase in Longting Group's market valuation, surpassing 1 trillion. However, this situation has posed significant challenges for Guli. Although vehicle sales are impressive, the production capacity has been insufficient. Among 5 production lines, 1 has been converted into a graphene battery production line, yielding approximately 10,000 batteries daily. The remaining 4 lines produce around 6,000 vehicles per day. In light of the 5 million orders, this output remains woefully inadequate. Guli must acquire land to build factories and establish additional production lines. Just as Guli was preparing to head to the Urban Construction and Housing Bureau of Ponan, Longting welcomed a distinguished guest once more. Chapter 71. Included on the export restriction list, arriving for collaboration. Is this the Yudun building being constructed by Longting Group? Su Kaming inquired, pointing to the nearly completed structure before him, gazing at Wu Yonghua. Indeed, Su Gong. Currently, Longting Group has temporarily leased several floors in the adjacent building. Serving as an office space, Wu Yonghua respectfully replied. Su Kaming holds a prestigious position as the president of the Huaxiao Academy of Scientific Research, responsible for overseeing and reviewing significant projects across various research institutes in Huaxiao, as well as supervising their progress. The academy he leads has been instrumental in overcoming multiple technological challenges for the nation. With a ministerial-level status, his visit today is aimed at Gu Li's graphene endeavors. Accompanying him are esteemed academicians Lu Min from the Academy of Light, Lu Wenshu, and Yun Kai, along with computer science academicians Wan Zixuan and Chu Yu. They all come to visit Longting Group and meet the prodigious Gu Li. After all, if he were not a genius, how could he possess such an abundance of cutting-edge technology? Let us proceed upstairs. Su Kaming gestured towards the adjacent building. Should we notify Gu Li? Wu Yonghua asked. This time, Su Kaming did not instruct Wu Yonghua to inform Gu Li beforehand. He simply shook his head. Let us go up and see first. A group of individuals arrived at the offices of Longting Group. The first thing that caught their eye was the company logo, and there was no reception desk in sight. A transparent glass barrier stood before them, with a camera installed in the central position above. To the left of the entrance, a fingerprint scanner awaited, clearly indicating that verification was required for entry. Just as Su Kaming was about to instruct Wu Yonghua to notify Gu Li, the glass door opened automatically. Inside the office, Gu Li received an alert the moment Wu Yonghua appeared at the entrance. Wu Yonghua had brought Su Kaming and others for a visit, and the pertinent information had already been gathered. Yonghua, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Gu Li reproached Wu Yonghua, then extended his right hand towards Su Kaming and the others. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. Academician Lu, greetings. Academician Yen, good to see you. You know us? Su Kaming asked, taken aback. Gu Li gestured towards the camera above the door. Our company utilizes artificial intelligence. Your appearances are easily identifiable on various platforms, and knowing your names is quite a simple task. Ah, I see, Su Kaming acknowledged. Gu Li then led the group to the conference room. Please enjoy some tea. I hope it suits your taste. Su Kaming lifted his teacup, inhaled the fragrant aroma, and took a sip, savoring it before swallowing. Very nice. Let me be straightforward. We have come regarding graphene, Su Kaming stated, aware of Gu Li's direct nature. The nation has included graphene on the list of restricted export materials. So any singular orders for graphene will need to be relinquished by your side, Mr. Gu. Additionally, graphene batteries have also been listed among restricted products. So I fear related orders cannot continue to be fulfilled. Su Kaming's words carried significant weight. Gu Li had not anticipated such swift actions from the government. Yet, it was understandable. Graphene is the king of materials, with vast applications across numerous fields. The state would naturally prevent its circulation to foreign nations, ensuring it does not become a resource for other countries' technological advancements. Understood. However, please, call me Xiao Gu. You are the esteemed seniors and pillars of the nation, while I am merely a junior. Gu Li smiled. This situation falls under force majeure. Contracts cannot be fulfilled, and thus, no compensation is necessary. Moreover, he continued, selling graphene materials pales in comparison to the profits generated from our electric vehicle business. This is a loss we can afford. That cannot be entirely said, Su Kaming replied, grinning. My research institute, a state-run entity, has a considerable demand for graphene. Not a problem. Let us draft a contract for the quantity you require, and once finalized, we shall commence production immediately. Very well. I will ascertain the demand and inform you accordingly, Su Kaming said, setting down his teacup. He then extended his hand towards Lu Min, who understood his intention. She retrieved a box from her bag and opened it to reveal a square device resembling a camera. Su Kaming pushed the box forward, asking, is this a holographic projection device? Gu Li conducted a thorough examination and arrived at a conclusion. He then activated the device, from which a beam of blue light emanated from the central upper part. Gu Li extracted a patch from the bottom of the device and affixed it to his temple, with the attached wire connecting to the apparatus. Subsequently, He placed his hand within the blue light, and a sphere composed of blue radiance materialized between his thumb and index finger. With a gentle squeeze, the sphere instantly transformed back into dispersing blue light. It was satisfactory, yet it fell short of a genuine holographic projection device. The physical engine was still lacking in refinement. It appeared to be a product of his previous technological proposals, developed through his own exploration. Otherwise, the device would have been capable of fully simulating reality, based on the device's performance. Achieving the level of mastery he possessed would require at least another decade of research and development, as the true core technology remained in his hands. Guli gave a thumbs up to Su Kaming, realizing that there were indeed hidden talents within their country. He pondered who might have manufactured this holographic projection device. It was produced by Lu Min and her team. Su Kaming gestured towards Lu Min, who sat nearby. It was your technical proposal that inspired us. However, it still falls significantly short of the ideal data recorded in the proposal, Lu Min lamented, shaking her head. Without those core technologies, what we developed is merely a replica. Compared to the holographic projectors available on the market, it is only slightly superior. It cannot be utilized in practical applications. It is already quite impressive, Su Kaming said. What about this one, Gu? Su Kaming took the USB drive handed to him by Ruan Zixuan and subsequently passed it to Guli. Guli attached an adapter to the USB drive and connected it directly to his mobile phone. Soon, the device yielded a conclusion, a rudimentary artificial intelligence exhibiting traces of He Jianhao's technical influence. Guli turned to Ruan Zixuan, inquiring about his relationship with He Jianhao. Mentor and mentee, I have guided him from undergraduate studies to his doctoral research. He is my most gifted student, Ruan Zixuan replied. During the research and development process, I discussed matters with him. I did not expect you to discern this. He is here with me. I will call him over. No, let us continue our discussion. Ruan Zixuan hastily declined. Guli nodded and looked at Su Kaming, questioning the purpose of showing him these materials. I will not beat around the bush. I came here today to collaborate with you, Gu. Presenting these to you is intended to demonstrate our capabilities. Guli's technology is exceedingly advanced. Collaborating with him is naturally aimed at acquiring knowledge to produce corresponding products. After witnessing Guli's technology, it is only natural for anyone to feel an eagerness to see the products emerge promptly. Chapter 72. One more is not too much. One less is not too few. Is that so? Guli understood. After reviewing Guli's technological proposals, they had yet to witness any products. They were eager to employ these technologies to elevate China's scientific and technological prowess or enhance military capabilities. For instance, holographic projection technology could save a substantial amount of research funding. Researchers are encouraged to explore certain technologies that are difficult to investigate in real-world scenarios, all within a fully simulated apparatus. This approach not only mitigates various hazards, but also expedites the transformation of theoretical concepts into tangible realities. Artificial intelligence, as previously articulated by Guli, is pivotal in the modernization of military forces, thereby enhancing their capabilities. Technologies such as the Dragon Language and Dragon Rock system are being studied alongside He Jianhao at Guli's company. Alternatively, He Jianhao and his colleagues engage in expedited offline training, significantly fortifying the protection of China's confidential information. Having tasted the fruits of Guli's cutting-edge technology, they are naturally eager to acquire more innovations. However, the state does not coerce Guli. Rather, it seeks collaboration, offering him human, material, and financial resources to jointly develop advanced technological products. Su Kaming gazed at Guli, anticipating a response. Within the Research Institute, the primary focus is on safely actualizing theoretical concepts. It is essential to acknowledge that many epoch-making technologies have been proposed long ago, yet have remained theoretical due to various research challenges. The advent of holographic projection technology presents newfound possibilities for bringing these theories to fruition. Gung Guoqiang shares this sentiment, advocating the use of holography to facilitate research. As long as they uphold stringent confidentiality measures to prevent the leakage of technology, they will succeed. After a period of contemplation, Guli finally nodded in agreement. It is feasible, provided I set certain conditions. Su Kaming's face lit up with joy. I am prepared to accommodate any conditions. First, the Research Institute must be established or procured in Ponan, and I must assess its security. Agreed. Second, security will be arranged and configured by me, with all personnel entering or exiting requiring validation. Naturally, this is imperative. Third, I will personally investigate all individuals involved in the research, and only those who pass the scrutiny may participate. That is acceptable. Our researchers are capable of enduring such inquiries. Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Guli extended his right hand, replicating the agreement made with Su Kaming and echoing the stipulations posited by Gung Guiqiang. A delightful partnership indeed. I anticipate having to rely on you, General Gu. In the future, Su Kaming remarked with a continuous smile. Why do you keep calling me General Gu? I thought we agreed on calling me Xiao Gu, Guli retorted, somewhat displeased. Certain individuals, like Su Kaming, warrant respect. I am unperturbed. I welcome all who wish to collaborate in the advancement of technology, utilizing these innovations to transform the world. Haha, with your words, Xiao Gu, Ponan may very well become the next Silicon Valley of China. Su Kaming mused. Under Gu Li's conditions, to access holographic projection technology, one must come to Ponan. As this news circulates, research institutions nationwide that are aware of this technology will flock to the area. Consequently, the number of researchers in Ponan is expected to surge. In the future, numerous world-changing technologies will emerge from this locale. Indeed, we shall forge the Silicon Valley of China, Gu Li exclaimed with enthusiasm. Holding technology solely for personal gain merely translates to earning a bit more profit. Collaborating with Su Kaming and others is aimed at ensuring the technology flourishes. Moreover, with an increasing number of individuals participating, the practical applications of technology are being further revealed. After all, the most formidable artificial intelligence, Zero, lies within one's grasp. Ultimately, these technologies will find their place in Gu Li's hands. More importantly, Gu Li possesses an abundance of more clandestine advancements. Holographic projection technology, artificial intelligence, and other innovations can no longer be regarded as cutting-edge for Gu Li. Disseminating these technologies will facilitate a smoother integration into modernity, laying a solid industrial foundation and creating a stage for even more groundbreaking innovations. Yanghua, please come here, Gu Li instructed as he bid farewell to Su Kaming. The two retreated to a nearby corner. Here, I need the list of materials. Why has it increased so much? Wu Yanghua questioned, perplexed by the names of the materials, yet capable of understanding the measurement units. Previously, Gu Li had requested materials in tens of grams, but now the list indicated kilograms, with figures escalating from 2 digits to 4 or even 5. Experimental losses. My future demands will only increase, Gu Li replied with a hint of embarrassment. All right, I will bring it to you next time. Wu Yanghua nodded in agreement. Once Su Kaming and Wu Yanghua had departed, Gu Li returned to his office. 0. The shape-shifting metal you're composed of is exceedingly challenging to synthesize, isn't it? How many attempts have we made? Gu Li inquired, reclining in his armchair while wearing a Bluetooth headset. This is the 79th attempt. However, with each experiment, our success rate has improved. Zero's voice resonated through the headset. Once the next batch of materials arrives, we shall continue our experiments. I refuse to yield, Gu Li stated defiantly. Synthesizing the shape-shifting metal from the transformers was Gu Li's ambition, as he aimed to incorporate this metal into his battle armor to enhance its portability and reduce its size. As he lay on the sofa, Gu Li gradually succumbed to slumber. At the Dami company, Lei Jun observed the bustling researchers before him. After a while, one of the researchers handed him a document. Chairman, this is the research report on the black gold smartphone battery and the Longxing automobile battery. Let me take a look. Lei Jun replied, flipping through the pages and scrutinizing the records. The verification method remained consistent. If it failed, it would self-destruct. However, there were some distinctions. The smartphone battery was merely coated with graphene, rather than being entirely composed of it. Even so, this still provided superior endurance compared to conventional batteries. If graphene were utilized in smartphone battery construction, substantial improvements in longevity could be anticipated. Consequently, many high-performance, power-intensive smartphone components could be implemented, leading to a myriad of configurations rather than mere performance metrics. Has Longxing engaged in the smartphone battery business? Lei Jun inquired of his assistant. I will inquire immediately. The assistant responded. Soon, the assistant returned with an answer. Chairman, Longxing has confirmed they can produce it. It merely requires a change in specifications. One day, arrangements will be made for communication regarding the procurement of graphene mobile phone batteries. Lei Jun handed the documents to his assistant and departed from the laboratory. He summoned the shareholders to continue deliberating on whether to venture into the new energy vehicle sector. As he walked out, he instructed his team. However, at that moment, Lei Jun had already relinquished the idea of entering the new energy vehicle market. With Longxing in the fray, how could newcomers possibly compete? Chapter 73. Opening the Patent Application Channel, the path to wealth unfolds. In the Poninu district, Guli navigated the transformed Longxing A1 model, cruising along the road. Ahead of him was a Hongqi vehicle, adorned with a government license plate beginning with 00. Inside the Hongqi car sat the leaders of Ponin. In a mere span of 2 to 3 months, Longting had evolved into a company valued at trillions, swiftly capturing the attention of the leadership and becoming a focal point for investment attraction in Ponin. The development of a city hinges on both enterprises and government. The government, through favorable policies, entices businesses to invest in factories or establish various projects in Ponin, thereby providing employment opportunities and bringing a fresh visage to the city. These accomplishments contribute to the political achievements of government officials, prompting higher resource allocation towards Ponin from above. Guli accompanied the leaders to scout locations in the Ponin New District. The Yuduin building merely served as an office edifice, while the factory in the suburbs occupied a mere 75 acres. For optimal growth, Longting naturally required more land. The construction of its own industrial park would facilitate the establishment of Longting Group's headquarters, a technology park, research institute, various testing centers, employee dormitories, and other supporting facilities, thereby attracting exceptional talent to the group. Following closely behind the leader's Hongqi vehicle were Gu Li, Wei Jia, Cheng'an from the legal department, and Jin Xin from the finance department, each piloting their own Longxing A1, a uniform model that drew the attention of passers-by. Since their company manufactured automobiles, they ensured that employees on business trips would not be deprived. As long as they traveled for work, they could apply for the use of a company vehicle. Soon, the car came to a halt in front of an expanse of barren land, surrounded by a fence. Mr. Gu, this area is designated as the future development zone for the Poninu city, one of the leaders explained. This plot of land is earmarked for enterprises coming to Ponin. The outer perimeter is a mere 1 kilometer away from your factory in the suburbs. On this side, there will be future resettlement areas. After all, developing the land, constructing roads, and so forth will necessitate acquiring land from several villages. Therefore, you need not worry about this area being too remote. It will undoubtedly be a focal point for Ponin's development. The leader, holding a map, elaborated to Guli. Do we have designated zones? Guli inquired. No. The leader replied, producing a pen. You may draw your own. Whatever you delineate will be granted. The leader's tone was remarkably generous, as if he were dispensing wholesale. Guli was taken aback, but soon comprehended the implications. As a company commencing with $1 trillion valuation, using a parcel of land currently of modest value to attract a major corporation or conglomerate to establish itself in Penang proves to be an exceedingly advantageous arrangement. Guli picked up a pen and casually circled an area near the factory premises. Although the circled portion appeared insignificant on the map, on the ground it encompassed a substantial expanse of 1,000 acres. The total expenditure amounted to 150 million yuan, translating to a price of 150,000 yuan per acre, which was even below the prevailing market rate. Unlike previous land acquisitions that entailed relocating entire villages, this tract had been purchased early by the government and incorporated into Penang's urban development plan. Upon finalizing the contract, Guli promptly commissioned a survey of the terrain and entrusted Ling to commence the planning. Soon, Ling completed the master plan for the Longting Technology Park project, which was divided into 3 phases with an anticipated completion timeline of 1 year. The first phase would prioritize the construction of the factory buildings. The second phase entailed erecting the Longting Group headquarters and office areas. The third phase focused on building employee accommodations and other ancillary facilities. The construction responsibilities were assigned to the Huazongyuan construction team, which had now expanded to over 1,000 transformers currently engaged in building the satellite launch base in Jiuquan. Deploying an additional batch to develop the Longting Technology Park was well within their capabilities. After organizing the construction assignments, Guli returned to his office and summoned Wei Jia. In the near future, I plan to establish a patent zone on our official website. By submitting business licenses, tax registration certificates, organizational code certificates, bank account opening documents, and other credentials for verification, companies can obtain authorization for some of our patents, Guli stated lightly, yet his words astonished Wei Jia profoundly. Wei Jia stared at Gu Li in disbelief, mouth agape, then stammered, President Gu, you're not joking, are you? Patents are of paramount importance to a company. The company's profits stem from advanced, industry-leading technology that is transformed into products to generate revenue. Your decision to authorize these vital technologies to others, it's tantamount to giving away our own investments. I'm not joking, Gu Li shook his head. That is precisely my intention. Our factory is still under construction, and when we sought external manufacturers to produce our products, the quality fell short due to technical discrepancies. Opening authorization facilitates better production of our products. Moreover, companies receiving authorization must sign contracts to become our OEMs. The technology will not be provided gratuitously. I am not one to operate at a loss. The authorized technologies are all outdated generations, ones we no longer use ourselves. I have a plethora of second and third generation technologies. We employ obsolete technology to manufacture first-generation products. Once the first-generation technology is sufficiently absorbed, I will release the second-generation technology. After the second generation is assimilated, the third generation will be disseminated accordingly. Generations of technology will gradually enable Ponin to establish the industrial foundation it requires. Which contracts? May I take a look? Wei Jia continued to inquire. As the current general manager of Longting, she understood that all matters related to the company must align with its interests. You can check on the computer at my desk, she added. After reviewing the contracts on Gu Li's computer, Wei Jia grasped Gu Li's intentions. Through the method of patent authorization and by signing contracts for patent fees or through cooperative equity investments, they could transform others into the company's manufacturing partners. I see. It seems we are destined to make headlines again, Wei Jia remarked, seated in Gu Li's office chair. As anticipated, once this information was released, it immediately surged to the forefront of various self-media platforms. News outlets clamored to report. Longting announces a significant development, authorizing certain patents to external companies. Patent authorization? Gu Li's audacious idea. Longting's foolish maneuver, granting patents to outsiders? Are they dissatisfied with their profits? Path to wealth. Apply for Longting patents. Become a Longting manufacturer, and you could be the next to strike it rich. Chapter 74. Silent but profitable. Follow Longting closely. The online discourse regarding Longting's latest announcement sparked intense debate. Granting patent rights to other companies? Is it a sign of dissatisfaction with their profits? It seems unfathomable that a company would willingly authorize patents externally. I remain skeptical. Surely, the patents that can be authorized are of no value. Do you still not believe in Longting? Consider the black gold phone, artificial intelligence, and Longxing automobiles. Are they not tangible examples? Come on. If you can scrape together a few minor profits, you'll become Longting's loyal supporters. Chen Jingqi continuously voiced his rebuttals in the forum. He refused to believe that Longting's patent authorization could yield any benefits. He had long experienced the ethos of large enterprises, where everything revolves around profit. Anything that does not align with the company's interests is strictly prohibited. To safeguard their profits, they relentlessly exploit their employees, masquerading it as training and experience for their own benefit. They perpetually dangle promises before their employees, only to fill their own pockets while leaving their workers' wallets increasingly empty and their health severely compromised. Chen Jingqi would never trust the words of those entrepreneurs again. In his view, every action taken by them is solely for the advancement of their enterprises. So what? I enjoy following Longting, and what of it? Obtaining authorization guarantees steady profits. He encouraged his peers, brothers, seize this wave. The path to wealth lies before us. How foolish. If it were truly that advantageous, why would they grant you the authorization? Doesn't Longting have the capacity to do it themselves? The official website had already disclosed that, excluding research and development costs, Longting had profited over 500 billion Huaxia coins. They had also secured land in the Ponin district, with both financial resources and land at their disposal. Why wouldn't they undertake the work themselves? Sharing excellent technology. Are you afraid of monopolistic investigations? The sentiments expressed above hold merit. I shall remain observant. As my company has invested a considerable sum, I am indifferent. After all, bankruptcy seems inevitable. What if the patents from Longting could salvage my situation? Indeed, I too have submitted an application. Some harbor belief, while others remain skeptical. Those who believe are diligently preparing their materials to submit their applications on Longting's official website, hoping to secure authorization. The skeptics continue to observe online, voicing their opinions. Xiong Kaifeng belongs to the former group. After graduating from university, he partnered with his roommate to establish a company specializing in components. From parts for electric vehicles to now focusing on automotive components, they have experienced both triumph and decline. Yet he, his roommate, and the partners who joined later have persevered. However, they can no longer sustain themselves. The market is saturated with component manufacturers, and advancements in machinery have led to a diminishing number of orders for Xiong Kaifeng. Even when orders are received, they merely break even, with no prospect of profit. Currently, due to outdated machinery, the quality fails to meet market demands, resulting in squandered opportunities and potential breaches of contract. Now, with the possibility of applying for a patent from Longting and potentially receiving investment, the funds could be utilized to acquire new machinery. The patent could enhance the manufacturing process, enabling the production of superior components. For him, it appears to be a lucrative opportunity. Can Kaifeng truly succeed? Li Chenghua gazed at the successful application notification on his computer, a look of skepticism etched on his face. He, too, was ambivalent about this matter. After all, those who teach others to earn money often seek to profit from those eager to make wealth. To put it bluntly, they are akin to harvesting chives. Li Chenghua feared becoming just another chive. Although the company and factory were no longer generating profits, their assets remained intact, and a transfer could recoup some losses. The earnings from recent years were sufficient, yet he was reluctant to relinquish the business he had labored over for many years. I believe in Longting. They may not be as portrayed online. Moreover, we have reviewed the patents available for application, all of which embody cutting-edge technology, unlike the outdated technologies discussed online. We are applying for both the patent and funding. There is no downside. Once our application is approved, we will determine our next steps for development. Xiong Kaifeng released the mouse, resting his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair. Will we succeed? Certainly. Our company boasts extensive qualifications and rich experience. There should be no issues. Now, we await Longting's approval of our application. 3 days later, Xiong Kaifeng received a notification from Longting. Congratulations. Your application on the official website has been approved. Please log in to Longting's official website for details. Xiong Kaifeng leaped from his spot, his right fist clenched, and he swung it triumphantly through the air. He then hurried to his office, opened his computer, and logged onto Longting's website. The patent authorization letter was available for download and could also be sent to a personal email. The patent fees charged are consistent with market standards, without exorbitant rates. However, what Xiong Kaifeng truly values is another piece of information. Upon signing the contract, an investment of 2 million will be obtained. Xiong Kaifeng summoned Dingwab to review the attached contract together. Shall we sign? Xiong Kaifeng inquired, a flicker of hesitation appearing in his eyes. The contract stipulates that after the investment from Renkeng, a new company must be established. With the products produced prioritized for the newly formed company will allocate shares in accordance with each party's investment ratio, and a brand new production line will be provided. Overall, it seems almost like a gift. Yet, Xiong Kaifeng understands that while the money may seem trivial, the shares are of paramount importance, as they signify influence. How much capital do you currently possess? Li Chenghua asked Xiong Kaifeng. With the technology acquired and the new production line in place, enhancing one's influence through increased investment is crucial. Should we amplify our investment? Xiong Kaifeng questioned Li Chenghua, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that both technology and funds could be secured. Thus, increasing investment to augment shares and strengthen influence seemed prudent, especially since all profits would otherwise be siphoned off by Longting. Soon, the two reached a consensus to sign the contract and subsequently increase their investment to enhance their influence. Days later, Longting's new production line was operational. Xiong Kaifeng installed the line and, utilizing the patented processes as a reference, improved the production techniques. They then produced a batch of samples and approached long-standing clients to discuss orders. Indeed, Xiaoxiong, the quality of your components has significantly improved. As long as you maintain this standard, I will place my orders with you in the future. There will be no issue. The quality of the components is assured. A smile remained etched on Xiong Kaifeng's face as he gave a thumbs up, successfully securing a 2 million order from this loyal customer. Associating with Longting proved to be an astute decision. Financial gains were indeed forthcoming. Chapter 75. Streamlining the production supply chain. The proliferation of subcontractors. At the Ongsing Automotive 4S dealership, sales personnel escorted a family of 4 through the showroom. The dealership was divided into distinct areas for different vehicle models. Nearly a month had passed since Zhongxing began unveiling new models. The sales personnel explained to the attendees, "This vehicle is the first we have launched at Zhongxing. Since its release, it has consistently held the title of our top seller. With a range of 2,000 kilometers, it adeptly meets driving demands for both short and long distances. Featuring an 8-minute fast charge, coupled with our collaboration with the government for the construction of new energy charging stations, it ensures that charging needs during travel are adequately met." As the family listened to the sales presentation, they examined the Zhongxing A1 before them, their hands gliding over the interior finishes. "The quality is truly commendable. Look at this. It is made from genuine materials, nothing like the deceitful practices of other automotive manufacturers. Finally, we found it. This component is indeed produced by our factory." They chuckled, realizing the connection. "As I predicted, your father works as a subcontractor for Longting. Now you all believe it, don't you?" "Yes, yes. When will your father arrive?" "Shortly." Soon, a man, weary from travel and clutching a briefcase under his arm, hurried inside. "Dad, how is the selection going? Have you decided on a car?" he asked the elder among the 4 family members. "This one," the elder replied. "It contains parts produced by your factory." The man slapped his thigh enthusiastically. "Dad, you don't understand. Every car here contains components manufactured by our factory, and not just 1 or 2 parts. This particular model has over a dozen parts made by us. To my knowledge, except for the core components, the rest come from various subcontractors. I brought you all here to pick the car you like. As subcontractors, we enjoy internal discounts," he said cheerfully. Soon, they chose their preferred model and called the sales representative to complete the payment, opting for the high-end version after deducting government subsidies and internal subcontractor pricing. The man paid only 180,000 yuan to take home a Zhongxing A1. However, none of the cars at the dealership were in stock. They had to wait 1 or 2 days. Still, the family was overjoyed and happily took a group photo in front of the display car. "Hey, guess what I discovered? The subcontractors for Longting Group received discounts. A high-end model priced at 260,000 yuan actually costs only 180,000 yuan, he exclaimed, sharing a photo as proof, with all personal information obscured. "Brother, that's old news. This has been widely known and even trending recently. Indeed, before purchasing a car, one could apply to become a Longting subcontractor to enjoy discounted prices, though most applications were rejected. A helpful reminder, to purchase a vehicle, please employ legitimate means." Haha. Even the assistant is right. Signing a contract isn't that simple. It mostly involves strict quality requirements for the products, which is reasonable to ensure consumers receive the best possible goods. Longting's standards are truly rigorous, and nowadays, becoming a Longting subcontractor is increasingly difficult. Currently, over 1,000 subcontractors, large and small, supply numerous parts to Longting. Each component is produced by 3 or 4 factories. After rigorous market and Longting's selection, only the finest subcontractors remain. Moreover, by becoming a Longting subcontractor, these factories earn significantly greater profits than before. One might say that Longting has established its own automotive supply chain domestically. Many now regret not joining Longting as subcontractors when applications first opened. "Such regret. I shouldn't have listened to you back then," lamented one. "Brother, don't blame others. It's just fate. I don't even dare face my father now, since I advised him against applying to become a Longting subcontractor. Meanwhile, my father's cousin applied, and now my father assists him in producing parts for Longting. Every time I return home, I find myself unable to meet my father's gaze. He must harbor a deep resentment towards me. The fact that he hasn't struck me is a small mercy. Should the opportunity arise again, I must seize it, closely following Longting to amass great wealth." Chen Jingxi observed the overwhelmingly one-sided comments on the forum. It appears that Longting is indeed different, not having succumbed to the anticipated misfortunes. They have significantly reduced costs for the subcontractors, ensuring their profitability while also securing high-quality components, thereby enhancing the overall quality of the vehicles, a veritable win-win situation. In the conference room of Longting Group, we now need to address our upstream raw material issues. Guli, gazing at the list of subcontractors on the computer, turned to Wei Jia and remarked, "It must be said that President Gu's insights consistently resolve numerous challenges for the company. Initially, when the patents were opened, she did not comprehend the implications. However, now Longting has established its own supply chain, with a multitude of subcontractors settling in Ponan, creating abundant employment opportunities. For the sake of the company's development, resolving the raw material issue is imperative. Otherwise, if we become constrained by our raw materials, we will be unable to certify our components. Guli sipped the green tea before him. How shall we resolve this? Wei Jia inquired. Generally, this is accomplished through the acquisition of mining companies, thus gaining control over the raw materials. While acquiring, one must also search for mines. Guli set down his teacup and looked toward Wei Jia. Finding mines is no simple task. Most of the known mines in the country have already been explored. Discovering unclaimed, unnamed mines is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite the vastness and abundance of resources in our nation, with the enormous population, everything is rather well accounted for. Yet, we must attempt to search, mustn't we? Guli reclined in his armchair. The quest for raw materials extends beyond just sourcing for new energy vehicles. It is also about procuring various materials needed for humanoid robots, such as the requisite steel, or the resins and rubbers necessary for artificial skin, all of which must be firmly within our grasp. Guli is not one to be constrained once these materials are produced. I understand. I will seek out the relevant teams immediately. Very well. I shall provide you with some technical support when the time comes, Guli replied, closing his eyes. Moreover, he possesses a secret weapon. Chapter 76. The Complete Defeat of the Eagle Nation. Synthetic Battle Armor Materials. In the Eagle Nation, at a large research center, a colossal white research platform was laden with graphene batteries, black gold smartphones, black gold computers, and automotive power batteries, crowding the space on the platform to the point of overflowing. Surrounding it were individuals clad in white lab coats from the Eagle Nation, their faces betraying an unending sorrow. Since Longting unveiled its first product, the Eagle Nation has been fixated on it. The confidentiality mechanisms and protocols of U-Shield have left them in awe, rendering their various reconnaissance techniques ineffective. Simultaneously, they invested considerable effort into research. However, despite the time elapsed, their investigations yielded no tangible results. Immense sums of money were expended on fragmented and incomprehensible courses, leaving them utterly perplexed. With no clue to guide them, the notion of learning seemed futile. Even when they sought translations, the rendered content always felt incongruous. To this day, they remain entangled in deciphering the evolution of U-Dun into little U, the formidable defensive perimeter. Although progress has been made compared to before, enabling them to penetrate to the 20th layer of the perimeter, their greater concern now lies with the graphene embedded within automotive power batteries. More precisely, they yearn for the technology to produce graphene at low cost. Without such technology, the prospect of employing graphene in power battery manufacturing is inconceivable. Moreover, utilizing such a superior material for automotive power batteries seems a prodigious waste. While the Chinese may not emphasize this, others certainly do. Yet, acquiring this technology remains elusive. They aspire to dismantle batteries to extract graphene for research or practical use. But this is unattainable since the graphene materials inside are invariably damaged or contaminated during disassembly. Restoring these materials would be more laborious than developing them anew. The Americans are utterly speechless. How could anti-theft technology have advanced to such an extent? It was not always thus. This is the shared sentiment among all Americans studying Longting. Previously, they castigated the Chinese for various imitations, yet confronted with this predicament, the Americans contemplate learning from the Chinese' replication techniques to emulate Longting's products. Perhaps they should kidnap Guli to coerce Longting into surrendering their technology. But how to abduct him? Guli resides in China and frequents his company daily. Attempting to seize him would be tantamount to walking into a trap, given the many who would protect him. What about his family? That might be a smaller target. He has only one close relative, a retired soldier living in a military residential area. Perhaps that is a viable option. Friends? Lovers? Investigations reveal Guli has few friends and no known romantic attachments. Abandon the notion, this technology is beyond our grasp. The Americans are dumbfounded. How could there be such an intractable individual? Nonetheless, obtaining Guli's technology is imperative. They resolve to intensify infiltration efforts, seeking insiders to acquire the technology for them. Alas, if no progress ensues, their funding will be withdrawn. Just as despair settled among them, a man burst in, announcing he had secured Longting's patents. The room brightened as they eagerly seized the documents to examine them. After a thorough review, they set the papers down. Although many patents were documented, few held practical utility. Still, having something was better than nothing. It would suffice to report upwards and secure funding. Mr. Gu, I have assembled a trustworthy mining team. When shall I dispatch them? Wei Jia entered the office, addressing Gu Li, who was sipping tea. Wait a moment. I will have someone bring something up. Gu Li poured a cup of tea for Wei Jia. Please wait here. Very well. Wei Jia settled down, lifting her teacup to examine the brew within. Gu, does drinking tea not become tiresome? It is rather bitter and can disturb one's sleep. I learned this from my father. Gu Li remarked, savoring the tea. He told me that tea is a fine essence, capturing the quintessence of heaven and earth, embodying the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each represented. Yet, it must endure the trials of the world, exposed to wind and sun, roasted in iron pots, and steeped in boiling water, to release its fragrance. Just contemplate the suffering it has endured, the trials it has faced, to deliver its aroma to our lips. First bitter, then sweet, it encapsulates life itself. I cannot discern it fully, so I must continue to savor it, reflecting on my father's words. Wei Jia nodded, so that is how it is. Before long, a knock echoed at Gu Li's office door. Gu, I have brought what you requested. Place it there. What was delivered was a rectangular box measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 30 centimeters in height, adorned with various peculiar patterns. This is the machine our research team developed to detect minerals. Once activated, it will delve underground, transmitting the findings to the terminal. Gu Li smiled. Fully charged, it can operate for an extended period. This was indeed Gu Li's creation. A mining detection robot imbued with life after being transformed from waste into treasure. It seems, Gu, that you have long since made your plans. After finishing her tea, Wei Jia remarked, I shall take this to the mineral exploration team. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Once Wei Jia departed, Gu Li retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Yanghua. Did you not say you would arrive today? Where are you now? I am awaiting your materials. I will be there shortly. Just a moment, Wu Yanghua replied. He was correct. It was not long before Wu Yanghua arrived. After unloading the materials at the underground base, Gu Li handed Wu Yanghua a new list and remained in the studio of the underground base. 0, let us commence. Gu Li exclaimed with excitement. The materials have finally arrived. I refuse to believe this experiment will fail. Understood, boss. 0 responded with equal enthusiasm. I will have little 7 prepare everything. One by one, various materials were readied by 0 and the others, arranged in order. Nearby stood machine after machine, systematically forming a circle. In the center was a small platform, evidently designated for the materials. Boss, are we ready to begin the experiment now? Let us start, Gu Li declared, donning a pair of sunglasses as he observed little 7 mixing several materials together before placing them on the central platform. A low hum arose as the machines powered on, gradually transforming into a sizzling sound. Soon, a blue glow emanated from the machines, directed towards the metallic materials on the platform. White smoke wafted upwards, and the metal grew increasingly luminous. The brightness intensified, and the blue light morphed into red. However, the metallic material shone brilliantly until, with a sharp crack, the machines ceased their operation. The once radiant metal quickly dimmed. Witnessing this scene, Gu Li sighed. Another failure? Chapter 77. The armor takes shape. Soaring through the skies. Another failure? Gazing at the central platform, the metallic material had dwindled to a mere remnant. Its brilliant hue gradually faded, transforming into a deep azure sheen. Unlike before, this material appeared significantly more lustrous than the discarded remnants. The 20-centimeter metal had shrunk to at least half its original size. Yet, there remained a noticeable disparity between what was desired and the actual form of the malleable metal, originating from the transformers. This unique metal possesses the remarkable ability to morph into various shapes, guided by autonomous consciousness. It is this very metal that enables 0 and his companions to transform into humanoid figures, adopting diverse models. Integrating such metal into battle armor, one could establish an initial configuration, allowing the suit to swiftly adhere to Gu Li upon a gentle press of the activation button, ready to morph into an array of weaponry to meet the demands of combat. If developed to a nanoscopic scale, it would further lighten the armor, facilitating rapid transformation into the items and weapons desired by Gu Li. Indeed, boss, we've encountered another failure, 0 stated, his tone devoid of inflection. 0. Recalibrate the next batch of metal and continue the experimentation, Gu Li instructed, settling onto a nearby sofa. A blue luminescence materialized before them, a holographic projection simulating the metallic material, appearing within the azure glow. The simulated metal existed in an idealized state, while the actual metal fell short of these aspirations. This discrepancy resulted in repeated failures, necessitating continuous testing to discern the optimal composition. Ghoulie observed Zero's every action, finally beginning to comprehend the intricate processes. Through the system's superbrain functionality, he had absorbed all relevant coursework and begun to explore his own innovative technology, delving into the techniques associated with it. The simulation concluded swiftly, and the new metal composition test was complete. The newly prepared metal was placed once more upon the central platform. The machine rebooted, casting blue light upon the metallic material. The azure glow shifted in color, causing the metal to gleam ever brighter. The metal coalesced, transforming into a liquid state, suspended at the intersection of the crimson radiance. The liquid metal ebbed and flowed, as if sprouting countless tendrils, incessantly exploring its surroundings. Witnessing this spectacle, a thrill of excitement illuminated Ghoulie's visage. At last, it had succeeded. Such a manifestation of metal could only be classified as transformative. The creation of this substance was no simple feat. It involved the arduous development of malleable metal from the ground up. Ghoulie and Zero had tested thousands of different metallic materials, employing myriad methods and conducting countless trials to achieve this breakthrough. Zero, document the composition and prepare for mass production, Ghoulie commanded, rising to halt the machine. The malleable metal had been successfully synthesized, yet its properties continued to dance in the air. Seizing a nearby canister of liquid nitrogen, Ghoulie aimed it at the liquid metal, swiftly cooling its temperature. Attempting to grasp the shimmering mass, he found himself thwarted as the metal eluded his reach. The shape-shifting metal, devoid of programmed self-awareness, evades capture with an unconscious instinct. Despite multiple attempts, Ghoulie was unable to seize it. Thus, he transformed this mass of shape-shifting metal into a transformer. The subsequently developed shape-shifting metal could be governed by it. Ghoulie named it Little Transform, a name somewhat unappealing yet effective in distinguishing each transformer. "Boss, the machinery is ready. We may commence production," an assistant announced. The apparatus for manufacturing shape-shifting metal had long been prepared. Once the proportion experiment yielded results, rapid production could ensue. The materials sent by Wu Yanghua were meticulously measured, resulting in a total of 200 pounds of shape-shifting metal, sufficient for the creation of a battle armor. Ghoulie instructed Little Transform to examine the meticulously designed blueprints for the armor, along with other relevant schematics, all laid before it. After thoroughly reviewing the designs, Little Transform morphed into the battle armor before Ghoulie's eyes. The armor predominantly gleamed in silver white, adorned with blue lines that accentuated its form. However, the small nuclear fusion reactor at its chest appeared dim, owing to the absence of nuclear fuel. While Little Transform could morph into various products, nuclear fuel remained irreplaceable, as it is a consumable and fundamentally different in nature. Ghoulie, of course, had not overlooked that the materials sent by Wu Yanghua included this essential component. As the nuclear fuel was placed into the armor's chest, the fusion reactor soon radiated a brilliant light. Donning the armor, Ghoulie felt the energy provided by the fusion reactor activate its functions. Behind the faceplate of the armor, a blue light screen appeared, displaying the surrounding scenery in the center, flanked by the armor's status and various data on either side. When Ghoulie extended his arms before him, whether forming a fist or spreading his hand wide, the movements felt remarkably natural, as if they were his own. This seamless connection was attributed to the sensory technology employed, allowing the armor to move in sync with Ghoulie's thoughts. With the aid of the armor, Ghoulie maneuvered effortlessly within the workshop, executing acrobatic flips and parkour moves that would normally be beyond his capabilities. He reveled in the armor's agility, no matter the complexity of the movement. As long as Ghoulie envisioned it, the armor could realize it. Subsequently, he positioned his hands at his thighs, palms parallel to the ground. A circular opening appeared in the center of his palms, from which a bright point emerged and gradually expanded. Energy surged forth, creating a thrust that lifted Ghoulie several inches off the ground. Energy jets appeared beneath his feet and palms. With a hum, Ghoulie floated into the air, and under the guidance of Little Transform, he swiftly mastered the control of the armor, navigating through the 3 levels of the underground base. 0. Activate the ascent channel. The interior of the armor was connected to Zero, who could hear Ghoulie's commands. The ascension channel was reserved during the construction of the underground base, designed to facilitate the rapid ascent of battle armor. Gu Li swiftly soared through the channel, a whoosh echoing as he ascended to several hundred meters in the sky. His speed was so remarkable that no one noticed his presence. Continuing to climb higher, the landscape below shrank rapidly. Upon reaching a considerable altitude, Gu Li accelerated once more. With a resounding boom, he broke the sound barrier, soaring above the clouds. The ground was obscured by thick layers of cloud, which morphed into various shapes against the backdrop of an azure sky. He felt as though he could transcend the earth itself with just a little more ascent. Gazing at the clouds so close at hand, Gu Li's heart surged with exhilaration. To rise into the heavens by his own strength was an unmatched thrill. At that moment, an alarm blared at a certain Air Force base. Soldiers moved in and out with urgency. Inside the base, the alarm resonated, casting a red glow over the structures. Soldiers, ever prepared, donned their uniforms and swiftly assembled by squad, platoon, and company. In the command room, personnel diligently monitored various instruments, analyzing data incessantly. What is happening? Have we identified the cause? A stern middle-aged man inquired, his voice reverberating commandingly throughout the room. Reporting, the investigation is still ongoing, came the response. Proceed with utmost urgency. He nodded, turning to the officer beside him. How prepared are the soldiers? Have the reconnaissance personnel been deployed? How does their speed compare to our usual training? They have already taken flight. The soldiers are assembling faster than in our normal drills, the officer replied with a smile. After a brief interval, the soldiers completed their analysis. Report. The launch position of the unidentified flying object has been determined. The coordinates are 11594422, 2854538N, located beside the Ponan Yudun building. The real-time flight trajectory had been transmitted to the reconnaissance aircraft, and the visuals were now being relayed back. Yudun building in Ponan? Display the footage on the screen. I wish to see what has emerged from there. The heavy clouds and pristine blue sky appeared on the command room's large screen. The reconnaissance aircraft sped towards the unidentified object with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, Gu Li was still in the air, weaving in and out of the dense clouds. Much like a child discovering new ways to play with a toy. Boss, we're in trouble. We've been detected. Zero warned loudly. What? Gu Li was taken aback, abruptly halting his actions. Didn't we activate the cloaking function? How could we be discovered? What is happening, Xiaobian? Boss, we didn't apply the coding. The cloaking function cannot conceal us without it. Xiaobian spoke in a mechanical and somewhat dull tone. Then why didn't you tell me? Gu Li's eyes suddenly widened. Boss, you never asked me. I forgot that since it was transformed from a metal automaton, its intelligence still needs improvement. Otherwise, it should have stopped Gu Li from ascending earlier. Zero, why didn't you inform me either? Gu Li asked Zero helplessly. I forgot as well, Zero replied softly. This is its dereliction of duty. It only remembers Xiaobian's functions and forgets that Xiaobian is still incomplete. Sighing, Gu Li reflected, I was just too excited. The first time, I lost control and damaged the underground base. The second time I flew out, I was discovered. Gu Li sighed in resignation. Shake them off. Increasing his power output, Gu Li accelerated again, rapidly increasing the distance from the reconnaissance drones behind him. Following Gu Li's orders, Zero summoned Xiao Wei. Interfere with them. Feed them false information. This task was trivial for Xiao Wei, especially with Zero's assistance. The erroneous data was transmitted to the reconnaissance drones. Inside the Air Force Base, various communication instruments were all influenced by Xiao Wei. The false information was relayed back to the command center, causing the screens to flicker. Shortly after, a middle-aged man received a report about the target. Disappeared? How did it disappear? Did the reconnaissance drones see nothing? The man questioned repeatedly, puzzled. Yet no one could answer him because no one knew how it vanished. Moreover, according to the drone's feedback, they truly saw nothing. Damn it, can't even scout properly. He cursed. The unidentified flying object detected was certainly not a false alarm. The base was equipped with the most sophisticated instruments in Huaxia, and errors were impossible. Give me all the data. I will write the report. Continue to maintain vigilance. If any unidentified flying objects appear again, dispatch aircraft immediately to investigate. After obtaining the data files, the middle-aged man returned to his office and began drafting the report. Once completed, he had the documents submitted to higher authorities. Back at the underground base, Gu Li looked at Zero with a troubled expression. Now that you are a supercomputer, you cannot neglect inspections. This incident served as a wake-up call for Guli. Understood, boss. All right, were we exposed? Guli asked while removing his battle armor. Yes. Our point of departure has been discovered. If I had known, I wouldn't have flown out. However, the underground base was constructed at great depth with various security measures. It would not be easily discovered. Forget it. Next time, we must prepare thoroughly, Guli said helplessly. Let's commence our robot project. Now that we've been exposed, concealing it is only temporary. Eventually, we will be found out. We must build our own strength. Understood, boss. The raw materials and factories for acquisition and processing have already been selected. Guli nodded. Send them to me. How is the plan for our product's second-generation upgrade progressing? It has already been completed and will shortly be sent to General Manager Wei Jia. Please report to Guli accordingly. The second-generation upgrade pertains solely to system enhancements across all Longting products, rather than the manufacture of new items. Many products from previous orders remain unfinished, and it is currently uneconomical to produce second-generation versions. After all, second-generation products typically surpass their predecessors in quality. Naturally, consumers would prefer the newer models over the first generation, which would inevitably spark significant public discourse. Soon, the announcement regarding the second-generation upgrade for all Longting products was published on the official website. Longting is upgrading all its products to the second generation. Let me see how this upgrade has been implemented. The improvements are at the system level. The black gold phone will no longer display apps. Upon activation, only Xiaoyu will appear. Users will be able to control all phone functions either by voice commands or by typing their requests. Has every app been migrated to the cloud? Does this imply that any app one wishes to use can be accessed through the black gold phone? In that case, the black gold phone is merely a vessel for Xiaoyu. Remarkable. This upgrade is truly impressive. Might I even register for Shaolin IO and Browse P Station? If apps are cloud-based, will the experience be lag-free and stable? Has Longxing Automobile undergone a similar update? But what if Xiaoyu misunderstands the driver's commands? Would that not be disastrous? The public buzzed incessantly online, voicing various concerns regarding the upgrade. Chapter 79, Data Center Handover. Acquisition of Pound and Xiangong. The following day, the system-level upgrades for all Longting products were completed. Consumers witnessed the enhanced phones, computers, and AI devices. The Black Gold computer, whose system was developed by He Juanhao's team with extensive modifications from Ling, was launched alongside the Black Gold phone. It quickly gained widespread popularity and saw soaring sales, albeit not as high as the phone. The total revenue from computer sales reached 1 billion yuan. Unlike phones, computers do not require frequent updates. Post-upgrade, users found the devices more user-friendly. On Longting's official website, the suggestion section had transformed into a forum where users freely expressed their opinions. Indeed, it was now possible to open any app simply by speaking. Speaking is too awkward. I prefer typing. The phone interface had been replaced by a two-dimensional avatar of Xiaoyu, with no other elements displayed. Tapping Xiaoyu's icon brought up an input field, allowing users to open apps, search, or execute commands through typed instructions. Though some found it unfamiliar, it was far more convenient than sifting through over 100 apps to find a single program. Many hoped Longting would soon release a compatible Bluetooth headset to make voice commands less awkward. The transition of applications to the cloud, coupled with Xiaoyu's adept management of mobile devices, evokes a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming generation of Black Gold smartphones and the nature of their upgrades. Similarly, with the Black Gold computers, the concern of insufficient memory due to excessive game downloads has been alleviated, which is truly gratifying. The upgrades or iterations brought forth by Longting consistently inspire awe and excitement. One wonders if Longting's storage hub can manage such an expansion. Undoubtedly, it can. They have recently completed a handover with Yangtze Storage. At this very moment, Guli is shaking hands with a middle-aged Mediterranean gentleman, Wei Pinghua, one of the executives of Yangtze Storage. The collaboration with Yangtze Storage commenced a month ago, tasking them with establishing a data processing center for Longting. This center is situated in Guichuan, a region renowned for its cool climate, abundant electricity, and well-developed network infrastructure. Moreover, the local government, in alignment with national directives, offers numerous incentives that make it an ideal location for a data center. The center spans thousands of acres, housing 200,000 racks, each capable of accommodating 20 servers, totaling 4 million servers, ample capacity to serve all of Longting's current users. Gu Li has invested tens to hundreds of billions into this endeavor and intends to continue investing. Given the ever-growing user base of Longting, Wei Pingguo expresses his gratitude for Gu's trust in Yangtze storage. He acknowledges the company's technology as among the finest internationally, a sentiment Gu Li echoes with a warm smile before the press. Following the handover ceremony with Wei Pingguo, Gu Li proceeds to the data center. After breathing life into the facility, he authorizes its operational commencement. All set. What is our next agenda? Gu Li muses as he reclines in the back seat of the car, closing his eyes. Beside him, Wei Jia peruses a folder, noting the forthcoming task, returning to Pounan to negotiate the acquisition contract with Pounan Steel Group. Gu Li requests to be summoned upon arrival, then reclines fully. He had not been idle the previous day, alongside Ling. He meticulously erased all traces of his piloting the combat exoskeleton while simultaneously designing the appearances of combat, labor, and service robots. He also configured the armaments for the combat robots, understanding that firepower arrangement requires strategic harmony rather than mere maximization to unleash optimal combat effectiveness. Engrossed in these tasks until nearly dawn, he had scarcely slept before Wei Jia summoned him to attend the data center handover ceremony. Shortly after Gu Li settled down, a voice urged, "Drive slower." Wei Jia instructed the driver before returning her focus to the documents. The Pounan Steel Group was established under national initiative after the discovery of several iron mines in Pounan. Over its 30 to 40 years of existence, it has experienced both prosperity, generating tens of millions in foreign exchange, and decline, including a 3-month wage suspension for workers. Presently, the company faces renewed deterioration with scant orders and mass resignations. Its insularity and resistance to reform, rooted in past glories, have led to prolonged unprofitability and consistent annual losses. The authorities had long contemplated shutting down the company until Gu Li's acquisition proposal emerged. Without any discussion, the acquisition proposal by Gu Li was immediately approved. The total acquisition amount was 300 million. After years of decline, the condition of the equipment was uncertain due to aging. The substantial sum was primarily attributed to the iron mines under Qiangtia Group's ownership. Gu Li valued these mines highly, intending to extract the ore himself and synthesize the necessary steel. An hour later, Gu Li and Wei Jia boarded a flight back to Pounan. Upon boarding, Gu Li requested a blanket, donned earplugs, covered himself, and reclined to sleep. The spacious business class seat allowed him to stretch out comfortably. Upon returning to Pounan, Gu Li's vigor was fully restored. Checking his phone, he noted there was still an hour before the scheduled meeting. He decided to dine at Jia's steakhouse first. Gu Li tapped the driver's seat, prompting Wei Jia to close her folder and look at him resignedly. With only an hour remaining and time needed for a meal, she questioned his decision. Gu Li was unperturbed, stating it would not delay the contract signing. After satisfying both his appetite and spirit, Gu Li and Wei Jia proceeded to Qiangtia Group, where they were warmly ushered into the conference room. "Welcome, Mr. Gu. Please have some tea. Kindly wait a moment. Our leadership will arrive shortly," they were told. Gu Li nodded and exchanged a glance with Wei Jia before pulling out his phone to send her a few messages. He complained about the incessant urging, which had caused him to swallow his steak without savoring it. After nearly half an hour, the leader arrived belatedly. It was no wonder the company was unprofitable and workers resigned in droves. With such leadership, closure was inevitable. Even on the brink of collapse, they maintained a facade. Lin Chang'e, the leader, entered with a jovial smile and extended his right hand to Gu Li. "Mr. Gu, we shall sign the contract now so we can immediately commence producing the steel you require." Lin Chang'e assumed his position would be retained post-acquisition, as would those of his longtime colleagues. Experience was invaluable. Gu Li smiled silently, signed the contract, and handed it back to Lin Chang'e, who also signed with a smile. Reassured by the prospect of steady income, the contract took effect immediately. Gu Li instructed Lin to notify his company to terminate all employees from top to bottom, as per the dismissal plan approved by higher authorities. Lin stared blankly at the document handed by Gu Li. "Am I being dismissed? Wasn't it said that positions would be retained after the acquisition?" Chapter 80, Enviable Technology. Unconventional Measures. "Am I also to be dismissed?" Lin Chang'e inquired uncertainly. Gu Li nodded. "Our company has other plans. Lin, you should seek new opportunities." Having said this, Gu Li departed with Wei Jia, leaving no one from Qiangtia Group behind. After the acquisition, Qiangtia Group will be renamed Longgang Company, Limited, primarily engaged in the production and manufacturing of various steel materials. The main supplier will be Xylongren Robotics Company, Limited, providing a diverse range of metal-steel products. Only managerial positions will be filled, as all production will be entrusted to intelligent manufacturing equipment. Similar to Longyuan Manufacturing Center and Longxing Automotive Manufacturing Center, no laborers will be hired. Everything will be handled by automated production devices and subsequently invested production robots. All equipment from Qiangtie Group has been sold off, with mining, production, and smelting apparatus entirely replaced with new ones. I will send you the list of necessary equipment later, Gu Li remarked to Wei Jia while walking outside. Upon Gu Li's initial statement, Wei Jia promptly took out a notebook to record it. Understood, Mr. Gu. Once in the car, the two headed back towards the company. Tomorrow, the Yudun building will reach its rooftop completion. What style do we want for the interior decoration? Wei Jia turned to look at Gu Li. The decoration plan was already designed when the building was conceptualized. I will have someone send it to you shortly. All right, Wei Jia nodded. As they arrived at the company entrance, Gu Li noticed Wu Yanghua waiting there. What brings you here? Did the items arrive so soon? Gu Li escorted Wu Yanghua back to the office. No, I came today for another matter. The higher-ups asked me to inquire about something. Wu Yanghua took a seat opposite Gu Li. Gu Li resumed his beloved pastime of brewing tea. What is it? Yesterday, something was launched from your end, triggering our national air defense alert. The higher-ups want to know if it was your launch. If so, please disclose what it was. Given Gu Li's array of advanced technology, they would not directly send personnel for an investigation, hence sending Wu Yanghua to inquire instead. I was testing rocket fuel and accidentally overdid it, Gu Li replied, setting down the tea set and approaching his desk. This is the item in question. Regarding yesterday's incident, all traces have been erased. Naturally, a plausible excuse must be prepared, as the higher-ups are not easily fooled. Wu Yanghua glanced at the document. May I take this? Yes, feel free. Since you're here, could you assist me by multiplying the quantity of the materials I previously provided you by 10 and delivering them back? The payment will be made to the usual account. The materials sent by Wu Yanghua are not without cost. Gu Li pays according to market prices to the designated accounts. Understood. Wu Yanghua took the documents and departed from Gu Li's company, heading to a nearby office building. One of the floors had been transformed into a small studio. On the central desk, a computer displayed images of the Yudun building and the office building of Longting Group. They were monitoring Gu Li and his company. Monitor closely. Infiltrate if possible, and investigate thoroughly as soon as possible. I will return this document, Wu Yanghua instructed those inside. Understood. Within the conference room of a military base, esteemed academicians from various fields, including Lu Min, Lu Wenshu, and Yun Kai, were summoned. What could be the purpose of this gathering? The answer would soon become clear. Most were familiar faces, and inevitably, a new mission awaited them. Those convened were the very experts who had previously validated the diverse technologies presented by Gu Li. Shortly thereafter, 3 individuals clad in military uniforms entered, with Du Kaiyu from the Military Commission's Equipment Development Department walking at the center. Trailing behind them were military research representatives, dressed in uniforms and laboratory coats. The assembly was called primarily to request a national favor. According to our investigations, each of you is to establish a research institute in Poyangnan, leveraging Gu Li's holographic projection technology to explore various scientific advancements. While we do not oppose this initiative, we seek your cooperation in sharing technological insights with us. Together, we shall pioneer cutting-edge innovations and dedicate ourselves to the advancement of our nation's scientific prowess. What are your thoughts? Du Kaiyu, seated centrally, surveyed the room. The academicians lining the long conference table nodded in unanimous agreement. Excellent. We shall assist in setting up your institutes in Poyangnan. Rest assured, the state will provide whatever support you require, Du Kaiyu assured them with a smile. Each present was a fervent devotee of research, their honors painstakingly earned through relentless inquiry. Recently, Longting had upgraded its products, integrating intelligent devices with artificial intelligence. The challenge now was to miniaturize and adapt these for wearable use. This was a collaborative endeavor. This latest upgrade from Longting revealed to the Military Commission's Equipment Development Department a novel individual soldier device. The application of cloud-based apps and intelligent systems, with smartphones and computers serving merely as carriers, allowed transformation into eyes, wristbands, helmets, and other military gear, thus enhancing the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers. The core technology, however, could only be accessed through collaboration with Gu Li, as he alone possessed it. Rest assured, Minister Du, we comprehend the gravity of this matter, declared Su Kaming, the chief representative. The other academicians echoed his sentiment. Indeed, it is our honor to contribute to the nation. Utilizing our expertise is our privilege. Once the research institutes are established, we shall commence our work immediately. Meanwhile, observing the military applications of Longting's upgraded technology, the Eagle Nation had taken notice as well. Brand, how long have you been handling this? Why have you produced nothing of value thus far? Martin, the CIA director, pounded his hand on the table. Boss, please grant me more time. You are aware that operations in Huaxia are perilous. Every agent exposed is one less we have. I promise to deliver results that satisfy you. Brand responded emphatically. Do not concern yourself with exposure. What I demand is the technology from the Longting Group. His expertise is immensely valuable to us, regardless of the means. Employ every available method without exception. Whether conventional or unconventional, procure the technology by any means necessary. The fury on Martin's face subsides somewhat. Though the weight of pressure remains heavy, he is incessantly tasked with acquiring Longting's technology. Boss, I understand. Conventional methods have failed. Naturally, we must resort to unorthodox means. Chapter 81. When I become a hands-off manager, immersed in research, what is this? Gazing at the folder he had just opened, the bold, enlarged letters read, Letter of Authorization entrusting Ms. Wei Jia with full responsibility for the management of Longting Group. Wei Jia felt a pang of surprise. Why would Guli make such a decision? This letter of authorization entrusts you with all future affairs of the group. Guli was tidying up his office, preparing to become a mere figurehead, delegating all company affairs to Wei Jia. Why? You were doing so well. Why relinquish control? You founded the company. Aren't you afraid of being sidelined if you don't manage it yourself? You have managed excellently. I trust you implicitly. Entrusting the group to you brings me great peace of mind. I believe under your stewardship, Longting will flourish. Guli smiled gently as he carefully packed away his tea set. Peng Dehai instructed him to spend time in each department, penning reflections and assessments before transferring to the next, submitting these through the office system. Upon meeting standards, he would be promoted to middle or senior management. Except for the technical and product development departments, all other departments would fall under Wei Jia's full jurisdiction. She would have autonomous authority over personnel transfers. With only one stipulation, candidates must possess both capability and integrity befitting their roles. Guli was determined to prevent any deleterious elements from infiltrating his company. In this respect, Zero and Xiaoyu would assist in oversight, with Xiaoyu bearing primary responsibility. Zero would withdraw from the company to collaborate with Gu Li on pioneering black technology. Understood. Wei Jia responded instinctively upon hearing Gu Li's directive. Then, realizing the gravity, she hastily shook her head. No, President Gu, you must remain on the board. Of course. I remain a director. This is merely a delegation of my legal rights to you, to exercise on my behalf and to manage the company. Gu Li closed the storage box and handed a pen to Wei Jia. Sign here. Wei Jia hesitated, frozen in place, her gaze fixed on Gu Li. Though Longting Group was not publicly listed and its stock value unknown, Longting, along with its subsidiaries Longxing and Longwei, collectively employed over 1,000 staff members. Recruitment would continue to expand the workforce. The largest team Wei Jia had ever managed, aside from a university club of 40 to 50 members, was a 200-person team before Longting's expansion. Now, she was entrusted with overseeing 1,000 employees, potentially tens of thousands in the future. A vast enterprise, a formidable conglomerate. This responsibility bore immense weight, accompanied by unyielding pressure. Gu Li's sudden decision left her uncertain. Should she accept or decline? Seeing her hesitation, Gu Li grasped her hand firmly, placing the pen in it and turning to the signature page. Do not entertain thoughts of refusal. The company has been entrusted to you. I will assemble a team to conduct research on the product, and once it is refined, I shall send it to you. The marketing and launch of the product will be entirely your responsibility. Observing Wei Jia's dazed expression, Gu Li exclaimed, What is the matter? Startled, Wei Jia responded. What is it? Please sign quickly. Did you not hear what I just said? I heard, but I truly believe I am not suited for this, Wei Jia declined. I assert that you are indeed suitable, Gu Li insisted. I have already announced your personnel transfer on the internal network. Sign quickly. I have enrolled you in the Advanced Management course at Shuemu University and the CEO Advanced Training Program, both online and offline. I strongly recommend you attend the offline sessions. as the company will cover the expenses. It is also a perk for our employees. Rest assured, Guli is not one to skimp on nurturing exceptional talents. Very well. With the announcement on the internal network, how could I refuse? Wei Jia thought, determined to study diligently and manage the company to the best of her abilities. She inscribed her name on the document. Excellent. The company is now in your hands. Farewell, Guli remarked, carrying a storage box as he exited the office, only to return momentarily. Ensure that the salaries and funds for the RD department are transferred punctually. Hearing this, Wei Jia smiled softly. She then organized the documents on her desk and settled into the sofa chair, realizing that this office would now belong to her. In the Fire Source underground research base, Guli meticulously arranged his belongings from the storage box within the workspace. From this point forward, he would invest considerable time here. Knowledge would no longer render him a mere bystander. He would now be a researcher capable of leading studies. 0. Have you compiled the list of companies for acquisition? Guli addressed the air. Zero's virtual representation materialized before him. The entire underground base was equipped with holographic simulation devices, allowing advanced artificial intelligences like Zero to engage in direct conversation with Guli through these projections. The list has been prepared and sent to Manager Wei Jia. Zero's virtual form, characterized by an alluring figure, appeared exaggeratedly developed. Guli sighed, questioning his own desires. The relentless reminders of the internet had hastened his decision to delegate his legitimate rights as a board member to Wei Jia, primarily due to the arduous task of acquiring companies, which required incessant travel for signatures and negotiations. It was exhausting, and since he was not a professional in that realm, it was wiser to entrust the matter to Wei Jia and let her negotiate with experts, allowing him to focus on his own innovations in cutting-edge technology. After organizing his belongings, Guli approached a nearby shelf adorned with an array of items of various shapes. These were products of advanced technology repurposed from other dimensions. With the information panel displaying the items, the useful products among the interdimensional waste were immediately apparent. However, the downside remained that he still had to search for them manually. Observing the products on the shelf, related information was displayed in the upper right corner, including previously identified items such as the portable electric vehicle and the optical communication satellite. In the latter half of the month, only 4 invaluable technological advancements were acquired: the helium-3 energy fusion device, the stratospheric power-generating airship, the deuterium-tritium purification robot, and the electromagnetic confinement rifle. The rest were merely marginally useful items. However, the process of transforming waste into treasure was still underway, and these somewhat useful items were neatly packaged by Guli in sealed bags. Upon the arrival of interdimensional refuse, the automatic disinfection system would be activated immediately. Guli was concerned about the potential transmission of viruses along with the refuse. Having previously come into contact without disinfection, Guli had examined his health and found no issues, alleviating the weight upon his mind. 0. Has our custom production line been delivered? Guli inquired. It has arrived and has been installed on the 2nd floor, Zero replied. Excellent. Let us proceed with our robot project and commence the production of robot prototypes. Guli donned the research attire he had set aside in the studio and made his way to the production line on the 2nd floor. He began by manufacturing a production-type robot. After inputting the data for the various components into the production line, it sprang to life, churning out parts one by one. Guli meticulously assembled the components and installed sensors, gradually bringing a silver-white robot to fruition in his hands. Once assembled, it only required programming to begin its production capabilities. But Guli had no intention of doing so just yet. Chapter 82, The Robot Production Line. Chang'ing's procurement order. Gazing upon the pristine production-type robot, a blue light illuminated from Guli's hand, which he then directed toward the robot. The blue luminescence enveloped the robot, initiating its transformation. Unlike Zero and others who had undergone deformation, this robot retained its original form, yet its design became more human-like and aesthetically pleasing. 0. Scan this robot and modify the design, using its current form as the foundation, Guli instructed. This was his vision, to create a robot birth from the essence of the Fire Source, surely surpassing the designs conceived by himself and Zero. With superior compatibility in its various components, the blue light continuously scanned the robot, modeling both its interior and exterior before disassembling it into distinct parts. Each component was further disassembled into finer details, and the data was once again fed into the production line to commence manufacturing. Soon, A robot identical in appearance to the one Gu Li had animated stood before him. This robot's energy source, akin to that of the battle armor, utilized a fusion reactor. However, unlike the battle armor, the reactor was situated behind the robot, shielded by a robust casing. Various tools necessary for production were housed in its hands and on the sides of its thighs. Perfect. Let us proceed with production on this basis, Gu Li exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he looked at the robot he had imbued with life. Little production, go assemble the robot. I will input the intelligent programs. Understood, boss. Zero responded. Concerning precautions for this endeavor, Zero had long prepared the necessary protocols. As long as the newly animated transformers are created, Zero will transmit this program to them. Xiaochan walked to the other end of the production line and began assembling the robots with movements indistinguishable from those of a human. Xiaochan worked with remarkable speed, assembling a robot in just an hour, while Gu Li required 2 or 3 hours for the same task. Furthermore, the robots assembled by Xiaochan exhibited greater sturdiness than those crafted by Gu Li. Gu Li retrieved a high-end black and gold laptop from the side and connected it to the robot using a cable. The intelligent program, which had been meticulously developed by Gu Li and Zero, was simply to be inputted into the robot's chip. The chip was produced by Xiao 7, which was reverted back for personal use in the underground base once the lithography machines, based on Xiao 7, were brought to the nation. The inputting of the intelligent program proceeded swiftly, and Gu Li instructed the robot to follow Xiaochan and assist in the assembly of more robots. The third and fourth robots were assembled and programmed in no time, culminating in the establishment of a seamless production line for assembling and programming robots. The line continued its operation until all materials in the underground base were exhausted. In total, 200 robots were produced from the limited resources, of which Gu Li designated 20 to be endowed with life. The remaining 180 would be allocated to the factories under Longting's purview, dedicated to various production activities. Once additional materials arrive, the robots produced will be dispatched to the satellite launch base. Among the 20 robots chosen by Gu Li would accompany Xiaochan, specifically tasked with safeguarding Gu Li, the remaining 16 would be entrusted to Zero and Xiaoshou to serve as their assistants. Zero, please procure some silicone to design synthetic skin for the production-type robots. Xiaochan and these 4 will follow me, and ensure they are equipped with flight thrusters. Gu Li instructed Zero, taking precautions to secure his safety in anticipation of significant undertakings. Understood, boss. Zero's virtual avatar appeared beside Gu Li. The Baymax design is finalized, and once we contact the subcontractor, we can commence production. Gu Li nodded in agreement. The Baymax referred to by Zero was modeled after the character from Big Hero 6. The intelligent AI chips at the Longyuan Chip Production Center were now ready for manufacture. The chip is the core element of Baymax, besides the chip and the hyperspectral camera. The physical structure of Baymax is quite simple, comprising a carbon fiber frame, power motors, and an ethylene resin exterior, all of which can be produced domestically. Even the hyperspectral camera's technology is not overly complex. It merely involves the integration of optical cameras, infrared sensors, and medical spectral components, such as nuclear magnetic resonance. Existing factories are capable of manufacturing these components. By launching Baymax, a gradual transition to a humanoid robot can be achieved, providing the world with a buffer and allowing time for discussion regarding how to guide societal development in the wake of productivity being supplanted by robots. Hurry and make contact. Then procure materials for producing robots and continue the assembly, Gu Li urged. On the other side, there are colossal transformers, which are far less convenient than robots. Alright, let us proceed with our study of the electromagnetic constraint rifle. Gu Li produced the electromagnetic constraint rifle from his workshop. Unlike firearms powered by gunpowder, this weapon features a metallic stock with a rectangular barrel that is hollowed out in the center, presenting a circular shape. Upon activation, it expands outward, allowing electromagnetic bullets to form and be discharged from within. The entire process is remarkably silent, rendering it an absolute tool for assassination. This rifle will be equipped for small-scale production and for the protection of 1's robotic companions. Now, I shall commence the scanning process. Zero emitted a blue light as it scanned the electromagnetic constraint rifle. Once the modeling was completed, Gu Li and Zero began to reverse engineer the technology behind the rifle. Just then, as Gu Li was engaged in this endeavor, his phone rang. It was a call from Minister Chang Ying of the Ministry of Public Security. Uncle Chang, what brings you to call? Gu Li inquired upon answering. I hear you have developed the black gold mobile phones and black gold computers, utilizing the Longyan system to maximize information security. Therefore, our ministry wishes to purchase a batch of customized police terminals, Chongying expressed, first inquiring after Gu Li's well-being before revealing his intent. Of course, I shall arrange it immediately. He Juanhao and his team are still at my company, and they have nearly completed their training. I will have them manage the customized system. He Juanhao is also quite familiar with the police system, so he knows what is required. Rest assured, I will ensure our personnel inspect the system to guarantee its security, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to breach it. Gu Li replied with a smile. Are they capable? Chongying asked with some hesitation. After all, He Juanhao had only been at Gu Li's company for just over 2 months. Have they truly mastered it? Do not worry, their learning capabilities are exceptional, and they have grasped the technology quite well. There will be no issues, especially since my people will conduct the final checks, Gu Li assured. Very well, then. I shall leave it to you. I will provide you with a quote. If it is acceptable, I will send someone over to sign the contract tomorrow, Chongying stated. Please proceed, Gu Li responded. Chongying looked at the agreed-upon figures on the document. Mobile phone at $39.99, computer at $109.99. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Li replied, That sounds reasonable. I will have someone bring the contract over tomorrow. Meanwhile, across from the Udon building, 2 individuals were observing the scene with binoculars.